Hello everyone, day XXX still don't get money for new PC. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part and join channel perk L. Introduction. When Naruto returned from Dragon Ball and brought some local specialties. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, I would like to call you the strongest for being able to fight me to this extent, but can your body still kick again now? Might Guy smiled slightly, took out a Senzu Bean and swallowed it. Otsutsuki Kaguya, I admit that you two inheritors are excellent, but you can't resist me as the ancestor of Chakra. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara smiled at each other and put on Potara earrings. Naruto pinched Otsutsuki Isshiki with one hand and lifted him up. Why, Otsutsuki's power is so weak. Graduation of Genin. Chapter 1, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. In the 63rd year of Konoha Ninja Village, which had experienced 3 ninja world wars and the Nine Tails Rebellion, finally regained its vitality after 10 years of recuperation. The generation born after the Third Ninja World War has graduated from the ninja school and become genin, starting their ninja career. Under the scorching sun in the hot summer, another batch of students from the Ninja Academy are about to usher in the graduation season. In the center of the examination room, the ninja school is conducting daily competitions. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Ninjas have been competing since childhood to compete for the top. A boy with short yellow hair is practicing throwing shuriken under the scorching sun. This is a weapon similar to darts and is commonly used by ninjas. Throwing shuriken is a basic skill that every ninja must master. Come on, Naruto! A girl with white pupils in the crowd shouted for him timidly. Naruto held 4 shurikens in his small palm. He just swung it with a relaxed look, and the 4 shurikens were nailed to the vital points of the puppet in order. Seeing that his technique was so skillful, the boy who was originally going to compete with him didn't even want to try it, and left directly with his head down. What the hell, how come a guy who has been the last one in the class for 2 years suddenly becomes so powerful? His doubts are also the doubts of everyone present, because this boy named Uzumaki Naruto was a well-known last one in the school 1 year ago. Whether it is ninjutsu, chakra control, or the mastery of shuriken and kunao, he is the absolute last one in the school. But recently, he seems to have changed into a different person. It only took him a week to make up for all the academic work he owed before, and his grades improved by leaps and bounds. He soon became one of the top students in the school, and even had the potential to be compared with the famous genius Uchiha Sasuke. There is a rumor that Uzumaki Naruto got the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, so he became so powerful. Just when Naruto was about to put away the shuriken, a handsome black-haired boy walked out of the crowd. He was wearing a black shirt with a fan-shaped family emblem engraved on his back. It's Sasuke! The girls in the crowd screamed especially loudly. Uchiha Sasuke, a famous genius boy of this class, was born in the Uchiha clan. He is a genius in the literal sense. He can complete the training that others can only complete in 3 days in just a few hours. He can easily solve the problems that others can't get the answer to even if they think hard. As students in the same class, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are often promoted as 2 extremes, because Sasuke not only has excellent grades, but is also a famous beautiful boy, which can be said to be both talented and beautiful. On the other hand, Naruto not only has poor grades, but also always unkempt and often sloppy. However, recently everyone has discovered that Naruto has also started to take care of himself. Although he has not become a fashionable boy, he is much cleaner and tidier, and his hair is no longer messy. What's more strange is that some older ninjas in the village often suddenly become dazed after seeing him, and then leave alone talking to themselves. Facing Sasuke, who obviously came with bad intentions, Naruto smiled and said, "Long time no see, Sasuke. It's only been a few days since we last met. You seem to have become more interesting, but it's naive to think that you can beat me like this." Sasuke is proud of being an Uchiha. He always holds himself to the standard of number 1 and never allows himself to be surpassed by others. "Let me see how strong you are now." Sasuke took a fighting stance without hesitation, obviously wanting to compete with Naruto in physical skills. They have not graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, and are not qualified to practice powerful ninjutsu. Physical skills and shuriken throwing have become their most common competition items. Well, please teach me. Naruto took a strange stance that Sasuke had never seen before, with his body hunched, his right hand clenched at his waist, his left hand raised in front of him, and two fingers slightly bent, like the starting position of a certain martial arts school. Sasuke frowned slightly. What is this? Is this a strange posture you researched by yourself? It's the Kame-sen style, but you probably don't understand what it is. Naruto's mouth corners slightly raised. Not only Sasuke, no one in this world would understand what the style Naruto just mentioned was. They just thought it was a second-year word invented by Naruto himself, because Naruto often invented some weird things himself before. Sasuke didn't take it seriously. He rushed forward suddenly and started with a big and open whip kick, while Naruto blocked with his arms across his body, easily blocking Sasuke's whip kick, and then swung his fists at a very fast speed, like a gust of wind that was hard to resist. I don't know if it's an illusion, but in everyone's eyes, Naruto's fist swung at high speed will turn into a wild wolf in an instant and rush towards Sasuke. What's going on, this guy? Sasuke's forehead was sweating coldly. He had never seen such a weird physical skill. It was not like something that should exist in this world. The speed of the punch was too fast, and the attack path was very weird. It seemed that the punch was in the air, but it would instantly turn into a claw and clamp his body. The moment it was clamped was like being bitten by a beast. A shocking scene appeared. Sasuke, the genius of the ninja school, could only retreat continuously. Every moment was full of danger and he had no ability to parry. If this continued, Sasuke would lose within 10 moves. The weird physical skill used by Naruto was completely unstoppable. Sasuke couldn't tolerate himself losing here. He gritted his teeth, and his originally black pupils instantly turned blood red, with a black megatama surrounding his pupils. It's the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, someone exclaimed. The moment after opening the Sharingan, Sasuke's observation and reaction ability were greatly improved. His pupils kept moving at a speed that ordinary people could not reach, and he saw Naruto's movements clearly, and gradually figured out the attack path of this strange physical technique. From Naruto's perspective, Sasuke's body suddenly became sensitive and began to dodge his Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Although he still lacked the space to counterattack, he obviously had the power to parry. Is this the blood limit? It's so strange. Naruto couldn't help but sigh at the power of the Sharingan. The improvement in observation and reaction brought by Sasuke's opening of his eyes was equivalent to many people's years of hard training. Just when they were about to continue fighting, a voice that annoyed Sasuke sounded in the crowd, "Sasuke-kun." Sasuke lost interest instantly, because he knew that the guy who was in the way was coming. A girl with pink hair and a broad forehead squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing Naruto constantly suppressing Sasuke, she immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Naruto, what are you doing to Sasuke?" According to her previous experience, as long as she shouted, Naruto would immediately come over obediently, but today was different. Naruto just glanced at her, and then continued to fight with Sasuke as if she didn't exist. Chapter 2. Sakura's appearance only attracted the attention of the two for a moment, but Sasuke had obviously lost the idea of continuing to fight. After feeling that Sasuke's fighting spirit dropped sharply, Naruto also put away his offensive posture. The two retreated and ended the battle. There is no doubt that Naruto's performance has once again refreshed everyone's perception of him. Although he performed better and better before, no one thought he would beat Sasuke. But after they really fought today, everyone found that at least in terms of physical skills, Naruto has surpassed Sasuke. From the moment Sasuke was forced to open his Sharingan, it meant that Naruto was so strong that he would lose if he didn't use his blood limit. Although the scene just now was not good, Sasuke did not show any displeasure. He still looked at Naruto with a confident expression, but this time there was a little more recognition in his eyes. "Naruto, you have really become stronger. I am looking forward to fighting with you on a more free stage in the future." At this time, some people also came to their senses. Naruto's excellent physical skills do not mean that he is a stronger ninja than Sasuke, because Sasuke is best at ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan is basically good at controlling ninjutsu, and Sasuke is the genius of the Uchiha clan. If they really want to compete in ninjutsu, who is better and who is worse is another matter. Sasuke's confidence also comes from this: he has mastered some ninjutsu that ordinary ninjas can't learn at all. In the ninja school, students who have not yet become genin can only learn E-level ninjutsu, that is, the most basic ninjutsu such as clone technique, substitute technique, change technique, transformation technique, and rope breaking technique. The ninjutsu above needs to be practiced after they become genin. However, the resources mastered by each person are different. Some people benefit from the teachings of their families or some famous teachers, or simply have very abnormal talents. They can master some excellent ninjutsu that others can't learn early, or even create their own ninjutsu. Sasuke is such a person. He has mastered the basic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan in a long and hard practice: fire style, great fireball technique. For the Uchiha clan, this is just a basic ninjutsu. Every Uchiha clan member who is a little bit decent can do this trick, but for the outside world, this is already a C-level ninjutsu, which is generally learned and mastered by Chunin. Sasuke thought that if he used his best skills, Naruto would never be his opponent, unless he had a stronger trick, but that was impossible. See you in the graduation exam. Sasuke left with only one sentence, and then turned and left. Sakura hurriedly chased after him without even looking at Naruto. Everyone thought that Naruto would shamelessly follow Sakura like before, but surprisingly, he seemed to have regarded Sakura as a passerby and left in the same casual manner. It was getting dark, and the students in the ninja school dispersed and returned home to eat the meals cooked by their families and share what they saw and heard today. But some people were exceptions, such as Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke stood alone on the high platform outside the school, looking at the building in the distance. The building had a semicircular facade with the words Konoha Police Force engraved on it. The Uchiha clan's family emblem was originally engraved on the top, but unfortunately it has been taken down now. The building used to be very lively, with people from the Uchiha clan coming and going inside, and sometimes some Konoha villagers who came to seek help would appear. Every afternoon, the old uncles of the Uchiha clan would clean the hall on time with a broom, and smile at the children who came back from school or passed by to play. But unfortunately, everything has become a thing of the past now. The door there is now closed and sealed, and no one has visited for a long time. Sasuke himself has become homeless now. The big house that was once called home now makes him feel cold and strange. Sasuke. The annoying voice behind him sounded again. He knew it was Sakura without thinking. It's late. You should go home, he said coldly with his back to Sakura. I don't want to go back. They just keep nagging me about this and that. I just want to stay with Sasuke. Sakura blushed and leaned towards him again. As if she remembered something, Sakura ignored Sasuke's increasingly dark face and began to output to him, don't mind what happened during the day. Naruto is such an impolite person. You see, he is an orphan, so he doesn't know how to respect other people's feelings. If I were like him, I would have been scolded to death by my family. At this time, Sasuke's face was already gloomy and terrible, but Sakura continued, I really envy him. He can do whatever he wants without listening to his parents' nagging. You are the one who lacks education. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said a sentence that made Sakura's body cold instantly. Sasuke, what are you talking about? You don't understand at all. Compared to being nagged and accused by your parents, how uncomfortable it feels to live alone. Sasuke's good family education prevented him from taking action out of anger. He just turned around and left after throwing a sentence coldly, you are annoying. This sentence made Sakura feel like falling into an ice cave. She felt very panicked because she seemed to be hated by Sasuke, but she didn't seem to understand why Sasuke's reaction was so big. After Sasuke left, he set out on the road home alone. He used to feel that this road was very short. He talked with his brother and arrived there unknowingly. But now it feels very long, and every step feels very difficult. From that day on, Sasuke could only live by himself and began to learn to cook for himself. Even if he was burned by boiling hot oil, he could only lick his wounds by himself. No one would feel sorry for him anymore. When he passed by the streets of Konoha, he unexpectedly smelled a good fragrance. When he was wondering which restaurant it was, he looked up and found that it was the smoke coming out of Naruto's house. No way, this guy doesn't eat instant noodles now. Sasuke felt very surprised. At the same time, he jumped up the building in 3 or 2 steps, and crouched outside Naruto's window to secretly look inside. Like Sasuke, Naruto is also a homeless person, but he is not without a place to live, but this place with only one person can hardly be called a home. A few days ago, this place was still very messy, with leftover instant noodle cups everywhere, expired milk in the refrigerator, instant noodles in the cabinet, and his little toad wallet was always deflated. But now everything is different. The room has been cleaned by him, the expired milk has been disposed of and replaced with fresh milk, and the living expenses just given to him by the village have been used to buy a lot of household utensils, pots and pans, and fresh vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. After buying all these, there is still some money left in the little wallet. I was really wasteful before. Naruto smiled bitterly at the little wallet. In fact, the money given to him by the village every month is not small, but he was too naughty before and didn't cook by himself. After the living expenses were given every month, he would stock up a cabinet of the latest instant noodles, and then go to Ichiraku Ramen to eat and drink. In addition, he would spend a lot of money to buy a lot of paint and tirelessly go to the Hokage Rock or other conspicuous buildings to graffiti. Now Naruto is a little curious, why does the village give him so much money every month? Normal orphans don't seem to get so much money. Looking at the brand new home, Naruto was a little emotional. About a week ago, his soul left his body for unknown reasons and woke up in another world. It was a strange world where people didn't have chakra, but practiced something called chi. He experienced many bizarre adventures in that world, met many partners, and practiced with them to become very powerful. There is a very magical prop in that world called Dragon Ball, which was made by the gods. There are 7 in total. Once all are collected, wishes can be fulfilled, whether it is to bring people back to life, to cure terminal illnesses, or to have endless wealth. He lived in that world until he became an adult. Finally, his partners worked together to find the legendary Super Dragon Balls for him, so that he could make a wish to return to this world. Although he didn't bring back the fighting power he learned there, he had already mastered all kinds of martial arts and special skills. As long as he spent some time practicing, he believed that he would become stronger than in the other world. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket and took out 7 orange transparent balls. There was a small red star in the center of each ball, and the number was neatly arranged from 1 to 7. This was a gift given to him by his friends in that world before leaving. It was made for him by the gods of the earth with a lot of time and energy. It was transmitted by the power of the Super Dragon. It was also the only physical object he brought back from that world. 7 Dragon Balls can make him realize a wish, but after realizing a wish, there is a 1-year cooling time. In other words, he can only realize 1 wish a year, and can only realize some relatively simple wishes. But even so, this thing is also a godlike prop for this world. Naruto put away the Dragon Balls, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, and prepared to start stirring the spoon. In that world, he tried his best to learn some martial arts from Master Kame, and finally agreed to be the cook of his family before he finally joined. After decades of training, he not only cooks delicious dishes, but also serves them super fast. To briefly describe how fast he serves dishes, enough for 2 seons. Chapter 3. Naruto spreads the rice cooked in advance, sprinkles white vinegar, white sugar, salt, and black sesame seeds, then pinches out rice balls, wraps them with roasted seaweed, sprinkles with bonito flakes, and arranges a plate of bonito rice balls. Then he cuts a few tomatoes, sprinkles them with white sugar, and arranges a plate of sugar-mixed tomatoes. Finally, he puts the remaining rice in a pan and stir-fries a plate of egg-fried rice, completing today's dinner. Can this guy finish all the food he makes? Sasuke looked at the rice balls on the table and couldn't help swallowing. There are 2 things he likes to eat the most, one is wooden fish rice balls, and the other is tomatoes. Naruto made this dinner exactly according to his recipe. The next second, Sasuke's forehead was covered with cold sweat, because Naruto actually took 2 pairs of chopsticks and waved in his direction. When did this guy find me? Sasuke's forehead was covered with cold sweat. As a last resort, he could only bite the bullet and walk in from the door, and pretend to be indifferent. It's interesting that you can find me. It seems that your training is indeed very fruitful. It's really fruitful. I even heard the sound of you swallowing your saliva just now. This time Sasuke couldn't hold it anymore, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he stood there awkwardly. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and greeted him, if you don't sit down and eat quickly, the rice balls will be left. I can't eat so much by myself. Sasuke stood there hesitating for 0.5 seconds, and decided to sit down. Did you make these things because you knew I was here? Sasuke looked at the fresh rice balls and tomatoes on the table. Although he wanted to eat them, he couldn't figure out what Naruto was up to. Naruto didn't answer him directly, but looked out the window and said sadly, "It's really boring to eat dinner alone. No matter how delicious the food is, it will seem bland." This sentence touched Sasuke's heart. He understood it too well. Since that night, Sasuke could only sit alone in the dark house every night and eat bland meals. Even if all the lights were turned on and the most delicious rice balls were bought, the loneliness would still flood his heart like a tide. He often stared at the empty door of his house in a daze, his eyes fixed on it, imagining that everything that happened before was an illusion, as if his parents and brother would appear from the door in the next second, and then smile and say, "Sasuke, why are you squatting at the door, are you hungry?" He kept waiting like this until late at night, and then he shed tears of disappointment, knowing that it would never happen again. Then he cried alone in the middle of the night, but no one listened to his cry. The sadness at that time instantly hit Sasuke's heart. He looked at Naruto in front of him, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to empathize with him, because Naruto was also alone like him. He said that just now, he must have experienced the same loneliness as him in lonely nights. The sense of distance between the two disappeared instantly. At this moment, they were just 2 children who had lost their parents and families. After a moment, Naruto came back to his senses and smiled at Sasuke, "Eat, you can't not eat well. I think if our parents were still alive, they would definitely want us to eat well and be full." As he said that, he took a bite of the rice ball first, and then boasted, "Try it, my cooking skills are praised by even the Syuns." Syun. Sasuke didn't quite understand the meaning of this term, just thought it was a passerby who had eaten his food. He took a bite of the wooden fish rice ball, and the familiar taste spread in his mouth, making him vaguely remember the scene when he ate the wooden fish rice ball with this taste last time. Uchiha is a big family, of course not all of them are ninjas, there are also many people who have no talent or have not become ninjas for various reasons. They each have their own livelihoods, or open a shop to do small business, or do some other business. In short, everyone has their own way of living. Not far from the security department, there is an Uchiha pancake shop. The owner is a middle-aged man with a bald head, Uchiha Tesho. His wife Uchiha Jing always wears a bun and stands at the door in a thick coat to clean. The rice balls sold in their shop are Sasuke's favorite. Many afternoons, he rides on his brother or father's shoulders and comes to his shop with an expectant smile. The owner greets him warmly and then hands him his favorite wooden fish rice balls. However, the picture that flashed by in the next second made Sasuke feel very painful. He shook his head and tried to get rid of the picture. Sasuke felt that he was going crazy. As long as he was idle and thought of the past, the picture of the night of genocide would linger in his mind. He felt that he should get out of the pain, but how could he get out of it? He no longer had relatives or friends. From then on, there was no one who could bring him joy. All that was left was the pain left over from the past, which bound him deeply and made him unable to climb out of this abyss. "Brother, why did you kill them too?" In front of Sasuke, the scene of the tragic death of Uchiha Tesho and Uchiha Jing seemed to appear again. "Sasuke, can you do me a favor?" Naruto's voice brought Sasuke back to reality, and he answered a little blankly, "You say? I think that eating alone, no matter how well it is cooked, has no taste, so can you come to my place often in the future?" Faced with Naruto's warm invitation, Sasuke did have a moment of intention, but he quickly returned to his indifferent expression. I just passed by your place and ate something, don't think I will like this place. It's okay, you can come again if you have an idea in the future. Naruto's expression was very relaxed, with a smile. Humph. Sasuke swallowed a mouthful of rice ball coldly with his unique temperament of keeping strangers away. Burp. I choked accidentally and burped. The air seemed to have become extremely quiet. Sasuke looked out the window, his face flushed. Burp. In such a quiet environment, Sasuke's second burp seemed so clear and loud. The sound of porcelain rubbing against the table sounded, and Naruto pushed a glass of water over. Drink some. You burp less. This time Sasuke really couldn't hold it anymore, grabbed the hot water on the table and drank it all, then flipped out of Naruto's window and ran away. Sasuke is so shameless. Naruto sighed as he stood on the balcony and looked at his back. But tomorrow is the graduation exam, I wonder what the test questions will be. Every student in a ninja school must pass the final graduation exam before they can get a ninja forehead and become a real ninja. According to some seniors who have become genin, the content of the exam is generally a random check of students' mastery of E-level ninjutsu, or whether the physical skills are qualified. Because the questions are randomly checked, students must ensure that they have no shortcomings in each ability in order to graduate successfully. I've been busy training my body lately, and I don't think I've mastered the ninjutsu well enough. I hope I can get away with it when the time comes. He didn't master the E-level ninjutsu transformation technique, which is to transform into someone else, very well, but he knew the transformation techniques from the Dragon Ball world, which allowed him to transform into animals, plants, and even furniture and electrical appliances in addition to transforming into someone else. He wasn't really good at the clone technique, which allowed him to create one clone, but he was more skilled than anyone else in the four-body fist, which allowed him to create 4 clones. Chapter 4. With the transformation technique and the four-body fist replacing 2 ninjutsu, Naruto only had to cram on the remaining substitute technique and rope removal technique. For Naruto now, it was very easy to master 2 E-level ninjutsu in one night. In essence, this was something that was at the elementary school level, and the reason he needed to spend time on it was because he was too lazy in his training before. In the process of training, Naruto gradually felt the difference between chakra and chi. Both are special energies naturally possessed by living things, but chi is present from the beginning, and you just need to learn how to use it, while chakra requires people to learn to accurately harmonize their own spiritual energy and physical energy, and only after mixing these two energies can chakra be produced. The amount of chi is limited. No matter how much you practice, no matter how strong you become, you can only improve the strength of chi. When using the spirit bomb, even the most powerful person can only provide limited chi. If you want to use a powerful spirit bomb, you must have a lot of people to provide chi. Chakra is different. As long as the user's physical and mental energy continue to grow, the amount of chakra will grow together. It can almost be said that there is no upper limit. Although chakra is not as strong as chi, it has a strong endurance. Naruto calmed down and accurately harmonized his own spiritual and physical energy, and a large amount of chakra emerged in his body. It's amazing, my body actually has so much chakra. Naruto felt the amount of chakra in his body and was a little surprised. He thought his chakra was a basin, but it seemed that there was more than a pond. This is because he is still young, his body and mind are not mature. If he is an adult, the amount of chakra may be even higher. Naruto is already familiar with how to use energy. He follows the method taught in school to guide chakra and successfully uses the substitution technique and rope breaking technique, which is faster than expected. Who are my parents? The more Naruto practices, the more he feels that his physique is extraordinary. If he had such a good physique in the Dragon Ball world, his final achievement would probably be much higher. Ordinary people should rest after practicing for 3 to 5 hours and slowly recover their physical strength, but he only feels slightly tired after practicing for 7 or 8 hours. He has not experienced the feeling of being injured, but judging from this physique, his recovery ability should be stronger than that of ordinary people. He feels more and more that his life experience may not be simple, but he has no way to solve the mystery yet. Thinking of this, Naruto can't help but take out the Dragon Ball in his pocket. The Dragon Ball given to him by the Earth God Dandy has been compressed a lot in order to bring it back. The ability to revive people is still there, but the name, age, and other accurate information of the resurrected person must be accurately provided. It is not possible to simply use the description of "revive my father/mother" to realize the wish. According to Dandy, the dragon resurrects people by finding people from the world of the dead. If there is no accurate information, the dragon cannot find the corresponding soul. In other words, Naruto must first figure out who his parents are, so that he can use the dragon to make a wish to revive his parents. But before that, he has to survive first. Ninja is not a safe and stable profession with regular work and commuting. It's okay when you are in the ninja school. Once you graduate and become a ninja, you will be taken out by the ninja teacher to do tasks. Many tasks are extremely dangerous. Even the ninja teacher may not be able to get out of it, let alone the fledgling ninjas. Naruto knows that he can't be impatient and has to take it step by step. The first task is to gain a firm foothold and ensure that he and his partners can survive. As long as he is alive, even if something irreversible happens, he can use the Dragon Balls to change it. Whether it is resurrecting the dead or rebuilding the city, it can be done with just one wish. Even if the Dragon Balls go into cooling this year, it is still not too late to make a wish next year. Naruto simply planned the path he would take next: pass the graduation exam, become a genin, then gain a foothold in this cruel world, and then explore his own life experience and look for opportunities to resurrect his parents. Graduation is not difficult. Even if you cannot pass it tomorrow, you can pass it 100% by spending a few more days to master all the E-level ninjutsu. The only difficult thing is to survive. The world of ninjas is very cruel. Mature ninjas have all kinds of evil ninjutsu and killing methods. Naruto can't guarantee that he will not fall 100%. He can't do it. Fortunately, someone used illusions or other tricks to trick her. What's more, even if he can protect himself, what about his friends? Thinking of this, Naruto thought of a magical prop used in the Dragon Ball world, Senzu. It is a magical plant cultivated by the immortal Carlin. As long as you eat a fairy bean, no matter how injured you are, even if you have a big hole in your body, you can recover immediately and restore all your energy. The fairy beans do not need to be digested, they only need to be swallowed to take effect immediately, and its effect will not change depending on the strength of the object used. Even a strong man who can destroy the galaxy with a wave of his hand can still use it to instantly fill up his health. Full of blue. As long as you have fairy beans, your chances of survival can be greatly improved. Whether your limbs are disabled, your chakra is exhausted, or your body is damaged in any way, a fairy bean can immediately restore you to your original state. Thinking of this, Naruto put his index and middle fingers together and put them on his forehead. The next second, his body disappeared into thin air. This is also a special ability he learned in the Dragon Ball world. Teleportation allows him to move freely within short distances. In long distances, as long as he can sense the opponent's energy, he can teleport there, even if they are several galaxies apart. At this moment, he used teleportation to arrive outside Konoha village. After looking around, he felt that it was not safe. He used it several times in a row until he moved deep into the dense forest of the Land of Fire. Then he took out the Dragon Ball with confidence. He recited the incantation to make a wish, and in an instant, 7 Dragon Balls emitted golden light and soared into the sky. Then dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a green flying dragon flew out of the clouds and mist. It was the dragon that could make wishes come true. Say your wish. Shenlong said in a deep voice. Give me a kin of fairy beans. Naruto said solemnly. Shenron's eyes radiated red light, and the next second, an iron kin the size of a fruit kin fell into Naruto's hand. It was filled with fairy beans, about 200 of them, which was enough for a long, long time. One fairy bean can save a life and death crisis. 200 fairy beans are equivalent to 200 resurrection coins to a certain extent, which can completely extend your life until you clear the level. Naruto didn't ask for too much, because no matter how much it was, he wouldn't be able to eat it all at once. Too much would be inconvenient to store. It was just right to put it in a can like this. It was very convenient to carry or hide. After the wish was made, Shenron's figure disappeared, and the 7 dragon balls turned into 7 small round stones and fell into Naruto's palm. It would take a year for them to make another wish. Naruto put the dragon balls away and weighed the heavy Senzu beans in his hand, feeling a strong sense of security well up in his heart. These are 200 resurrection coins. As long as there is still breath, you can bring people back. With this thing, you have the most basic guarantee. He put his index and middle fingers together on his forehead again and teleported back to his hut without anyone knowing that he had just gone out. The next step is to pass the exam and become a genin. I wonder what kind of person my leading jonin will be. Chapter 5. The next day, Naruto arrived at the exam room on time. At this time, many students had already completed the exam. You could tell their results by looking at the expressions on their faces that were either happy or depressed. Teacher Irika, who was holding a scoreboard, looked up and saw Naruto, so he waved to him. Naruto, you came very early today. Are you ready for the exam? You can do it anytime. Naruto patted his chest. That's just right. The next student who is going to take the exam said that he needs to go to the toilet, so I'll test you first. He took a few steps back, leaving the empty space in front of him for Naruto to use his fists and kicks. Naruto stood quietly in front of him, waiting for the questions of this exam to appear. Teacher Irika was probably the best teacher for him in the ninja school. In addition to always having a good attitude during class, he would also chat with Naruto after class. In the past, he spent all his money in his pocket because of his fun. It was Teacher Irika who took him to eat when he was having money, which solved the problem of hunger. Irika thought for a moment and said, "Today I will test you on the use of the clone technique." No problem. Although he didn't get the ninjutsu he practiced so hard last night, Naruto still decided to give it a try first, because there was a chance to retake the exam. If he failed to use the clone jutsu for the first time, he could try it again. Just use Shishinquan again. At the first opportunity, use ninjutsu. To use ninjutsu, you need to use 12 different gestures to coordinate with the body and coordinate the use of chakra. Or it can also be understood that the seal is to guide the chakra to operate in the required mode. Generally, the more powerful ninjutsu requires the more complex the sealing process. One of the basic qualities of a ninja is the speed of sealing. The speed of seals is equivalent to the pre-casting in the game. Some genius ninjas can seal multiple times in 1 second, so they can release ninjutsu faster than others. When others are still working hard to seal, his ninjutsu has been released, so it is self-evident who will win. Wei, Si, Yin. Naruto completed 3 seals at a very fast speed. Chakra rushed out of his body and created a residual image around Naruto. This kind of after-image has no entity and cannot directly participate in the battle. It can generally only be used to interfere with the enemy's judgment. It is said that the shadow clone technique developed by the 2nd generation of Hokage is a higher level skill of this skill. Not only is the casting faster, but the clone released is physical and can directly participate in the battle. Naruto successfully used the clone technique, which means that his assessment is qualified. If Irika thinks that there is a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, then he can also add test items, but obviously, he has no intention of making things difficult for Naruto. You passed. Irika patted Naruto's shoulder with great satisfaction. He had always been worried that the child would not be able to pass the test and would be stuck in the ninja school. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. The child's grades have improved by leaps and bounds in the past week. Maybe he has suddenly turned over a new leaf. After passing the graduation exam, the next step is to go to the class and wait for the class division with other students who have passed the exam. According to the previous rules, every 3 of them will be divided into a class, led by a Jonin teacher. For them, Jonin is a high-ranking existence. They are the core strength and elite figures of a village. The number of Jonin-level forces in a village is directly related to the comprehensive ability of the village. Not only do they have powerful abilities, but they can also participate in the village's policy decisions to a certain extent. It can be said that they have both power and status. Those important tasks related to the direction of the village or even the country, that is, A-level to S-level tasks, can only be carried out by these people. Even if Naruto and his friends graduated from the ninja school and officially became genin, they could only perform C-level and D-level tasks. In the lively classroom, students were discussing their own ideas. Most of them had not yet experienced the cruelty of the ninja world. They still had a childlike innocence and thought that being a ninja was very cool. They were looking forward to learning more and cooler ninjutsu, and then doing more advanced tasks to earn more money. A D-level task can earn about 5,000 to 50,000 taels of income, and a C-level task can earn about 2 times that. As long as you become a genin and work hard on the tasks, you can earn a lot of money. When Naruto walked into the classroom, Sakura and Sasuke had been waiting in their seats for a long time. Both of them had good grades, and passing the test was a foregone conclusion. "You're too slow." Sasuke still had the same cold expression as usual, but people who knew him knew that if he was really cold to you, he would never take the initiative to talk to you. Rest well is also an important part of training. Naruto shrugged and sat down next to Sasuke naturally. He didn't just say it casually, but the training purpose of Kame Senryu is indeed like this. Exercise well, study well, eat well, play well, and rest well. This is the consistent purpose of Master Kame Senran. About an hour later, Teacher Irika walked into the classroom, and at the same time, the last student who passed the exam walked in. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent, and all eyes in the classroom were focused on Teacher Irika. Everyone was looking forward to which classmates they would be assigned to the same class with, and which senior ninjas would become their teachers. Irika looked around and made sure that every student was present. He cleared his throat and said, "From now on, you will be independent ninjas. The village will also start to assign you tasks. You will complete the tasks in groups of 3 under the guidance of the Jonin teacher. Now I will read out the results of the class division." When 3 names were read, 3 people gathered together excitedly and ran to the designated classroom to wait for the Jonin teacher. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, although the expressions of the 3 people were different, they were all listening attentively, fearing that they would be missed. Group 7, Harano Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. Before she finished, Sakura showed an ugly expression. "Why are you in the same group with this guy?" The next second, Irika added the last member of Group 7, Uchiha Sasuke. "Yet." Sakura changed her face on the spot and cheered directly. At the same time, in the office of the 3rd Hokage, the elderly 3rd Hokage was talking to a masked white-haired man. "Naruto has really changed a lot recently. He has not only learned to take care of himself, but his grades have also improved by leaps and bounds. I was very happy about him, but..." The 3rd Hokage showed a worried look on his face. "Combined with his experiences over the years, I am really worried that he has some bad ideas, which will make him like this. Do you want me to grasp his psychological construction?" The masked man pinched his chin and thought. "Yes, we owe that child too much, and this is my dereliction of duty, so I hope you, Kakashi, can take better care of him in the future. There is no way, it has been destined since Naruto became the 9 Tails Jinchuriki." Kakashi could only sigh. As an experienced and high-ranking veteran ninja who has experienced the Ninja World War, Kakashi knows very well what the Jinchuriki are in. Even if you are the child of the cage, even if you have a good relationship with the cage, even if you originally have a good network of people, as long as you become a Jinchuriki, everything will change. He had met the Jonin Brui of the Hidden Cloud Village during the 3rd Ninja World War, and also the previous generation of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and learned from him some of the feelings of being a Jinchuriki. At that time, Brui, who was a Jinchuriki, said, "Only when you become a Jinchuriki can you understand this feeling. The eyes of people who originally interacted with you normally will change when they look at you. Although the other party treats you very seriously, you will know that the other party does not really think so." Brui is not only the cousin of the 4th Raikage, but also has deep connections and outstanding military exploits in the village. Even a person of his status would have this feeling, which is enough to show how difficult the situation of the Jinchuriki is. The 3rd Hokage knew this, so he issued a ban after the Ninetales night. No one was allowed to spread the news that Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and violators would be severely punished. This ban was effective, but not completely effective. The effect is that at least the fear and hatred of Jinchuriki is limited to a few adults. Children of Naruto's generation basically don't know about this. At most, they don't take the initiative to play with Naruto because of their family members. The ineffectiveness is that the fact that Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki cannot be covered up. The news leaked out. Although several people were punished, it didn't help. This led to Naruto's growth environment being affected. Many adults openly and secretly targeted him. However, this extent is already the limit. Hatred of Jinchuriki is the political correctness of the entire ninja world. Even the Hokage can't do anything about it. The third generation dared not let Naruto know that Naruto was actually the son of the fourth generation Hokage who died in the Ninetales Rebellion. In fact, Naruto should be a hero because he became the container of the Ninetales as soon as he was born. But the third generation did not dare to let Naruto know this news, because once Naruto knew this, he would most likely have a problem with his mentality. He is obviously the child of a hero, and he is also a hero. Why should he be treated like this by the villagers? His father sacrificed himself for the village, and he himself also made sacrifices for the village. Strictly speaking, the villagers can be regarded as owing their family. Why treat him like this? I am afraid that only 1 in a million can keep his mentality unbalanced in this situation. But the logic of the ninja world is so bastard. You will not ignore your identity as a Jinchuriki just because you are a hero, and you will not be afraid of you or discriminate against you because of your outstanding military exploits. Revealing Naruto's true identity will not have any positive effect except that Naruto will most likely have a psychological breakdown. Chapter 6. When Kakashi walked into the classroom, there was no scene of children playing pranks as predicted. He thought that children of this age would do some mischievous tricks, such as putting a blackboard eraser or a bucket on the door frame to tease the teacher. The 3 children in the classroom did not play any pranks, because they were eating 4 dishes and 1 soup. The matter can be traced back to an hour ago. Teacher Irika said that the Jonin teachers would come later, and if the students were hungry, they could go home to eat first. But as we all know, going home to eat is not pleasant for Sasuke and Naruto, and although Sakura has a father and a mother, she prefers to stick to Sasuke than going home to see her parents. So at the critical moment when everyone's stomach started to growl, Naruto stood up. He paid out of his own pocket, saying that everyone would be brothers in the same class in the future, and today would be a meal together to bond with each other, so he took the initiative to go to the commercial street to buy 2 dishes and 1 soup. And Sasuke frowned and said, "Who do you look down on, just you have orphan pension, right?" So he immediately ran to the street to buy 2 dishes, forming a situation of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Although Sakura really wanted to go out and buy some, she was the only one in the room with a father and a mother, including after Kakashi came. She really didn't have much pocket money, and her family was too strict. So she could only eat together. When Kakashi came in, the 3 children, aged 12 or 13, were eating enthusiastically, with sweat pouring down their foreheads, and muttering that the boss put too much chili. Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice, trying to attract the attention of the students. Sure enough, Naruto was the first to notice him, and immediately wiped his mouth and waved to him, "Are you our Jonin teacher? First meeting, please teach me." Sasuke followed closely, forcibly suppressing the spicy feeling in his mouth, and put on an indifferent expression with his face, which was red from the spiciness, and his lips were a little swollen, and waved to Kakashi slightly, which was considered a greeting. Only Sakura wanted to crawl under the table, regretting why she had to eat 4 dishes and 1 soup in the classroom with Naruto, who was so stupid. Her image in front of the teacher was completely ruined. Fortunately, Kakashi didn't seem to care about these things. He asked the 3 people, "Are you full?" After getting a positive answer, he took them to the rooftop of the school. "You guys gave me a very strange first impression. Let's introduce ourselves first. Who should start first?" Kakashi looked at the 3 people. "Teacher, you go first." "Naruto, who seemed to have the attributes of a community cow, spoke first. Me? That's fine. Kakashi was more easygoing than the three had imagined. He simply pointed at himself and introduced himself. My name is Hatake Kakashi. What I like and what I hate are all secrets. As for my dream. He paused for half a second. I don't seem to have any dreams, but my interests are very broad. After introducing himself as if going through the motions, Kakashi pointed at Naruto seemingly unintentionally. I see you are quite outgoing, so you should introduce yourself first. Naruto smiled. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like Ichiraku ramen, I don't hate anything for the time being, and as for my dream. His momentum suddenly became very compelling, like a dazzling meteor. I want to end this chaotic world. Kakashi was slightly stunned. The wish is quite grand. It's a good thing for young people to have lofty ambitions. Then he thought to himself, the third generation asked me to pay attention to Naruto's mentality and let him not become a bad person. If that's the case, what he just said wouldn't be a declaration of destroying the world, right? He continued to ask calmly, then, what about you two? Sasuke said coldly, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I like nothing. As for dreams, I don't have that kind of positive thing. I only have ambitions, that is to revive the Uchiha clan, and kill that person. Kakashi thought to himself, sure enough, the answer is not unexpected. The destruction of the Uchiha clan is like a curse, and it will probably haunt Sasuke for the rest of his life. As for Sakura's answer, it was nothing special. She introduced herself as Haruno Sakura, and then the topic turned directly to the love view of young girls, almost directly saying that she liked Sasuke on the spot. Kakashi stopped her chatterbox in time to prevent her from taking the topic to a strange place. I already know that you three are very interesting little guys. Tomorrow you should get ready and do the first mission with me. Are we going to start the mission? Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke were inexplicably excited, as if there was some exciting adventure waiting for them. That's right, you will come to the woods behind the school to find me tomorrow. I will give you a test. If you can't pass the test, you can only go back to the ninja school to be retrained. No way, retrain. Sakura couldn't accept it. Studying in the ninja school is really a very hard thing. It's not easy to climb out of it. What if you are kicked back again? However, Naruto and Sasuke did not show such concerns, because they didn't think they would lose at all. Test, right? No problem, I hope to give me some strength. Naruto clenched his fists. In the practice of the Dragon Ball world, Naruto has already understood that the best way to become stronger quickly is to fight against opponents who are stronger than himself. As long as he can survive the battle, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds, because only in a battle with a great disadvantage can he discover his shortcomings and understand where his weaknesses are. If he simply practices the body, it can only play a role in laying the foundation. If he wants a big breakthrough, he has to fight. And Naruto really wants to know, how strong is the so-called Jonin? Now, if he uses all his strength, he can use 4 times the Kaioken to increase the speed, strength, and other abilities of the whole body by 4 times, and he can also use a variety of martial arts and Qigong. Although because he has only practiced for a week, his basic combat power is too low, but compared with normal peers in this world, his strength is already outrageous. And Sasuke's thinking is even simpler. He wants to become stronger at all costs and by all means, and then revenge on those who slaughtered his entire family. He has never thought of giving up, and he never thinks that he will fail. Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely. He didn't remember Naruto or Minato's family having such a belligerent tendency. Could it be that Naruto really has some psychological problems? Chapter 7. The next day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the agreed grove on time. Kakashi appeared listlessly in their sight an hour and a half after the agreed time. Teacher, is it really okay to be late for the first class activity? Naruto was a little speechless. Although he felt that this teacher didn't seem so reliable and steady yesterday, he really didn't expect that this person would be late for the first class activity for an hour and a half. I should have brought lunch earlier. Sakura touched her stomach that had begun to growl. Lunch, I brought it for you. Kakashi had a mysterious smile on his face and took out 2 bento boxes from behind. It looked like they were just bought from the commercial street, and there was still fresh mist on the plastic shell. "Teacher, you are so nice. But, why are there only 2 boxes?" Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Even if Kakashi is not counted as a teacher, there are 3 people who need to eat. This is related to the content of today's exam. Kakashi put the lunch box aside, and then took out 2 bells from his pocket. "Do you see the bells in my hand? Are you going to teach us hypnosis?" Naruto thought. "Of course not, the content of today's exam is to grab 2 bells from my hand within a limited time. No matter what means you use, it doesn't matter even if you want to kill me. Those who haven't grabbed the bells after the specified time will be hung on a stake as a punishment to watch others eat. Only those who grab the bells can have lunch, and there are only 2 bells, which means that one of you will definitely be hungry, and you will be tied to a stake to watch the other 2 eat. I think I have made the rules very clear. Next, prepare to do whatever it takes for lunch." Kakashi smiled and raised the bell in his hand. "Teacher Kakashi, I have a question." Naruto raised a hand. "If I grab 2 bells by myself, can I have 2 meals?" Kakashi was slightly stunned. "Yes, you can do that, but you have to be able to grab 2 bells first." After saying this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel ashamed, secretly complaining, "What kind of villain's statement is this? Is this kid really mentally ill?" He stepped back a few steps, distanced himself from the 3 people, and then raised his finger to start the countdown. Then next, the exam begins. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown ended, Naruto and Sasuke rushed up quickly, tacitly launching attacks from the left and right. "You know how to cooperate, not bad." Kakashi cast an approving look, but the attacks of these 2 children were no different from slow motion in his eyes. As a battle-hardened ninja, Kakashi often does some bloody tasks. When fighting with those ruthless characters, several games can be generated in 1 second. Naruto, who rushed forward from the front, also had his own plans in mind. Kakashi was a veteran jonin who had experienced many battles. It was said that he had also experienced the Third Ninja World War. His fighting ability was definitely extraordinary. He could be considered the top fighting force in Konoha village besides the Hokage. In the entire ninja world, he could also be considered a well-known figure. At this moment, Naruto possesses many powerful skills, but the abilities related to chi require enough time to hone his body and practice before he can exert his power. Chi cultivation requires hard work as the foundation. Without enough cultivation, no matter how many powerful skills you have, it will be useless. His current body has only been practicing for a week, and he can barely use skills such as Lanja Fengfeng and Sishin Fist. If he wants to use powerful skills such as Turtle-style Qigong and New Qigong Cannon, he needs enough time. Come to practice. This is why Naruto would use his first wish to obtain fairy beans. He does not lack training methods or skills. The only thing he lacks is the time to practice. The most difficult part of training is the beginning. When Naruto was training in the Dragon Ball world, he only practiced from 5 combat power to 20 combat power in the first year, increased to 50 in the second year, increased to 150 in the third year, and only started in the fourth year. Rapid growth, from 150 to 800, then to over 1,000, to over 10,000. Before he returned to this world, it took him about 40 years to cultivate to a combat power of 2 billion. Just because he had gone through a training journey, Naruto had no worries that he would be weak in the future. As long as he ensured that he could survive for 3 years, his fighting power would be enough to support him in doing anything he wanted to do. After he succeeds in cultivation, whether it is to find the secret of his life experience, to resurrect his parents, or to realize his more lofty ideals, he will have a lot of time. After all, he will only be 15 or 16 years old in 3 years. A battle with Kakashi was an excellent opportunity for him to experience firsthand the level of upper-level combat power in this world without risking his life. But Kakashi obviously didn't know so many of his inner thoughts. He only saw Naruto rushing towards him with a look that looked like a piece of cake. Even though he had experienced many battles, he felt very uncomfortable at this moment. Is there something really wrong with this child? Worry was worry, Kakashi's face was calm, and his hands were merciless. At this moment, he showed his strength as a jonin. One hand was still in his trouser pocket, but his body was he quickly backed away, and at the same time, his other hand took out a novel called Intimate Paradise from his pocket and started reading. This action angered Sasuke. He could not tolerate Kakashi fighting him with such a contemptuous attitude. Wasn't it obvious that he didn't take him seriously? Don't look down on me. Sasuke took out several shurikens and threw them at Kakashi. At the moment when Sasuke threw the shurikens, Naruto felt that Kakashi's chi had moved. Kakashi's chi instantly moved to the big tree behind them, and the Kakashi in front of them was left with only a little chakra fluctuation. It was obvious that Kakashi should have escaped using the substitution technique. However, Sasuke did not have the ability to sense chi. From his perspective, Kakashi did not dodge or avoid his shurikens. In his surprised eyes, he was stabbed with shurikens and his flesh and blood were blurred. It's fake. Naruto reminded, and then turned to look at the big tree where Kakashi hid. Kakashi, who was stared at by Naruto, was slightly surprised. He actually captured my position in an instant? Such a terrible perception, is it given to him by the nine-tailed fox? In theory, a child of Naruto's age should not have such a strong perception, even many jonin can't react so quickly plus lock the position. In Kakashi's opinion, the only explanation is that the nine-tailed fox gave Naruto some power, making him different from ordinary people. Chapter 8. As long as he has the ability to perceive chi, Naruto will not be attacked by anyone, because people in this world don't know that chi exists, so they don't know how to hide their chi. Hiding chi is not just about being still and holding your breath. You must first master the use of chi to guide the chi in your body, so that they can explode and increase combat power, or suppress the hidden breath. In addition to sensing a person's position, Naruto can also roughly feel a person's good and evil through the difference in chi. If a person has a strong negative tendency in his heart, his chi will become low and depressed. Similarly, if a person has a strong killing intent, his chi will become very violent. Kakashi's temper was very calm, without any killing intent, even Sasuke's killing intent was higher than his. After confirming that he had been discovered by Naruto, Kakashi simply jumped down from the tree, and subdued Sakura, who was still in a daze, with one move, and put a kunai on her neck. You two seem to have completely ignored the existence of your partner. Kakashi smiled calmly, but the cold kunai seemed to be able to cut Sakura's neck at any time. In today's test, he was not actually testing the three people's fighting ability, nor was he testing their ability to adapt to changes. These things were not particularly important to Kakashi. He could teach about fighting, and he could also pass on the experience of adapting to changes. He had plenty of time to cultivate these things. The only thing he wanted to test was whether these three people cared about their partners. For Kakashi, partner is a word with a special meaning. For ninjas, feelings are something that should not exist. As long as it is for the mission, whether it is their own life or the lives of others, they can be abandoned without hesitation. Life is no more noble than grass for ninjas. However, Kakashi wants to see some different answers. People who don't even care about their partners day and night are pure killing weapons, and they are not even human beings. Kakashi doesn't want his students to be such people. His kunai is on Sakura's neck, but his eyes are always on Naruto and Sasuke. He wants to see their reactions. As expected, Naruto and Sasuke stopped temporarily, and Naruto spoke first. Teacher Kakashi, you are obviously a jonin, but you use hostages against genin. It's a bit ungentlemanly. This is a very common situation in wars and cruel missions. You have to learn to adapt. Kakashi smiled. That is to say, Mr. Kakashi, you are asking us to do multiple choice questions, right? That's right. Naruto's mouth corners slightly raised, but, Mr. Kakashi, I hate doing multiple choice questions. In comparison, I prefer to let others do multiple choice questions. He suddenly clenched his fists, and his breath suddenly surged, hey ay 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 ay. Kyoan, 2 times. A red wave of air burst out from his body, and Naruto's strength, defense, speed, and other abilities all increased to 2 times before, and his actual combat ability instantly increased by leaps and bounds. However, in contrast, Kaiōen also puts a lot of pressure on the body. With Naruto's current physical fitness, opening 2 times Kaiōen is equivalent to running with weights, opening 3 times Kaiōen is like an ultra-long distance marathon, and opening 4 times Kaiōen is purely burning life. Red Breath, the power of the Nine Tails. Kakashi was stunned. The nine-tailed demon fox sealed in Naruto's body, its chakra is indeed red, and it stands to reason that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki will indeed burst out a red breath when fighting, but when did Naruto learn to use the power of the nine-tailed? Naruto didn't give him room to think, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared behind Kakashi, and kicked Kakashi with all his strength in the air. The difficult multiple-choice question was instantly kicked from Naruto to Kakashi. Next, he could only do one thing, either wipe Sakura's neck, or dodge Naruto's attack sideways. As for resisting it, Naruto now seems to be using the power of the nine-tailed, and he is not interested in trying how hard his head is. What was that, kid? The instant body technique. Kakashi found that he could not understand Naruto more and more. He even suspected that the third generation had secretly given this kid some special training. Is the instant body speed what he should have at his age? As a last resort, Kakashi could only dodge sideways to avoid being blown up by the power of the nine tails. However, the next scene made Kakashi dumbfounded. After he dodged sideways, Naruto's flying kick was still unabated, and his target was directly heading for Sakura. With a muffled sound, Naruto kicked Sakura out with one kick. The latter's weak body flew more than 20 meters away, and Sasuke ran up to catch Sakura tacitly. "You are really cruel, kid." Kakashi thought that Naruto just wanted to force him to withdraw so that he could find a chance to rescue Sakura. Who knew that this kid directly kicked Sakura out with one kick? Although Sakura was indeed saved, is this really the thinking of a freshly graduated student? But overall, Kakashi was satisfied with Naruto and Sasuke's performance. At least they were rescuing their teammates. Although the method was a bit Russian, the intention was indeed there. After kicking Sakura away, Naruto in the Kaioken state took advantage of the situation to attack Kakashi fiercely, and kept swinging the Wolf Fang Wind Fist at Kakashi. Because his speed was also doubled, the speed of the Wolf Fang Wind Fist made Kakashi, a Jonin, feel a little dazzled. If he didn't take it seriously, he might get hit. You have practiced physical skills well, and your speed and strength are both commendable. Kakashi kept dodging Naruto's attacks, but he didn't mean to fight back. It seems that the strength is still not enough. Naruto saw that Kakashi still had the mind to talk, and he knew his current strength. Doubling it would not be a big threat to him. He immediately gritted his teeth, and a stronger red aura burst out of his body. Kaioken, 3 times. Entering the triple Kaioken state, Naruto's speed and strength have been improved to a level that even Kakashi is amazed at. After the 3x improvement, Naruto is no longer at the level of a genin. In this state, if he does more tasks to brush up his qualifications and learn some ninjutsu, he can almost consider taking the Chunin exam. The triple Kaioken is also a huge burden for Naruto. He now feels like he is running a marathon with all his strength. His body seems to be unable to support it, but it seems that he can run for another distance. The most shocked person at this moment is Kakashi. He thought Naruto was using the power of the Nine Tails and secretly wondered in his heart, when did the Nine Tails become so generous? P.S. Do you still think 4 times is too exaggerated? Can the body withstand it? Answer: Naruto relies on the powerful life form of the Uzumaki clan plus Nine-Tail Chakra. His body has always been protected by the Nine-Tail Chakra, and he automatically recovers blood when injured. See the beginning of the manga Wave Country chapter for details, which amazed Kakashi, plus the protection of his own chi, so he can open it to this level. In addition, since his current combat power is 20 points, 4 times Kaioken only increases combat power by 60 points, so his body can support it. Goku couldn't support it because he increased his combat power by 24,000 in one breath. And with 80 combat power, if you don't use Qigong, the output is actually very limited. For example, at the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, Chi-Chi's combat power was 130 points, and Goku reached 180 points, but neither of them could do anything about the fire in the Bull Demon King's house. Finally, it was Master Kame who had 180 combat power in his muscle state, and he used a Kamehameha to solve the fire that two people were helpless against. You can't simply and directly convert the character's combat power by how big a pit can be blown with XX points of combat power, because the destructive power of using Kigong and not using Kigong is really very different. Naruto has 80 combat power. If he uses the new Kigong cannon, the high destructive skills such as the magic light killing cannon, Kakashi will definitely not be able to withstand it. However, it is impossible to use Kigong to kill in a competition. A combat power of 80 that is not durable and does not kill has very limited actual combat ability, only compared with elite Jonin like Kakashi, and those below Jonin cannot fight against this combat power. And, in fact, even if it is opened to 4 times or even higher, the consequence mentioned in the Dragon Ball setting is only physical collapse. This sequelae does not need to be worried about with Senzu Beans or healers. Chapter 9. Fighting with all his strength in the triple Kaioken state made Naruto vaguely regain some of the feeling of fighting before. Fighting with the highest Kaioken against an enemy that he cannot defeat at all is fascinating. After fighting with all his might, he shouted Goku, and was carried away. Then, he was pulled back by the dragon when he was queuing up with his good brother Krillin in the underworld. When he opened his eyes, he saw his companions' bright smiles like Dabeo. This feeling was somewhat abstract. It was really difficult at the beginning of training. It was really difficult for a pure Earth mortal to keep up with a group of aliens. Later, Naruto learned to be smart. Since his combat power could not keep up, he would learn more skills and become a functional talent. Wolf Fang Wind Fist, 4-Body Fist, Whole Wave, Air Bomb, Kaioken, Kamehameha, New Air Cannon, Magic Light Killing Cannon, Magic Flash, Galit Cannon, Final Flash, Sun Fist, Air Circle Slash, and even in the end he even learned the Ultra Instinct. I am afraid that even Cell does not have as many skills as him. Without suppressing his combat power by more than one stage, there is almost no chance of winning against him, because he knows too much. Therefore, after Naruto came back, he directly regarded survival as the top priority at the moment. As long as he could have 3 to 5 years to practice and train his body to be strong enough to master these skills, there should be few people in this world who could match him. The Kaioken was burning Naruto's physical strength like crazy. If he had been a completely mortal in the previous world, he would have fallen down by now. However, now that he was using his original body, he felt that he still had enough physical strength. He didn't know what kind of physical constitution he had, and his endurance was so good. Naruto became more and more courageous in the battle, but Kakashi was not so relaxed. He was in a very embarrassing state now. If he didn't show his true strength to fight Naruto, he would probably be in a mess, because the 3x Kaioken was really not a lie. But as a Jonin, it was too embarrassing for him to fight a kid who had just graduated and was not even a genin with his true strength. Teacher Minato, your son has the potential to surpass you in the future. Kakashi sighed, and suddenly burst out his true strength. His speed increased explosively, and he got rid of Naruto's entanglement in an instant. After pulling away, Kakashi flew back and began to quickly make seals with his hands. Seeing Kakashi's hand movements, Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, this is the great fireball technique? Naruto, get out of the way. It seemed too late. Kakashi had already completed the seals, and spit out a huge fireball at Naruto who was flying forward. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi had just experienced Naruto's speed of 3 times Kaioken, and he believed that Naruto could definitely dodge it, but he was dumbfounded the next second. Naruto didn't dodge at all, and rushed up directly with the great fireball technique. Hey! Kakashi was confused. He really didn't think that Naruto would be so stubborn as to take the ninjutsu. Although the great fireball jutsu was only a sea-level ninjutsu, if he released it, the power would be terrible. Naruto, are you okay? Kakashi just thought to himself, "Teacher Minato, I'm sorry," and the next second he saw Naruto rushing out of the great fireball jutsu unscathed, not even a hair was burned, only his clothes were damaged a little. Ah! Kakashi's cognition was refreshed again. He really couldn't think of how Naruto, a fresh graduate, could resist the great fireball jutsu. Thinking about it, Kakashi could only think that the Ninetales was too generous. He himself felt that this answer was outrageous and unbelievable, but the problem was that there was no other possibility. You said that Naruto, a 12 or 13-year-old Jinchuriki child, could become so strong because of something other than the Ninetales? It's impossible that there is a way in this world that can instantly heal a person after being injured, right? Even the legendary first-generation Hokage, who is said to be immortal, at least has to read a bar when he recovers his health. Kakashi naturally couldn't know that there is a magical thing in this world called Senzu Beans. He also didn't know that Naruto always had a Senzu Bean hidden under his tongue, and he could take it whenever he needed it. After changing to Senzu Beans, Naruto still felt unsafe. What if he encountered a dangerous situation and didn't have time to eat Senzu Beans? A kin of Senzu Beans didn't have time to eat it, and he died. Isn't this very frustrating? So, Naruto developed the habit of hiding a Senzu Bean in his mouth before doing things. Whenever he needed to go out to do something, and there was a certain risk, he would hide a Senzu Bean in his mouth first. Once something happened, he could take it directly, and he could also rely on the instant recovery characteristics of Senzu Beans to catch the other party off guard. The great fireball technique just now did burn him, but he took the Senzu Beans the moment before rushing out of the flames and instantly recovered to full health, which really caught Kakashi off guard. Naruto didn't expect to beat Kakashi. He always had only one goal, which was to get the bell. When Kakashi was stunned after rushing out of the flames, Naruto shouted in his heart, "Kaioken," 4 times. Kakashi only felt a red shadow flash by, and the next second the bell in his hand disappeared. Success! Naruto held the bell and was happy. But the next second, a white mist came out of the bell and turned into a piece of wood in Naruto's palm. "No way, Kakashi teacher, you are so treacherous." Naruto never thought that Kakashi could play so dirty with 3 students. Not only did he fight seriously, but he also swapped the bell. Because the bell and the wood are dead objects, without air, Naruto didn't see that this thing was fake. Kakashi's voice sounded behind Naruto, "The world of ninja is full of intrigues and deceptions. You have to learn to accept it." His figure appeared behind Naruto like a ghost, and at the same time, he put his hands together and put 4 fingers together, as if he was making a seal. The secret of Konoha's physical technique. 1,000 years of killing. Kakashi can make Naruto feel the growth of life with just this stab. But at this moment, Naruto's voice sounded behind Kakashi, "Is this the secret of Konoha's physical technique? I like it very much." What? Kakashi was numb again. He clearly felt that Naruto was standing behind him at this moment, but the Naruto in front of him also had the same aura. Kakashi can see through ordinary clone techniques at a glance, because in essence it is just an afterimage created by Chakra, unless it is some advanced clone techniques, such as shadow clone technique. This B-level ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Hokage can create a clone that is exactly the same as the original body, and the chakra is evenly distributed, and there is almost no difference between the clone and the original body. But how did this kid learn the shadow clone technique? Did you give him some special training, 3rd generation master? The secret of Konoha's taijutsu. 1,000 years of death. Naruto behind Kakashi smiled evilly and copied Kakashi's ninjutsu. How many of you have been attacked by your classmates' 1,000 years of death before? Raise your paw, _. Chapter 10. Kisama. Kakashi's. The next second, the wooden stake that he replaced was directly pierced by Naruto's finger. Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha, was almost ruined. In this short day today, Naruto brought him too many surprises. This kid is so weird. He suddenly emitted a red breath that seemed to be the chakra of the Ninetales, and then gained speed and strength that were completely not for the genin. That's fine, as long as he is a Jinchuriki, it's understandable. However, this kid was able to resist the great fireball technique of the Jonin, and also used a clone skill that seemed to be the shadow clone technique. Now Kakashi has two questions in his mind. Kyuubi, did you lend him power? Did you give him some special treatment, Sandai? The Sandai often visited Naruto, and Kakashi knew this. He also thought about whether to go with him to see Naruto, but later thought about his own situation and decided to forget it. Naruto is a child without parents, but the problem is that Kakashi doesn't have any either. What can he use to comfort Naruto after he gets there? He is not very experienced in this area either. He can't just go there and sing a song for Naruto. Without father and mother we all have no home. When the third generation threw Naruto and Sasuke to Kakashi to take care of, Kakashi felt a surge of emotions in his heart. What do you think, third generation? There are only 0.5 parents per person in this class on average. Are you running a class here or organizing an orphanage alumni association? But there is no way, since the third generation has ordered this, he can only bite the bullet and do it. At first, Naruto said he wanted to increase the strength, and Kakashi thought he was young and wanted to find some excitement. Now he realized that it was Naruto who wanted to increase his strength. At this time, Naruto had reduced the multiple of the Kaioken and returned to the state of 2 times, because 4 times could not be kept open, unless he ate a Senzu Bean every once in a while, but there were only about 200 Senzu Beans in total, and after eating them, he would have to wait until next year to make a wish to get them again, so he could only eat one to taste it. Teacher Kakashi, this is not a good thing. You asked us to grab the bell, but you brought out a fake bell. Are you trying to force us to search you? Naruto's body was constantly surrounded by a red aura, but his eyes were like a knife, searching Kakashi carefully. Kakashi smiled and said, just now, I let you experience the cruelty of the ninja world. Now I will bring out the real bell. As long as you grab it, you will win. Are you serious? This is my bottom line as a teacher. Kakashi took out the bell and shook it. At this time, Sasuke had already placed Sakura under a tree in the distance. Naruto's kick just now almost kicked her off the line. It is estimated that she will not wake up for a while. He strode forward, and surrounded Kakashi in the middle with Naruto in front and behind. Then, Sasuke made a move that made Naruto frown. Kakashi, I want you to know that this exam is not only you testing us, but also me testing whether you are qualified to be my teacher. As he said, Sasuke gestured to himself with his thumb. Naruto was very familiar with that gesture. It was the favorite gesture of a certain Mr. Bakeda. He would definitely be defeated if he used it. Sasuke, why don't you learn anything else at such a young age? Naruto sighed in his heart, thinking that Sasuke might be in trouble. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, I remember you said that your ideal was to kill that man, right? Why don't you treat me as that man now and show your skills well? Humph, I couldn't ask for more. Sasuke held a kunai in his hand, his eyes instantly became sharp, and the red Sharingan was opened at this moment. Sharingan. It seems that he is really serious. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and prepared to meet Sasuke's attack. Compared with Naruto, Sasuke's output was obviously much lower. Kakashi easily dodged all of Sasuke's attacks, and even took out the intimate paradise to take a look. This attitude was difficult for Sasuke to accept. Just now, Kakashi asked him to treat himself as that man and attack, and Sasuke did so. He wanted to see how big the gap between him and that man was. In Sasuke's eyes, the brother who killed the whole family should be much more powerful than Kakashi. If he can't even defeat Kakashi, let alone revenge on his brother. This battle situation now makes him very frustrated. He is not even a decent opponent in front of Kakashi. With this strength, what revenge can he talk about? The angry Sasuke immediately decided to use all his strength. He stepped back 2 steps and began to quickly form seals with his hands. The method of forming seals is not unfamiliar to people. It is almost exactly the same as the seal that Kakashi just formed. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu Tiger Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke spewed out flames from his mouth, forming a huge fireball in front of him, and attacked Kakashi with scorching heat. Great Fireball Technique. Very classic. Compared with Naruto's skills, Sasuke's ninjutsu is not surprising. Although the Great Fireball technique is a sea-level ninjutsu, it is generally only practiced by Chunin. But the Uchiha clan is a natural expert in playing with fire. The Great Fireball technique is considered a basic skill in their clan. Anyone who can't blow out the Great Fireball technique is embarrassed to say that he is an Uchiha. Kakashi was not in a hurry. He quickly formed seals with his hands at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. He also spit out a Great Fireball technique, which collided with Sasuke's Great Fireball. With a bang, the two huge fireballs collided in midair and each scatters into a ball of fire rain. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with approval. You are indeed very talented. In time, you have a good chance of surpassing him. Your face is full of perfunctory, don't think I can't see it. Sasuke is very familiar with that expression. From childhood to adulthood, whenever he showed some talent, his family would tell him with that expression, you may be better than your brother in the future. But that was just a white lie, a lie that even they themselves did not believe at all. Kakashi had nothing to say about this, because that person was indeed ridiculously strong. If Sasuke practiced step by step in Konoha, he might never catch up with him in his lifetime. He glanced at the alarm clock he placed on the wooden stake, and it would soon be the specified time. If you can't grab the bell again, you will have to go back to the Ninja Academy to be retrained. Kakashi was intentionally or unintentionally putting pressure on them. It seems that I can only use that trick. Naruto, who had just watched Sasuke fight, suddenly sighed. Oh! Kakashi immediately perked up, wondering what other special skills this kid hadn't done yet. I have a trick, as long as I use it, I will definitely win. Naruto walked forward mysteriously. Definitely win? This skill doesn't seem to exist in the ninja world. Kakashi disagreed. Teacher Kakashi, if you don't believe it, just watch it. Naruto put on a mysterious posture, please watch my special skills. If you can't see it clearly, it will be a regret of your life. There is such a ninjutsu. Kakashi was a little curious for a while, mainly because Naruto had done a lot of things before, and he really wanted to know what kind of skills Naruto praised so highly was. After confirming that Kakashi's eyes were looking at this place, Naruto slowly spread his palms and placed them on both sides of his forehead. However, Naruto didn't notice that after hearing his description, Sasuke opened his Sharingan and began to stare at him, wanting to see what other powerful skills Naruto had. Sun Fist! Naruto shouted, and his chi turned into light and radiated out. In an instant, he released a very intense light, 100 times brighter than any lighting facility in the world. Ah! When Naruto saw the left eye, he was stunned for a moment. Is this the same Sharingan as Sasuke's? In the previous battle with Sasuke, Naruto had seen the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Sasuke only opened his eyes and gained observation and reaction ability that others may not be able to obtain even after years of hard training. Needless to say, observation ability is naturally slowed down in the eyes of the Sharingan, and reaction ability, although the body is not directly enhanced, because it can see the opponent's movements clearly, the reaction ability is also relatively improved. The most fatal thing is that Sasuke's Sharingan is only a 1 Megatama Sharingan, while Kakashi's Sharingan has 3 Megatama. Naruto can get it even with his toes. Kakashi's is a high-end version. Teacher Kakashi, do you have to do this? I just want to grab a bell. Naruto was a little speechless. He had observed other students in the ninja school and had sparred with many students with good grades. He knew the level of this class of students and estimated that there were not many who could beat him with one hand. Sasuke, as the best student in the school, fell down after just a few moves with Kakashi, although it was mainly his fault. Naruto can say with certainty that the fighting level he showed in this test is at least 10 times that of ordinary ninja school graduates. In other words, the students of the ninja school cannot pass this test of Kakashi teacher. In fact, the facts are just as Naruto expected. When they were taking the test, Irika teacher was looking through Kakashi's records of leading students over the years. As a result, he was surprised to find that Kakashi had not led a single class and eliminated the students assigned to him every year. Third generation, what grudges do these children have against you? If they are assigned to Kakashi, won't it be almost impossible for them to graduate? Iruka asked the third generation in front of him in confusion. The three of them are very special. I want to see what strange reactions Kakashi will have when he is with them. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. I admit that Naruto and Sasuke are indeed very unique students, but what is special about Sakura? She is special in that she is special. Without her, there is no class. The third Hokage looked out the window as if nothing had happened. Iruka thought the third Hokage had some lofty considerations, but it turned out that this old man was so tasteless. So if Naruto and the others are really fooled, what are you going to do, third Hokage? I believe they can do it. The third Hokage showed a sincere look. At the same time, Naruto's brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to defeat teacher Kakashi. I have to say that Jounin does still have two skills. Fortunately, Naruto doesn't have many other skills, but he has many skills. Naruto analyzed and thought for a while, and found that although the Sharingan was powerful, it obviously could not be without burden, and the burden should even be considerable, otherwise the Uchiha people would not be anxious to use the Sharingan. Since this thing has a high load, let's start from this point. The Sun Fist probably won't work. Kakashi suffered the big loss just now and will definitely not give him another chance to use the Sun Fist. But it doesn't matter, Naruto still has many skills. He clenched his fists and secretly shouted in his heart, "Four-body fist." In an instant, there were 3 clones that were exactly like him around Naruto, and each one took away part of his power. However, in contrast, each clone was the same as the original body and was completely indistinguishable. So, Sandaime-sama, you really gave him some tricks, right? Kakashi mistakenly thought that this was the shadow clone technique, and thought that the Sandai secretly taught Naruto. But it seems that this is not over yet, for Naruto's shouted at the same time, multiple after-image fist. In an instant, the 4 Narutos moved at high speed, and many after-images suddenly appeared around them. These after-images were not just visual after-images, they would also make actions similar to attacks, but they did not have entities themselves, they were purely a skill that confuses enemies. In the Dragon Ball world, the role of this skill is very limited, because everyone will learn to sense chi later, so the after-image without chi will not be able to confuse people at all. However, no one here can sense chi. Kakashi's Sharingan has extremely strong dynamic vision, and he can see flaws as long as he is careful. However, Naruto first used the 4-body fist to create multiple entities, and then used the 4 clones to use multiple after-image punch. There are hundreds of after-images plus 4 entities around Kakashi. These 4 entities are constantly playing tricks in the after-images. Although Kakashi can see it, but in this kind of after-image, in this case, the amount of information that the eyes have to process is really too large. Assuming Kakashi was a computer, his cooling fan should have been spinning by now. Kakashi kept observing the surroundings. He thought that after Naruto used this trick to confuse his vision, he would take the opportunity to sneak up and attack him in order to steal his bell. However, Naruto had no such idea at all. He just kept hanging around. Every second it seemed like it was going to rush forward, but every second it didn't. He felt that his eyes were gradually becoming overloaded, and he knew that he could not continue playing like this with Naruto. This kid was very tricky, and even if he was a Jonin, he might be caught accidentally. He immediately decided to fight quickly and started forming seals with his hands, shadow clone technique. In an instant, multiple clones of Kakashi appeared. The clones created by the shadow clone technique were capable of actual combat and had autonomous consciousness. They dispersed and cooperated with each other, directly surrounding Naruto's clones. Just when Kakashi was about to take further action, the alarm clock he placed not far away suddenly rang. Oh! The time is up so soon. Kakashi withdrew the clone and raised the bell in his hand in front of Naruto. The time has come, the game is over, and now it's useless for you to grab the bell. At this time, the alarm clock was still buzzing, so Kakashi had no choice but to hang the bell on his waist, walk to the alarm clock and press it. I would have known better not to buy cheap stuff. This alarm clock is really noisy. He looked up and looked around. Sakura was enjoying a baby-like sleep under the tree, Sasuke was lying peacefully on the ground, and Naruto was sitting on the ground playing with the alarm clock. Alarm clock? Kakashi instantly felt that something was very wrong. The next second, he felt that his hand was suddenly pushed up by a huge object, and then the corner of his clothes was violently pulled, and the bell hanging there was violently pulled away. Come down. He looked down and saw that the alarm clock he had just pressed was clearly Naruto. He suddenly realized that Naruto had been confusing his vision just now. He thought that Naruto wanted to take the opportunity to steal the bell. As a result, Naruto's body had already sneaked back to the alarm clock. Then he should have used the transformation technique to turn into the alarm clock, letting him make the mistake of thinking that the time has come and let your guard down. The moment he let down his guard, Naruto returned to his true form and grabbed the bell directly. You really just graduated. Kakashi was stunned. This is not a tactical combination that a newly graduated student can come up with. It would be good for ordinary students to learn all these skills. It is impossible to use them for fighting. Combo. Moreover, this kid's transformation skills must have been so good, he didn't even notice that there was anything wrong with the alarm clock. Chapter 12. It wasn't until this moment that the real alarm clock rang. The fake alarm clock that Naruto had transformed into sounded just 1 minute before the real alarm clock rang. Kakashi didn't feel there was any problem with the time at all, because the 1-minute error was too small. Naruto picked up the bell and waved it in front of Kakashi, who could only sigh helplessly. You win, both bells are in your hands, and you can have 2 lunches by yourself. But having said that, if Naruto really eats both meals by himself, Kakashi will immediately let the whole class go back to the ninja school to study again, because this kind of team cannot go far in the future. The strongest person only knows how to eat up all the resources by himself. In a cruel actual battle, his teammates will die quickly, and he will be the only one left in the end. Under Kakashi's gaze, Naruto directly opened the 2 lunch boxes at the same time. Just when he was about to be disappointed, Naruto actually put the food next to his 2 teammates. Everyone will be in the same class in the future, and we must take care of each other. Facing Kakashi's gaze, Naruto answered like this. Kakashi was already quite satisfied with this answer, but he still asked, if it was you who didn't grab the bell, do you think they would share the food with you like you did? Of course. Naruto smiled confidently. He knew Sasuke. This person was purely cold-faced but warm-hearted. If Naruto had no food to eat, he would at least share half of it with him as long as he had a mouthful of food. As for Sakura, as long as Sasuke gave, she would definitely give. So Naruto was still very confident in this team. If he was in trouble, Sasuke would definitely help him, and Sasuke helping him meant Sakura would also help him. If Sasuke was in trouble, he and Sakura would definitely help. If Sakura was in trouble, he and Sasuke would not stand idly by. Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Very good, then this team is formed. Starting tomorrow, follow me to the 3rd Hokage to receive tasks. Once you officially become a ninja, you can take commissioned tasks to make money. Ninjas are mercenaries, and they take any business they can get. Assassinating important people or stealing state secrets are generally S-level tasks, and the starting reward is more than 1 million taels. For lower-level tasks, there are also people who act as bodyguards for others or help others to be spies, and they can also earn hundreds of thousands of taels at a time. The task level is about AB. Some villages are close to the mountains and forests and are deeply troubled by wild beasts. In this case, ninjas can also be hired. Generally, tens of thousands of taels to hundreds of thousands of taels can be done, usually C-level tasks. If you are doing a lower job, you can help Aunt Wang find her lost cat, help her collect vegetables from the field, or be a nanny for a day, cook 3 dishes and a soup, etc. Ninjas can also do this kind of work, but the reward is relatively low, only a few thousand to tens of thousands of taels, and the level is also the lowest D level. In short, it's not a problem to make money. Ninjas implement the principle of you get what you pay for. As long as you can afford it, you can do anything, and licking blood on the blade is just a common thing. For example, you are doing a D-level task to help Aunt Wang go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. When you are halfway through digging, she suddenly sees her husband hiding in the ravine with someone else. At this time, Aunt Wang is furious and asks you to blow up the couple with a shuriken detonation talisman. Yes, no problem, but you have to pay more. Of course, this kind of low-quality work is rare. The most common tasks issued by the Hokage's office are usually C-level and D-level tasks, which are miscellaneous tasks. B-level and above are rare. Generally, the Hokage will choose teams with more experience to do this kind of tasks. Naruto's new team can only start from the grassroots level. Kakashi led them to catch rabbits for 3 days, and then dug the ground for 2 days. After working hard for a week, each person got about 20,000 taels. Naruto roughly converted it. If 20,000 taels is converted into the currencies of various countries in the Dragon Ball world, it is about 200,000 yen, more than $1,500 and more than 10,000 RMB. Working for a week and earning $1,500 can be said to have made it through. Sasuke is very dissatisfied with this kind of life, because he feels that doing this kind of tasks all the time will not hone his combat effectiveness at all, and it will even corrupt him and make him farther and farther away from revenge. Naruto was not in a hurry, because this relaxed life was just right for him to practice chi every night, do tasks during the day to relax his body, eat and drink well, practice chi hard at night, and then have a good sleep, which was in line with the secret of Kame Senryu's practice. Seeing that a month had passed, Naruto's popularity in the village was also increasing day by day. Before, the name Uzumaki Naruto was equivalent to the nine-tailed demon fox in the eyes of those who knew him. Everyone looked at Naruto with a little evasiveness, but Naruto himself didn't know about this. Ever since a family hired Naruto as a nanny to cook a meal for their family, his reputation gradually rose, because he was really good at cooking. Not only the taste was good, but the food was also served quickly. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, Naruto could receive such employment every day as soon as he opened his eyes, so that he gradually began to get used to the life of wearing an apron and cooking for people. In this nearly 1 month, Naruto's practice was also very fruitful. He had gradually adapted his body to the use of chi and should have been able to release Kigong attacks. The so-called Kigong attack refers to the skills of condensing and releasing chi, such as Kamehameha, New Kigong Cannon, and Whole Wave. They consume a lot of chi. Sometimes a Kigong attack can drain most of the chi in the body, but the power of this attack is also extremely terrifying. With Naruto's current strength, if he releases Kamehameha, he can probably flatten a street with one shot. It is much more difficult to achieve this destructive power with ninjutsu. Naruto is quite satisfied with this progress, because the training of chi is the most difficult at the beginning. Spend some time to lay a good foundation, and his combat effectiveness will continue to soar year after year. When they were receiving the mission in the hall that day, Sasuke couldn't help but complain to Kakashi, always doing such boring things, I don't feel the meaning. If this goes on, when can we grow up? Kakashi said calmly, but you are still newbies, it's not bad to do some D-level missions to cultivate team awareness. Sasuke was a little annoyed at the time. Naruto gets up every day to go to other people's homes to cook, I follow you every day to dig the ground, Sakura is only catching cats and touching dogs, what kind of team awareness can be cultivated from this? Sasuke was almost going crazy digging the ground. He was a good man of the Uchiha clan, but he was reduced to digging the ground, which was simply a cry for men and women. Since you complain so much, Kakashi, I will assign you a C-level mission. The third generation flipped through a pile of files at hand, and finally found a relatively safe escort mission. Escort Mr. Desna, the master of bridge construction, to the Land of Waves. He is not a confidential person, and the Land of Waves is not a big country. Relatively speaking, this mission is relatively safe. You can take the children out for a walk. Chapter 13. As the third Hokage issued the mission, a smell of alcohol suddenly came from the hall. Everyone followed the smell and found an old man dressed as a farmer holding a bottle of wine, leaning on the doorstep like a drunkard. He looked about 50 years old, and was obviously still strong, but his drunken appearance made people feel decadent. Why are there 3 brats in the team? Can you really take on this mission? From what he said, it was clear that he was the client of this mission, Dasna. The third Hokage waved his hand at him. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Dasna, a famous master of construction and bridge builder. Your mission is to escort him to the land of waves to build a bridge. Escort mission? Since it's sea level, it means that you won't get into trouble, right? Kakashi drooped his eyes and looked lazy. In theory, it's true, but nothing is absolute, and maybe something unexpected will happen. But with you here, as long as there is no conflict with the great ninja village, it should be fine. The third Hokage patted Kakashi on the shoulder. I understand, I'll be careful. Kakashi nodded, and then began to lead Naruto and the others to prepare for departure. Before going out on a mission that requires going out and may encounter danger, the Konoha ninja will carefully check and configure sufficient supplies and equipment. First is the scroll set on the chest, which is similar to a storage pocket. There will be scrolls used in emergency situations. Ninjas can rely on scrolls to release some special ninjutsu. For example, Kakashi stores the scroll of the summoning ninja dog. In addition, scrolls can also be used to record intelligence. When encountering an unexpected event, the ninja will record the intelligence on the scroll as much as possible, and then rely on the summoning beast or other means to bring it back to the village. The second is the waist bag, which will store a certain number of ration pills and ninja tools. The ration pills can be taken during non-combat time. It is like a high-end version of compressed biscuits. It can restore and enhance chakra and fill the stomach. Ninjas carry a certain number of ration pills to ensure that they can maintain sufficient physical strength and chakra in an environment of lack of food and clothing, and carry out high-intensity continuous combat. After ensuring the logistics, Kakashi took the 3 students out of the Konoha gate and set off for the land of waves. The logistics prepared by Kakashi and his team were basically the same, with a variety of ninja tools plus sufficient amount of ration pills or other substitute dry food. While Naruto's was much simpler, he just brought a can of Senzu beans. As long as he had this can of Senzu beans, he could rely on continuous Kamehameha or Shinkegang cannon to blow up the entire country on the other side. As the saying goes, a can of Senzu beans is worth a pack of cigarettes, and Shinkegang cannon can be fired for a day. With Senzu beans, you can really do whatever you want. After walking out of the huge gate of Konoha, the 3 newly promoted genin all showed very novel eyes, because this was the first time they went out to do a mission, and it was to the distant land of waves. Especially Naruto, although he had used instant teleportation to leave Konoha before, this was the first time he walked out of the main gate, and it felt like he had unlocked a new map. He didn't worry about whether the mission was dangerous. As long as the opponent was not so strong that he could kill them all in one encounter, he would always have a way out with Senzu beans in his hand. He could fight with the opponent with Senzu beans when he went forward, or he could teleport back to Konoha when he retreated. Teleportation can reach a place instantly regardless of distance as long as it can sense the chi. In other words, as long as Naruto can still sense the chi of anyone in Konoha village, or the chi of someone or even an animal in the distance, he can use teleportation to get away immediately. As long as he wants to run, no one in the world can stop him. Seeing Naruto's leisurely look, Kakashi couldn't help but remind him, don't be too careless. Although you performed very well in the graduation exam, you must know that there are people who are better than you. There are many ninjas in the world who are better than you. After all, you are a rookie. In the eyes of those ninjas who have experienced hundreds of battles, you are still very young. Kakashi is not exaggerating. He is a person who has really been on the battlefield. He knows how terrible those ninjas who have seen blood are. They are not only powerful, but also will do anything to win. As long as they can win, they will use any despicable means. When Naruto meets them, he will not have the opportunity to use those strange ninjutsu. Naruto nodded, I know this, Kakashi-sensei. He knows this too well. When he was on Namek, he was developed by the elders and practiced hard under King Kai. His normal combat power was 20,000. After opening the highest 10 times King Kai fist at that time, his combat power was 200,000. Looking at the universe at that time, he was considered a hero. But what kind of monsters are the opponents and his teammates? Frieza, the first form is 530,000 normal, and the final form is 120 million. His teammate Piccolo, after assimilating with his own race, directly soared to 1.5 million combat power. According to everyone's statement after he was resurrected by Dragon Ball, Goku became a Super Saiyan at that time, and directly 150 million. Naruto couldn't help crying when he thought of the bloody game against Frieza with 200,000 combat power. Who else in the world can understand that there are people better than people? Who else? In Kakashi's opinion, Naruto seemed to be careless and unruly at the moment, but in fact, Naruto was sensing the surrounding aura, and any hostile aura towards them could not escape his perception, such as the two people hiding in the puddle in front. As soon as he left Konoha village, he sensed that there were two hostile auras secretly spying on them. At first, they just watched from a distance, but later they might have made up their minds to take action, so they ambushed them in advance on the road they had to pass, disguised themselves with ninjutsu, and hid in a small puddle they created. In their opinion, they might have done it perfectly and it was foolproof. But in Naruto's eyes, it was a live broadcast of the whole process, which made people want to scream. Not long after, the small puddle appeared in front of everyone. Naruto was already considering whether to blast it directly with a new Kigong cannon, but after thinking about it, maybe the other party didn't want their lives. Such a rough attack would be bad, which was not very Kame-sen Ryu. At this time, Kakashi seemed to have noticed the small puddle. When passing by there, he glanced at the small puddle as if nothing had happened, and then continued to move forward. At the moment of passing by, the puddle suddenly splashed with fierce water, and two ninjas wearing black robes and carrying strange weapons jumped out of it. It's the enemy. Sasuke suddenly reacted and immediately prepared to fight, but Naruto suddenly shouted, "Sasuke, Kakashi teacher, I'm going to use that amazing move." What? This attracted the attention of the two ninjas. They originally planned to quickly kill Kakashi and eliminate the strongest combat power in the team, but Naruto's shouting made them nervous. What is a stunning move? Kakashi and Sasuke understood it too well. They closed their eyes immediately. Only Sakura, who had not been baptized by the Sun Fist, was still confused. Just as the two ninjas focused their attention on Naruto, he put his hands on both sides of his head and shouted, "Sun Fist!" In an instant, a bright light that blinded the eyes of dogs burst out from him. Ha! The two ninjas and Sakura screamed in pain. Chapter 14. The Sun Fist has a very strong ability to kill at first sight. The two unprepared raiding ninjas covered their eyes and screamed in pain. In addition, there were Sakura and Old Man Dazna who had never seen the Sun Fist. The two felt a flash of light and then fell to the ground and entered a stable deep sleep. "Sasuke!" Naruto called out. Sasuke on the side already knew what he was thinking. The next second after turning his head to avoid the Sun Fist, Sasuke took out several shurikens from his pocket and threw them at the two ninjas who were attacking. The two ninjas with strange clothes and strange weapons felt the sound of breaking wind and subconsciously used their weapons to block in front of them. Unfortunately, they were blinded by the Sun Fist for a short time. How could they accurately block in this situation? Several key parts were blocked by weapons, but their limbs were almost cut by shurikens. Blood flowed down the corners of their clothes. Although it was not a serious injury, it had affected their combat effectiveness to some extent. Ha! Naruto burst into anger instantly, and flew to one of the ninjas with a catapult start, clenched his right fist and punched him with a full-strength straight punch. Although the opponent noticed the attack, Naruto was too fast. The opponent barely raised his weapon to block it in front of him, but he didn't expect that Naruto's fist was blessed with chi, and the power and hardness were terrible. He actually punched a hole in his weapon that was similar to an armor, and a dull sound was blasted in front of his chest. This is because Naruto didn't want to get blood on his hands, otherwise he would definitely be pierced by this punch. Even so, the opponent's internal organs were shattered in an instant. While his eyes widened, his life breath began to dissipate rapidly. Sasuke's side was even simpler. He directly made seals with both hands, fire escape, great fireball technique. The huge fireball was blown by him to the remaining ninja. His temper seemed to be much more irritable than the other one. He had begun to go crazy because of blindness, and frantically grabbed at the air. He didn't notice Sasuke's attack at all. When he felt the burning breath approaching, it was too late. The great fireball engulfed him and burned him to death in the blink of an eye. All this happened in just 10 seconds. Kakashi, the leader, originally planned to use the substitution technique to pretend to be dead and see how the students would perform. He never thought that the other party didn't even touch him at all, and was killed by 2 newly graduated genin in 10 seconds. Strictly speaking, these 2 ninjas are not weak. They should at least be at the level of Chunin, and they are considered old Chunin. If they fight seriously, Naruto should need to use the Nine-Tails Chakra to win. However, Naruto's move is called Sun Fist. It is too weird. Kakashi has never seen this kind of ninjutsu. I don't know if Naruto developed it himself. It can release strong light that can blind people for a short time in an instant. People who are not familiar with this skill will basically be hit. A person with normal vision will be at a loss for a few seconds after suddenly going blind. In the battle of the ninja world, let alone a few seconds, even a flaw of only 1 second is fatal. During the Ninja World War, many ninjas with good strength died at the hands of people who were not as strong as themselves because of the enemy's unexpected attack methods. This was not uncommon. What really concerned Kakashi was Naruto's decisive and ruthless one-hit kill. Sasuke had experienced the night of genocide, and there was a strong hatred in his heart that drove him to do things. Kakashi was not surprised that he could kill people on his first mission. But Naruto has always been very gentle and sunny, and he looks carefree. Kakashi was surprised that he could kill people so decisively on his first mission. It is not strange for a ninja to kill people on his first serious mission, or it can be said to be natural, but basically there will be a process of adaptation, but Naruto seems to be very skilled. At this time, Kakashi already had 3 lingering questions in his heart. Is Naruto evil? Did the Nine-Tails borrow his power? Did the Sandaime give him some special treatment? Naruto's series of strange behaviors are all related to these 3 questions. Kakashi really wants to know the answers to the questions, but unfortunately, except for the third one, which he can find an opportunity to verify with the Sandaime, the first 2 must be discovered by his own observation. In the past month, Kakashi has been thinking over and over again, whether the red aura that Naruto burst out that day was the power of the Nine-Tails. From common sense, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and his strength was not high before. Suddenly, his performance became excellent, and he could use the red aura to multiply his strength. Except for borrowing the power of the Nine-Tails, he can't find any logical explanation. However, the Nine-Tails Chakra is full of hatred and tyranny. As long as that kind of chakra spreads out, it will make people feel uncomfortable all over, but the red aura that Naruto burst out that day did not have this feeling at all. This is what makes Kakashi most puzzled. Could it be that the Nine-Tails had a great enlightenment and changed his mind during the time when it was sealed, so the chakra changed? This seems even more outrageous. There are also a lot of strange taijutsu and ninjutsu used by Naruto, each of which Kakashi has never heard of. He has always suspected that it was the 3rd generation who asked Naruto to practice the forbidden techniques left by the 2nd generation. If those ninjutsu were developed by the 2nd generation but sealed by the 1st generation, it is understandable. It is said that the 2nd generation left a large number of forbidden techniques, but they were basically banned by the 1st generation for various reasons. Too many mysteries linger in Kakashi's mind, but he can only think about these questions by himself and never tell anyone else. As long as he leaks these things, it is likely that the Hokage of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo, will know. Although Danzo is the assistant of the Hokage, he has been openly and secretly against the 3rd Hokage in recent years. The reason is simple. His ideal has always been to become the Hokage. As a result, he lost the position of Hokage that was right in front of him because he was timid and did not dare to take responsibility. After that, he was jealous of Sarutobi Hiruzen who got the position of the 3rd Hokage. Later, when the 3rd Hokage abdicated, he recommended Orochimaru to be the 4th Hokage, intending to make Orochimaru his spokesperson. As a result, the position of the 4th Hokage was finally obtained by Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple Minato Namikaze. On the night of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze died in battle. Danzo once again wanted to seize the position of Hokage, but he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, again. After accumulating so many times, Danzo's obsession with the position of Hokage and his resentment towards Hiruzen Sarutobi and his disciples have long been accumulated beyond measure. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the 3rd Hokage clearly ordered that the secret of Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails be strictly kept. However, this matter was still leaked inexplicably. Not only did many people in the village know about it, but the fact of the Jinchuriki was even added to the story. It became Naruto is the incarnation of the Kyuubi. Although Kakashi had no evidence, he felt that there was no one other than Danzo who could do such a thing, and he was the only one who would be so petty as to have trouble with a child. When the Yondaime-sama was around, he didn't dare to say anything, because the Yondaime was young, in his prime, a hero of the Great Ninja War, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and his own style was extremely popular. Whether he was fighting for upper-level resources or mass base, he is not qualified and can only hide in the dark and chew his handkerchief. After the death of the 4th Hokage, perhaps in order to vent his resentment, he deliberately leaked the secret to disgust the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage's children. Thinking of this, Kakashi could only sigh secretly. He didn't know what Naruto would do if he knew these things in the future. If this kid really turned dark, he would probably want to split Danzo in half. Chapter 15. The ninja who was hit by Naruto died on the spot, while the other was seriously injured by Go Fireball Jutsu and lost the ability to resist. However, he was still breathing and could be interrogated by Kakashi for a few words. Kakashi asked a few questions briefly, checked their equipment and forehead protectors, and finally confirmed, "It seems that they are Chunin from Hidden Kiri village, but I don't know who they are here for." He woke up the unconscious Desna, briefly explained to him what had happened, and then asked him, "Is there anything you want to say?" Desna, who had been pretending to be calm, broke out in a cold sweat. After struggling for a long time, he finally said, "You must be here for me. If you need to fight with ninjas, then the mission level should be raised from C level to at least B level. This will cost extra money." But when it came to adding more money, Desna became a little anxious. "Can we talk about it later? There is really no time left now. So we are going to get C-level remuneration and do B-level work." Kakashi was a little helpless. In this case, it is completely the ninja's freedom whether to continue doing the mission, because in essence, it is DAS-NA breached the contract first and concealed the true situation of the mission. He didn't care, because in fact, the so-called B-level missions were just like that in his eyes. He had even done A-level missions many times. In the more than 20 years since his debut, he has completed more than 400 B-level missions, nearly 300 A-level missions, and even the highest level S-level missions more than 40 times. He has also experienced a cruel ninja war. I have seen so many big scenes that I can't even count them. It doesn't make much difference to him to change a C-level mission into a B-level mission, it's just an extra effort. He turned his inquiring gaze to the 3 little guys in the class. "What are your opinions? Do you want to continue this task?" Naruto was naturally unafraid. "I have no problem. It would be better to say that becoming B-level makes things more interesting for me." Sasuke's opinion was similar. "Fighting with powerful guys made me feel that training is meaningful. I'm almost getting rusty from always staying in the village doing non-heavy work. I'd rather die fighting. On the road, I don't want to rot in a safe village." Sakura wanted to retreat, but seeing that Naruto and Sasuke had already stepped forward bravely, she could only hold it in her heart if she wanted to retreat, and weakly raised her hand, "I'll just follow and see." "Okay then." Kakashi smiled and turned to look at Dejuna, then, "Congratulations, this time it was worth every penny." Not only did Tajuna use C-level money to hire a team of Jonin to help him with B-level tasks, but the team also included the son of the 4th Hokage, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha village, and Uchiha. The last descendant of a clan. This lineup may not be worth more than this in another year. There is another reason why Kakashi is willing to continue taking on the mission, and that is that he also has a weird genin called Naruto in his team. God knows if this kid has any outrageous tricks in his hands. Kakashi really wants to see it. One time, he wouldn't be surprised if Naruto suddenly made a big wave with his hand and blew up everyone and everything on the other side. After all, this guy is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If the Ninetales side is properly managed, it wouldn't be unreasonable to directly reward the opponent with a tailed beast jade. Maybe. But Kakashi really wants to know how Naruto defeated the Ninetales. Using the power of the Ninetales is not an easy task. The previous two Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito and Master Uzumaki Kushin Nato relied on the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and on the premise of firmly suppressing the Ninetales, he pulled it from its body and obtained part of the Ninetales Chakra for use. Why does it seem to be so easy when you get to Naruto? The more mysteries became, the more Kakashi wanted to test Naruto and try to reveal some of the mysteries about him. However, he remained calm on the surface. He just responded after the three expressed their opinions, and then continued to lead the team lazily. On the way forward, Naruto walked up to Dejuna and asked him, "Mr. Dejuna, since we have agreed to complete the mission to the end, I think you should also tell us what this mission is about. Right? Who is hiring ninjas to kill you?" Hearing this, Dezna showed a sad face and said with a grimace, "It's Cardo. He hired people to kill me." Kakashi, who was leading the team in front, couldn't help but look back to confirm, "Kato? Is he the rich man who is ranked among the best in the world?" "That's him. On the surface, that guy is just the boss of a shipping company, but in fact he is a gangster boss. He not only smuggles arms and banned drugs, but also colludes with mafia and rebel ninjas in other countries, and controls many small countries in his own hands." Dezna said angrily, "The wave country where I am is like this. I believe you should have read some information about the wave country before you set off. It is just a poor island country, so poor that there is not even a ninja village. But we were not so poor at the beginning. In the past, we could do some business. Although we were not rich, we could get by. Until Cardo arrived, he used force to monopolize all the markets on the island, and any goods were only we can trade with him. The residents of our island work day and night, but we don't get the corresponding compensation. We can only live in poverty all our lives. Just a while ago, we decided to build a bridge for the Kingdom of Waves to connect it with the outside world, so that we can freely trade with the outside world and our lives can gradually get better. But this will offend Cardo. The completion of the bridge means that his monopoly position will be damaged, so he hired people to kill me. As a last resort, I had to come to Konoha village and hire ninjas to escort me, otherwise I would be killed by him before I could reach the place where the bridge was built." After listening to Dezuna's crying, Naruto couldn't help but touch his head. "My goodness, this is more cruel than the Wolf of Wall Street. How big a street lamp can hang him?" "Street lamp?" Dezuna didn't quite understand this joke. "Nothing, I just wondered what to hang him with." Naruto entered the serious thinking mode. At this time, Kakashi advised, "Naruto, as a ninja, you can't meddle in other people's business. Our mission is to escort Dezuna and ensure his safety in building the bridge. The rest is not our business." "Oh." Naruto agreed, but he was still thinking in his heart, if he found that guy was really so hateful after arriving at the Land of Waves, should he use the transformation technique to become someone else and hang him up, or blow him up with a Kamehameha from 800 miles away? As for resorting to law? Talking about law in this world, Naruto wants to laugh. Chapter 16. After confirming to continue the mission, Kakashi led the team to continue to the Land of Waves. Although the Land of Waves is a country, it actually covers an area of only a small island, and its economy is extremely poor. The distance between the Land of Waves and Konoha is not far, but the two lead very different lives. Naruto is just an orphan in Konoha, without even parents, but he still has a place to live, can enjoy refrigerators, electric lights and other electrical appliances, and has no worries about food and clothing. Except for the lack of companions and loneliness, life is not difficult. However, the people of Wave Country live a life like in ancient times. They can only make a living, and most of their clothes are tattered or worn for several years. The houses they live in are mainly wooden houses. Although everyone lives in the same world, they seem to be in different times. While introducing the customs of his hometown, Dasna rowed a small boat with the boatman to cross the sea. In this season, there is often a thick fog on the sea, and the visibility is very poor. If it is not an experienced boatman, he dare not go out at this time. But today they can take a boat, and it is precisely because of this fog. Because Cardo's men have been monitoring the surroundings of Wave Country and strictly checking the passing personnel, if it is during the day when visibility is very high, they will be immediately discovered by Cardo's men, and then a fierce battle will be inevitable. Today there is a heavy fog, so they can sneak over without being noticed, avoiding a lot of trouble. Kakashi is not afraid of fighting with the opponent. In fact, with the combat effectiveness of his team, as long as the opponent does not have more than one jonin, they can definitely defeat the opponent in one wave. He is just lazy in daily life. He doesn't want to fight if he can avoid it, and he will fish if he can. After all, their mission is to escort Dasna, and the other party has not paid enough money, so he is not very motivated to fight. If the opponent takes the initiative to come to the door, there is nothing we can do, we can only accept it, and by the way, see if Naruto has any other special skills. The boat has been sailing for about an hour, and the outline of a bridge gradually appears in the fog. The bridge looks very modern, but it has just started a short distance. There are many construction vehicles parked on it. The construction site seems to have stopped for a while, which should have been stopped by Cardo. Uncle, you are really capable. Naruto couldn't help but praise the bridge when he saw it. It was really beautifully designed, and the various load-bearing structures were very similar to the modern bridges he saw in the Dragon Ball world. If this bridge is completed, it will definitely be a strong and durable bridge. The Wave Country can use this bridge to exchange what it needs with the outside world and slowly develop the island's economy. Following the bridge inward, it will soon reach the shore, and the town of the Wave Country will begin to appear in sight. The house architecture and structure here are very similar to the ancient water town, with 1- and 2-story wooden houses everywhere, wooden bridges and wooden staircases built by the river, which make a slight creaking sound when stepped on, and the air is filled with the special smell of wet wooden boards. Kakashi was thinking in his mind at this moment, the news that the 2 Choyunin died in the battle should have been sent back to Kato. If he still wants to kill Mr. Dejuna, the next battle should happen now. Moreover, both Choyunin have failed, and he will definitely send out Jounin next. He had no doubt that Cardo had Jonin-level combat power, because ninjas were hired with money. As long as you had money, you could hire very strong ninjas. His teacher Minato Namikaze was one of the most powerful ninjas in the ninja world. The Yellow Flash is frightened, but he is also hired to do various tasks in his spare time. Moreover, the teacher is a man who completes tasks very quickly. Sometimes when there are no A-level tasks, he will also do some B-level and C-level tasks. The person on the other side just jumped out and shouted, "I drove this road and planted this tree." Before he finished speaking, he looked up and said, "Fuck, Yellow Flash. Wow, Golden Legend. Send." However, there are not many characters stronger than Kakashi in the ninja world today, and Kato probably cannot hire a ruthless person who is too strong. When Kakashi was aware of it, Naruto had already sensed a hostile energy not far away. If the prediction is correct, it should be the killer sent by Cardo again. At this time, the opponent was ready to take action. Naruto keenly heard the sound of the weapon breaking, as if the opponent had thrown a large weapon over. Ha! Naruto exploded instantly, flew up, and grabbed the weapon before anyone could react. After catching it, Naruto took a closer look at the weapon. It was a very large machete, nearly as long as a person, and very wide. It required extremely strong arm strength to swing the knife. After touching it for a moment, he knew that this was a top-quality weapon, and it was probably the opponent's favorite knife. Throwing this kind of thing around is such a waste of natural resources. Naruto marveled and put away the sword. At this time, Kakashi and others had already reacted. When faced with that kind of attack, their first reaction was to hide first. How could they imagine that Naruto, a stupid young man, would confiscate the knife directly? The well-informed Kakashi recognized the weapon after taking a quick look, this is, the beheading sword of Kirigakure village? So, this time the opponent is. The next second, a ninja with a forehead protector tied diagonally on his head rushed out of the woods, aiming straight for Naruto. Kakashi, with his quick eyes and quick hands, formed a seal in front of Naruto in 1 second, fire release, high fireball technique. In front of the go fireball jutsu, the other party could only duck and retreat, and Kakashi and the other party also recognized each other's identities at this moment. Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi, a big fish really came this time. Ha ha ha, oh my, isn't this Kirigakure's defected ninja Machi Zabuza? One face to face, you can clearly feel the difference in attitude between the two parties. Zabuza's attitude was very solemn, and he obviously regarded Kakashi as a strong opponent, while Kakashi's attitude was relatively casual, perhaps because he believed that he would not lose to Zabuza. If I'm fighting you, it would be better to use this. Kakashi slowly raised his left eye, which was blocked by his forehead protector. The moment he revealed his left eye, both Sasuke and Sakura were shocked, because it was a 3-Magatama Sharingan. Because Sakura was kicked unconscious by Naruto during the graduation exam, and Sasuke was knocked unconscious by Naruto's Sun Punch, so neither of them knew about Kakashi's Sharingan. The most shocked one was Sasuke, because the Sharingan is the unique blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan. Why does Kakashi also have it? It seems that we are both unlucky, and we met a difficult guy. Zabuza glanced at Kakashi. He knew very well what a terrible opponent Kakashi was, and he did not dare to be careless at all. The seal gesture was used to perform Kirigakure's unique ninjutsu. Ninja technique, Kirigakure technique. The surrounding fog immediately filled up, and the visibility was so low that it was almost impossible to see your fingers. Even the sound seemed to be isolated by the fog, and the surrounding became very quiet. Protect Mr. Tatsuna! Sasuke shouted decisively to several people around him. They are always close to each other, so they can still find each other even in the Kirigakure. However, this Kirigakure technique has no effect on Naruto. As long as you use the ability to sense energy, you can easily find the location of Mamakai Zabuza and several others. At this moment, he could sense that Machi Zabuza was sneaking towards him, probably trying to steal the decapitating sword back. Naruto expressed that he really wanted to scream. Chapter 17. From Naruto's perspective, Mamakai Zabuza tiptoed up to him, and then quietly approached the beheading knife, intending to snatch the knife back. After all, this knife was his great treasure, how could he allow it to fall into the hands of others? My hands are being played with by others. However, just when Zabuza thought his movements were unnoticed, Naruto suddenly turned his head and smiled at him. Even though Zabu had experienced hundreds of battles, he suddenly felt cold sweat at this moment. Masters usually don't panic because of a strong enemy, but they will get nervous because of a weird enemy. Naruto belongs to the latter. Kakashi is obviously leading a genin class. The 3 teenagers next to him are obviously rookie genin. Not to mention seeing through his mist hidden art, they are already excellent in quality if they can stay calm and not drag their feet in the mist hidden art. Because the mist hidden art not only brings visual and auditory pressure, but also has a slight illusion effect, which will increase the psychological pressure of the person being cast. It is useless for masters like Kakashi, but it is very convenient to kill those who are not as strong as themselves. With impaired vision and hearing, and increasing psychological pressure, the opponent generally can no longer judge Zabuza's position, and can only be killed by him silently cutting his throat. However, this kid actually smiled at himself. His smile was definitely not a joke, but he really saw himself. How is this possible? Under the mist hidden art, people's vision is greatly affected. Zabuza can move freely because he is the one who performs the mist hidden art. He can sense the enemy in the mist hidden art, but what's wrong with this kid? But time is urgent. Zabuza knows that the mist hidden art will definitely not delay Kakashi for long. This guy is a tough guy who fought in the Third Ninja World War and has seen the ninjas of the mist hidden art. He can't get an advantage in front of Kakashi. He must attack his students first to make him reveal his flaws, so that he has a chance to kill him. This is the world of ninjas. No matter how powerful you are, you will die if your neck is cut. Zabuza didn't hesitate at all and ran towards Naruto at his fastest speed, intending to take him down as quickly as possible. But at this moment, Naruto made a move that surprised him. He actually threw the beheading sword into the air. The huge beheading sword fluttered in the air, making Zabuza subconsciously look up and wait, because he was worried that Naruto would throw it down and hit him. Being hit by that thing was no joke. But at the moment he looked up, Naruto used teleportation. When Naruto needs to search for a target outside the field of vision, he needs to put 2 fingers on his forehead, which is the action of searching for chi. If the object of teleportation is right in front of him, he can teleport directly without forward shaking. In an instant, Naruto teleported directly in front of Zabuza, and then a red wave of chi burst out from his body, Kai Wang Ken, triple. His speed and strength increased directly to 3 times, and he punched Zabuza's abdomen fiercely. With a dull punch, Zabuza suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he stepped back several steps, his eyes bulging with bloodshot. There's something wrong with these guys. Zabuza grew up in the cruel environment of Kirigakure, and was trained as a killing machine since childhood. During the training process, he had already adapted to all kinds of pain, so even if he was hit hard, he did not immediately lose the ability to resist. He stared at Naruto, realizing that there must be something wrong with this kid. His move just now was definitely not just speed, but some kind of teleportation. Yellow hair, teleportation like speed, could it be? Zabuza immediately dispelled the absurd idea in his mind. He just remembered the famous Konoha yellow flash during the Third Ninja World War, Minato Namikaze. That guy also had yellow hair and teleportation skills, and his speed was terrifying. Being his enemy was the most terrible thing, because as long as you were accidentally marked by him during the fight, it would basically be equal to death. The person who was marked could not detect it, and just when he thought he had escaped successfully, he suddenly teleported along the mark and stabbed his throat with a knife. What was even more terrifying was that the person who thought he was fine returned to the barracks, but the guy followed him directly to the barracks and killed everyone in the barracks. Because of this, there was a widely circulated saying at that time, if you encounter a yellow flash, you can just give up the mission and run away. It was not a big deal for the ninja to be killed, but that guy could follow the ninja back to the barracks or even the secret base, which was too scary. Therefore, he must not be fought with. Once touched, the whole team might be pitted. At that time, Zabuza was just a child. Although he had been trained to be a killing weapon, he had not yet entered the front battlefield, so he had not personally witnessed the horror of the yellow flash. But today, he seemed to be able to feel it a little. In just a moment of trance, a yellow-haired guy teleported in front of him and punched him so hard that he almost lost his ability to resist. If this guy had killed him and stabbed him with a kunai, he would be in great danger. If both sides were ready to fight, it would be difficult for Naruto to fight a Jonin, but Naruto's moves were too strange for the ninja world. It was difficult for ninjas to prevent his moves because he did not need to make hand seals and often had no preparatory actions. It can be said that Naruto is a player with a strong ability to kill at first sight. Whether it is the Taiyang fist, instant movement, or the Kyo fist, he can make the opponent who meets for the first time suffer. Just as Zabuza was hesitating whether to continue fighting, Naruto's expression moved and he felt another aura appearing nearby. As for the owner of that aura, Naruto could not tell whether it was an enemy or a friend, because that aura was very pure and did not look like a vicious person. Has a third party appeared? Naruto began to pay attention to the movement of the energy, while Zabuza had already started fighting with Kakashi. Kakashi had already noticed Zabuza's movement as early as the moment he attacked Naruto, but before Kakashi set out to rescue him, Naruto showed a skill that shocked Kakashi again. Is that the teacher's Flying Thunder God? The scene just now was hard not to remind people of Flying Thunder God, because it was really too similar. A yellow-haired boy moved to the enemy's side in an instant and launched an unexpected surprise attack. This boy happened to be the son of Minato Namikaze, and it seemed not incomprehensible that he inherited his secret skills. Naruto could learn Flying Thunder God, which was already an extremely incredible thing in Kakashi's eyes. Even if the third-generation master gave him special treatment, he couldn't teach him to this extent, right? Could it be that the teacher sealed part of his chakra in Naruto's body before his death and left his inheritance to Naruto? In an instant, Kakashi felt that he understood. This must be the case, so Naruto made such rapid progress all of a sudden, and he must have inherited the teacher's knowledge. However, if Naruto had seen the chakra left by the teacher, wouldn't he have known his life experience? Chapter 18. It is indeed surprising that Naruto has learned Flying Thunder God at this age, but it does not seem to be impossible in the ninja world. At least among the geniuses that Kakashi has seen personally, there is more than one person who can do it. He stopped thinking and focused on the battle with Zabuza. Zabuza, who had just been hit hard by Naruto, had already lost his fighting power. It was almost impossible for him to fight Kakashi in a hand-to-hand fight. In his current situation, he would be defeated in less than 10 moves if he fought with Kakashi. He immediately retreated and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. Kakashi's Sharingan also accurately captured Zabuza Momochi's hand seals and copied his ninjutsu almost to the second. Joshen Mao Zi Haiyu. Ren Zi Haiyu. The ninjutsu they performed was extremely complicated. They formed hand seals 44 times in a row. The hand speed of forming hand seals was also extremely terrifying. Just by looking at the hand speed, you can feel the difference between Jonin and Genin. In the time it took them to form hand seals 44 times, ordinary Genin might not even be able to make a fireball. When the last seal was completed, the two shouted in unison, "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." 2 huge water dragons flew out of the small river beside them at the same time, collided in mid-air, and turned into a torrential rain. The huge water flow alone almost made the Genin-level ninja unable to stand. After the water dragon bullets collided, Zabuza continued to perform ninjutsu, but he was shocked to find that no matter what he did, Kakashi could make the same move at the same time, without a second difference. No matter what moves he used, he could only exchange with the same moves used by Kakashi. Even a look or a small move of his, Kakashi could perfectly replicate it. Damn, why is this guy always? Damn, why is this guy always imitating me? Kakashi actually said what Zabuza was thinking. Zabuza was already terrified at this moment, thinking that are all the ninjas in Konoha monsters? He was gradually beginning to panic, because no matter what he did, it would be copied, and he couldn't find a chance to fight back. The wound on his abdomen was getting more and more painful. He must have injured his internal organs just now, and he had to rest well. If he continued to fight like this, he would die here. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Zabuza simply fought to the death, directly betting on most of the remaining chakra, and decided to perform a large-scale ninjutsu. Tiger Joshen. He had just completed half of the seal, and when he looked up, he found a shocking scene. Kakashi had already completed the last 2 seals, and completed the ultimate move he intended to release, water style, waterfall technique before him. Impossible, he just copied my movements at most, why is he faster than me? There was no time for Zabuza to think, Kakashi's waterfall technique had already swept over him. Although it was called the waterfall technique, in a limited space, the damage to the person being cast was completely at the level of a tsunami. Zabuza was knocked out by the steel-like water flow without any resistance, and directly broke the nearby tree. As the tree slowly fell, Zabuza struggled to stand up, but he felt severe pain all over his body, as if his bones were damaged. Damn! I have to die here today. Zabuza seemed to have accepted his fate. Kakashi slowly approached, intending to finish off the opponent, but at the same time, Naruto felt the air that had been watching move. With 2 whooshes, the sharp senbon broke through the air and directly pierced Zabuza's neck. The latter opened his eyes and struggled twice, then fell to the ground. Kakashi stepped forward to confirm and found that Zabuza's breathing and heartbeat had stopped, and his body temperature began to drop at a weak rate. "This guy is dead," he said in a deep voice. Then, Kakashi looked up at the source of the senbon, a masked boy standing on a branch. This mask. Kakashi recognized the symbol on the mask, which was the symbol of the Mist Village Ninja Pursuit Team. Zabuza is a rebel ninja from the hidden Mist Village, so it is normal for him to be hunted by the ninja hunting team, but the timing of this guy's attack is a bit too clever. As if to dispel Kakashi's doubts, the other party took the initiative to jump down from the branch and introduced himself in front of Kakashi. You are a ninja from Konoha village, thank you very much, otherwise it would be difficult for me to kill Zabuza with my ability. So, you are indeed a member of the Hidden Mist Ninja Hunting Team. Kakashi looked at him thoughtfully. The so-called Ninja Hunting Team is a special force responsible for cleaning up the bodies of the ninjas of the village and killing those rebel ninjas. The ninjas of the village often have the mysteries of each ninja village's unique ninjutsu, or some important information. Once the bodies are obtained by the enemy, it is easy for other ninja villages to learn the information. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village has a special ninja hunting team responsible for cleaning up the bodies, hunting down rebel ninjas, and preventing secrets from being leaked. From the sound, the other party is just a child of the same age as Naruto and Sasuke. It was precisely this point that made Kakashi believe in the other party. Because Kirigakure is such a place, it will train children to become killing machines very early. Although each ninja village will train ninjas from a young age, Kirigakure is an extremely extreme one. After Naruto and Sasuke became ninjas, they had old-fashioned ninjas like Kakashi to lead them. They could grow up in a relatively safe and reliable environment. Whether it was the first time to see blood, or to be familiar with the process of doing tasks, or any other qualities of ninjas, there were ninjas to cover them. Kirigakure did not have such good benefits. Naruto and his friends only needed to test a few ninjutsu to graduate from the ninja school, while Kirigakure's graduation exam was, to kill their classmates. Everyone must kill at least one classmate to graduate. 10 years ago, this exam was unlimited, and you could kill as many classmates as you wanted, which led to the appearance of a monster. In the graduation exam 10 years ago, there was a killer who killed all the graduates by himself. In other words, all the friends who had eaten from the same pot with him and talked about dreams and life plans with him were killed by him without leaving a single one. The most terrifying thing about this exam is that the students are completely unaware before facing the exam. When the graduation exam comes, they will be extremely shocked and then at a loss. Among them, those who are the first to be aware will kill those who can't bear to do it, or who are simply confused. Those are the ones that Kirigakure thinks need to be eliminated. Because of this, the monster 10 years ago was particularly terrifying, because after he learned the content of the exam, he did not hesitate to kill all the classmates in the shortest time, and no one knew what was in his head. Since then, the content of the Kirigakure exam has changed, and it has become a 2-on-2 match. You only need to kill the person you are paired with, so as not to train a class of students with great effort, but in the end only one is alive. But it just so happens that the guy who killed all his classmates 10 years ago was actually Zabuza, who was lying on the ground without a sound. The Kirigakure ninja in front of him was a teenager, which was in line with the nature of Kirigakure. They liked to use young soldiers the most. In their words, teenagers of this age were the least afraid of death and were the most suitable to be used as weapons. The Kirigakure ninja picked up Zabuza's body and bowed to the few people in a friendly manner. Thank you for your assistance. If you don't have any special needs, I will take his body away. A traitorous ninja at the level of a jonin has too many secrets on him. I must get rid of him. Please forgive me. After that, the boy made a simple seal, and he and Zabuza's body disappeared from the spot together. Instant body technique? Kirigakure is really full of talents. Kakashi recognized the skill that the boy just performed. There are also differences between instant body techniques. Most instant body techniques actually just use secret techniques to greatly increase speed in a short period of time, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. This instant body technique is not very strong in the eyes of experts, and the movement trajectory can be captured. The scary thing is the instant body technique like Flying Thunder God, which is already a time-space ninjutsu. The caster will instantly teleport from one place to another, without any movement trajectory, and there is no way to predict. No one knows where he will appear. After confirming that the battle was over, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly pulled down the forehead protector to cover his left eye. At the same time, his body felt extremely tired. He was not a member of the Uchiha clan, and using the 3 Magatama Sharingan was too much of a burden for him. He turned around and found that Naruto was staring at the place where the boy from the hidden mist village disappeared, with a strange expression. Is there any problem? Naruto. Kakashi felt that Naruto seemed to have seen something wrong. However, Naruto just shook his head, nothing, I just think he should be pretty. Kakashi didn't expect to get such an answer, shook his head helplessly, picked up his luggage and continued on his way. Naruto did see some problems, because Zabuza was not really dead, his chi did not disappear, but was weakened, which proved that he was in a state of suspended animation and was not completely dead. The boy was so eager to take him away, perhaps to save him. However, even if he was rescued, with Zabuza's injuries, it would be impossible for him to have any decent combat power in a short time. The reason why Naruto didn't expose it was because he was very curious about the boy. Logically speaking, he and Zabuza were accomplices, and his chi should be as murderous as Zabuza, but his chi was unexpectedly pure, not like a killer at all. Naruto has been locking on the boy's chi. He plans to meet the boy at night to see who this guy is. Chapter 19. After solving Zabuza's threat, the group arrived at Desna's house smoothly. Desna is indeed a good master of architecture. His house is built by the water. He built a 2-story building with wood. Sitting in front of the windowsill upstairs, you can see the sea. This kind of building is estimated to be a very expensive sea view house in the future. When Naruto walked into the house, there was a black-haired woman in her 20s or 30s cleaning inside. If it was not unexpected, she should be the daughter that Desna often mentioned on the road, Tsunami. Who are you? At first she was a little confused and even alert, but when Desna walked into the house, she immediately let go of her guard and threw herself into the arms of her old father. Dad, you are finally back. No wonder she was so excited. Desna even had to go to the world's top ninja village, Konoha village, to hire ninjas to protect him on this journey. Anyone would have thought that he must have experienced many dangers before this. Perhaps the people of Wave Country didn't expect him to dare to come back, because anyone who knew the local situation would understand that if Desna came back, he would definitely die on the road or in Wave Country. Desna patted his daughter's back gently, smiled and said that he had returned safely and hired Konoha's ninja to protect him. Hey, Konoha's ninja! Tsunami immediately began to look at the group of people curiously. The Land of Waves is a remote country without even a ninja. Ninjas are just legends to them. Kato had never hired ninjas before, and conquered the country with only samurai and gangsters. Later, he hired the Ghost Brothers and Zabuza from the Hidden Mist village because he heard that Desna had hired ninjas in Konoha. After comforting his daughter, Desna simply cleaned up the house, made room for a few people to rest, and said that he would start repairing the bridge soon, so that Kakashi and the others could rest here for a few more days. I say, Mr. Kakashi, isn't our mission just to escort him back to the Land of Waves? Do we have to wait until the bridge is repaired? Sakura whispered in Kakashi's ear. I'll pay more. Desna said without hesitation. Oh, if you pay more, you can extend the mission period. Kakashi agreed with his eyelids drooping. But the money has to be paid after the bridge is repaired, because the funds for bridge repair are also tight. Desna added slowly. A blank check, right? Kakashi couldn't help but feel ashamed. Why is it a blank check? Look at how beautiful our bridge is. After it is completed, it will definitely attract many outsiders. When we make money here, we can pay you several times the salary. Desna began to fool a few people. Ah! Kakashi naturally knew that Desna was fooling them to stay, but he turned his head and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. It seemed that these two guys were going out so far for the first time, and they seemed to want to meddle in the affairs here. Only Sakura seemed to want to return to the village quickly, but Kakashi wanted her to stay with her for a while. She couldn't become a ninja if she always stayed in the village. She had to experience more things. Kakashi decided to take these children here for a while. They would probably face a lot of troubles in the future. It would be good to let these children see the world. With him watching them, nothing would go wrong. Okay, we'll stay for a few more days. Kakashi agreed, looking listless. Teacher, did you not sleep well? Sakura noticed Kakashi's fatigue. Sharinan is a bit of a burden on the body, I need to rest well. Kakashi yawned. I'll go cook now, everyone go to the room to rest after dinner. Tsunami volunteered to walk into the kitchen. She naturally knew the significance of these people staying. They were Konoha's ninjas, much stronger than the samurai and gangsters under Cardo. As long as they were there, Cardo could not do anything to them. This was the amulet of their wave country. Thinking of this, Tsunami gritted her teeth and took out all the eggs in the cabinet to fry tamagoyaki. The aroma of tamagoyaki gradually wafted, and Tsunami suddenly felt her mouth watering. She hadn't eaten tamagoyaki for a long time. In the past, life in wave country was not rich, but basic food and clothing were still no problem. The family could eat meat once in a while, and eggs were not too rare. It was no problem to eat every 3 or 5 days. But even such a life could not be maintained after Kato came. Everything in the local area was monopolized by him. The living standards of residents began to decline. Meat almost disappeared from the table, the types of vegetables became fewer and fewer, and eggs became increasingly rare. Originally, it was close to the sea, and there were many rivers and lakes in the wave country, where some fish and shrimp could be caught for eating. However, shrimp was easy to say. If you want to cook fish to be edible, you need a lot of cooking oil and seasonings, but these things are now limited resources. Tsunami felt very uncomfortable. The living standards pursued by everyone in the wave country were obviously not high. As long as they could have vegetables to eat and occasionally eat meat, everyone was very satisfied. But why should such a life be taken away by others? She secretly wiped her tears in the kitchen, brought out a few bowls of noodles and a plate of tamagoyaki, as well as some simple side dishes. Forgive us, we have limited supplies here, and we really can't come up with anything better to entertain you. It doesn't matter, it's already very good. Kakashi knew the situation in the wave country, and he was not picky. He pulled off the mask with one hand and started eating. However, he had to cover his face with his hands while eating, which broke the idea of several people wanting to see what he looked like under the mask. In Kakashi's words, masters always have to maintain a sense of mystery. After the meal, Tsunami called out a child from the room. He looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a fisherman's hat, and looked at everyone with a timid look. Tsunami took the initiative to introduce, "This is my son, Inari. He is shy, please don't be surprised." Inari sat at the table, just looking at several people, and didn't say anything until Tsunami urged him to pick up the bowl and started eating. He ate very hard. A bowl of noodles with oil seemed to be a delicacy in his eyes. His little mouth quickly finished a bowl of noodles. He looked up at his mother, but the latter shook her head imperceptibly, with a bitter look on her face. Naruto seemed to understand something when he saw this scene. He turned around and looked through his bag, took out a can of beef from a Konoha store, and easily tore open the tin ring on it. Suddenly, a meaty aroma filled the room. To be honest, this kind of canned meat is not popular in Konoha, because everyone basically eats fresh meat, and canned meat is very salty, which is not very suitable for everyone's taste. However, in the country of waves, which lacks meat and seasonings, this salty canned meat made the family of 3 swallow their saliva quietly. "Here." Naruto handed the can to Inari. Inari swallowed hard, but when he looked up at his grandfather Desna and his mother Tsunami, he shook his head and pushed the can back. The Konoha ninjas in front of him will be their amulets next. If there are any good things, they should be given priority to eat to maintain their physical strength. They will have to rely on these people next, so how can they eat their food? Naruto didn't say anything, but stood up with chopsticks and put the canned meat in the bowls of the 3 of them without any discussion, and the largest portion was given to Inari. "Children will not grow up if they don't eat some meat," Naruto said with a smile. Watching Inari burying her head in big mouthfuls of salty canned beef, Naruto felt a little depressed. A can of meat was sold for 150 taels in the Konoha store. He could earn hundreds of cans by helping others dig taro in an afternoon. Eating half a can of this stuff would make people choke, but in the land of waves, it was a delicacy that ordinary people dared not even think about. "Cardo, just wait and I will make you die miserably." Chapter 20. After dinner, the Daijuna family left first so as not to disturb Naruto and the rest. Although they are the hosts, they are acting as reserved as guests at this moment. It seems that they are really worried that these ninjas will leave due to poor hospitality. Since the number of rooms in Tatsuna's house was limited, Kakashi arranged one room on the first floor, Sakura arranged one room, Naruto and Sasuke arranged one room in the attic, and the remaining 3 members of their family lived in a room on the second floor. This is just enough to live in. Why should I go with this guy? Sasuke pointed at Naruto with some dissatisfaction. If Sasuke doesn't want to be with Naruto, it's not like I can't. Sakura looked at Sasuke expectantly. I'd better share a room with Naruto. Sasuke's face darkened and he got into the room. The 2 of them got into their own beds. The bedding had a unique smell that had just been taken out of the cupboard. Tsunami probably didn't expect so many people to come to the house, so she didn't have time to wash it. Fortunately, the 2 of them were not coddled, and they didn't feel anything wrong sleeping in it. It was just the first time for Sasuke to sleep in the same room with someone other than his family, so he was a little uncomfortable with it. In the middle of the night, Naruto quietly got up and wanted to sneak out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got up, he heard Sasuke's voice from behind, "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" "I'm going to use the bathroom." Naruto lied to him without blushing. Sasuke turned his head and lay down to sleep again. Naruto felt relieved and quietly slipped out of the house. He carefully sensed the chi of the people in the room. After confirming that they were all asleep, he put his fingers on his forehead and sensed the chi of the boy during the day. As expected, his location was not far from Naruto. It was also within the Kingdom of Waves, and seemed to be in the city area. "Let me meet you." Naturally, it was impossible for Naruto to pass by in his original appearance, as that would easily cause trouble, so he decided to use the transformation technique to pass by in the form of a good brother. The images of many companions flashed through his mind, and he finally decided to persecute his good brother Wukong. With a bang, Naruto used the transformation technique to become a passing Senju who was 178 centimeters tall, wearing a Kame Senryu martial arts uniform and with an exaggerated hairstyle. Humph, this body is indeed very useful. Naruto smiled like Black Goku at this time. After using the transformation technique, the voice will automatically switch to the voice of the person being imitated. In addition, after mastering the Dragon Ball transformation technique, there are almost no flaws. Naruto confidently used teleportation to fly over. At the same time, during the day, the Kirigakure boy was taking good care of Momokai Zabuza, who had just recovered from suspended animation. Although Zabuza escaped, he was seriously injured after all. Even with his jounin physique, he would need about a week to recover. During this time, the Kirigakure boy was responsible for taking good care of him. "Hiss, it hurt so much from that guy's beating, and so did you. Bye. Kyanbon hit her so hard that I felt like others could almost see the scenery across the street from my neck." He was wrapped up all over his body. The bandaged Zabuza lay on the hospital bed and muttered. In their line of work, injuries are very common, but injuries this serious are rare, because most people who have been injured to this degree have been sent. "Zabuza-sama, there is nothing we can do about this. The person opposite is Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi. If I don't act more ruthlessly, how can I possibly bring you back?" The Kirigakure boy known as Shiro smiled at Zabuza. "Cut the medicine." At this time, he had taken off his mask, and underneath it was a face as beautiful as a woman's. The Adam's apple of a boy at this age has not yet developed, so it is really difficult to tell the difference between male and female for such a handsome boy. "When I get the money, I will kill this bastard Kato." Zabuza gritted his teeth when he mentioned his employer. When he was carried back in the afternoon, Kato taunted him a lot and even wanted to harm him for a while. Fortunately, Shiro was by his side, so they didn't dare to take action. Otherwise, Zabuza would have to drag his body with a knife to give him a knife. He had secretly decided to kill the bastard Kato with his backhand after completing the task and getting the reward. Being employed by Kato was purely helpless. Although Zabuza was a jonin, he had already betrayed the ninja village. Losing the support of the ninja village meant that the ninja village was missing as a platform for dispatching orders. There was no way, no matter how strong a person was, he still had to eat, not to mention that Zabuza had a brat like Shiro around him, so he could only take Shiro to do dirty work to make money. Fortunately, they were familiar with this business since they were born in Kirigakure. The work was easy and familiar, and the pay from one order was enough for them to live happily for a while. I was hired by Kato this time because he gave me too much. As the world's top rich man, Kato is stingy, and the reward he gives is enough to last the rest of Zabuza and Bai Xiaoyao's lives. This is why the two of them still refuse to give up the mission even though they know that the opponent is Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi. Give it a try, and if you win, you will have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life. To describe the current state of Zabuza and Haku in one word, gambler might not be the right word, so the only word to describe it is betrayer. Just as Zabuza was cursing, his and Shiro's pupils suddenly shrank in unison, and Shiro instantly pointed a handful of senbon to the position behind him. After hearing a few jingling sounds, Qianben was thrown to the ground by the energy surrounding the opponent's body. Although you are a killer, you should not be so murderous. It is too rude to attack without even asking what the other party is here for. The two turned their heads and saw that a man in an orange martial arts uniform appeared in the room. It was Naruto's good brother Gaku who used the transformation technique. Who are you? Bai immediately protected Zabuza, holding the senbon tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any time. My name is Kakarote. The man in the orange martial arts uniform found a sofa in the room and sat down, then looked at Zabuza. You are really badly injured. Isn't it completely impossible to beat the Konoha ninja? It's just a moment of carelessness. Zabuza defended angrily. Can the word carelessness also be used in the world of ninjas? This shouldn't be said by a senior ninja. Kakarote looked at him and smiled sarcastically. Tell us your purpose, otherwise we should take action. Hearing that the other party offended Zabuza, Bai's anger has begun to rise. As for the purpose, there is no purpose, just come to take a look. Then stay. Bai rushed over instantly. Your chi is very pure, but you are so anxious at this time. Is it because you care too much about the person behind you? Kakarote sat on the sofa and had no intention of dodging, but before Bai stabbed him, he disappeared with the sofa. The next second, Kakarote's voice sounded in the opposite direction. If you look at it this way, if you two insist on doing this commission, you will only die here in the end. Bai turned around and was shocked to find that Kakarote was sitting at the other end of the room, still sitting on the sofa, without even changing his posture. Who is this guy? Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Chapter 21. Compared to my identity, what is more curious is your purpose. Why do you work for Kato? Asked Naruto disguised as Kakarote. Zabuza, who was lying on the bed, barely supported his body and sneered, you asked such an idiotic question. I don't know how to answer you. Do ninjas accept commissions for other purposes besides money? You can't get the money. Kakarote said firmly. What do you mean? Do you mean that old man Kato will default on his debt? Zabuza frowned. No, I mean, you won't live to get the money, and of course, Kato won't live either. Kakarote stood up and showed us an evil smile. Humph, unreasonable, you are a helper of the Konoha group, right? If you want to do it now. Zabuza has gradually realized that the guy in front of him may have a relationship with the Konoha group. Now he is seriously injured, and Bai seems to have a hard time dealing with this guy. If he really wants to do it here, he and Bai may die here. If I just wanted to kill you, you would be gone now. Kakarote smiled evilly, condensed a gas bomb in his hand, and instantly flew out of the window and flew to the barren mountain in the distance. A moment later, there was a violent explosion there, with a lot of noise, as if a huge gunpowder bag was ignited. Just do this to the place where you rest, or a few more times, and you can leave this beautiful world in your sleep. Let people leave without pain, I am very gentle, right? Although Kakarote was smiling, Zabuza and Bai felt cold all over. From here to the barren mountain, there is at least a distance of more than 3 kilometers. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot achieve this distance attack at all. Maybe it can be prevented or avoided in person, but no matter how powerful the ninja is, it is impossible to guard against this distance attack every minute and every second. What do you want? Zabuza is already a little timid. If he is in perfect condition, he will consider going up to fight with the opponent now, but he can't fight like that in his current state, and Bai doesn't seem to be the opponent of the opponent at all. You ask me what I want? The answer is very simple. Don't you want money? I can provide you with a long-term meal ticket. Ever since Dasna told him about the current situation of the Wave Country, Naruto has been thinking about how to completely get the Wave Country out of its current predicament. It would be very simple to simply defeat Cardo. Naruto can now fly to Cardo's house and chop off his dog head with one knife. But then what? Cardo died, the bridge was repaired, Naruto and his team completed their mission and left. It seemed that everything was perfect. But there is no ninja village in the Wave Country. After Cardo died, any guy who could afford to hire Ronin samurai or gangsters could crush the people here again. At that time, everything would return to the starting point, and it would be the same whether they had come here or not. Naruto was not full of kindness, but he had decided to change this place after returning to the ninja world. He used to think he was very pitiful, without a father or a mother, and had a difficult life. But after coming back, looking at the world from a new perspective, Naruto found that he was even living a better life. After the Third Ninja War and the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha was completely a place rich in orphans. There are a lot of children without parents, and those orphans don't even have high pensions and single-family houses like him and Sasuke. He looked through various books on Konoha and found that Konoha was even considered a better place. Throughout the ninja world, ninjas with both parents are considered rare. Most of them have either become orphans or are on the road to becoming orphans. In some extreme places, like Kirigakure village, children as young as 10 years old have to learn to kill. During the Ninja World War, children under 10 years old can also be sent to the battlefield. They are even considered lucky to grow up as orphans. Naruto could not accept that he lived in such a world, nor could he accept that future children would be born in such a place again, so when Kakashi asked everyone about their ideals during the graduation exam, he replied to Kakashi, "I want to end it. This troubled time." This is not a momentary passion of a young man, but the life goal he has planned for himself after becoming a man for the second time. Changing the ninja world is definitely not something that one person can do. No matter how violent the person is, he can only make others surrender, but cannot truly change the world. Maybe when he is around, the world is peaceful, but once he is gone, the world will immediately rebound and set off an even greater bloody storm. If he wants to change the world, he must have enough people to support him and enough people to recognize him, that is, he must have a sufficient mass base. In this way, when one day in the future his power are strong enough, he can raise his arms and make the world follow him, and truly change the world. If you try to change things without a mass base, you can easily turn yourself into a terrorist. Therefore, he will come here tonight. You said long-term meal ticket? What does that mean? Zabuza was intrigued by Naruto's proposal. The reason why you even accept orders from Kato, who you are frustrated with, is simply because you lost Ninja Village and no platform to accept orders, but you need money, right? That's bullshit. I want to hear where your long-term meal tickets are. Since there is no platform, why don't you build one yourself? You're kidding, did you just build this thing as soon as you said it was built? Zabuza thought this person was really crazy. Where there is demand, there is a market. In the Kingdom of Waves, once the bridge is built, their economy will develop rapidly. By then, there will be many outsiders, and there will be a mixture of fish and dragons. However, in the country of waves, there are no ninjas and samurai to protect themselves. Do you think there will be a lot of defense needs at this time? You mean, let me be the bodyguard of the Kingdom of Waves? It's just business. Kakarote smiled slightly. I don't have this idea at the moment. Zabuza couldn't accept this proposal. However, Kakarote still looked confident of winning. It doesn't matter, you will soon be wishing for this. As he said that, he glanced meaningfully at Bai, who was still wary of him. The latter was slightly stunned, not understanding what he meant. "I will come to you again when the time is right, and you will be grateful to me then." Kakarote disappeared in an instant. Disappeared, another guy who can use the teleportation technique. Zabuza felt that the world was really going to change a lot. Every genin in Konoha could use the teleportation technique, and that guy just now could do it too. Moreover, what they used was not the pseudo-teleportation technique that accelerated movement, but the time and space ninjutsu. True instant body technique. He said I would be grateful to him. What did he mean? If I don't behead my head again, I feel that my brain is starting to run out. At the Tatsuna family's residence, Naruto teleported back, restored his original appearance, and then tiptoed into the room. "Are you constipated? You've been gone for so long." Sasuke's voice sounded faintly. "Hey, you don't sleep? Sasuke." Naruto was startled. When he left, he remembered sensing that Sasuke had fallen asleep, but he didn't expect that he would wake up again. "I don't sleep well." Sasuke still had cold sweat on his face, as if he had woken up from a nightmare. Chapter 22. Waking up from nightmares was a common occurrence for Sasuke. There was no other reason. The tragedy that happened many years ago was more horrifying than a nightmare, and it really brought a huge psychological shadow to him. That day, he went home as usual, only to find that the Uchiha clan's residence was dark. Everyone seemed to have made an appointment to go to bed early, and the whole village was silent. He felt something was wrong and hurriedly checked around, only to find the corpses of the Uchiha clan everywhere. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inari, and Uchiha Teka, who worked in the police department, fell at the door and died very tragically. From the ferocious expressions on their faces, one can see the strong unwillingness before death. Immediately afterwards, he walked into the village and saw the corpses of more and more tribesmen. Not only the adults in the security department, but also the women and children in their families. At the door of a house that was ajar, Sasuke vaguely remembered that the woman who was his aunt was lying in a pool of blood. Her arm was no longer on her body. If she looked up and looked to the side, she could see that her arm was still in a tight hug. His arms fell aside. As for the thing she was holding tightly, it was probably her baby who was just born and was always held in her arms to bask in the sun. She must have encountered something terrible, and then she hugged the child tightly and tried to escape, but the thing chased her from behind and killed her. Because she was holding the child tightly and refused to let go until she died, the other party cut off her arm, snatched the baby from her arms, and then Sasuke saw the baby thrown to death in the bushes. Many families in the village had experienced similar things. Many people's homes were very messy, with signs of rummaging everywhere. Many children died in the opened cabinets or even the toilet. The murderer must have spent a lot of time to find them one by one, and then killed them one by one as if reading a list. The person who killed them must be very familiar with this place, otherwise it would be impossible to kill so cleanly. There must be some omissions. Uchiha is a big family in Konoha. Counting ordinary people without talent in the family, there are hundreds of people, but tonight they died cleanly along with the baby. Sasuke was swallowed by huge fear in his heart during his return home. Not only the combatants, but also ordinary people who opened shops, such as Uchiha Tesho and Uchiha Jing, who had no fighting power, were slaughtered, and the whole village was filled with the smell of blood. So what about his parents? How are his parents? He ran home in panic, but only saw the fallen bodies of his parents in the living room, and the only Uchiha clan member who was still alive except him, his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke was not surprised to see his brother was still alive, because his brother was holding a bloody knife in his hand, which seemed to mean that the death of his parents and even the death of his clan members were inseparable from his brother. That night, Uchiha Itachi showed a Sharingan that Sasuke had never seen before. He called it the Mangekyo Sharingan, and said that he killed all his clan members just to get this power. Sasuke didn't understand why, and his brother used his new ability Moon Reading to teach him a lesson. That was a magic that only the Mangekyo Sharingan could have. The consciousness of the person being cast would be dragged into the magic space, where 24 hours was equal to a moment in the outside world. In this magic space, Itachi personally demonstrated to Sasuke how he killed his parents, making up for Sasuke's regret of not being able to see his parents for the last time before they died. His brother's knife was very fast, and it only took 2 seconds to kill his parents. After 2 seconds, everything was back to normal, as if time had gone backwards. This was the power of the magic space. Sasuke could only watch Itachi's butcher knife fall again, and his parents died, and then it repeated again, and again. 43,200 times, this was the number of times Sasuke saw his parents die. Sasuke couldn't remember what happened later, not because he hadn't experienced it, but because it was too painful. His body seemed to protect him, so he couldn't recall what happened at that time. The experience of that night often turned into nightmares that haunted Sasuke, causing him to wake up in the middle of the night, constantly experiencing the pain at that time, and then strengthening his determination to take revenge. As long as he can get revenge, as long as he can kill that guy, for his parents, for the whole family, for those relatives and friends who died in vain, Sasuke can pay any price. No matter where he goes, he will find that guy and kill him. Sasuke gnashed his teeth unconsciously, and the strong hatred on his face would scare anyone who saw it. Sasuke. Naruto's light call made him temporarily sober up from hatred. He looked at Naruto, who was surprised beside him, and smiled weakly. Sorry, I remembered some unpleasant things. You go to sleep, I won't disturb you. Naruto did not lie down to sleep, but asked him thoughtfully, do you often do this? Sasuke wanted to say no, but when the words came to his lips, he saw Naruto's eyes and knew that he could not lie. Naruto's eyes were full of unquestionable firmness. He already knew the answer and was just waiting for Sasuke to answer. Sasuke could only suddenly lower his body. It's commonplace, sorry to make you laugh. I know a little hypnotic method, which can make you sleep more comfortably. Do you want to try it? Hypnosis? Do you know this kind of thing? But it seems to be a very low-level illusion, which is useless to me. Sasuke shook his head. No, I dare to guarantee that it will definitely work. Naruto stretched out his hands in front of Sasuke and gathered his energy on his hands at the same time. Sasuke looked at Naruto's hands and suddenly felt that his eyelids were very heavy. After a few seconds, his eyelids turned up and he fell asleep in the quilt. Naruto learned this hypnosis from Mr. Wu Tian in the Dragon Ball world. He has many little skills that are not very useful. These skills can be effective against ordinary people or very weak opponents, but not against slightly stronger people. They are very useless in the later battles, and even he himself has not used them again. But Naruto was an earthling at that time, and his combat power progressed slowly, so he simply went with the skill flow, and learned almost everything that could be learned from the Kame-sen and Crane-sen styles. This included Kame-sen's hypnosis, which Kame-sen later used to coax children to sleep. Whenever his good brother Krillin's daughter was naughty and refused to sleep, Kame-sen would use this little skill to coax her to sleep, and the effect was first-rate. Now he used this skill on Sasuke, and the defenseless Sasuke was really hit. He showed a relaxed expression on his sleeping face, and he must have had a sweet dream. Sleep peacefully, your problems will definitely be solved in the future. Chapter 23. After a deep sleep, Sasuke looked much better the next day than usual. It was obvious that last night's sleep made him relax his body and mind. However, he did not mention what happened last night to Naruto, as if nothing had happened. He only whispered thank you to Naruto during dinner before Kakashi and the others came. Naruto whispered teasingly in his ear, if you want to sleep well after returning to the village, you can come to me. I don't mind helping you a few more times. Hearing this, Sasuke almost got angry and wanted to move out on the spot. Fortunately, Kakashi came in time and attracted the attention of the two with a new topic. The construction site is closed today. Mr. Desna is preparing manpower. I will take you to practice in the open space. Practicing is undoubtedly what Sasuke cares about most. He immediately asked Kakashi, what do you want to practice? Powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi smiled and said, if I teach you, can you learn it? How do you know if you don't try? Okay, you should have secretly seen the ninjutsu I used when fighting Zabuza that day with your Sharingan, right? Try it. Tisk. Sasuke had to lower his head. He did try to perform the ninjutsu that day in private. Kakashi's title of copy ninja is nothing more than relying on the Sharingan to observe all the enemy's actions such as hand seals, and then relying on his rich experience to replicate them. Kakashi can do it with only one Sharingan, so it makes sense that he can't do it with both Sharinans. As a result, he did see the 44 seals clearly, and it was indeed feasible to make those seals, but he just couldn't release the ninjutsu, and couldn't mobilize the chakra in his body freely. If you regard ninjutsu as a high-rise building, then the technique of controlling chakra is the foundation of the building. You have just graduated from the ninja school, and your understanding of chakra is only limited to written knowledge. If you want to learn ninjutsu like this, it won't work at all. Kakashi led the three people to the open space and pointed to a big tree next to it. Have you climbed a tree? I definitely climbed it. Naruto answered without thinking. Not to mention that he was a naughty child before he crossed over. In the Dragon Ball world, in order to satisfy the appetite of a group of people, he often had to climb trees to pick fruits, or go to the mountains to cut dinosaurs. I'm afraid that monkeys can't climb trees better than him. So, how about climbing a tree like this? Kakashi walked to the tree leisurely, then stepped on the trunk. The next second, he actually walked directly on the tree. His body was completely parallel to the ground, and he could even hang upside down by stepping on the branches. Is this the magic of chakra? Naruto's eyes lit up. Before crossing, he did know a little bit of ninjutsu, but for some reason, people in the Dragon Ball world only had chi in their bodies, not chakra, so there was no question of practicing ninjutsu there, otherwise his combat power would definitely be more than 2 billion in the end. After coming back, he also practiced chi most of the time, and the development of chakra was not high, because the combat power brought by practicing chi was obviously more substantial. During the graduation exam, he could only fight a few moves under Kakashi with 4 times Kaioken, but after more than a month of practice, he could punch Zabuza with internal injuries with 3 times Kaioken. As long as he was given a year, he could rotate a ninja at the level of Zabuza with one hand without opening Kaioken. This is due to his strong physique, which can withstand inhuman training. Naruto is very curious about his original body, because this body is really too strong, and its vitality is several times that of ordinary people. It will not die even if it is fatal to ordinary people. It has strong recovery ability. If he accidentally scratches his hand, it will heal itself after a while. Naruto himself dare not imagine what results he can achieve by practicing with his original body. Moreover, this is just the result of chi training, and the potential of chakra training should not be underestimated. Chakra is a combination of physical energy plus spiritual energy. His body is extremely strong and tough, and his spirit is much stronger than most people because he is essentially an adult and has experienced countless battles. With these two combined, his chakra volume is so large that it can be described as a ton of chakra. What Kakashi wants to teach is the precise control of chakra, which is exactly what Naruto needs at the moment, because the chakra system is even a relatively unfamiliar system for him. Although he has made up a lot of knowledge in the Ninja Academy, he still needs a master like Kakashi to guide him if he wants to master this system. Kakashi explained the behavior of climbing a tree just now. Using chakra to attach to the feet makes chakra the connection between people and trees. Learning to climb trees with chakra is also an effective step in the path of precise mastery of chakra. It seems interesting. Let me try it. Naruto concentrated a little chakra on his feet according to Kakashi's words, and then walked towards the tree tentatively. The first time failed without any surprise. The little chakra that Naruto attached casually was an extremely large amount. Because the amount of chakra was too large, the tree trunk was directly broken. Naruto, what you just did is more suitable for physical skills. Kakashi was sweating. What kind of rich family is this? Is this how chakra is used? Climbing a tree uses so much chakra, and those who don't know would think he is practicing Konoha's Goriki Cyclone. He doesn't dare to use so much chakra when performing ninjutsu normally. Kakashi could only sigh silently in his heart, "Master, your bloodline is really amazing." After Naruto failed, it was Sasuke's turn. He attached chakra to his feet and ran towards the tree trunk. As a result, he made the same mistake as Naruto. He used too much force and kicked a hole in the tree trunk. No, I said to use a little, a little. Do you two have too much chakra and have nowhere to use it? Kakashi's face was full of black lines. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and said very aggrievedly, but, Kakashi-sensei, that chakra is really very little. Kakashi felt that he was a little bit over the top. Do young people nowadays have so much chakra? Sakura, come here. He placed his last hope on his best score in theory class, the only student with both parents and a healthy mind. Give it to me. Sakura attached a little chakra to her feet according to Kakashi's description, and then walked towards the tree. As a result, to the surprise of several people, Sakura successfully mastered the chakra tree climbing method, and proudly sat on the branch and stuck out her tongue at the two of them. Just a little chakra is enough. Sakura said proudly. How much less should it be? Naruto and Sasuke thought they had just used enough chakra to the extent of their skin, but it turned out to be too much. Chapter 24. After having the experience of failure, Naruto quickly began to grasp the essentials. Using chakra to climb trees is a very basic thing compared to the entire chakra system. It can even be said to be the same as the introduction to kindergarten. It doesn't consume chakra at all. It can be said that you just need to let chakra exist on the soles of your feet. According to Naruto's experience, it is about as big and thick as an insole. If it is too thin, it will not be sticky. Too thick and too strong. After mastering this essential, Naruto successfully climbed a big tree in the third experiment and was able to walk freely on the branches. There was no problem whether he was hanging on a golden hook upside down or defecating on one foot. At this time, Sasuke was embarrassed, because he had much more chakra than Sakura, and unlike Naruto, who had decades of training experience, when both Naruto and Sakura successfully climbed onto the big tree, he was still struggling to get up under the tree. This made Sasuke feel even more humiliated. He couldn't accept that he was the weak link in the team, especially when the team also included Sakura. Damn! If you can't even take the first step, how can you talk about revenge? Just when Sasuke didn't know what to do and was filled with grief and anger, Naruto came over and patted him on the shoulder. Calm down, this is an entry-level thing. Don't learn it with the idea of learning advanced skills. With just one sentence, Sasuke felt that the clouds had been cleared up a bit. Chakra tree climbing was indeed a very entry-level thing. If you regard it as too advanced, apply too much chakra or be too impatient, it will easily fail. The reason why Sakura succeeded easily was because she was very good in theory classes. She already knew about this course and its positioning in the ninja school, but she had not tested it in practice. Naruto whispered in Sasuke's ear, "It's almost enough for an insole. I tested it myself. You can try it. Is it really okay?" Sasuke hesitated for a moment, and then began to concentrate chakra according to Naruto's words. When a chakra the size and thickness of an insole condensed on the sole of his foot, Sasuke suddenly felt that the connection between himself and the ground had become more stable. Even if there was a strong wind, it would be difficult to blow him down. Just the solid feeling on the soles of his feet gave him enough confidence. Sasuke looked at the big tree in front of him and ran towards it with long strides. "Sasuke, be careful." Sakura couldn't help but remind him, remembering how Sasuke had failed a few times before and had fallen bruises all over his body. Unexpectedly, Sasuke jumped in front of the tree and ran directly onto the trunk. Although his steps were not particularly steady, there was no doubt that he had succeeded. "It's done." Sasuke was a little excited as he stood on the tree. The change in mood almost made his feet slip. He quickly stabilized his mood and then stood firmly on the tree. Kakashi, who seemed to be reading a book but was actually observing a few people, couldn't help but have a new evaluation of Naruto. This kid cares more about his partners than I expected. I thought he and Sasuke wouldn't get along well, or at least have some minor conflicts, but it turns out that their relationship seems to be warming up day by day. At first, Kakashi had carefully read Sasuke's experiences over the years. He had been practicing diligently since the night of the genocide, so he was always the first in the ninja school. Moreover, he did not make friends with anyone and treated everyone indifferently. It's cold. Kakashi can actually understand this feeling to some extent. It's not that Sasuke doesn't desire friendship, nor does he really care about others, but he has firmly set his life goal as revenge. For this purpose, he can regardless of costs. He probably feels that he is already a person with no bright future, and becoming friends with someone like him will only drag down both parties and bring more pain. Kakashi also thought this way when he was relatively autistic, but he later came out of it. Although he can no longer return to the high-spirited feeling when he was young, he will not avoid strangers like he did when he was autistic. But it is a pity that although ninjas always hope to turn themselves into ruthless tools and exist only for their goals, as long as they are human, they will always have feelings, and such things as ruthlessness cannot be achieved. Sasuke himself probably didn't realize it, but he had begun to regard Naruto as a good friend. When he succeeded, his delighted eyes immediately turned to Naruto, which showed that he really wanted to get Naruto's approval. What's even worse is that Naruto seemed to know this, as he was smiling and applauding Sasuke. Kakashi couldn't help but look at Sakura at this time. She also kept staring at Sasuke with a look of look at me, but Sasuke's eyes were always on Naruto, which made her feel very lonely. Kakashi came behind Sakura without anyone noticing and patted her lost shoulder. Sakura, it's useless to just look at you with hope. Only when you also have a dazzling halo, others will not be able to help but look at you, so work hard to practice. Teacher Kakashi, woo woo. Sakura suddenly collapsed. However, Sasuke still didn't notice this. After learning to climb trees, Kakashi let them go freely and said that they could draw inferences from one example and think about what other uses they could cite from climbing trees. Sasuke stayed in the woods to practice, while Naruto went to the town. He planned to see what the town of Wave Country was like. As expected, the towns in Wave Country are all made up of broken wooden houses, and the only difference from the seaside is that the houses are more densely packed. He walked into the vegetable market, frowning even more, because this place can no longer be called a vegetable market. Most of the stalls are empty, and only a few stalls have some scattered vegetables for sale, but the quantity is too small. When he came to the stall of one of the vegetable stores, Naruto only saw a dozen cabbages, a small bundle of radishes, a handful of green onions, and a small basket of potatoes. Looking at the pale and thin vendor uncle, Naruto couldn't help asking him, "I said, you won't sell all the vegetables you eat at home." The uncle sighed, "To make some money, there is no other way. But what should you eat yourself? Alas! It's all a worry, I don't want to mention it. Are you buying vegetables? If not, just go." The uncle was obviously so hungry that he was in a bad mood. Naruto thought about it, chose to walk out of the vegetable store, and found an empty toilet. After a while, he changed to Kakaro's account and walked over. "Hey! Shopkeeper, your dishes are good." Chapter 25. The stall owner saw a sturdy man coming, so he forced himself to ask him, "Do you want to buy vegetables?" Kakarote took out a banknote from his pocket. "I can buy some, but you have to answer some questions for me." When the uncle saw the banknote, his eyes were straight, and he nodded immediately. "You say. As long as you buy my vegetables, you can ask anything. But you put the money away first, it will be bad if the people of Cardo see that you have money." Kakarote did not comment, but just asked him, "The resources of the Wave Country are so scarce, and you don't look like you have any surplus food. Why do you sell so many precious foods?" Hearing this, the uncle sighed and said, "I don't want to, but my wife went fishing a few days ago and wanted to give it to my son. I tried to get some meat, but I accidentally fell into the sea. Although I was rescued, I have been having a fever ever since then. I have tried all the folk remedies, but they can't reduce the fever. Only the antipyretic medicine in the pharmacy can work. But the pharmacy is owned by Kato, and I can't afford a dose of antipyretic medicine. I thought that the price of vegetables in the market is very expensive, so I took out the food at home." Kakarote frowned, "But even if I buy the medicine and reduce your wife's fever, what will you do if there is no food at home?" "I don't know. Ordinary people like us don't have the ability to think about things so far ahead. We can only take one step at a time. I only know that I can't watch my wife die of illness. The uncle showed a painful look on his face. At worst, we can only eat one meal a day, and then eat bark and leaves to fill our stomachs. As long as we can wait until the next wave of vegetables and grains mature, there will always be a way. So, what about your previous vegetables and grains? We sold them to Kato. Last winter, we had no supplies to survive the winter, so we had to borrow money and supplies from him. More than half of our harvest this spring was given to him to pay off the debt. If you really can't make it to the next season, what will you do? Go to Kato to borrow money again. You can't starve to death. Then, the next season's harvest is used to pay off the debt, and you start to starve again. The next season's grain has not yet been produced, and winter is coming again. What will you do this time? Before the uncle had time to answer this question, several Ronin holding samurai swords broke into the store. They were mercenaries under Kato, specializing in suppressing civilians. When they came in, they naturally saw the banknotes in Kakaro's hand. In the country of waves, it is rare to see people who can take out such a large amount of banknotes. There is a high probability that they are outsiders who came here by accident. In their eyes, Kakarot was already a fat sheep from another place. They put the cold steel knife on Kakarot's neck, and gently tapped his chin with the back of the knife, threatening him, "Boy, I'm short of money recently, bring some money here." "What if I refuse you?" Kakarot answered calmly. "Reject? That won't do, how can you refuse me?" The other party pressed the steel knife against Kakarot's neck, as if he was going to cut his throat in the next second. "Many people in this town have refused me, guess where they are buried now?" "Ha ha ha ha." Kakarot laughed coldly, "It seems that you are always short of money? I have a good idea. Oh! From now on, just have someone burn paper for you." Before he finished speaking, the steel knife in the Ronin's hand broke and fell to the ground inch by inch. Then, Kakarot raised the Ronin closest to him with one hand. "Tell me, is my proposal good?" The other party was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. "Oh, I don't want to do that. That's not okay. How can you refuse me?" Kakarot smiled evilly and threw him out the door. He hit the rocks hard, making the sound of broken bones. There was a sound of breaking wind behind him. It was two Ronin trying to sneak up on him from behind. However, Kakarot just exploded the energy in his body, making their katana unable to move his body even one bit. "You're so skilled at wielding the knife. It's aimed at the vital point as soon as you come up. Have you tried it on a lot of people?" Kakarot dodged and held the two people over one by one, as if they were very close. "You're dressed well and you look good. Tell me, what did you eat for lunch today?" He heard the sound of teeth chattering, and the two people who were so murderous just now were actually trembling continuously. "Don't be like this. Isn't it good to show off the momentum you just had? This will make me think that you guys are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Well, that way you will die even more miserably." The two people who were frightened could only tell him tremblingly, Lunch is beef stew with potatoes and tuna rice balls." Snap, snap, snap. Kakarot let go of them and clapped softly. "It's great. Even I can't have lunch like this. Some people have almost lost their lives just to let their children eat a fish." Then, he stared at the two of them with terrifying eyes. "It seems that you two live a very prosperous life. I don't know why you would like this 10,000 yuan bill in my hand. I beg you, please let us go." One of the Ronin could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably. Boom! Kakarot kicked him away, causing him to fall to the ground clutching his stomach in pain. "Why did you answer the wrong question? This is not good. It is basic courtesy to answer others well, isn't it?" Then, he squinted at the remaining Ronin. "You will answer my questions well, right?" The other party immediately fell to his knees on the ground, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. We had a few full meals and felt a little full, so we came to the street for a walk. We made an appointment before coming. If there is a beautiful woman, we can take it back with us. It's cool. If you encounter a rich fat sheep, just squeeze it out and kill it. If you really have nothing to do, just smash up a shop and use it as an after-dinner exercise. Louder, repeat it again, I want everyone to hear it. Yes. The extremely frightened Ronin shouted out all the words he just said in a trembling voice, word for word, so that everyone in the market could hear clearly. In an instant, their reactions were different. Some people were furious, some clenched the knives they were using for cutting vegetables, some shrank but clenched their fists, and some pretended not to hear anything and left quickly. I remembered the days when I was practicing on the island. Kakarot suddenly seemed to be walking and chatting endlessly. For a while, I was confused by some things and couldn't figure it out, and even my practice was delayed. Then I couldn't help it anymore, so I asked my teacher. The teacher told me that you don't have to be confused. As a human being, as long as you live in this world, even if you do nothing, you will become the enemy of some people. You don't need to do anything wrong. Many times you have something to eat. Everyone else seems to be wrong. What should we do? I asked the teacher. The teacher told me that if anyone refuses to let you eat, you beat him down and then reason with him. If he doesn't listen to the reason, you continue to beat him. If he still doesn't listen, you keep beating him until he will never be your enemy again. Everyone, you see, the truth is as simple as this. You live your life as you should. Have you done anything evil? I don't think so. But even if you did nothing, they have already made up their mind to humiliate your wife and daughter, take away your money, and destroy your family business. Can you just hide away? Huh? Everyone, can you hide away? Can your wife and daughter not go out? Can you not spend money outside? Can you hide all your stores? If not, it will be you today, him tomorrow, and who will be the day after tomorrow. Having said that, Kakarot kicked the last samurai to the ground, then turned and left. Before leaving, he turned his back to everyone and shouted, I haven't killed any of these 3 people. You can decide how to deal with them. Whether you give them a ride, save their lives, or leave them alone, it's up to you to do whatever you want. Chapter 26. After Kakarot left, the residents of the Land of Waves faced the 3 injured Ronin. At first, they hesitated and did not dare to enter. They were afraid of retaliation after dealing with them, and they were also afraid that if these people came back to life, they would start to harm them again. What ultimately decided their attitude was what the Ronin who woke up first said. He struggled painfully on the ground and shouted at them, hurry up and help me up. If I die here, all of you will not end well. Several people were intimidated by these words and wanted to go over and help them up, but then, someone in the crowd murmured and asked themselves, if we save them, will we have a good ending in the future? The few people who wanted to help him suddenly froze. Yes, they had just been forced to express their thoughts. They had just eaten enough today and were looking for trouble out of boredom. We have done nothing wrong, have not offended them, and are not even acquainted with them. But they have already made up their mind to destroy one or some of them. Even if we rescue them, what will happen next time when they are full? There was a brief chatter among the crowd, and then everyone suddenly became quiet and stared at them. The Ronin who fell to the ground was a little frightened by that look. He yelled fiercely and wanted to intimidate them again, but the residents just came over silently. Ronin saw the residents approaching him and extending his hand to him. He was overjoyed and thought that these people were still afraid of him and planned to give in. However, the hand that reached out past him and directly covered his mouth. In an instant, he knew what this group of people wanted to do, but the residents immediately covered his mouth and nose, held down his body, held him and the 2 remaining Ronin down, and dragged him to a dark place. The remaining people brought water or brooms from their homes and cleaned the scene as if nothing had happened. Everyone became very silent, no one said a word, they just did their work silently. Not long after, Cardo's men came after hearing the news. They only heard that Mishima and others in Ronin had a conflict with others here, but they did not know the specific situation. After arriving at the scene, they were a little surprised, because it was so normal here, and it was impossible to tell that anything had happened. The women were squatting in front of the pool to wash themselves, and they only saw a few patched rags. The middle-aged vegetable seller was still sitting half-dead in the stall, looking blankly at the door, not even paying attention to the flies flying on the vegetables. Strange, have we gone to the wrong place? They were a little puzzled, and grabbed a stall owner and asked, "Let me ask you, have you seen our companions passing here?" The other person shook his head blankly, as if he didn't know anything. "It's a ghost." They felt something strange, but they didn't quite believe their guess, because since the leader was beheaded 2 years ago, the residents here have been submissive sheep in the past few years and have never dared to disobey them. Besides, even if they wanted to resist, it was impossible for the 3 Ronin to be subdued so quickly. How could these guys who were hungry every day have the strength to resist 3 Ronin who were well fed? In desperation, they had no choice but to leave this strange place and search elsewhere. Naruto, who had been observing in the dark, was a little surprised at this moment, because the residents of the Land of Waves seemed to be more daring to resist than he thought. He just took the lead, and the group of people swarmed up. He originally thought that this group of people would still want to act like an ostrich and continue to deceive themselves for a while, and would not take action until they were unable to retreat. When he was about to leave, he accidentally heard from the residents who secretly came out to bury the corpse, "Oh, it would be great if Kesha was still here. I really miss him when he was here." Kesha. Naruto remembered the name silently, and then returned to Dajuna's house on the beach. It was already evening, and Tajuna was packing the things needed to start tomorrow's construction site. Seeing his busy figure, Naruto pretended to ask casually, "Uncle Tajuna, when I went to town today, I heard someone mentioned the name Kesha, do you know him?" This name shocked Desna, who was packing his things. He stood there for a long time and then turned around stiffly like a slowly melting ice sculpture. "Are people in town still talking about him?" "Well, they said it would be great if Kesha was still here, so I'm curious, who is Kesha?" Alas! Desna's body, which was still full of energy just now seemed to have aged 10 years instantly, and he sat down on the stool slowly and haggardly. "Have you ever felt that this kid Inari is always dull, doesn't like to talk, and likes to lock himself in a room and not see anyone?" "It's true. I thought he was just introverted. Does this have something to do with Kesha?" Tajuna took a group photo from the table nearby and handed it to Naruto, "Look." Naruto took a closer look and saw that it was a family photo, with Tatsuna, Tsunami, Inari, and a piece of the upper right corner torn off, but it could be seen from the remaining parts. It looked like it was a man. Could it be that the missing piece is Kaisha? Yes, Kaisha is my son-in-law, Inari's adoptive father, and at the same time, he can be regarded as the former spiritual leader of our entire wave country. Desna told Naruto about the past and Kaisha's story. It turned out that Kaisha was a fisherman from another place. At that time, wave country had not yet been ruled by Cardo. Although it was not rich, the people also lived a somewhat idyllic life, and were generally happy. Kaisha is a very enthusiastic and reliable man. He is the kind of person who will always find a way no matter what you encounter. The origin of his relationship with the Desna family originated from Inari's experience of being bullied 3 years ago. At that time, Inari was bullied by his classmates and fell into the water, but the child who caused him to fall into the water wanted to escape. Originally, Inari had lost consciousness and was about to drown. It was Kaisha, who had just arrived here at that time, who jumped into the water to save him, and also caught the children who bullied him, took them to their parents and teachers, and gave them the most severe punishment and education. He also helped Inari, who was bullied at the time, to resolve his mental problems, lead him out of the haze, and regain confidence in life. It was also from this incident that the Desna family began to contact Keisha, and were soon moved by this enthusiastic and brave young man, and Tsunami became inseparable from him unknowingly. It can be said that Keisha is like a gift from God, allowing this family that lost its father early to have a father and husband again. His relationship with the residents began in a heavy rain 2 years ago. At that time, the river dam in the town was washed away by the heavy rain. Seeing that a large area was about to be flooded, it was Keisha who jumped into the flood without hesitation and tied the rope to the wooden river dam that was about to be washed away. Then everyone had the opportunity to work together to stabilize the river dam and protect the town. Keisha's courage shocked everyone, and he also showed extremely strong leadership afterwards. In less than a year, he gained the trust and love of everyone. If there is a president on this small island with few political organizations, then Kaisha is undoubtedly the president that everyone expects. Under Kaisha's leadership, everything was getting better day by day, until Kato arrived. Kato's atrocities were naturally intolerable to Kaisha. He bravely led the residents to launch many rebellions and repelled Kato's men many times. His reputation reached its peak at that time. But at this time, Kato still designed to capture him. Kaisha is just a person after all. He will die if his head is chopped off by a knife. Everyone has always regarded Kaisha as a hero, but Kato chopped off the hero's head in front of everyone that day and brutally killed him. Since then, everyone's spirit and energy seem to have been taken away, and they no longer have the courage to resist. And Inari has never recovered since then, because Kaisha is his hero and his pillar of support. Now, his world has collapsed. Dasna looked at the corridor on the second floor with concern. He just heard footsteps there. It must be Inari who has been lying there secretly listening. Naruto had already discovered Inari. He thought for a moment and said to Dasna, "I'll go up and talk to him. This kid must have a deep psychological trauma. If he doesn't open up and talk, there will be problems." He went upstairs and found that Inari's door was not closed. He leaned on the threshold and looked inside. He could see Inari crying while holding a photo. The man in the photo must be Kaisha. He is both Inari's father and his hero. For a child, it is a lifetime nightmare for the hero in his mind to be killed like that. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. The world he was born in is really too bitter. He didn't feel anything before, but when he saw another modern world, he deeply felt how much the Naruto world needed to change. After returning to this world, he often went to the library to read books. He didn't read many books about ninjutsu knowledge, but more about the history of the ninja world over the years. In the first year of Hokage, that is, before the establishment of Konoha village, it was the chaotic warring states period. Countless ninjas fought endlessly in families. The number of ninjas and civilians who died in that era was countless, and it was impossible to count them because they fought every day. The war at that time was so intense that even children under 10 years old had to go to the battlefield. The average life expectancy of ninjas was only in their 20s, and many people died in battle before they even reached 10 years old. In the first year of Hokage, Konoha village was established, and the warring states period came to a temporary end. The past families began to unite in the form of ninja villages. Because the strongest person at that time, the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, advocated peace, there was a temporary peace between the major powers, but this peace was impossible from the beginning. Because the most fundamental problem was not solved, the Wind Country located in the southwest Gobi was still short of supplies, and even if a lot of efforts were made, the living environment could only be improved to a barely habitable state. The land country located in the northwest corner is surrounded by mountains and transportation is difficult. They don't want to live in the mountains all their lives. As expected, with the passing of the first Hokage, the First Ninja World War began when he was 18 years old, the Second Ninja World War began when he was 37 years old, and the Third Ninja World War began when he was 47 years old. In just 30 years, 3 ninja wars broke out, countless children became orphans, and countless materials, money, and food were consumed. However, nothing has changed. The Kingdom of Wind is still nestled in the Gobi Desert, the transportation conditions of the Kingdom of Earth have not changed, the Kingdom of Thunder is increasingly advocating force, and the Kingdom of Water has even begun to carry out extremely bloody policies such as blood mist in the Kirigakure village. If nothing is done, the 4th, 5th, or even more ninja wars will inevitably happen one after another. Ninjas are already considered a group with high incomes and high living standards. If they live like this, then it is even more difficult to imagine what kind of life the ordinary people below live. Naruto sat down next to Inari silently, looking at the tear-stained photo in his hand. On it was a sunny man dressed as a fisherman, who should be Kesha. Before Naruto and his party came here, Kesha had led the people of the Wave Country to resist many times. No wonder Naruto just gave a little guidance and a little help today, and the people of the Wave Country followed suit. They had resisted back then, and it was not that they lacked courage. It was just that the person who led them was killed, so the group was leaderless and turned into a flock of sheep. Naruto gently wiped away Inari's tears and asked him, "Do you miss him?" Inari said nothing, but tears filled her eyes again. He is indeed a very brave man. Maybe there is no invincible hero in this world. No matter how powerful a person is, he is just a human being. He will die if he is cut by a knife. Naruto looked at the photo album with emotion, and then he took a photo patting Inari on the shoulder, but since heroes are just ordinary people, it also means that ordinary people can also become heroes. But Inari couldn't listen anymore. He slapped Naruto's hand away and shouted with tears in his eyes, "There are no heroes at all. Why not? Kesha is a hero, isn't he? If he was really a hero, he wouldn't die. Heroes don't die." Naruto shook his head. Heroes will die, no matter how powerful they look, they will be tired, old, powerless, and even die. We can't do everything. Dependence on heroes, we can't always lie there, doing nothing, just waiting for heroes to save us. We can't just miss him, we also have to be him. A person's hero is mortal, but if the will has been passed down, then the hero is immortal, because real people can be killed, but invisible thoughts cannot be killed. Chapter 27. Naruto gently stroked Inari's hair and told him, "Inari, although Kesha is dead, his most precious thing has been left to you and everyone. He has used his courage to prove to everyone that even an ordinary person can do many incredible things. Kesha is a hero, and so is your grandfather." He knew that building the bridge would be targeted by Cardo and his life would be in danger, but he never thought of giving up. He tried his best and even deceived us for a time. Just to be able to return to my hometown and build this bridge. With your grandfather's ability, if he gave up on you and lived alone in the outside world, he would live a good life and be respected by many people. But he gave up all this and returned to you. Why? Because he didn't want the country of waves to be ruled by Cardo forever, so he bet his own life to give everyone a chance. Just like your dad, Kesha. In a moment, Inari's eyes widened. He remembered the tragic situation when his father Kesha died, and his voice suddenly trembled. "Naruto-san, you mean, Grandpa? Grandpa can do it too. Is it the same as Dad?" Inari suddenly held Naruto's hand tightly, as if grasping a life-saving straw. "You will protect him, right? Brother Naruto, and Uncle Kakashi, you are all so powerful, you can definitely protect me, Grandpa, right?" Naruto shook his head. "Inari, we will leave sooner or later. After all, we are just hired ninjas. We cannot stay here endlessly to help you. Even if we defeat Cardo, if a guy like Cardo appears again after we leave, who should you rely on? Forget it, you are still a child after all, maybe these things are too early for you." Naruto smiled, turned, and left. When he walked to the door, Inari's shout suddenly came from behind him, "I will protect Grandpa. And Mom, I am no longer a child, I also have things I can do." He turned around and saw Inari, whose tears had not yet been wiped away. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, his face was flushed, and his body was still trembling with fear, but only those clear eyes had a kind of feeling in them. Unquestionable firmness. Naruto looked at Inari in front of him and felt a little touched in his heart. "Kesha, I'm sorry I couldn't see you, but I can see what you left in the hearts of this child and the residents." He believed that Kesha must have made many efforts that he admired in the past 3 years, so when Naruto came here, it didn't take much effort to rekindle the fighting spirit of the residents and Inari. After dinner, Naruto lay down on the bed as usual, and Sasuke walked in timidly. He thought for a while and said a little embarrassedly, Naruto, that hypnosis technique you used yesterday, did it consume physical strength?" As soon as Naruto saw his expression, he knew what he was thinking, and immediately patted the bed next to him. "It's just a very simple trick. Come and lie down. It will definitely allow you to enjoy the most comfortable sleep." "Thank you." Sasuke lay down on his bed, and then fell into a coma by Naruto's casual hypnotic spell. With his personality, he would never ask Naruto for help, but he did have a good dream last night. In an extremely comfortable sleep, he was in an extremely real dream, as if he had returned to the past. He saw his mother, who always smiled gently, and said to him when he returned from school, "How were you at school today? The weather is getting colder. Mom, please take you to buy 2 more clothes. Sasuke is going to grow up to be a big boy, and he has to learn to take care of himself. But don't worry, your mother will always be with you until you grow up." On hot nights, his mother used a round fan to gently fan him. When he fell asleep, she gently kissed his face and said in a voice that only she could hear, "Good night, son, Mom loves you." Sasuke knew that he was in a dream. He waved to his parents in the dream, said "I'm leaving," turned around and set foot on the road leaving home, and then woke up from the dream. When he wakes up from the dream, Sasuke will feel a sense of loss and a little sadness, but he will not be as distraught as when he had a nightmare. To him, this dream was like the family photo that a person takes out of his arms when he is bleeding and sweating. "Just seeing you gives me the courage to move forward." Naruto lay next to Sasuke, thinking that this might be the last time. Sasuke is not relying on dreams to escape reality, but is saying goodbye to his parents. The night of the genocide happened so suddenly. Before Sasuke could recover from the violent shock, his parents had been cremated and buried in the cemetery. The last words he said to his mother were, "I know, don't nag me," before leaving in the morning, and he didn't even have time to say a word to his father. He just wanted to see his parents again, say goodbye to them, say "I'm leaving," and then it's time to set off for where he wants to go. This is not only saying goodbye to his parents, but also saying goodbye to the happy family in the past. He wants to left. The next day, Naruto came to the woods early in the morning. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the morning wind, which was the chi of nature. Different from chakra, chi is an energy that exists in all things. Every flower, tree, grass, and tree has chi. When using vitality bombs, they often borrow energy from nature, borrowing a large amount of energy from flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, and trees, thus exerting a power that far exceeds their own combat power. Different from the very modern world like Dragon Ball world, the natural environment of Ninja world is better and the natural energy is more abundant. If you use vitality bombs in this world, you can borrow more energy, and the power is immeasurable. Just as he was breathing the air and preparing to practice his chi, he suddenly felt a familiar chi coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw that he was indeed an acquaintance. It was Haku next to Zabuza, but today he had changed into casual clothes and looked like a beautiful young girl. He didn't know that Naruto was the mysterious Kakarote that day. From Shiro's perspective, he just happened to meet the Konoha ninja that day when he went out to collect medicine. If he met Kakashi, he would consider evacuating immediately, but the other person was just a child about the same age as himself, so he felt it was unnecessary because the other person was unlikely to recognize him. He was wearing a mask that day, and his clothes and vocals were different from today, so there would be no problem. Thinking of this, he walked over calmly, said hello briefly when he met Naruto, and then started to collect medicine. The natural environment of Wave Country is very good. There are many wild vegetables and herbs in the forest. He plans to pick some and bring them back to replenish Zabuza, who is still lying in bed. However, the moment he passed by Naruto, there was a sound from behind that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Hey, has Zabuza thought clearly about what happened that night? Chapter 28. Shiro suddenly turned his head, but only saw Naruto, who was sneering. In an instant, a terrible idea took shape in his mind, and was quickly confirmed. You were from that night dash. Fufu. It seems that you, Lottie, have finally discovered it. Naruto laughed in Kakarote's voice. How could such a thing happen? You should be just a genin. Shiro couldn't understand. The 3 ninjas around Kakashi should all be genin who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, but the Konoha yellow-haired man in front of him was so powerful. But even stronger than himself. He possesses the blood succession limit, ice release, and has been with Zabuza since he was a child. His strength is much better than that of Choyunin, but when he started fighting with Kakarote that day, he couldn't even touch it. Not to the other party. It is true that at that time, he did not use the limit of bleeding, nor did he really use all his strength, but the opponent was obviously more comfortable than him, and he sat on the sofa and did not move from the beginning to the end. The only time he took action was to use an unknown ninjutsu to create a big explosion on the distant ridge. In that one shot, his output ability would not be lower than that of a jounin. How could there be such a freak in Konoha? The strength is so terrifying that it cannot be measured by common sense. At this time, Naruto walked past him and continued to say in Kakaroto's voice, "Do you know why I want to reveal my identity in front of you alone? Why? Because I can feel that the life you desire is different from his. Your chi is always pure, and murderous intent will only appear when he is offended. Zabuza's chi is much more chaotic. He is sure there are so many things that I can't let go of." Naruto continued, "You want to live a more stable life with him, right?" Bai retorted, "So what? It is true that I do have such selfish motives, but for me, Zabuza-sama's idea is more important. As long as I can follow him, I can do anything. Everyone will be happy. Even if you two will definitely die." Naruto's words sent chills all over Bai's body. "The construction of the bridge will start soon. Cardo will not let you have time to rest. Since you have accepted his employment, you can only bite the bullet. However, I think you should know very well that with our team, if someone takes action, what will be the consequences?" Shiro clenched his fists. In fact, he had worried about what Naruto said many times. Zabuza would have been unable to compete with Kakashi. Now that his injuries had not recovered, he would definitely have a narrow escape from death if he forced himself to fight. And she was not sure that she could defeat Naruto, not to mention that Kakashi also had 2 genin helpers. If they really fought to the death, he and Zabuza would most likely fall. "I'm ready to be with Zabuza-sama, whether alive or dead." Bai's tone was already somewhat resolute. "But what if there is a way for you all to survive and live a more stable life?" Naruto's voice was magnetic and seductive. "How can such a good thing happen in the world?" Bai felt unbelievable. "As I said that night, this is just a deal." Naruto stretched out a finger, "I let you get the life you want, and you help me do some things that I'm not convenient to do, that's all." "What you're not convenient to do?" Bai was a little unbelievable. Would someone like Naruto, who can move freely with instant teleportation, have something inconvenient to do? That's a later story. Now, if you want to end this wandering life, listen to me carefully. Naruto whispered something in Bai's ear, and the latter's face kept flashing with a strange look, and the whole person's spirit began to rise from the depression just now. He has always been worried that Naruto would make him betray Zabuza, which is something he would never accept. But Naruto didn't do that at all, and he didn't even ask Bai to do anything. Before leaving, Naruto waved and threw 2 Senzu Beans to him. "I have already told you clearly what to do. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, that's your own business. I will try my best." Bai bowed slightly to him, hurriedly dug some herbs on the ground and left. After Bai left, Naruto stood in the forest and practiced chi. It is difficult to improve combat power in the early stage, just like the stage when you first start to exercise. Naruto has been practicing for more than a month, and his combat power has only increased by a few points, but in fact, the gain brought by a few points of combat power is also very large. After adjusting his physical condition, Naruto instantly moved to the sea, suspended in the air with the dance technique, then put his hands together at his waist, condensed a large amount of chi in his body between his hands, and gradually condensed into a blue chi bomb. Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha! With his loud shout, the blue and white Kamehameha burst out from his hands, instantly turning into a long dragon that cut through the ocean and split it in half. If it weren't for the fact that this place was far from the coast, it might have caused a small tsunami. The air bomb slid a very long distance on the ocean, and finally flew into the sky and dissipated in the extraterrestrial space. Success! Naruto closed his eyes and teleported back to the forest. Now, if he used the 4 times Kaioken and then released the Kamehameha with all his strength, he could instantly annihilate a small country like the Land of Waves. This is the terrible attack power of Qigong. If he relied solely on fists and feet, his combat power would be higher, but at most he could only demolish buildings. But once he learned Qigong attacks, it would be easy to destroy mountains and even planets. However, although the Kagong attack is powerful, it will also consume a lot of chi in the body. Since no matter how strong a person is, the chi is limited, so Naruto will not use Kagong attacks unless it is absolutely necessary. In contrast, he prefers to use Chakra attacks because his Chakra volume is really large. At least for him, Chakra's endurance is stronger than chi. He wants to try to use Chakra as energy to release an attack similar to the Chakra version of Kamehameha. Even if the damage is lower, it doesn't matter. The attack distance alone is enough to scare the ninja world. The distance of Kagong attacks can easily cross thousands of mountains and rivers. It is no exaggeration to say that standing on the top of the mountain in Konoha village, it is possible to flatten other ninja villages with one shot. Naruto stood in the forest and practiced for a whole morning until his stomach started to growl at noon. He planned to go back to eat, but then he thought that the Desna family didn't have much food to begin with. If the four of them kept eating like this, his family probably couldn't stand it. So, Naruto decided to go and take advantage of the situation. He transformed into his good brother Kakarote again, then sensed the aura of Kato's home and teleported directly there. The place where Haku and Zabuza were seen last time was Kato's home. Naruto roughly observed the place, then continued to teleport and went directly into their warehouse. This entry was not a big deal. Naruto found that Kato really knew how to eat. There were all kinds of expensive hams, bacon, vegetables, refined rice, and fine noodles. Naruto was not polite to him, and directly carried a bag and teleported away directly. Chapter 29. When Naruto came back carrying a bag of rice and a bag of vegetables and bacon, Kakashi, who was squatting at the door to rest, frowned immediately. "Naruto, did you go out to steal things? Kato's home? Oh, I said you wouldn't be so ungentlemanly. How could you learn to steal at such a young age?" Kakashi didn't care at all. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that as a ninja, Kakashi couldn't meddle in other people's business, so as not to cause trouble for the village, Kakashi would have wanted to go to the Kato's house for tea. "Did you do it cleanly?" Kakashi suddenly asked as if he remembered something. "No one saw it." "That's good." If Naruto went to an ordinary family to take something, Kakashi would definitely teach him a lesson, but taking something from the Kato's house? "Bah, what do you mean taking something from the Kato's house? Didn't Naruto pick it up on the road?" As soon as Naruto entered the room, everyone's eyes widened immediately, especially the Daijuna family. They had not eaten meat for a long time and could even smell the scent of bacon in the bag. "Naruto, these things?" Tatsuna asked tentatively. "The Card family got it." "Oh, it turns out I picked it up. Our country of waves is really rich in products." Daijuna and others immediately felt relieved, and Tsunami even said, "Naruto, you have worked hard, rest now, I will cook." Naruto smiled and shook his head. "No, let's try my craft today." Hearing this, Tsunami glanced at Kakashi hesitantly, as if asking, "Is this kid good at cooking?" "My kitchen is made of wood." Kakashi said calmly, "This kid earns 100,000 taels a month in our village by cooking." Tsunami was immediately in awe. Naruto walked into the kitchen and took out the contents of the bag one by one, including bacon, vegetables, and some condiments such as cooking oil. He simmered a pot full of rice, washed the vegetables, sliced the bacon, then heated the pan with oil, added seasonings, and fried the bacon. He made a plate of fried bacon with green peppers as the supplement and bacon as the main ingredient, and he deliberately had a little more bacon. Some oil was put in. The Desna family must not have had much oil in a long time. With the remaining vegetables, he stewed a pot of vegetable soup and fried a small green vegetable. After serving the vegetables and soup, the rice was cooked in a short while. As early as when he was cooking, several people in the living room were already holding back their saliva. Not only the Tatsuna family, but also Kakashi and the others had been quiet for a long time since they came here. Sakura started to pinch her belly and talk about recent times. Seems to have lost weight. After a large pot of rice, 2 dishes, and 1 soup were served, everyone hurriedly said "I'm ready" and then started to wolf down the food. While eating, Naruto said pointedly, "I looked at several large warehouses in Kato. There is a lot of food. Not counting the food that cannot be stored for a long time, there are at least 10,000 tons of rice and flour alone. I think he is planning to sell it when winter comes. Just like what Naruto learned at the market 2 days ago, the people of Wave Country are already very poor. If they buy it directly, they will definitely not be able to buy Cardo's high-priced food, but Cardo has no intention of directly asking for their food. For money, he would make those people sign various loan-like treaties and directly take away their harvest in the next few years or even more than 10 years. If the weather is good, everyone can still pay back, but if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, then they will have to pay more for the materials they owe, such as having their children sold for sex, or signing more loan contracts. Cardo only pays the equivalent of their income for 1 season, and can enjoy their 10-year defense for the next few years or even more than 10 years. Even a huge profit is not enough to describe this kind of huge profit. When Desna heard this, he suddenly had some thoughts in his mind that he had never had before. The country of waves has a population of about 500,000. Each person can live on less than 1 kilogram of grain a day, and consumes more than 200 tons of grain a day. 10,000 tons of grain plus their own grain storage and other food sources are enough for them to survive the winter. After winter and spring, their vegetables and grains begin to mature. If the bridge is built by then, they will be able to do business with the outside world and make money from fisheries and other products. From now on, the country of waves will be able to prosper. Woke up. Desna suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Without this meal, he might only dare to think about it, but it would be different after this meal. The feeling of greasy bacon and fragrant rice is something everyone will remember. Naruto, are there any bacon and vegetables left? If there are any left, I would like to give some to everyone at the construction site tomorrow, okay? Dejuna suddenly suggested. The remaining amount is just enough to feed the people at the construction site. Naruto smiled meaningfully. After dinner, everyone had a full belly. Even Sakura praised Naruto in a rare way. I didn't expect Naruto to be so good at cooking. I thought you could only eat instant noodles. Naruto could only shrug. In the past, he could only eat instant noodles. Even if he wanted to cook it himself, he gave up because it was too unpalatable at first. In his life before time travel, the food he remembered most was Ichiraku ramen. The boss Ichiraku had never been prejudiced against him like other adults. He would always take care of him because he was an orphan. It was not easy to be alone. Give him more surface and materials. There is also Iruka-sensei. At the end of every month, when Naruto is short of money due to spending money, Iruka-sensei will take him to eat at home, or treat him to his favorite Ichiraku ramen. These two people were the two people who treated him best in Naruto's memory. He always remembered this kindness and would definitely repay them in the future. The next day, Naruto went to the kitchen and put the remaining bacon and vegetables into the pot in one go. He made 2 large pots of vegetable soup and fried meat. Except for leaving a small portion for the family to eat, the rest was basically cooked by Desna was brought to the construction site. Desna has considerable prestige and connections in the local area, which is why he was able to recruit so many people to help him build the bridge despite Cardo's threat. However, the people who built the bridge were actually under considerable life and psychological pressure. They were all worried that they would be killed by Cardo for repairing the bridge, because Cardo had done this before. Many people came to work at first, but after a few days, they couldn't stand the psychological pressure and asked to quit. When Desna came to the construction site today, he saw a few people who seemed to be hesitant to speak. He sighed and knew that these people should also want to quit. He pretended not to notice, put the food on the simple wooden table, and shouted, "Everyone, come and eat first. If there is anything, we will talk after dinner." The workers gathered together. Working here with Desna, at least they will be provided with food, so that the family can save some food and let the wife and children at home eat more. But today, when the rice bowl was opened, everyone was shocked. Because the rice bowl was filled with a very thick vegetable soup, and a pot of fried meat, and the rice bucket was also filled with white rice. "Mr. Desna, where did these things come from?" Everyone quickly covered the lid and looked around in horror, fearing that they would be discovered. Because everyone knew that the only one who could take this thing out now was Cardo. Desna lowered his voice and said, "It was brought by the ninja I hired. Eat it quickly and don't let anyone see it." Finally, everyone assigned people to take turns to keep watch so as not to be seen. The rest of the people rushed to pack the food, but today their appetite was not big. Many people only ate a little, and then tightly closed the lunch boxes with a lot of meat and rice left and packed them up. They were also thinking about their haggard wives at home and their children who were growing up. During the meal, Desna was smoking alone. When everyone had almost finished eating, he said in a deep voice, "The ninja told me that there are more than 10,000 tons of food in Cardo's warehouse." Everyone was surprised at first, and then their eyes dimmed. "No matter how much food Cardo has, what does it have to do with us?" "It does matter. Why do you think he stored so much food in the land of waves? Is it for charity? To sell it, but we can't even afford to eat, and we don't know if we have enough food for the winter. How can we buy his food?" someone said. "Some people didn't have enough food last winter. Have you forgotten what Kato did? I remember that those people went to Kato to sign a loan shark, and then they got food for the winter. Yes, Kato will take a part of all their harvests in 10 years, but you and I know that under Kato's monopoly, the food we produce ourselves can't even feed ourselves. The people of Wave Country actually grow a lot of food. Apart from anything else, 1 acre of land produces hundreds of kilograms of food. Everyone has land and can fish. How can they not have enough food?" However, people's lives are not just about rice and fish. They also need to wear clothes, buy daily necessities, and their children need to go to school, all of which cost money. If you need money, you can only sell food and vegetables, but Wave Country is monopolized by Kato, and he has the final say on the price of everything. Rice may sell for 30 taels per caddy outside, and even 50 taels in some places, but it can only sell for 10 taels here in Kato. Conversely, a piece of clothing sells for 100 taels outside, but it may cost 300 or even 500 here in Kato. With one increase and one decrease, everyone's life became very sad, and it got worse year by year. Many people actually began to realize this problem slowly, but they had no ability to change it. Kaisha once wanted to lead everyone to resist, but he was killed. Desna's meaning today was also very clear, that is, if you don't resist, it may be too late. In the future, whether the family can eat a few bites of food depends on Kato's face, so how can you resist? Many workers finished their day's work with a dull face, and then hurriedly took their lunch boxes home. Those who wanted to quit didn't open their mouths in the end. Chapter 30. This night, many people are destined to have a bad sleep. The workers who returned from the construction site carefully closed the doors and windows and opened their lunch boxes in front of their families. The things inside are really not luxurious or complicated. There is just a layer of bacon and a thick layer of white rice. After half a day, the rice had lost its heat and fragrance, and became sticky. The bacon also became dry and hard. However, after getting permission from their parents, the children at home ate it like the most delicious delicacy in the world. It was just a lunch box of leftovers, but the children were still not satisfied. The wife asked them why they had meat and rice to eat today, and they remained silent. It was already autumn. Sitting at home at night, you could occasionally hear the sound of the cold wind whistling outside. That was the cold air gradually approaching. Next, the family should add thick clothes, and they also had to think of ways to get food for the winter. They remembered what Desna said, there are more than 10,000 tons of food in the Cardo warehouse. They will definitely eat more than 10,000 tons of food this winter, but how to eat it is a problem. If you do nothing, you will beg from Cardo and borrow money from him at high interest rates to make ends meet, and then repeat this process year after year until there is no return. There is another way to eat it, that is. In fact, they are really scared because if they do this, they are likely to die. Very few people are not afraid of death, especially those who have a family. Even if they licked blood when they were young, once they have a family, they will become timid and hesitant in doing things. But sometimes, family members make them less afraid of death. Although they didn't have much culture, they quickly figured out what was about to happen. If they don't do something, they will be sucked by Kaguya without limit in the future. Even if they die, their debts will be repaid by their children, and then their children's children, and then their children, and so on. From now on, they will no longer a human, but a slave of Kaguya. They are used to being humble and submissive, but when the same thing happens to their wives, children, and descendants, they can't accept it anymore. This night, many people were awake. From time to time in the small town of Wave Kingdom, some figures could be seen flashing in the darkness, and whispers could be heard from many houses. The next day, Dasna arrived at the construction site on time, but found that the construction site was empty today. He did not show any disappointment, but looked at the empty construction site thoughtfully. While he was meditating, mist filled the surrounding area abnormally. The visibility of the entire construction site began to decrease, and the temperature seemed to become colder. For a moment, Dejuna felt his heart pounding, and a kunao quickly hit his throat. With his reflexes, he realized that it was the moment of death. Fortunately, just when the kunao was about to stab his throat, several shurikens flew through the air and forced the attacker back. Then, Kakashi's lazy voice sounded in the fog, "So you are really not dead? No wonder Kato has been so honest recently. It seems that he is waiting for your injury to heal." "Humph." Zabuza's gloomy voice came from the fog, "I have always been lucky, otherwise I wouldn't be alive today, but you, don't even think about leaving here today." People in Kirigakura always like to say harsh words. Kakashi was unmoved. If a few harsh words could scare him, he wouldn't be a copy of Ninja Kakashi. Besides Zabuza, Shiro wearing a mask slowly walked out of the fog. "You brought a helper today." Kakashi glanced at Shiro. A rough estimate is that Haku should be stronger than a Chuunin. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would really have a headache when encountering the combination of Zabuza and Haku, but I also have some unusual guys here. Naruto was not at the scene at the moment, and only Sasuke and Sakura were with Kakashi, but Kakashi was sure that Naruto would arrive in time. How should I put it? Naruto inexplicably made him feel like his teacher Minato Namikaze, the kind of guy who would always appear at critical moments. Although Haku's strength is extraordinary, if his opponents are Naruto and Sasuke, then he may not be good enough. "Sakura, stay with Mr. Tatsuna and don't let anyone steal him." Kakashi made a simple battle plan. It was up to him to deal with Zabuza, Sasuke to confront Haku, and Sakura to protect her employer. "Where's that guy Naruto, hasn't he come yet?" Sasuke asked. "It should arrive soon." Kakashi was not worried about this. "It would be a pity if he didn't have time to see me defeat this guy." Sasuke held the kunao and stared at Shiro in front of him. Just as they were about to start the battle, Kaguya's warriors arrived at Dasna's house. Although he sent two ninjas, Zabuza and Haku, Kato always liked to do things to the extreme. He ordered his samurai to kidnap Tajuna's family so that if his ninjas were at a disadvantage, he used his family to coerce Dasna into giving up his commission. In this way, the ninjas of Konoha must evacuate from here. Without authorization, they cannot interfere in the affairs here, otherwise they will ruin Konoha's reputation and will be dealt with. They opened the door of Daejuna's house with a knife, then subdued Tsunami who was still doing housework without any explanation, and tried to take her away by force. Under the coercion of the two samurai, Tsunami knew that she could not resist and could only follow them. However, the two samurai forgot that there was another person in this family. There was a dull sound in the air, and a crossbow arrow pierced the air and hit one of the warriors in the neck. They turned around and saw Inari standing angrily on the stairs holding a small crossbow. After he heard the noise downstairs, he rushed out with the small crossbow that Kesha had made for him before his death. Unfortunately, Kesha did not expect that this crossbow would really be used to kill people. Its power was seriously insufficient and was not given to the samurai. Inflicting fatal injuries only aroused their ferocity. The injured samurai stepped forward and kicked Inari away, then waved the katana in his hand to chop him to death. At the critical moment, Tsunami shouted, "Don't hurt my son, if he is hurt, I will commit suicide immediately." This time, the samurai were a bit wary, because Kaguya's order to them was to bring back the hostages. If they hacked Inari to death and Tsunami committed suicide, their mission would have failed. The punishment that Kado gave to those who failed the mission was very bloody, and even samurai like them would shudder when they thought about it. Tisk. The samurai glared at Inari with hatred, but decided to take Tsunami away first, and it would not be too late to kill this kid later. However, before they stepped out of the door, Inari, who had just been kicked away, supported his body and stood up, and gritted his teeth and yelled at them, "You are not allowed to hurt my mother. Whoever hurts my mother, he will die." Inari's gnashing voice made anyone feel terrified, and the two samurai immediately wanted to kill them. This child must not be allowed to live any longer. No matter who heard that, they would believe that as long as the child was still alive, he would find ways to kill them. We can't let the night dream too much and leave behind disasters. The two looked at each other and immediately understood. One of the samurai hit Tsunami's back of the head with the handle of the knife, causing her to faint. As long as she is still alive when they bring her to Kado, then there will be no problem, and they will not fail the mission. And this kid must die here today. The two samurai drew their long swords and approached Inari viciously, and Inari was not afraid either, and rushed up with the rolling pin in the cabinet. With a bang, the samurai sword instantly cut the rolling pin into 3 pieces, and then the two swords cut through the air and slashed at Inari. At the critical moment, the sound of teleportation sounded, and Naruto blocked Inari, blocking the slashes of the two samurai swords with only 1 finger each. Kado really has no bottom line, Dade Bayo. Chapter 31. Brother Naruto. Inari shouted in surprise. "Inari, I see your courage, and leave it to me next." Naruto suddenly stirred up a strong energy, and directly shook the two samurai away. After they stood up, they still wanted to struggle, but Naruto raised his finger directly, and the thin light penetrated their arms directly, making them unable to pick up weapons. That was actually not a light attack, but Naruto's improved whole wave, which is also a kind of Kigong attack. After Naruto's improvement, he can control the size and power at will, which is very useful for dealing with such small characters. Then, there was a noisy sound outside the house. Many residents of the Land of Waves holding farm tools and various weapons passed by the door. Naruto kicked 2 samurai out of the house one by one and kicked them in front of the residents. "He belongs to you." Naruto handed the 2 samurai to the villagers for disposal, and then quickly left the scene. Kakashi still needed him to support. Before returning to Dazna's house, Naruto went to confirm the situation of the residents of the Land of Waves. After a night of fermentation and consideration, the residents basically decided to give it a try today. Seeing that winter was coming, they didn't want themselves and their descendants to fall into the abyss step by step from this year, so they decided to fight one last time. Naruto changed into different people many times and gave them some guidance. Now some residents went to attack Kado's residence and warehouse to compete for the food stored there, and the rest began to rush to the construction site to support Dazna, because Naruto told them that Kado planned to kill Dazna at the construction site today. After confirming that there was no one around, Naruto used instant teleportation to come to the construction site. At this time, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza had entered a white-hot stage. Kakashi and Zabuza kept playing in the mist-hidden technique, while Sasuke and Bai were inseparable. It must be admitted that Sasuke is indeed a genius. He graduated from the ninja school less than 2 months ago. Recently, he followed Kakashi to practice meditation for a week. Now he can fight with Bai, who is above Chunin to a considerable extent. At least in terms of physical skills, Sasuke, who opened the Sharingan, made Bai feel exhausted. Bai used water escape to attack Sasuke many times, but he resolved them one by one. The surrounding ground was covered with liquid left by water escape. Just when Sasuke stepped on the center of these liquids, Bai suddenly exerted force, Secretary Thousand killing water shooting. In an instant, the water that was originally scattered on the ground suddenly moved to the middle, turning into water arrows one after another. If Sasuke could not dodge, he would be pierced through by these water arrows. Humph! Sasuke was not panicked at all. He gathered chakra at the bottom of his feet, and then suddenly jumped up, actually jumping nearly 10 meters high, easily avoiding Bai's long accumulated 1000 killing water shooting. This is the use that Sasuke himself learned by analogy after Kakashi taught them to use chakra to climb trees, because he had previously discovered that if a large amount of chakra was gathered at the bottom of the feet, it would generate a very strong force to kick the tree to pieces, but if this force could be used properly, it would allow the soles of the feet to generate extremely strong thrust, allowing the ninja to jump very high. After Sasuke landed, he exhaled lightly to calm his breathing, and then said to Bai, "What skills do you have? Just use them. Bai, don't play house with him, get rid of him in one go, and then come to help." Zabuza shouted. Bai took a look at the battle situation where Zabuza was, and it was indeed not optimistic. Even if Zabuza had figured out how to deal with the Sharingan, there was still a gap between him and Kakashi. Even if Kakashi covered his Sharingan, it would be difficult for Zabuza to defeat him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and then the water on the ground moved again. They surrounded Sasuke, forming a wall of water. The water began to freeze quickly and turned into ice mirrors, surrounding him tightly. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. At this moment, Sasuke seemed to be surrounded by a world made of mirrors, and Bai's figure was reflected in each mirror. Bloodline limit. After seeing this scene, Kakashi, who was outside, immediately understood what kind of secret technique this was. In the world of ninjas, in addition to ordinary ninjutsu, there is also a power called bloodline limit, which is a new secret technique formed by the fusion of two different chakra attributes. This is not a simple fusion of power, but to combine two originally unintentional powers and then develop corresponding escape techniques. Once developed successfully, this power will be recorded in the genes of the ninja and can be passed on to the next generation. After the branches are spread, a family will be formed. This is how many big families in the ninja world came to be. The surname was originally unknown, but one day someone suddenly developed a new escape technique. Then the new escape technique was engraved in the blood and continued to spread. Then the family rose up with the escape technique and became a big family. What Bai used was this blood inheritance limit, but he didn't know what this escape technique was called for the time being. Sasuke was trapped in the barrier created by Shiro using the blood succession limit secretary, and was completely unable to escape. After the blood succession limit was unfolded, Shiro could freely shuttle through every ice mirror in a way that was contrary to common sense, whether it was to attack or evade. The attacks are all elusive. Sasuke tried to directly destroy the ice mirror to escape, but the ice mirror was too weird. Even if one ice mirror was broken, a new ice mirror would immediately condense, and Shiro would constantly shuttle through the ice mirror, giving Sasuke no chance to escape. In this case, unless you can break all the ice mirrors at one go, you will be trapped inside and die. Shiro constantly shuttled through the ice mirror, and every time he could take advantage of Sasuke's defense and use Senbon to pierce his body. Fortunately, if Senbon did not hit the vital point, the damage would be very limited, otherwise Sasuke might not be able to stand by now. Even so, there were already several Kyanben tied around his body, which looked particularly penetrating. Just when Sasuke didn't know how to break the situation, Naruto instantly broke into the magic mirror ice crystal. Seeing Naruto's arrival, Sasuke not only did not show any surprise, but instead said angrily, "You idiot! Why did you just break in? It's very dangerous here." Naruto signaled him to calm down, waved his hand and said, "Sasuke, there are mirrors everywhere here. I think it is very suitable for me to use my noble power." "Noble power, you guy?" Naruto pouted, and Sasuke knew what he was going to do, but thinking about it carefully, using the Sun Fist in this environment was indeed very appropriate. In a closed environment with reflective mirrors everywhere, can this Sun Punch still survive? After Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, they closed their eyes and covered their eyes with both hands to avoid being caught. Naruto put his hands on both sides of his head and shouted, "Sun Fist!" In an instant, a bright light that could blind a dog's eyes shone in the magic mirror ice crystal barrier. Bai, who was unaware of this move, directly ate the enhanced version of the Sun Fist. Chapter 32. Standing in a place surrounded by mirrors and eating a sun punch, this experience can only be said to be very abstract. For a moment, it will make people feel like they are in heaven. At this time, the gap between Shiro and Sasuke was reflected. Sasuke and Sakura would fall directly into a baby-like sleep after receiving a sun fist, but Shiro could cover his eyes and continue fighting. Although the person was in a trance, he still held the kunai tightly and was always ready to fight. Your willpower is really extraordinary. Even Naruto admired him a little. Bai's body was already swaying a little, but he still locked Naruto's position through his hearing, closed his temporarily blind eyes and said, "Because I have a reason why I absolutely cannot fall." For Zabuza. Naruto glanced at the battlefield on Kakashi's side. Zabuza's defeat was revealed, and it was only a matter of time before Kakashi captured him. From the moment he met Haku until now, the other person almost always talks about Zabuza, as if he lives only for Zabuza. What did he do to make you so devoted to him? Naruto is not surprised by Shiro's behavior, because if Mr. Iruka or Uncle Ichiraku were put in Zabuza's position, Naruto would give it his all and fight with all his strength. Some people would indeed value kindness more than kindness. Life is more important. But no matter how fierce a guy is, will he still have the gentleness that makes Baiji risk his own life? Bai smiled bitterly. I was once a very happy child. My parents were both here and loved me very much. At that time, I had a happy family as described in the books. But if you want to blame, I can only blame my bloodline. Bai opened his palms, and the blood condensed into ice crystals in his palms. Where I grew up, the blood successor limit has been used as a murderous weapon in successive wars. Over time, everyone began to regard the blood successor limit as a symbol of disaster, because as long as it has anything to do with the blood successor limit, there will be no good thing. To describe it as a simple symbol of disaster does not seem to be that accurate. The persecution of the blood inheritance boundary has nothing to do with any reason. The people of the Kingdom of Water have almost lost their parents, children, and relatives in the continuous wars, so the entire country has become abnormal from top to bottom. People desperately wanted to escape the war, so they hated and persecuted everything related to war, including the bloodline. In this world, everyone is insane because no one is living a normal life. Bai's mother originally concealed her ancestry and lived with Bai's father very happily. However, after all, paper cannot cover the fire. One day, her identity was exposed, and something appalling happened. Bai's father killed his mother and wanted to kill Bai, who was still a child at the time. However, Bai's mother would let him kill her because she didn't want to hurt her husband, but Bai, who was still a child at the time, would not. His body instinctively reacted in self-defense, and the powerful blood inheritance boundary killed his father in an instant. Overnight, his father killed his mother, and he himself killed his father. Bai, who was a happy child a day ago, instantly became a street child. There was no laughter in the small wooden house where a happy family once lived. As a child, Bai sat in it all day and night. It was only when he was hungry that he remembered that there was no more delicious food served by his mother with a smile on his face. In the cold wooden house, only the dead parents were left, and every bit of the past had gone with the wind. In order to find food, Bai left that home and went begging on the streets and rummaging through garbage dumps for food. The shirt that my mother had washed cleanly became stained, my hair became messy, and my body was filled with the sour smell of the garbage. At that time, Bai really wanted to go home, take a bath in a wooden basin with hot water, throw the clothes into the bamboo basket, and hang them cleanly on the clothes drying pole the next day. Unfortunately, he can no longer find his way home, he has wandered too far. While he was crying and dazed alone in the garbage, he met the most important person in his life, Zabuza. At that time, Zabuza was called a ghost, and he was ruthless and merciless to everyone. He actually took in a stray child like this, which was something no one expected. Zabuza took him home, threw him into the bathroom, and asked him to take a bath by himself and wash the dirty clothes he took off. He only prepared simple food on the table because he didn't know how to cook. But all this roughness was already the supreme salvation for Bai at that time, and material satisfaction was only secondary. More importantly, Bai finally knew where he should go. From that day on, he had a place where I can go back and someone I can care about. However, such days did not last long. Later, Zabuza failed to assassinate Mizukage and had to take Bai Yuan away with him. It's ridiculous to say that Zabuza is the representative figure of the blood mist policy, but he took the lead in resisting the blood mist policy, and even went to assassinate Mizukage for this, and almost lost his life. After escaping from the village, Zabuza still did not give up Kirigakure village. Before leaving, he seriously told Shiro, "Sooner or later, I will come back, and then let the entire water country overturn for me and become a new country." In order to realize this ideal, Zabuza accepted commissions from everywhere and prepared funds. During this process, Zabuza also had other thoughts. Just like a few days ago, he seriously considered whether he should take the money and find a place to live in seclusion with Shiro directly, and live the life of idle clouds and wild cranes. In Kirigakure village, it's no longer possible to change. But this ideal is now shattered. The ghost brothers who followed Zabuza have been eliminated. Zabuza himself and Haku are now in crisis. As expected, both of them will die here today. Although Shiro was still fighting, his heart had already turned cold. Naruto broke the limit of his blood inheritance with just one move, and even made him blind. In this case, he couldn't even defeat Sasuke, let alone Sasuke. What's more, Naruto has not shown his strength yet. As early as when he knew that Naruto was the mysterious cockroach that night, Shiro already knew that he was definitely no match for him. However, I still want to try it out. At the same time, Kakashi took out a scroll from his pocket, unfolded it and activated it using a special technique, and then, 7 ninja dogs wearing Konoha forehead protectors leaped out of it. This was his method to crack Zabuza's Kirigakure technique. Kirigakure's Kirigakure technique in Kirigakure village was no secret. Kakashi had experienced the Third Ninja World War and was no stranger to it. The ninja dogs he trained could use their sense of smell to he accurately found Zabuza's position in the Kirigakure technique where visibility was almost zero. Zabuza's biggest reliance is the situation where the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark after deploying the Kirigakure technique. Once this technique is cracked, it is impossible for him to defeat Kakashi. Chapter 33. Children died on the battlefield, relatives killed each other, children had no parents, and adults lost their children. Why should I be allowed to live in this kind of world? Bai smiled bitterly, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. These words made Sasuke behind Naruto look downcast. To a certain extent, he and Bai can be said to have the same problem. Perhaps this is the curse of the blood inheritance boundary? Since you hate this world, do you want to try to change it with me? Naruto's voice sounded. Children can go to school well and don't have to be killing machines until they grow up. School becomes a place to learn and play. You can eat meat for every meal, there is endless food in the refrigerator, and you never have to worry about tomorrow. Will starve or be killed. His expression was very calm, not like he was recounting an earth-shattering event, but his words made people feel that he was crazy. Changing the world, more than one person in the history of the ninja world has thought about it and done it, but no one has really succeeded so far. In the past 100 years, the person closest to success should be the first Hokage Senju Hashirama who founded the Leaf Village more than 60 years ago. Before Senju Hashirama, there was no such thing as a ninja village. Ninjas fought against each other as a family unit. It was the first Hokage who ended the Warring States period with the strongest power in the world and established a ninja village. It is true that the ninja village system is not perfect today. Children are still being sent to the battlefield, and relatives are still killing each other. However, orphans like Naruto finally have a meal to eat. In non-war times, they can go out to play on the street, eat their favorite Ichiraku ramen, and buy cheap canned beef in the store. Eating meat is no longer a luxury, and being full becomes a matter of course. The times are always spiraling upwards, and they seem to be exactly the same as in the past, but they are moving forward after all. However, even a powerful person like Hashirama Senju can only do this. What Naruto just said was undoubtedly a declaration that he would do what Hashirama Senju had done or even failed to do. Bai subconsciously thought he was crazy, but thinking about what happened recently and what Naruto had done recently, he didn't think it was completely impossible. Uzumaki Naruto. Is this your ideal? Bai felt that this ideal was too far away, but he couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Is there really such a world? I really want to go there. Bai's vision gradually recovered, and he looked up in the direction of Zabuza, with a touch of determination in his eyes. Zabuza was in a desperate situation at this time. Kakashi's ninja dog bit him tightly and it was difficult for him to break free for a while. This short stagnation was fatal in a duel at the level of senior ninja. Kakashi had already condensed a lightning like a sharp knife in his palm. That was one of his famous skills, Reikari. By gathering chakra on the palm, a sharp blade composed of lightning was formed, which cut the enemy sharply. As long as the sound of this move sounded, many survivors who had experienced the Third Ninja World War would immediately wake up from their dreams and break out in a cold sweat. Kakashi waved Reikari and rushed towards Zabuza at an explosive speed. The sharp Reikari mercilessly stabbed at Zabuza's heart. Reikari accurately pierced the opponent's body, but it was not Zabuza's, but Haku who blocked in front of him at the critical moment. As soon as he regained his vision, he saw Zabuza's desperate situation. Without thinking about anything, he rushed up at the fastest speed and took this fatal Reikari for Zabuza. Not only that, Bai also clamped Kakashi's wrist tightly with both hands, making it impossible for him to pull his hand out of his chest, buying time for Zabuza. As mentioned earlier, in a battle at the level of a jonin, a little bit of stagnation is fatal. Zabuza broke free from the restraints of the ninja dogs and swung the kunai in his hand to stab Kakashi. In the blink of an eye, no ninjutsu could be performed in time, and only the simplest kunai could be used the fastest. It was a pity that his beheading sword was taken away by Naruto before, otherwise if he swung the beheading sword now, he could cut Kakashi in half with one sword. At the critical moment, Naruto moved over instantly, and a whole wave directly pierced Zabuza's wrist waving the kunai. What? Zabuza's mind went blank instantly. He already knew that Naruto could use the instant body technique, but the move he just used was no longer in the scope of ninjutsu. Without any signs of making hand seals or refining chakra, he completed the instant body instantaneous technique and released an extremely strange move, piercing his arm with one move. If he didn't care about Kakashi's life, he could even choose to pierce his own heart directly. Kid, who the hell are you? Zabuza covered his bleeding wrist with a solemn expression. Naruto did not answer his question, but took the pierced Bai from Kakashi, gently put him on the ground, and closed his eyes. Bai is dead, do you still want to continue fighting, Zabuza? Humph, what kind of nonsense is that? Do you have to give up the mission if someone dies? There is no such thing. Zabuza stared at Naruto, trying to find a flaw. What a pity, Bai was still thinking about protecting you until the end, but you don't seem to care about him at all. Kid, don't play this trick on me. Zabuza gritted his teeth, held the kunai tightly with his other hand and rushed up. Naruto. Kakashi wanted Naruto to get out of the way and let him deal with him, but Naruto gave him a reassuring look. The moment Zabuza rushed up, Naruto burst into red flames, turned around and dodged the attack, and then knocked the already seriously injured Zabuza to the ground with a backhand punch. Just now when he was fighting with me, he said that he wanted to live in a quiet place in the future without killing or being killed. But unfortunately, you don't seem to think so, so he never mentioned it, just blindly catering to your ideas. Zabuza's eyes widened instantly, but he quickly concealed the change in his expression, turned his head and glared at Naruto fiercely. What does his dream have to do with me? After all, he is just one of my subordinates, a tool of mine. But who would cry for a tool? Naruto shook his head. Zabuza realized that what just flowed down his face was neither sweat nor blood from injury, but tears that could not be suppressed from the corners of his eyes. He had already thought about giving up the mission, so that he could at least bury Bai. If he died, he could only bet on whether these Konoha ninjas would be kind enough to dig a pit for them. However, what really made him decide to give up the mission was what happened next. There was a noisy sound of footsteps on the bridge, and everyone turned around to see that it was Kato who had arrived with a large number of samurai. He took a glance and knew what was going on the field. When he saw Bai's body, he couldn't help but laugh at Zabuza. The demons from the Hidden Mist village are so powerful, but one of them is rotting on the ground like a dead dog, and the other is standing next to him like a defeated dog with a broken leg. It's really ridiculous. Kato, what are you doing here? Zabuza's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What? You two are both injured, so why do you think I'm here? Kado laughed. I've investigated, and the only powerful ones here are you and the white-haired Konoha ninja. Now that you two have fought each other to a draw, I guess there is basically no such thing as chakra, right? To be honest with you, I never thought of paying you from the beginning. That's why I hired you two rebels, because even if I kill you while you are both injured, it won't cause trouble. From the beginning, Kado had no intention of paying. Although the reward was not a lot of money for him, Kado did not want the poor guy to get even a penny of his money. In fact, he had hired several rebel ninjas over the years, and basically eliminated them in various ways, either when both sides were injured, or when celebrating success, poisoning or assassination. In short, Kado had already liked this routine of hiring rebel ninjas, then killing them after completing the task and exempting the commission. Kato, you bastard! Zabuza, who realized that he had been deceived, was completely angry. Chapter 34. Kakashi, it seems that we don't need to fight anymore. Zabuza smiled bitterly, thinking that everything he did was so ridiculous. He risked his life to kill Kakashi and his group, just to earn Kado's reward, so that he could decide whether to retire or continue to work hard to change the Water Kingdom in the future. As a result, he had no chance of getting the money from the beginning. Kato had never thought of paying him. His goal from the beginning to the end was to kill Zabuza after he and Kakashi were both injured. Kato. I was really underestimated by you, a bastard. Zabuza laughed in anger. Kato wanted to kill him with more than 1,000 samurai. It is true that he was in a bad state at the moment, because he could not release a decent ninjutsu, and there was a high probability that he would be killed by so many people. But, this bastard Kato didn't think that so many people could protect him, right? The battle with you ends here. I have new things to do. Zabuza stared at Kato with murderous anger. The latter was immediately frightened and quickly hid in the crowd. If your opponent is Kato, then I will sponsor you something as a special friendship. Naruto took out a storage scroll from his pocket and unfolded it. After taking the beheading sword from Zabuza that day, Kakashi sealed up this famous weapon from the Hidden Mist village, because no one in their group was good at using it, and it would be easy for them to get into trouble if they showed off the Hidden Mist village's things. At this moment, Naruto took out the scroll that sealed the beheading sword, and after performing the seal to unseal it, the huge beheading sword was summoned. Naruto threw it out, and Zabuza caught it steadily. Thanks, kid. Zabuza immediately showed a bloodthirsty grin after getting the beheading sword. As a senior ninja from the Hidden Mist village who is good at killing people, his physical skills are terrible, and he is even more powerful with the beheading sword in his hand. Kato. Zabuza yelled his name, waved the beheading sword and rushed towards him. Many samurai blocked the way, but Zabuza swung his beheading sword and easily split them in half. Occasionally, some swords hit him, but Zabuza didn't care. People from the Hidden Mist village have the endurance to not be killed easily. He hacked and killed all the way, without using any ninjutsu, and killed 200 or 300 samurai with just physical skills. There were many more wounds on his body, and some weapons were stuck in his body, bloody. He is asking for death. Kakashi sighed when he saw this scene. As a senior ninja, Kakashi naturally knew that with Zabuza's remaining physical strength, as long as he didn't want to die, these people would definitely not leave him. Later, he would have plenty of opportunities to kill Kato. It was too easy for a demon from the Hidden Mist village to assassinate an ordinary person. But he didn't retreat, but chose to attack without defense. He rushed forward, which was completely asking for death. I'm afraid that when the boy named Bai fell, he had already lost the idea of living. Although Zabuza looked miserable at this time, his eyes were still like a terrifying beast. He forcibly cut a path through the crowd and caught up with the fleeing Kato. The surrounding warriors were already frightened by the killing and could only surround him, hesitating and not daring to approach. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Kato! Where do you want to run to? Zabuza, covered in blood, approached him step by step with a grim smile, holding a beheading sword taller than Kato in his hand, dragging it on the ground, making a series of creepy sounds. "You bastard, I believed your lies and died in vain in this place. Today, whether it is you, a despicable bastard, or me, who is like an idiot, stay here and keep him company." Zabuza picked up the beheading sword, his body full of blood, like a Shura crawling out of a sea of blood, and slashed at Kato fiercely. The warriors hired by Cardo were already scared out of their wits. No one dared to come up to protect Cardo. The once wealthy businessman could only watch the sword fall and split him in half from the top of his head. After the sword was slashed, Zabuza finally gave up his obsession and fell to the ground with a plop. However, although he fell, the warriors around him still did not dare to step forward. The tiger was still powerful after death. They were already scared out of their wits by Zabuza. The warriors retreated timidly. Cardo was dead at this time. There was no need for them to fight with the opponent. Zabuza was so scary. There were still 4 living ninjas on the opposite side, especially the white-haired leader. He should be more powerful than Zabuza. If they really started fighting, they might not be able to kill him. If they were really so ignorant of their own danger, Naruto could send them all to heaven with one Kamehameha. However, Naruto did not like killing people, and except for the ghost brothers from the Hidden Mist village who had insisted on assassinating them before, he always gave people room to maneuver. The main thing is that he doesn't need to take action to kill these people. The fleeing warriors began to flee to Cardo's base camp. But they still remembered that Cardo's 10,000 tons of food and various resources were stored there, and a lot of money was also hidden there. All they had to do was build a few ships to transport them away. With those supplies, they were considered developed. But soon their dream was shattered. On their way back, they were surrounded by residents of the Kingdom of Waves armed with various weapons. The remaining samurai are only a few hundred, and they are usually used to show off their power and suppress some small-scale peasant resistance. But now the entire Kingdom of Waves has been mobilized. The population of the Kingdom of Waves is 500,000, including young and middle-aged people. More than 100,000 or 200,000 people. Even if only 1/10 of these people are mobilized, it is a very scary number. The warriors who were surrounded by a sea of people were now in a state of despair. They just wanted to escape and save their lives, but the residents obviously would not let them go. They were carried by the crowd and came to the square, and then the people who had been bullied rushed here and began to liquidate. "You broke my old man's leg. My house was completely ransacked by you, even the old hens that laid eggs were taken away and eaten by you. Where did you take my daughter to? Give my husband his life back." The crowd was excited for a while, and everyone counted the sins committed by each warrior one by one, then picked them out one by one and liquidated them one by one. New warriors or other personnel were constantly being sent to the square, and they were all Cardo's subordinates. In order to manage the Kingdom of Waves, Cardo hired quite a few subordinates and thugs. Thousands of people were counted from day to night. By the time the moon rose and people lit up their torches, all the warriors had been counted, and the scene became unsightly. The scarlet anger in people's eyes gradually dissipated. The great revenge had been avenged, but they had no joy. The lost people would never come back. They overthrew Cardo's rule and completed a major event that could be recorded in the history of the Kingdom of Waves. In the process, no innocent people were harmed. Every person killed was guilty of enough to cause death. The process was impeccable and sufficient. It will become a positive deed that will be written heavily in the annals of history in the future. But many people did not laugh, but cried after the reckoning. Because broken legs will not be reattached and dead relatives will not be resurrected, many people may be like this from now on. Even if the Land of Waves really gets better because of the bridge, their lives will no longer become happy. They knew it before they started, but even so, they joined the team and came together. Chapter 35. Kakashi walked up to Zabuza, who was already unconscious and on his deathbed. Seeing Kakashi coming, Zabuza tried his best to cheer up and squeezed out a sentence from his throat, "Can you do me a favor? Take me to Shiro." Kakashi nodded silently and carefully carried Zabuza, who was covered in blood, to the dead Haku. Perhaps all the tears Zabuza had shed in the past combined were not as much as today. He looked at the dead Shiro with tears streaming down his face. Only now did he understand that nothing in this world is more precious than the person in front of him. Everything can be lost and recovered, except people. Zabuza has always believed that the purpose of a ninja is to turn himself into a ruthless killing weapon, and he just needs to accept the task without emotion and then kill people. But after meeting Shiro, this idea was shaken little by little. Until today, he finally understood that ninjas are just human beings and cannot be completely ruthless. Even if they are indifferent to 99% of the people in the world, they will still be indifferent after all. There will be that one person who will make him open his heart. I'm such a fool, I caused you to die here. I used to think you were just my killing tool, but now I realize that I was just deceiving myself. Zabuza smiled wryly at himself. He stretched out his hand to caress Shiro's cheek. At this time, snowflakes actually fell from the sky, as if the heavens were mourning this young man who died young. A snowflake fell on the corner of Bai's eye and melted slowly, as if Bai was crying. If there is a pure land in this world, I really hope I can go there with you. Zabuza slowly closed his eyes and his breath gradually dropped. Kakashi-sensei, let's bury them. Naruto suggested. Yet, Kakashi also felt that his heart was touched. He dug 2 graves with his own hands, buried Haku and Zabuza in them, and buried Zabuza's decapitating sword as a sacrifice. In the next few days, a large number of young and middle-aged people from the Kingdom of Waves joined in the process of repairing the bridge. The labor force was abundant, because with the food supply in Cardo's warehouse, everyone worked very energetically. Without any external influence, and with the help of almost everyone in the country of waves, the bridge is being built at a rapid speed every day. Everyone also firmly believes that this bridge will bring changes to the country of waves. After confirming that there was no threat, Kakashi and his party left the country of waves the night before the bridge was completed. They had left Konoha long enough. Before leaving, they only notified Tatsuna, who was their employer. Knowing that he couldn't keep him, he took out the highest level reward for a B-level mission from his wallet. This is crowd-funded by everyone from the Kingdom of Waves. Please accept it. Without you, we would never be where we are today. Desna sincerely gave everyone the reward. Kakashi did not refuse, because this mission was indeed worthy of the reward. If Desna went alone, he would only accept the initial C-level mission reward, but if it was a reward given by the Wave Country, there would be no reason to refuse. The day after they returned to Konoha, the Wave Country Bridge was completed. Everyone argued for a long time about the name. Some people wanted to commemorate the dead Kisha and name it Kisha Bridge, but some people thought it was the credit of the Konoha ninjas and wanted to name it Konoha Bridge or something like that. This bridge is the common hard work of all the people of the Wave Country. I think it's better to call it the People's Bridge. A full-hearted voice sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 ninjas, one big and one small, slowly coming from the bridge. Facing the doubtful and even vigilant people in the land of waves, the 2 ninjas explained, "We are wandering ninjas without a ninja village. If you don't mind, we want to stay in the land of waves and become ninjas here." At first, everyone didn't believe it, until the younger ninja said, "We were introduced by Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha village. He is an interesting guy who always says Dade Bayo when he speaks." The people of the land of waves believed them a little bit, mainly because they really need permanent ninjas now. After the bridge is built, people from other countries and regions will start to travel here more and more. The land of waves must not have a decent defense force. In the ninja world, the highest defense force of a country is ninjas. Powerful countries have their own ninja villages, such as Konoha Village, Mist Village, Cloud Village, Sand Village, etc., while smaller countries cannot form ninja villages, so they can only settle for the second best and cooperate with some ninjas. The country supports them, and they provide defense for the country. After a careful interrogation, the Kingdom of Waves finally decided to let the 2 ninjas stay. At first, they were of course very vigilant. Every night, they would arrange people to stand guard around and pay close attention to their suspicious actions. If they found that these guys had bad intentions, they would immediately send people to the ninja villages of the 5 major countries to hire people to deal with them. Fortunately, the 2 ninjas seemed to really want to live here. They have always been very well behaved and honest. In the days that followed, they also provided practical defense for the Kingdom of Waves and solved several incidents. Only then did the Kingdom of Waves let down their guard against them. Another night, the 2 ninjas helped the Kingdom of Waves solve a group of fleeing robbers and returned to their residence with the reward. After confirming that there was no one around, they lifted the transformation technique and revealed their true appearance. It turned out to be Zabuza and Haku, who were supposed to be dead. Zabuza lay down on the big bed and said leisurely, "It turns out that this is the life of a normal ninja. You can earn a lot of money by helping people catch chickens and dogs. When I was in the Hidden Mist village, I never took any orders other than killing people. Master Zabuza, what do you want for dinner? Whatever you cook is delicious anyway." Zabuza lazily squirmed his body. "It seems that you two have adapted to life here." A voice that was very familiar to the 2 of them sounded, and Naruto, who changed into Kakaro's skin, used instant teleportation to appear in the room. Seeing Naruto coming, Zabuza and Bai immediately came over to salute. "Long time no see, thank you for what you did before." The reason why the 2 of them were able to survive was naturally because Naruto gave Bai 2 Senzu Beans in the forest. At that time, Bai didn't know the magical use of Senzu Beans. Naruto only told him to do whatever he wanted to do, and if he felt that he was going to die, he should eat this thing. After being pierced by Kakashi's Reikari, Bai remembered Naruto's words, so he used his last strength to swallow the Senzu Beans hidden in his mouth. In just a moment, all his injuries recovered, and he knew what Naruto meant by what he said to him that day. After recovering from his injuries, he immediately used the Kirigakure's exclusive skill of pretending to be dead. Zabuza used this trick to deceive Kakashi at the beginning, and now Bai deceived him again. Naturally, Kakashi would not open Bai's clothes to examine the body under such circumstances. When Zabuza was dying, Naruto deliberately stood in front of them, blocking Kakashi's sight. Bai took the opportunity to stuff the Senzu Beans into Zabuza's mouth, and then the 2 pretended to be dead together. What happened later was arranged by Naruto. The Kingdom of Waves did need decent ninja combat power to ensure safety, which is why Naruto chose to save the lives of the 2 of them. Facts have proved that his choice was correct. With the strength of Zabuza and Bai, it was more than enough to protect a small country like the Kingdom of Waves, and the 2 of them got the quiet life they wanted in the Kingdom of Waves as they wished. Bai was amazed by all the arrangements Naruto made in Wave Country, from inspiring the rebellious sentiment of Wave Country people, leading to the final overthrow of Kado, to providing the location of the granary, solving the food problem of Wave Country during the winter and transition period, to designing a trap to kill Kado, saving the lives of the 2 of them, and bringing 2 high-end ninja combat forces to Wave Country. He did not do much in each matter, but it was like a delicate plucking of the strings of a harp, allowing Wave Country to get rid of Kado and move towards prosperity. But there was only one thing that Bai couldn't figure out. When he met Naruto today, he decided to ask clearly. "I want to know one thing. What is it? Why did you do so much for the people of Wave Country? They don't know you at all. What is your reason for helping them like this?" Reasons. Naruto suddenly smiled, and scenes of this world emerged in his mind. "I just think that people should live like human beings, not like pigs, dogs, cattle, and horses, that's all." Chapter 36. After completing the mission in the Land of Waves, Kakashi submitted a report on this mission to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage squinted at first, and then his eyes widened. The Kirigakure rebel ninja Momokai Zabuza and Haku. In fact, as early as when Dasna came to entrust the mission, the 3rd Hokage knew that this mission would not be simple, at least not just a sea level, because Dasna looked like he was hiding something. The 3rd Hokage has seen a lot of this kind of thing. Many people offended ninjas for various reasons, and then had to run to Konoha to spend money to protect themselves. Some rich people directly issued B-level and above missions, asking the elites among the Jonin to go with them to kill their enemies. This kind of work is actually easy to do. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze often did this kind of work before he took over as Hokage. Generally, he would take some time to rush to the scene, find the enemy, and then use a flying thunder god followed by a raise non. Okay, get the money. Originally, the third generation thought that this matter would at most involve a Chunin, because these days, Jonin is really a rare commodity. It takes not only time to train a Jonin, but also requires the person being trained to have enough talent. It is not that you can become a Jonin after training for a long time. Moreover, ordinary Jonins are just so-so for people of Kakashi's level. Kakashi killed countless Chunins and Jonins during the Ninja World War. Who would have thought that this time the opponent was actually a heavyweight Jonin like Momokai Zabuza? At his level, although he still had a big chance of losing to Kakashi, Kakashi also had the possibility of overturning. The most terrible thing is that when fighting with people of Zabuza's level, Kakashi can't take care of Naruto and others. Zabuza alone is deadly enough, but what's even more deadly is that he is accompanied by Haku, who has a bloodline limit. If it weren't for Naruto and Sasuke's strong strength, Haku would probably kill the three genin and then cooperate with Zabuza to kill Kakashi. After reading the mission report, the third generation broke into a cold sweat. If this mission was replaced by other Jonin teams, it would probably be dangerous. What is even more incredible to the third Hokage is Kakashi's evaluation of the three genin in the team during this mission. Haruno Sakura easily learned to climb trees with Chakra, and her ability to master ninjutsu is much better than that of ordinary people. Her future potential is at least at the level of Jonin, and she is a talent that Konoha can use. Uchiha Sasuke has a strength close to that of Chunin not long after graduation, an absolute genius, and will be stronger than me in the future. Uzumaki Naruto, I can't use accurate language to evaluate him. I don't know since when, he has mastered many ninjutsu that I have never heard of, and even learned the instant body technique that is similar to Flying Thunder God. I speculate that the fourth Hokage left a legacy in his body through Chakra before his death. The first two are basically within the third Hokage's expectations. When he is free, he will secretly observe these newcomers in the ninja world. Kakashi's evaluation of them is basically in line with his observations. But only when it comes to Naruto, the third Hokage frowned deeply. He visited Naruto the most times, and he knew this little brat to some extent. He was a very naughty little guy who always liked to buy paint and graffiti on the Hokage rock to try to attract people's attention. For Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the senior officials had expressed dissatisfaction to him many times, thinking that his management of Naruto was too relaxed. No ninja village would let such a thing as Jinchuriki run around in the village. At least he should be brainwashed and trained to be loyal to Konoha. However, the third generation felt that he was already very ashamed of Naruto. As the son of a hero, he could not enjoy the glory, but became a Jinchuriki instead. He tried to conceal the news of the Jinchuriki, but failed, causing the child to suffer a lot in his childhood. On this basis, the third generation really felt that it was unacceptable to implement the brainwashing training mentioned by the senior officials. Regarding Kakashi's suspected instant body technique of Flying Thunder God and some strange ninjutsu, the third generation thought that it should be the inheritance left by the fourth generation before his death after thinking about it. Because, for people of their level, leaving some information through Chakra is not a rare method, just like the third generation himself. If he were in the situation of the fourth generation, he would also choose to use Chakra to leave something for his juniors or descendants. Moreover, the fourth generation Hokage is indeed a person who likes to figure out new ninjutsu. He can always figure out some strange but very useful ninjutsu. The only flaw is that his ability to name ninjutsu is speechless. This answer does not seem to be completely credible, but the third generation Hokage can't find a more logical answer. You said Naruto is a child in his teens who has never left the village. How can he get these things? The only explanation is the Chakra inheritance left by his father. The third generation thought about it. If other senior officials also discovered this problem in the future, he would use this reason to answer them, otherwise he was really afraid that those people, especially Danzo, would do something stupid like interrogating Naruto. When he thought of his troublesome old friends, the third generation couldn't help but sigh. Everyone else was fine, except Danzo. He was too radical. Maybe sometimes his purpose was impeccable, but sometimes his methods were unacceptable. You can leave. The third generation waved to Kakashi tiredly, but just as Kakashi was about to leave the room, the third generation suddenly remembered something. By the way, the Chunin selection exam will start soon. Do you think Naruto and the others should also participate? Chunin exam. Kakashi remembered the scene when he became a Chunin many years ago. Sasuke and Naruto are undoubtedly capable of participating. Although they have only been genin for a short time, their strength is indeed good. Even if they cannot pass the exam, it will be a good opportunity to hone their skills. As for Sakura, it's not bad to experience it. Ninjas cannot grow up without experiencing some dangers and difficulties. Well, after their mission to Wave Country, their bodies and minds should have been well tempered. Let them try. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage stared at the list on the table, which listed the information of all the people taking the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam in Konoha is not only participated by the people of the village. The Sand Village located in the southwest of Konoha is Konoha's ally, including several friendly small countries around Konoha. They will come to participate in the Chunin exam twice a year. However, this exam seems to be particularly special. The list clearly states that there are 30 participants from the Sand Village, 21 from the Hidden Rain Village, 6 from the Kusagakur Village, 6 from the Taki Village, 87 from the main village of Konoha, and 3 from the Sound Village. The number of participants from the Sand Village this time is not only particularly large, but also includes the 3 children of the 4th Kazekage Rosa. The lineups of other ninja villages are also more luxurious than in previous years, indicating that this year's Chunin exam will not be as peaceful as usual. I hope nothing goes wrong. The third Hokage held his forehead with a headache. Chapter 37. After completing the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto finally returned to a peaceful life. Every day, he got up to cook for people, then dug potatoes, scratched cats, and pet dogs. In his spare time, he practiced chi, and in the evening, he cooked at home and waited for Sasuke to come. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed. During this period, Naruto became more proficient in the use of chi. According to his own estimation, his combat power should have increased from 25 to about 30. Although it has only increased by 5 points in terms of value, he can now defeat himself a month ago in a short period of time. During this period, in addition to doing tasks to earn extra money, he also spent a lot of time visiting Iruka teacher and treating him to Ichiraku ramen. He also ran to Ichiraku ramen every now and then, and would bring Sasuke along. And then there is Naruto's little fan, Konohamaru. Long before he went to the Dragon Ball world, this little brat was already his fan, following him all day long. Naruto also liked this little guy very much, and would bring him along when practicing. Although Konohamaru didn't know how to use chi, the simple practice was also very beneficial to the body. On this day, Naruto treated everyone and bought a box of takoyaki for Konohamaru and his friends to eat. The happiest thing for children is to buy all kinds of snacks. Konohamaru happily jumped on the street. However, the situation on the street today seemed a little special, with more unfamiliar faces, and Konohamaru even bumped into a boy's arms. The boy was wrapped in black clothes, with a strange mask on his face, and a bag made of cloth on his back. The things inside were strangely shaped, as if he was wrapping a corpse. The most important thing was that the forehead protector on his head was not the forehead protector of the ninja of Konoha village. Naruto remembered that when he was reading a book, he roughly saw the forehead protector logo of other countries in the book. That should be the logo of Sand Village? Sand Village is an ally village of Konoha. The two have signed a friendly agreement and help each other, so there is no need to worry when you see the ninja of Sand Village on the street. However, the ninja of Sand Village opposite does not look very friendly. The black-clad Sand Village boy picked up Konohamaru and looked at him carefully as if he were looking at a kitten or a puppy. Konohamaru, who was pinched by the collar, shouted repeatedly, "It's so uncomfortable, let me go. Is this the kid from Konoha? He is so reckless and doesn't follow the rules like our Sand Village." The Sand Village boy laughed sarcastically. "As an ally, are you a little too arrogant?" Naruto came over with a bad look. The other party turned his head and looked at Naruto. After seeing the forehead protector on his head and his age and dress, he guessed that Naruto was a genin from Konoha village. The young people from Konoha village are too reckless. If this happened in our sand village, I would have killed you long ago. The other party bared his teeth provocatively. Yo! Naruto sneered, it seems that you are looking for trouble. A guy without strength does not deserve our respect. The other party raised his head and was very arrogant. Naruto noticed that there was a girl of the same age behind him, also wearing a sand village forehead protector. She was obviously much calmer than the young man, but she didn't say a word at this moment. I'm afraid they just wanted to test the strength of Konoha village on purpose. The identities of this group of people should be fine, because they need to have a legal identity to enter Konoha village. They should have come to Konoha for some reason. In addition to these two people, he also sensed that there was another very violent chi nearby, who seemed to be observing them secretly. Thinking of this, Naruto also walked forward calmly. Okay, since the sand village wants to try so much, we might as well fight a few moves. Kanjira, you should know your limits. The girl behind the black-clothed boy finally spoke. Don't worry, I will only give these pampered little guys a little sand ninja shock. The sand ninja village boy called Kanjira sneered. Are all the sand ninjas so arrogant? Naruto glanced at the Konohamaru in Kanjira's hand, and the next second he burst out at speed and rushed towards Kanjira. Good skills. Kanjiro's eyes lit up when he saw Naruto's speed. Just based on this speed, he could tell that Naruto's physical skills were definitely not bad. He threw Konohamaru away and clenched his fists to compete with Naruto in physical skills. During the battle, he felt that Naruto's speed and strength were very good, but it was still a little tender for him. He couldn't help but smile confidently. If all Konoha's genin are at your level, I think you have no hope in this Chunin exam. Little did he know that Naruto was just exercising his body and testing Kanjiro's physical skills by the way, otherwise he was afraid that he would kill someone by mistake. In the genin range, unless there is some special defense or recovery bonus, the physical defense and endurance will not be much higher than that of normal people, and the strongest ordinary people will not exceed 10 points of combat power. A normal adult male will only have 5 points of combat power when he tries his best. With Naruto's current combat power of more than 30 points, if he doesn't control it well, he will really kill Kanjiro with one punch. After a short warm-up, Naruto roughly understood what level Kankuro was at. In terms of physical skills alone, Sasuke could easily humiliate him, but since the other party was so arrogant, he must have something to rely on. Naruto couldn't help but look at the strange object on his back. It should be an unnamed prop made of wood and part of metal. Although it was wrapped in cloth strips, it could be seen that it was similar to a human figure. Could it be some kind of robot or puppet? Thinking of this, he was not careless and took it a little more seriously. Kankuro suddenly felt a great pressure. After 3 or 5 moves, he was kicked in the chest by Naruto and staggered back several steps before stopping. Show some real strength. I don't believe that someone who pretends like that can be so good. Naruto stood there and said calmly. Damn. When Naruto said this, Kankuro suddenly felt a little embarrassed on his face. He directly untied the restraints on his back and took off the things he had been carrying. Are you going to use a crow? As soon as Kankuro took out this thing, the girl next to him immediately became anxious, because once he uses this thing, it will be serious. Don't stop me, I'm going to use the crow to teach this guy a lesson. Kankuro had just removed the so-called crow prop he was carrying, and the next second he felt a strong wind blowing in front of him, and Naruto came instantly get to his side and kicked directly in the air. There was only a bang, Kankuro felt a light touch on his hand, and then there was the sound of wood and metal parts scattered on the ground. Naruto came to his side in an instant and kicked what he called the crow to pieces, scattering it into parts on the ground. At this time, Naruto stood beside him and turned to look at him with a very scary look. What did you just say? Chapter 38. This. Kankuro was momentarily speechless and couldn't even speak. Naruto's kick just now shocked him too much, because what was kicked to pieces by Naruto was not something else, but his magic weapon, the puppet crow. Although it is called crow, it is of course not a bird, but a humanoid puppet named Crow. The so-called puppets are battle puppets made of special wood and metal. They can be humanoid, animal or insect-shaped. The crow on Kankuro's back is a humanoid puppet. Once the battle begins, Kankuro can release chakra threads from his hands to control the puppet to fight like a puppet. Since the puppet is not a living creature and can be modified at will, the puppet's attack methods are all extremely weird. There may be poisonous needles hidden in the seemingly ordinary fingers, poisonous mist may suddenly spray out of the head or a rain of poisonous arrows may be released, a sharp knife may instantly stick out from any part of the body, or the entire puppet may transform into a poisonous needle. Into a bomb. Kankuro is a rare puppet master in the ninja world, and his puppet talent is extremely superior, only inferior to the genius of the Sand Ninja village many years ago, the Red Sand Scorpion. The puppet he used was made by that genius many years ago. Its craftsmanship is very exquisite, and every piece of material is kept refined. It is not only strong, but can be dispersed and reorganized at any time. In a duel at the level of Genin, this puppet can defeat absolutely no one. Most of the opponents suffered. If only the puppets were broken up, Kankuro wouldn't be so shocked, because the puppets themselves have the ability to disperse and reorganize, so being broken up would not be a big deal. What really shocked him was that with Naruto's kick, the crows were not only scattered all over the floor, but many of the kicked parts directly cracked. They were made of special materials and were very strong, but they were broken by a kick from a genin. How powerful must that kick be? What's even more frightening is that he didn't see Naruto's movements clearly at all. He only felt that Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash. Due to his lack of strength, he couldn't even tell whether it was just Naruto who was too fast, or whether he had witnessed the legendary teleportation technique. This moment made him break out in cold sweat. Just imagine, if Naruto had kicked him just now. However, as the representative sent by Sand Ninja Village, he has a heavy responsibility. At this moment, he must keep his expression steady and keep his face. The ninjas of Konoha are so rude. You didn't wait for me to unfold the puppet, and before the bandage was untied, you suddenly made a sneak attack. You really can't be called a hero. Kankuro tried hard to save his respect. Naruto put his hands on his shoulders and smiled at him calmly. If everyone stood still and practiced their skills for a while, you would die even more miserably. Kankuro cannot be regarded as an opponent by Naruto at all. Judging from the previous fight, Naruto inferred that Kankuro should rely on controlling that strange doll to fight. His own physical skills are not outstanding, at least in his eyes. It's very weak. If an ordinary person faced Kankuro, once his puppets were deployed, it would be really difficult to defeat him. However, for Naruto, who has teleportation, he can teleport to Kankuro and send him to heaven directly with a kick. If he really had to wait for him to unfold his puppet, Naruto could also charge up a shot of Kame-style Kigong to see if his puppet could take one shot. At this moment, Naruto felt that the air he had just observed in the dark was moving. He moved to the tree next to everyone at an extremely fast speed, and after getting close, he said to Kankuro, "That's enough, there's more. Isn't that embarrassing enough?" Naruto immediately turned his head and focused his attention on this person, because the other person's violent aura really impressed him. Most people cannot be so violent with their anger. Only people who have suffered inhuman torture for many years can have such terrible anger. In other words, that guy is definitely a ruthless character who kills without batting an eyelid. Sure enough, when Kankuro heard the man speak, his expression changed instantly and he broke into cold sweat. It seemed that to Kankuro, that guy was more terrifying than Naruto, who could kick him to death. When Naruto turned around, he found the man looking at him too. The other person's skin looked very pale, and there were very thick dark circles around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well for a long time. Under the dark circles, there was a pair of extremely world-weary eyes. Naruto clearly felt a sense of the world is not worth it in him. He carried a huge gourd on his back, which made people wonder if it was a secret weapon. As soon as he opened his mouth, Kanjuro was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He apologized repeatedly and said, "Okay, it's all my fault, please forgive me." After carefully looking at Naruto, he decisively took Kanjuro and the girl from the sand village with him and left. Before leaving, he suddenly stopped and couldn't help but turned back to ask Naruto, "You are very strong, I want to know your name." Naruto calmly replied, "Uzumaki Naruto, the new genin of Konoha village. My name is Gaara, a genin of Sand village, I look forward to fighting with you in the Chunin exam." After that, Gaara took the two away. Before they went far, Naruto vaguely heard the girl accompanying him complaining, "What? You didn't pay any attention to me at all." Naruto was thoughtful at this time. He was thinking about the term that Gaara just mentioned, Chunin exam. He was not unfamiliar with this term. After returning to the ninja world, he had been paying attention to various news from his village and the world, including the Chunin exam. This is a system established by the second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It is held twice a year. Any genin who meets the conditions can take the exam. As long as they pass the test, they can be promoted from genin to chunin. After becoming a chunin, you can wear the green vest specially provided by the Konoha village ninja, which is the kind that Kakashi often wears. It is a professional suit with excellent defense, cold resistance, and storage capacity. Generally, chunin and above ninjas will wear this thing, but some ninjas do not wear it because of personality or other reasons. At this level, you can take C-level and B-level tasks. After you have gained qualifications, you can also go to the ninja school to be a mentor, or serve as a backbone in various departments of the village. Whether you want to slack off or want to make progress, there is plenty of room. In previous years, the village has held the Chunin exam many times, but the scale is very small, so small that Naruto has not noticed it in the village for so many years. This year seems to be particularly different. There are obviously many more unfamiliar faces in the village. Kankuro from the Sand Village is even more directly facing the Konoha ninja. If it was not him who met today, but other ordinary genin, I am afraid he would really be bullied by him. Chapter 39. Realizing that the Chunin exam was about to begin, Naruto decisively went to find Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke was practicing at home. Since his trip to the Land of Waves, Sasuke began to push himself harder because he saw Naruto's outrageous strength and felt that he must catch up with Naruto no matter what, at least not as a member of the team. The one who's holding back. When Naruto came to the door, Sasuke was practicing the fireball technique. After all, fire escape is the specialty of the Uchiha clan. In terms of practicing fire escape, the Uchiha clan basically gets twice the result with half the effort. At this time, he had made great progress compared to before in terms of the speed of sealing and the power and size of the fireballs he spat out, but Sasuke still felt very dissatisfied. He recalled that day Kakashi and Zabuza were able to complete the 44 seals of the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu so quickly that only after images were left. It only took them a few seconds to complete it. If he had that kind of speed, the powerful fireball technique is almost instantaneous. Damn it, do you really have to practice for more than 10 years? Driven by the desire for revenge, Sasuke no longer has much patience. He just wants to develop a skill before he reaches adulthood, and does not want to grind his days step by step and slowly become stronger. He could only sleep 4 hours a day, or he could stay up all night practicing, just to gain strength quickly so he could avenge his entire clan. Just thinking about Itachi being on the loose right now makes Sasuke feel like he's going crazy. The murderer who killed the entire clan is leisurely roaming around outside the village. However, he, the only one who can take revenge, is making slow progress. Even Kakashi doesn't know what level he is. Time can be reached, let alone revenge? Damn, 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 damn. Sasuke once again began to force himself to speed up the seals. Even if he hadn't learned any powerful ninjutsu yet, he wanted to perfect his existing abilities as much as possible. Unfortunately, the more impatient he was, the less likely he was to succeed. Not only did the seal formation speed not become faster this time, but he almost made a mistake and the seal formation speed became even slower. The more this happens, the more anxious he becomes. In this case, when will he be able to take revenge? From a pessimistic point of view, with his current progress, is there really any hope of revenge in this life? Just when his emotions broke down, Naruto stood behind him and patted his shoulder. "Don't be too impatient, Sasuke." Naruto. Sasuke thought he was being attacked at first and was startled. After he realized it was Naruto, he tried to calm down and put on a slightly softer expression. No matter how anxious and angry he was, he knew that he shouldn't show his bad face to his friends. "I cooked tomato egg soup and a box of rice balls. Let's eat something first." Naruto took out everything from the lunch box one by one. The egg soup in the jar was still steaming. "I'm not in the mood, I can't eat much." Sasuke took several deep breaths, but he still felt that the stagnation in his heart was lingering. "Naruto, can you tell me why you have become so strong in training?" Sasuke thought about it again and again, and decided to ask Naruto for advice. As the former number one in the ninja school, he asked for advice from a person who was once the tail end of the crane. This scene seemed a bit absurd, but Sasuke really had no good solution now. Naruto's answer made him unbelievable: "Exercise well, have fun, eat well, rest well, and finally study well." "It sounds like you're fooling a kid." Naruto smiled and shook his head. "Sasuke, eating, sleeping, and resting are the most basic needs of a person. If a person cannot even meet the most basic needs of his body, then he is like a building with an unstable foundation. The cover is not high." Seeing that Sasuke still couldn't agree, Naruto continued, "What do you think is the biggest obstacle to practice?" "It's because I'm not strong enough. No matter how much I practice, I can't improve very much. Even the more I practice, the more I feel like I'm not making progress." Sasuke looked at his scarred palms and couldn't help but clenched his fists again. Naruto stood up and said, "When learning martial arts, or practicing, the first thing you have to defeat is not the enemy, but yourself. If you lose yourself because of obsession, constantly force yourself, and can't even be calm, then you won't be able to truly become stronger. If you want to become stronger, you must not only have great power, but also keep up with your spirit. Chakra requires a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy to be refined. Now you have tortured your body to the point of exhaustion and your spirit is also exhausted. Unbearable, how do you become stronger?" These principles were taught to him by teacher Kame Sennin when he was in the Dragon Ball world. These principles seem simple, but Naruto spent most of his time in that world on this. After decades of training, and after reaching great perfection in both body and martial arts, he understood the true meaning of it. In the end, he learned the unique skill that only gods can master, the ultimate self-control skill. After you empty your mind and make yourself completely calm, you can enter the state of ultimate freedom. After entering this state, the whole person becomes extremely calm. Even in the middle of a battle, there will be no confusion and you can have the calmest mind. For everything, whether it is attack or defense, being able to directly take the best action without thinking is the ultimate meaning of freedom. Once he enters the state of ultimate freedom, unless the opponent has overwhelming strength, he will not be able to cause any harm or threat to him. Now, although his mind is still there, his body lacks training. Only when his body is trained to match his mind can he enter the state of ultra instinct in a coordinated manner. This is like an experienced old driver. Even if he changes his car to Santana, he can drive beautifully, but if he changes it to a rocking car, it will really not work. He put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and transferred part of his energy to Sasuke's body, gradually smoothing out his disordered energy due to his messy mood, making Sasuke's mood gradually relax and his heart gradually calm. "It's amazing, I suddenly don't feel irritable." Sasuke was surprised to experience the calm feeling in his body. "Sit down and eat a meal, eat a full meal, and then have a good rest." Sasuke sat down with a calm mood and began to eat heartily. In the past month, he has been accustomed to Naruto's cooking skills, and Naruto has also figured out this kid's recipes. Basically, every time he brings food, he can bring it to his heart. While eating, Naruto and Sasuke talked about what happened today and the Chunin exam. When he learned that the Chunin exam was about to begin, Sasuke immediately said, "Do we need to think about it? We will definitely participate." And that Kankuro, he dared to be so arrogant standing on the street of Konoha, and dared to fight with you. "Don't move when the exam comes, I will beat him up." Sasuke, who was in a relaxed mood, did not speak as coldly and coolly as usual, but instead had some liveliness and youthfulness that a boy of this age should have. However, what Sasuke said was indeed what he really meant. This was because the Uchiha family was gone. Otherwise, with the convenience of the Uchiha family serving as Konoha's security work, Sasuke would have to take Kankuro back to the police station for endangering Konoha's security and let him stay there for a while, and by the way, taste the Uchiha family's special Uchiha Koji Donbari. Chapter 40. After reaching a consensus, the two got up to find Kakashi and prepare to sign up for the Chunin exam. What the two did not expect was that Kakashi had known that they would come and had prepared 3 Chunin exam registration forms in advance. Why 3? Oh, I almost forgot that Sakura might also participate. Naruto slapped his head. It was not that he ignored Sakura, but Naruto knew very well that Sakura was now a very standard excellent genin level, and there was still a long way to go before she could become a Chunin. Moreover, the difficulty and danger of this exam would probably be far greater than the previous ones. With Sakura's current level, it would be very dangerous to participate in the competition. Just like Kankuro and Gaara who had met before, these two did not hide their murderous intent. Naruto had no doubt that they would be ruthless in the official competition. Even if they did not kill their opponents, they would seriously injure or even cripple them. Teacher Kakashi, is it okay for Sakura to participate in the Chunin exam? Naruto was still a little worried. Don't worry, there will be teachers to supervise the exam, not to mention that you two are here, she will be fine. After getting Kakashi's promise, Naruto was relieved. In fact, the real reason is that the Chunin exam must be taken in groups. If Sakura doesn't take part, Naruto and Sasuke can't take the exam alone. An hour later, when Kakashi handed the registration form to Sakura, who had just finished her housework, the latter opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Ah! Teacher Kakashi, I have only been a genin for 2 months, and I am going to take the Chunin exam now. Don't worry, I believe you can do it." Kakashi gave her a thumbs up. "Does this feel like a decree? I have discussed it with the 3rd generation and we unanimously agreed to let you and Naruto and Sasuke take the Chunin exam, so you can take it without worry." Okay. Sakura felt a little uneasy. In fact, her worries were unnecessary. Kakashi knew the strength of Naruto and Sasuke very well, and knew their personalities even better. Sakura herself was not a rookie, and her safety factor was actually higher than most people. After the 3 filled in the information and submitted it, they began to wait for the Chunin exam to begin, either nervously or excitedly. There are still a few days before the first exam. Sakura is working hard to review ninjutsu knowledge at home, while Naruto and Sasuke are becoming obsessed with physical collisions. The efficiency of one person's training is always not as good as that of 2 people practicing together, especially since Sasuke is now in a bottleneck period and wants to find a breakthrough but has no way to start. Naruto became Sasuke's sparring partner. For him, fighting is also a part of chi training. In fact, Sasuke's current strength is already quite good, but he is a little too demanding on himself, so he always sighs that his strength is insufficient. He followed Naruto's method and had a full meal of Ichiraku ramen with Naruto at night, then slept until he woke up naturally, and after breakfast, he trained himself with the most peaceful mentality possible. The effect surprised him. The speed of seal making, which he could not break through yesterday, improved without much effort today. Not only that, the seal making became more natural and more muscle memory, without the need to deliberately recall every seal. You have actually trained to this level a long time ago, but you didn't rest well and your mentality was not right, so you couldn't bring out your true strength. Naruto explained beside him. When practicing martial arts, the first thing to do is to bring out 100% of your strength. If you can't even bring out your original strength, there is no need to think about going to the next level. Through fighting to strengthen the body, and through practice to strengthen the heart. When these two are strengthened, the chakra refined from physical energy and mental energy will also be strengthened. If the 3 are performed at the same time, the strength will increase very quickly. Naruto himself is using this method to practice, and he masters the power of chi and chakra at the same time, so he can get twice the result with half the effort. Chakra and Chi become stronger at the same time, superimposing each other, and the increase is terrifying. He and Sasuke practiced taijutsu. Although there was a big gap in combat power between him and Sasuke, this was not a problem, because the practice of Chi included controlling Chi. Even if his combat power is 10 billion, he can still reduce his pressure to only 5 points, which is equivalent to that of a normal person. As long as Naruto lowers his air pressure to the same level as Sasuke, he can fight him with similar strength. Therefore, even people with huge differences in strength can sparring together. Compared to the practice of ninjutsu, Sasuke has obviously slacked off in physical skills for a long time. When Naruto fought against him for the first time, he could barely cope with the Wolf Fang Wind Fist with the help of the Sharingan, but now, even if Naruto when the person lowered his air pressure to the same level as him, Sasuke's taijutsu performance was far worse than before. Naruto didn't say anything to him, he lowered his speed to just 1 point faster than Sasuke, and kept launching fierce attacks on him. Sasuke was able to dodge or parry almost every time, and the vitality of his body was here. He continued to improve in the process, but no matter how much he improved, Naruto's speed was still 1 point faster than him. In just a few days of practice, Sasuke's reaction speed and physical ability improved by nearly 30%, but he couldn't feel it himself, because no matter how much he improved, he still felt the same when fighting Naruto, always 1 point slower. After eating, drinking, sleeping well and practicing hard for several days, Sasuke looked better than before. When the day of the Chunin exam came, Naruto and Sasuke went to the ninja school to take the first exam. The girls they met on the road looked back at Sasuke frequently, and some of them boldly wanted to come up to him and get to know him. "You guys are so annoying." Sasuke rejected everyone indifferently, and then left quickly with Naruto. "Naruto, let's go." When they were about to arrive at the examination room, the two of them clapped their heads. "Oops, I forgot to call Sakura." Fortunately, Sakura was never vague when it came to exams. Naruto and Sasuke both came here after eating and drinking well last night and having a good sleep. However, Sakura was woken up by her mother early in the morning to take the exam. She had been standing at the school gate waiting for a long time. When she saw Naruto and Sasuke arriving, she stood on tiptoes and waved to them. "Hey! Sasuke! Naruto!" After the two noticed her, they immediately hurried over. Naruto said with a shy face, "Sakura, you gave us a good meal." "Eh? Did you know I was coming early? With your personality, it's inevitable that you'll come early." Naruto said nonchalantly. "You know me quite well." Sakura smiled, focusing on Sasuke. "Stop talking boring words and hurry up to the examination room." "Naruto, let's go." Chapter 41. Since graduation, several of them have not returned to the ninja school, but it has only been more than 2 months, which is actually equivalent to a summer vacation. Standing in the corridor of the Ninja Academy once again, I felt like I was still a student. The exam location is in classroom 301 on the 3rd floor. "Let's go up." Several people began to walk up the stairs, but as they walked, Naruto found that the two people around him were a little abnormal. "Hey, isn't this the 2nd floor? Why did you two stop?" Naruto pointed to the sign on the floor. "2nd floor? Isn't this the 3rd floor?" Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized, "I understand, someone has set up an illusion here. As soon as the candidates come here, they will fall under the illusion and mistakenly think that this is the 3rd floor. This should be the first test for candidates." In fact, Sasuke himself would not be able to detect the genjutsu so quickly. With his ability, he would probably slowly realize something was wrong after walking to the door of the classroom on the 2nd floor. However, before he went down the stairs, Naruto said this was the 2nd floor, not the 3rd, which made Sasuke immediately aware of the problem. Naruto would not lie to him, so there was only one answer left. One of him and Naruto must have been affected by genjutsu or the like, so he misjudged the floor. He knew Naruto very well. Based on Naruto's state of mind and level of cultivation, ordinary illusions should basically be non-existent to him. The principle of genjutsu is simply to disrupt the opponent's chakra, thereby causing the opponent to hallucinate. Depending on the ability of the user, genjutsu can vary from a simple small hallucination to a real ability to kill. Similarly, the success rate of illusions also depends on the strength gap between the two parties. When the strengths are equal, applying illusions is like stirring the water in a vat with your hands. You can always do it with a little effort, but if the strengths are not equal, applying illusions is like trying to stir up the sea with one hand, it cannot be realized at all. Naruto's chakra is very powerful, and it may take a Jounin level genjutsu to be useful to him, and this is the Chunin exam. If a Jounin level genjutsu is directly applied, the candidates will rush to the second floor together. After simply running through the basic logic in his mind, Sasuke immediately made a rational judgment: I was under the illusion, and Naruto is right. Sakura beside her didn't believe it at first, but after seeing what Sasuke said, she also believed the genjutsu, so she closed her eyes and began to sort out her chakra. In some cases, after the person who has been affected by the genjutsu realizes that he is in the genjutsu, he can mobilize the chakra in the body and sort it back to normal. As long as the flow of chakra returns to normal, the genjutsu will be automatically lifted. Of course, there is also a kind of matryoshka illusion, that is, the caster makes the victim mistakenly think that he has sorted out the chakra, but in fact he has not sorted it out. He mistakenly thinks that the illusion has been lifted, but in fact he has only reached the third level. In the second level of illusion, illusion masters can play with people who have fallen into illusions like this. Of course, illusions also have shortcomings, that is, they are very afraid of external interference. Just like Naruto awakening Sasuke, once external forces intervene, illusions can easily collapse directly. Sasuke's estimate of Naruto's genjutsu resistance was too conservative, because he didn't know that Naruto had not only chakra but also ki flowing in his body. Unless the opponent can disrupt his chakra and chi at the same time, the chakra that invades the body will be instantly washed away by the chi, and the initially chaotic chakra will be instantly reorganized by the chi back to normal. If you want to deal with Naruto in this situation, successfully casting illusions requires very high combat effectiveness. The three of them ignored the large group of illusion-stricken candidates in the corridor and walked straight to the third floor. At this time, there is only half an hour before the end of registration. If those candidates who have been affected by the illusion cannot remove the illusion within half an hour, they will directly lose their qualifications for the exam. He couldn't unlock a Chunin level genjutsu for more than half an hour. Obviously, he couldn't unlock a Chunin level genjutsu at this level. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if the genjutsu from the opposite side would kill him instantly. After arriving at classroom 301 on the third floor, Naruto opened the door and was immediately greeted by the noisy classroom. The classroom was almost full, and there were noisy candidates everywhere. There were a few familiar faces inside, who were classmates in the ninja school at the time, but most of the faces were unfamiliar, because few people would come just after graduation. Chunin exam. Most of the people sitting here are Naruto and his seniors. They have done many missions and accumulated to a certain level before they came to take the exam. As soon as they entered the room, Naruto felt a gust of fragrant wind pass by and hit Sasuke directly. Sasuke. Long time no see, I've been missing you. Taking a closer look, he saw a beautiful girl with a yellow ponytail. She threw herself directly on Sasuke, looking very intimate. And her behavior directly aroused strong dissatisfaction from Sakura. She obviously knew the girl, and immediately yelled at her with a very unkind expression, "You stinky Ino, take your hands off Sasuke. Yo yo yo, isn't this Sakura? Your forehead is still so big, ugly." 8 Weird Ino showed no sign of weakness and still hugged Sasuke as if to demonstrate to Sakura. As for Sasuke, the person involved, his expression now is pure sweat. Can you not be so rude? I'm afraid I'll punch you next time. During the days of training with Naruto, Sasuke has developed a strong reaction ability. For sudden attacks, he will subconsciously fight back. When Ino just rushed over, he almost punched her. Fortunately, he saw that the other party was not an enemy, so he held down his hardened fist. This commotion attracted the attention of many people in the classroom. Ino's two teammates stood up and walked towards them. Hey, Ino, that's enough. If you do this, Sakura will really fight with you. A boy with a pineapple head stood up to act as a peacemaker. He is one of Ino's teammates. He is thin, but from his eyes and actions, he can be felt that he is very good at observing words and expressions and should be a smart person. And the man standing next to him is much simpler. He is fat and has been eating. Naruto also recognized these three people. The thin one was called Nara Shikamaru, and the fat one was called Akimichi Koji. One of them had a bitter face all day long, and the other only knew how to eat. They were a combination of brainless and unhappy. As for Ino, she was a pure Sasuke fangirl. She had been Sakura's rival in love since she was still in the ninja academy. Boring, Naruto, let's go. Sasuke didn't want to talk nonsense with this group of people at all. He just wanted to start the exam quickly and then find the people from the Sand Village to have a fight. Chapter 42. In addition to Ino's team, there was another group of graduates from the same period in the classroom. After seeing Naruto and his team, they also rushed over to say hello. Konoha's ninja grouping seems to have always been implemented with 2 men and 1 woman. Naruto's Team 7 is like this, Ino's Team 10 is like this, and the Team 8 that came over now is also like this. The brainless guy in their team is a guy named Inyazuka Kiba, with fang-like patterns on both sides of his face and a puppy on his head. Naruto didn't deal with him much before, but he knew that his tribe seemed to fight with their partner dogs. The unhappy guy is a guy who always wears sunglasses and wraps himself in a large robe. His name is Aberame Shino. Naruto only knows his name because he is really taciturn and doesn't communicate with people. The only girl in the team is called Hyuga Hinata. She should be the student that Naruto is most familiar with in the ninja school besides Sasuke and Sakura. When he was sparring with Sasuke, Hinata once cheered him up. Naruto's intersection with her originated from an accident when he was a child. It seems that Hinata ran away from home for some unknown reason and was bullied. At that time, Naruto wanted to help her out, but because he was too weak at that time, he failed to fight 3 people and was beaten. Long time no see, Hinata. Naruto took the initiative to greet her. Hinata, who was standing opposite him, blushed instantly and lowered her head slightly. Hello, long time no see, Naruto. This Chunin exam is a bit strange. Naruto looked around and found that all the people who successfully graduated from his class were here. What did the teachers think? Everyone had just graduated for 2 months and had not done many tasks, but they were all sent here? When he read the records of the Chunin exam in the village books, he clearly remembered that in most cases, ninjas would consider taking the Chunin exam to be promoted to Chunin 1 or 2 years after graduation. This year was a bit abnormal. Their Team 7 can be considered to have experienced the Battle of Wave Country. Kakashi wanted to strike while the iron was hot and let them try, but what about Team 8 and Team 10? At this moment, Naruto suddenly felt a few unfriendly eyes coming from behind. Looking back, they saw several ninjas in strange costumes staring at them. The forehead guards they wore had 4 vertical lines printed on them, which was the symbol of the Hidden Rain Village, which meant that they were from the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto has always been quite curious about this ninja village. In the history books of Konoha, there were records about the Second Ninja World War, in which the Rain Country, where the Hidden Rain Village is located, occupied a considerable amount of ink in that chapter. The location of the Rain Country is very bad, located at the junction of the 3 major countries of the Land Country, the Fire Country, and the Wind Country, which inevitably led to them becoming battlefields during the Second Ninja World War. However, the history books are vague about Konoha's specific actions in the Rain Country, and there is a sense of spring and autumn style. Naruto guessed that many bad things should have happened in the Rain Country at that time. Konoha didn't really want to mention this matter. The records of that part in the history books mainly focused on strategic victory, the significance of starting the war, the significance of victory and the impact. However, Konoha can be flexible, but Yuyin cannot. Naruto can clearly feel the unfriendly attitude of Yuyin village towards Konoha. As soon as they saw their Konoha forehead protectors, the Yuyin village ninjas looked unfriendly. If there was a little more friction, they might fight. At this time, A much older Konoha ninja next to them seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right. He hurried over and smiled and greeted them, saying that he wanted to show them something interesting, and took them to another corner of the classroom, separating them from the Yuyan village ninjas. During the whole process, Naruto did not say a word, but just looked at this senior with interest. Because he found that this senior's temper was unbelievably strong. Chi is something that will continue to get stronger as people practice. For example, a person who doesn't know the existence of Chi but has practiced martial arts for a lifetime will have much stronger Chi than ordinary people. Once he learns to use Chi, his combat power may instantly soar by dozens or even hundreds. A senior ninja like Kakashi also has much stronger Chi than ordinary people, but he doesn't know how to use Chi, so that Chi cannot be converted into combat power, which is equivalent to non-existence. The situation of Chakra is similar to Chi. In theory, if a person's body and mind are strong enough, he will have strong Chakra, but this thing must be specially refined. If you can't learn to refine Chakra, you can only learn some physical skills at most, and ninjutsu and genjutsu are completely out of touch. People in the ninja world don't know how to use Chi, which makes Naruto very convenient. If you don't know how to use Chi, you won't be able to conceal your Chi. Naruto can easily use the ability to sense Chi to sense their location, and at the same time, he can also judge a person's actual level by the strength of Chi. The senior in front of him with white hair and black round frame glasses has the same strong Chi as Kakashi. Kakashi is considered a leader even among the Jonin, and this senior who has not even passed the Chunin exam has already achieved such strength. Naruto didn't believe that he had no problem. Therefore, he remained calm and stood aside to observe this senior calmly. He called himself Kabuto and said that he was an old loser in the ninja school. He failed the Chunin exam 7 times, but he also accumulated a lot of experience. As he said that, he took out a pile of special cards and said that this was the information he had collected with great effort, which recorded the information of the strong candidates in this exam. As if to prove the value of his information, he showed Gaara's card right away. Look, this is Gaara from the Sand Village. He has performed 8 C-level missions and 1 B-level mission. I heard that he has never been injured while performing missions. Naruto noticed that Kabuto had already investigated Gaara's teammates. Under each person's information, it was written who their teammates were and who their team leader was. Gaara's teammates were Kankuro, who kicked the crow to pieces, and Temari, the girl who was with them that day. For the ninjas of Konoha, the information was even more detailed. 3 students in a class plus a Jonin teacher, all the information was available, even whether this ninja was good at ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, and the degree of control over ninjutsu tools were clear. Senior, your ability to investigate intelligence is really extraordinary. Naruto praised him with a hint of meaning. The people of the Sand Village have only been here for a few days, but he has already investigated them clearly. There are also more than 100 candidates for this exam, and his information has basically been understood. This senior's ability is more than enough to be a spy. No, it's just the experience accumulated over the years, not worth mentioning. Kabuto scratched his head and smiled in a sunny manner. Chapter 43. Naruto looked at Kabuto's seemingly harmless face and said, I want to see the cards of our team, is it okay? Of course. Kabuto took out 3 cards and spread them on the ground, unsealed them with his special technique, and the 3 small cards instantly turned into 3 test paper-sized files. Naruto first took a look at Sasuke's file. Fire Country Konoha Village. Ninjutsu S Taijutsu B Genjutsu. Ninja Tool S. 7 D-level missions, 1 C-level mission, 0 other times. Possessing the blood limit Sharingan, excellent ninjutsu talent, taijutsu is his minor flaw, but it is only relative to ninjutsu. The performance of genjutsu is unclear, but he will not lack genjutsu talent with the Sharingan. The information recorded about Sasuke seems to be quite standard, because Sasuke does not like to hide his shortcomings, so it is not surprising that he was investigated clearly. But when he looked at his own file, his expression began to be intriguing. Uzumaki Naruto. Ninjutsu S Taijutsu S Genjutsu. Ninja Tool S. I personally think he is the strongest among the new generation of genin. He has demonstrated a very terrifying instant body technique on the streets of Konoha. His physical skills are so strong that he can instantly destroy the puppet props of the Sand Ninja Puppet Master. He has shown perfect ability to use ninja tools in the ninja school. The terrifying instant body technique plus the terrifying physical skills make it possible for any ninja who is not good at close combat to be defeated instantly. It can be seen that Senior Kabuto has a very high evaluation of him, which is somewhat flattering. The instant body technique and physical skills he showed on the street that day were indeed amazing, but they were definitely not enough to be evaluated as the strongest genin, because Gaara was in the Chunin exam this time. Naruto has never actually fought with Gaara, but Gaara's aura is very strong and brutal. As a genin, his actual combat power should be stronger than many jonin. Since Kabuto has investigated Gaara so clearly, it is impossible for him not to know Gaara's strength. Knowing that Gaara exists, he still said that he is the strongest genin. There is only one possibility: Kabuto has seen or understood Naruto's stronger performance. Senior Kabuto, I will be embarrassed if you praise me like this. Naruto couldn't figure out what kind of person this Kabuto was, so he chose to laugh and play dumb. He didn't know if Kabuto was a member of Konoha. For example, Konoha specially arranged for powerful ninjas to pretend to be genin, sell information among students to stir up trouble, or mix in with the examines to be invigilators and ensure the safety of the examines. This also makes sense. Another possibility is that Kabuto is a spy from another village with ulterior motives and has been lurking in Konoha village. He had to tell Kakashi about this matter afterwards, because from the beginning, Naruto had always felt that there was something wrong with this Chunin exam, and that many things were not right. Not long after, there was a banging sound on the podium, and a group of Chunin teachers appeared on the podium using ninjutsu. The leader was a strong man wrapped in a thick black jacket, and even his head was wrapped in a black turban. His aura is extraordinary, and you can tell just by looking at his eyes that he is definitely a ruthless character who often sees blood. I am the examiner for your first exam, Marino Iki. The registration time has ended. Some idiots are still stuck in the corridor on the second floor and have not come up. They have lost the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. And you idiots, I'm qualified to take the first exam. The appearance of Marino Iki announced the official start of the Chunin exams. At this moment, everyone's hearts began to beat faster, ready to meet new challenges at any time. Naruto, the opportunity for us to show off our talents is coming. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, with unconcealable excitement in his eyes. He really couldn't wait to get into actual combat so that he could verify the results of his practice these days. In just a few days, his speed in forming seals and his control over ninjutsu had improved a lot, and even more so in terms of physical skills. It is no exaggeration to say that he can definitely win in a short time against the person he was a week ago. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Naruto is also looking forward to the Chunin exam. The person he wants to fight most is Gaara from Suna Ninja Village, because Gaara has the strength of Jonin level. Like Kabuto, he was the only person in the exam who could have a good fight with him. To fight against a Jonin level guy, Naruto must use all Kyo Fist to have any hope of winning. Of course, if he doesn't practice martial ethics and directly uses Kigong to bombard him, that's another matter. Just as the two of them were flirting with each other, full of passion, and preparing to have a big fight in the Chunin exam, Marino Iki suddenly said a piece of news that made the two of them feel desperate instantly. The content of the first exam is a written exam. Nani? Naruto and Sasuke were split apart instantly. If it was a written test while they were still in the ninja school, then they didn't have to worry. Sasuke was the all-powerful god of war during the ninja school, and Naruto also had some bad habits for a while after returning from time travel. However, after graduation, they were basically insulated from cultural classes. Naruto eats well, sleeps well, and practices every day. His combat power is indeed increasing, but his cultural knowledge is, well, it's hard to say. Sasuke's situation was similar. After graduation, he spent all day practicing ninjutsu at home, practicing hand seals, practicing the fireball jutsu, or going to Naruto's house for dinner. It's true that he didn't care about the cultural class at all. You ask them to take the ninja school test paper, which is equivalent to the elementary school test paper. They can try it temporarily, but this is already the Chunin exam, in other words, it is the junior high school level. No, I'll send it now. What was even more suffocating was that Marino Iki immediately announced, this exam adopts a deduction system. There are 10 questions in the test paper, each question is 1 point, and 1 point will be deducted for each wrong question. If anyone loses all the points, they will be deducted. Immediately disqualified from taking the exam. Naruto and Sasuke are not too worried about this. No matter how good they are, it is impossible for them to fail to get a single point. But Marino Iki immediately added, the exam adopts a total score system, and the combined scores of the 3 members of the team are the actual results. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. They all turned their heads to Sakura. At this moment, they were looking at Sakura with an affectionate look they had never seen before. Naruto, affectionate.jpg. Sasuke, seriously.jpg. Both of them knew that Sakura was the first in the cultural class when she was in the ninja school. She got full marks in every exam, and she had been studying seriously after graduation. There was probably no genin in Konoha who was better at solving questions than her. If there is any hope for this team in the written examination, it can only be pinned on Sakura. The exam officially started, and the test papers were handed out one by one. Naruto and Sasuke frowned when they saw the test papers. Wouldn't do it at all. At this time, Morinoi was overjoyed in their eyes, as if she was laughing wildly and said, haha, let's go. Naruto Sasuke, how do you feel now, how do you feel? Sakura, save me. The two of them shouted in their hearts. Chapter 44. Naruto and Sasuke had originally given up hope for this exam, but the rules Marino Iki announced next made Naruto look ferocious in an instant. During the exam, if there is any inappropriate behavior, such as cheating, or other behavior that disrupts the examination room and hinders other candidates, once caught, 2 points will be deducted directly. This rule is a warning to others, because each person has a total of 10 points. If 2 or more points are deducted for cheating, plus the points deducted for wrong questions, once the score is lower than 0, you will be directly disqualified from taking the exam. However, in Naruto's eyes, it was another story. Any improper behavior will deduct 2 points. Naruto chewed on the meaning of this sentence repeatedly, and then he looked at the invigilator with a meaningful look and asked him, Teacher, in other words, no matter what improper behavior, the punishment is to deduct 2 points. The invigilator frowned, feeling that this kid wanted to make trouble, but he still answered Naruto's question honestly, yes, any behavior that we think is improper will be deducted 2 points. He looked around the classroom and said, remember this. Those clumsy cheating behaviors are tantamount to digging your own grave. If you want to be a Chunin, act like a real ninja. But at this moment, Naruto couldn't listen to what he said at all. No matter what improper behavior, only 2 points will be deducted. Naruto understood the true meaning of this written test in an instant. The school actually does not prohibit cheating at all, but prohibits clumsy cheating, because as a ninja, there is no need to have a moral bottom line of not cheating in exams. The school is encouraging students to cheat with some clever tricks, which can actually be used in tasks such as espionage, and these are already included in the work content of ninjas. In other words, this exam is not about theoretical knowledge, but about what kind of ability you have to pass on information without anyone noticing if you become a spy. Ha 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 ha. But Mr. Ibiki, I'm afraid you missed a situation. When Ibiki announced that the exam was about to start in 10 seconds, Naruto suddenly turned to Sakura and Sasuke and said, I'm going to use my noble power. You'd better get ready. What? Do you want to use it? Now, right here. Sasuke and Sakura showed shocked expressions. They knew very well what Naruto's so-called sublime power was. If that thing were used in this closed examination room, the effect would probably be extremely explosive. Ah, that's right, right here, let's have a showdown. 10 minutes after the exam started, Naruto glanced at Sakura, who nodded slightly to indicate that he had finished writing the test paper. After the three of them made brief eye contact, Sasuke and Sakura immediately closed their eyes and lay on the table without saying anything. The next second they completed their evasive action, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Everyone's eyes are on me, and I have an announcement." Hi! Everyone subconsciously turned to look at Naruto, including the invigilators. They conveniently deducted 2 points from Naruto's invigilation record. The next second, Naruto laughed wildly like a certain blonde vampire and yelled, "Sun Fist!" Suddenly, an extremely strong aurora shone in the classroom, and the entire classroom instantly turned into white. The screams of the candidates and teachers were endless. 99% of the candidates fell into a brief faint on the spot. Some teachers were also unfortunately affected, but most of the teachers managed to hold on and closed their doors the moment they were exposed to the strong light. Eyes, shield in front of your face with your arms. In an instant, most of the candidates fainted, a small number of invigilators were unable to get up again, and the remaining teachers fell into a state of temporary blindness. It's now. Naruto and Sasuke instantly turned to look at Sakura's test paper. Their nimble fingers began to move at the speed of light, and precise answers were printed on the paper at extremely fast speeds. After more than 10 seconds, the invigilators gradually opened their eyes. Although their vision had not been completely restored, they could barely see the general outline. They tried hard to look in the direction of Naruto in their memory, trying to catch evidence of his cheating, but unfortunately, "It's too late, I've already finished writing." The second before they opened their eyes, Naruto and Sasuke had finished copying the test papers and returned to their seats. Some invigilators who had recovered some of their strength immediately shouted to him, "What ninjutsu did you use just now? If you disrupt the discipline of the examination room, you will be deducted 2 points immediately. It doesn't matter, just take it. By the way, you should worry about how many people can pass this exam first." Naruto leaned directly on the chair and opened the completed test paper. There is no doubt about Sakura's strength in the cultural class. Naruto can guarantee that there will be no one in this classroom with more standard answers than her. In other words, the test papers of the three of them should now be the highest scoring papers. Although he was deducted 2 points for disrupting the examination room, the combined score of the three of them was definitely the highest. Moreover, most of the candidates have already fallen into a baby-like sleep due to Taeyang Fist. Maybe not many will be able to hand in the exam this time. Naruto looked around the examination room. Most of the people he met before had already rushed to the street, especially the boy named Hyuga Niji recorded in Kabuto-senpai's information. He was also one of the strongest contestants this year, and now he slept the most soundly. As for Kabuto-senpai, although he is not asleep, his vision is still a bit blurry. What Naruto didn't know was that his Sun Fist had just inspired Kabuto, making him secretly decide to develop similar ninjutsu in the future. It would definitely catch the opponent off guard, especially against those with Byakugan and Sharingan. Man, it must have worked great. If it is successfully developed, let's name that technique White Gaki no Jutsu. The few who didn't fall asleep were all strong players in this competition, such as Gaara. He seemed not to be affected at all, as if something was protecting him the moment Naruto released the Sun Fist. As if he was scared. However, Kankuro and Temari next to him both threw themselves into the street. Gaara naturally couldn't tolerate his two teammates hanging up like this. He secretly condensed 2 small balls made of gravel in the palm of his hand, and each of them bounced to the heads of the 2 of them, instantly waking them up. Kankuro woke up and briefly recalled what had just happened, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He fell into a deep sleep after being irradiated by an unknown ninjutsu, and that ninjutsu seemed to be an indiscriminate attack. He quickly turned his head and glanced at Gaara, and was relieved when he found that he was still very conscious. If Gaara also fell asleep, things would be very serious. Chapter 45. The exam lasted for 1 hour, and Naruto took action at the 10th minute. It was not until 10 minutes later that the candidates began to wake up one after another. After waking up, they first glanced at the clock, and then became nervous. In the little time left, they began to cross the sea to show their magical powers. Naruto noticed that many people around him were cheating, such as Gaara, whom he had been paying attention to. He condensed an eyeball with sand in his hand, and then controlled the eyeball made of sand to float quietly to other people. Around me, I began to peek at the answer. There was also Hyuga Niji, who had fallen asleep before. The veins around his eyes were bulging. It was obvious that he was using his pupil technique. It is said that the Byakugan of the Hyuga family and the Sharingan of the Uchiha family are both extremely powerful pupil techniques, each with its own special abilities. Niji is probably using the special ability of the Byakugan to cheat. Sitting next to Naruto was Hyuga Hinata, the girl from the Hyuga family who had a little interaction with him. She trusted Naruto very much. When Naruto shouted for everyone to look at her, she really stared at Naruto without blinking. As a result, she slept soundly. It was not until there was little time left for the exam that she slowly woke up. As soon as she woke up, she turned around and whispered to Naruto, "Naruto, have you finished the test paper? I've almost done it. If you don't know how, you can copy it from me." As the saying goes, sincerity is always the strongest killer move. Hinata's move directly made Naruto feel guilty. The other person trusted him so much that he was willing to lend him the test paper to copy, even at the risk of being deducted points, but he slept with the other person with a solar punch. He was so inhuman. I deserve to die. Naruto blamed himself until he went to bed in the middle of the night. However, he blamed himself, and Naruto sternly refused Hinata's request to copy the test paper for him. "Hinata, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't joke about your future. You should check the test paper carefully to pass the exam." He secretly decided in his heart that if he could help Hinata in the next exam, he would definitely help. As a person with decades of actual experience, Naruto knew at a glance that Hinata probably had a certain liking for him because of her childhood. However, his mental age is now that of an uncle in his teens. Although he is not as serious as a normal adult because he is silly with Goku, Krillin, and others every day, he can't have any thoughts about a child. What kind of pervert would have thoughts about a little girl after reincarnation at the age of 10? However, Naruto still appreciated the other person's intention. To be honest, whether in this world or the Dragon Ball world, there are only a few people who are willing to treat him well unconditionally. In the Dragon Ball world, there are only Master Kame, Goku, Krillin, and a few others. In the ninja world, there are even fewer people. Until now, only Master Iruka, Uncle Ichiraku, and Sasuke and Hinata are truly kind to him. Naruto declined her kindness and smiled at her in a friendly manner, which made Hinata blush for a while. The exam was worth 10 points, but there were only 9 questions on the test paper. Marino Ibiki, the invigilator, stood up from his chair leisurely until there were only 15 minutes left before the end of the exam, and then announced to everyone, "The 10th question of this exam will be announced now, but before that, I want to add a few rules. First, you have to decide whether to do the 10th question. If you choose not to take the exam, all your scores will be invalidated, and you will be disqualified from the exam directly, and the 2 people in the same group will also be disqualified. If you choose to take the exam, but fail to answer this question correctly, then those who fail to answer the question will lose the qualification for the Chunin exam forever. However, this rule is limited to the person who failed to answer the question, and teammates will not be punished." As soon as these 2 rules came out, the atmosphere in the exam room changed immediately. Since many people had just woken up and didn't have much time to answer the questions, they were all backing out at this moment, thinking it would be better not to take the exam. Because if you give up, you can just try again in half a year, but if you take the exam and get the answer wrong, you will never be able to become a Chunin again. After weighing the pros and cons, many people chose to quit directly. People kept raising their hands to quit in the classroom, and the originally crowded classroom quickly became spacious. More than half of the students chose to quit. They didn't want to lose their qualifications and chose to come again next time. However, there were also many people who stayed. Basically, the strong players and their teams judged by Do chose to stay, obviously having sufficient confidence in their own strength. As for Naruto, he was even less afraid of this. It's funny, using the inability to be promoted to Chunin to scare people? Naruto never cared whether he could be promoted to Chunin at all. The only thing he cared about in this exam was that he could fight with other powerful people. Even if the worst result happened and he couldn't be promoted to Chunin, so what? Not being able to be promoted to Chunin doesn't mean that his fighting power can't continue to rise. After he spends 2 or 3 years training his combat power to more than 1000 at normal, he can bring pain to the entire village of the other side in one wave. Who cares if he is a Chunin? Giving up the exam will implicate Sakura and Sasuke, but if he continues to take the exam, even if he fails, the consequences will be borne by him alone, so Naruto didn't even bother to be scared. Just as he was looking at the invigilator with interest, ready to learn what the 10th question was, Marino Ibiki looked around the classroom and asked the rest of the people, before the exam begins, does anyone want to quit? The rest of the people naturally shook their heads. Those who wanted to leave had just left, so why would they stay until now? Very good. Marino Ibiki nodded with satisfaction, I declare that you all passed the first written test. Ah, diamond suit. Naruto was stunned. Although he immediately understood what the so-called 10th question was testing, he still found it difficult to accept. Mori Ibiki was obviously testing the courage and spirit of these students, to see if they had the courage to go to the Tiger Mountain even though they knew there was a tiger in the mountain, because ninja is a bloody profession, and people without courage and spirit will only become a burden that drags down the team. Using this kind of question as the final question is indeed a good test question, which can directly filter out the cowards. But Mr. Ibiki, you haven't seen everyone's test papers yet. Could it be that even if the previous question was not answered, as long as the answer here is correct, you can pass it? Naruto felt his brain trembling instantly. It turned out that everyone's hard work in cheating or doing questions before was in vain. All the efforts so far have been in vain? Not only Naruto, but many people in the classroom had this feeling. Marino Ibiki in front of them seemed to be laughing and saying to them, haha, it's all in vain. How do you feel? How do you feel now? Chapter 46. Zhao. I should have handed in a blank paper. Many ninjas, including Naruto, were roaring in their hearts at this moment. For the first 9 questions, Marino Ibiki explained, those 9 questions are to test your intelligence collection ability. How to detect intelligence without being noticed and retreat calmly without being discovered is also a basic skill of ninjas. He glanced at Naruto and added with a strange look, well, but some students also gave unique answers. He swore that this was really the first time someone directly knocked everyone over during the written test and then swaggered to copy the test paper. This method is indeed outrageous, but he couldn't find any faults. Emotionally, this exam tests intelligence gathering and retreating abilities, and that unknown flash ninjutsu did directly achieve the function of gathering intelligence plus retreating calmly. In theory, he stipulated that cheating would deduct 2 points, so no matter how outrageous Naruto's behavior was, he could only deduct 2 points. And this kid was really ruthless. When Ibiki said the last elimination question of choosing between 2 options, this kid didn't even blink, but looked at the invigilators with a look of laughing to death, that's it. This was the first time he had seen such a ruthless and crazy student. Ibiki was indeed surprised by the number of people Naruto had just used, but it was still within his understanding, because there were many geniuses in the ninja world who would invent some unprecedented ninjutsu since childhood. It can even be said that a considerable number of strange ninjutsu were invented by geniuses since childhood. For example, before Naruto traveled through time, he was still a rookie, but he also relied on his talent to develop an outrageous ninjutsu such as the seduction technique. The first exam was declared over, and more than half of the candidates were eliminated. Just as the remaining candidates felt relieved, the window of the classroom suddenly shattered, and an unknown object wrapped in black cloth broke through the window and flew directly to the podium. Then, the object in the black cloth threw 2 kunai, nailed to the 2 ends of the classroom ceiling, fixed the black cloth, and turned it into a curtain wall. The mysterious figure wrapped in the black cloth also appeared in front of everyone. It was a woman with a beautiful figure, with a pineapple head similar to Nara Shikamaru, and used a very hearty laugh as her opening remarks. I am the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, get ready to start the second exam, freshman. The scene was silent, probably because her appearance was too abstract. Ibiki Marino beside him ruthlessly exposed the truth, no one cares about you. The embarrassed Mitarashi Anko looked around the classroom, and then immediately began to change the subject. Why are there so many people left? How did you do the written test? Did you let them off? Ibiki's mouth twitched slightly. I have eliminated nearly 100 students. If you eliminate more, I'm afraid you won't have enough people for the second exam. Tisk, you are still too kind. I will eliminate more than half of them later. Mitarashi Anko glared at the students below as if in protest, and then waved to everyone, follow me. The second exam is a real fight, I hope you don't wet your pants. When they heard that there was a real fight, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other at the same time, almost showing Uchiha's crazy laughter. What they are waiting for is the real fight. It's not exciting without the real fight. The only one who was a little panicked was Sakura, because actual combat would be quite stressful for her, but Naruto and Sasuke also thought of this and comforted her. Sakura, don't be afraid, we too will protect you once you enter the examination room, and we will definitely complete the examination as a complete three-person team. Naruto, Sasuke. Sakura was immediately touched. It seemed that the examination paper was not copied in vain. The main thing was that if she fell behind, the team that was not fully staffed might not be able to continue the examination, so Sakura had to be saved at all costs. Mitarashi Anko led everyone to a huge forest, where the trees looked more than 100 years old and were very huge. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the kind of forest where giants could be cut down with three-dimensional maneuvers. This is the examination room for the second exam, called the Forest of Death. She looked around, observing the reactions of the examines, and then took out a stack of documents from her pocket. It was agreed in advance that there was a possibility of death in this exam, so you had to sign the consent form first. None of the examines quit, because those who can get to this point are not cowards. After signing the consent form, Hongda began to introduce the exam. The exam site is a fenced-off circular area, most of which is covered with huge trees. There is a river in the center. In the center of the exam site is a high tower, about 10 kilometers away from the entrance. The chief examiner will distribute the Scroll of Heaven and Scroll of Earth equally to the remaining teams. Half of the teams hold the Scroll of Heaven and the other half hold the Scroll of Earth. If you want to pass the exam, you must get both the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. In other words, you must take the initiative to eliminate other teams and snatch their scrolls. Since it is unknown whether the opponent holds the Scroll of Heaven or the Scroll of Earth, there will be a situation where the team that has worked hard to defeat the opponent will get a duplicate scroll. In that case, they can only continue to find other teams to fight until the required scroll is dropped. The deadline for the exam is 5 days later, which means that the students need to live in this forest for 5 days. As for what to eat and drink during these 5 days, it all depends on the candidate's own efforts. There are many wild animals and flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the forest. The candidates are on their own. After the exam rules were announced, each team handed in their signed consent form and received a scroll of their own. Naruto's team received the Scroll of Heaven, so they need to defeat a team with the Scroll of Earth in the forest in order to pass the exam. Each team will be taken to a different entrance to prevent entering a big melee mode at the beginning. Before the division, Naruto sensed the aura of all the candidates so that he could quickly lock them after entering the forest. But in the process of sensing the chi, Naruto found a strange chi. That was a candidate from Kusagakur village, and his chi was very messy. Under normal circumstances, the chi in a person's body belongs to him and is very coordinated, but that person has 2 or 3 chi in his body. Although it is also coordinated, anyone who knows how to use chi can feel his strangeness. Naruto had seen this situation before in the Dragon Ball world. After Majin Buu absorbed and fused with other people, his chi would be enhanced, and at the same time, there would be a situation where the chi of others was mixed. Also, after the fusion technique was used, the enhanced chi was also a mixture of the fusion of both parties. Could it be that Kusagakure village also had a similar secret technique to merge two people, or devour them? Chapter 47. Naruto secretly raised his guard against the ninjas from Kusagakure village, and then each team was taken to different directions and began to enter the forest. In this forest, everyone needs to pay attention to their position at all times, judge which part of the forest they are in, how far away from the end point they are, and beware of other candidates who may appear at any time. In this area with a radius of 10 kilometers, enemies may suddenly jump out from any time and any place, and they may also disguise themselves as anything, even their teammates. The candidates have to endure hunger, find ways to solve the problem of eating, and arrange for teammates to take turns to rest, so as to get through these difficult 5 days. However, these problems do not exist for Naruto. After entering the forest, he put his fingers on his forehead and carefully sensed the air in the entire forest. The positions of all candidates appeared accurately in his mind as if they were scanned by radar. Now the exam has just begun, and other candidates are still groping in the forest. No one has come to find them for the time being. Sasuke, Sakura, are you hungry? Naruto turned around and asked. I am a little hungry. I didn't expect that there would be a second exam right after the competition, and I would have to stay in the forest for 5 days. I didn't prepare any food at all. Sakura pinched her belly in some distress. At this time, her stomach had begun to express her appetite. I'm okay, but we can't wait until we are hungry to start looking for something to eat. We have to make plans early. Sasuke kept scanning the surroundings, guarding against any possible crisis. Okay, you wait here for me, I'll make something. The surrounding chi is still far away from them. As long as Sasuke and Sakura hide in the tree, no candidate can find them. Naruto left a clone in the original place to prevent others from finding out that he left the examination room. The main body suppressed the chi and used teleportation to return home. Naruto disappeared. Although Sakura knew that Naruto could teleport, she never thought that he could teleport so far. She thought it could only be used in close combat. This is that guy's technique. I don't know where he learned it from. It's so powerful. This is Naruto using this technique. If it were an enemy, Sasuke would have a bad sleep at night. This guy who can teleport everywhere without limit is too scary. Who can be on guard all the time? There is always a time to eat, a time to poop, and a time to sleep, right? People who can teleport can specially launch surprise attacks at such times, and ordinary people can't take it at all. This is also why the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze became so famous in the Third Ninja World War, because you don't know when he will plant the Flying Thunder God's mark on you, or when he will sneak into your camp with something carrying the Flying Thunder God's mark. Maybe everyone is eating, and he flies in and gives everyone a ninjutsu, and before they can react, he teleports away immediately. How to fight this? There is no way to fight this, just retreat, and as long as you retreat, Minato Namikaze will not make things difficult for you. Naruto, who teleported back home, did not stay at home for long. He could only leave for a short while. If he left for too long, Sasuke and Sakura might be attacked by the enemy, and it would be bad if they were 2 against 3. He simply packed up the pots, vegetables, meat, and seasonings at home, and then immediately used teleportation to return to Sakura and Sasuke. Hi! Sakura looked at the package of things Naruto was carrying with a dazed look. Where did this come from? Naruto's teleportation can actually bring things with him? But she immediately called herself an idiot. Of course, teleportation requires the user to move something along, otherwise the user would be running naked. I just went home and brought some food. Naruto didn't delay any longer, picked up some stones to build a stove, and cut some branches as fuel. Sasuke, lend me a fire. Before he finished speaking, he used a fireball technique with the power reduced to the lowest to ignite the branches. Naruto directly heated the oil in the pot on the stove and started to fry the meat. The fragrance soon spread. Sakura swallowed her saliva and asked Naruto with some concern, will this attract enemies? Will the fragrance spread far? While concentrating on frying the meat, Naruto answered casually, then someone will be unlucky. 2 minutes later, Naruto felt 3 heirs slowly approaching. He handed the pot to Sasuke, motioned him to shake it for him, and then disappeared instantly. The 3 ninjas from the Hidden Rain village who were ambushing on a tree not far away were still wearing their helmets, but the next second, they felt the branches sink a bit, and the 3 were picked up by a pair of broad arms. "Why, are you hungry too?" The 3 of them were shocked. Judging from the corner of their eyes, the one who was holding them was the yellow-haired Konoha who was cooking just now. How could this happen? Not only were they discovered, but the other party actually came behind them in an instant with the incredible instant body technique. The Konoha ninja, the yellow-haired, knew the strange instant body technique. Those who didn't know would think that it was the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze who had come back to life. They immediately stood up and wanted to resist, but Naruto, who had the advantage of the first move, would never take them seriously. The 3 of them attacked behind them with all their strength, but missed. The next second, Naruto flew from above and kicked one of them to the ground, raising dust all over the ground. The other one frantically attacked Naruto's back, but missed again. Naruto's figure disappeared instantly, and the next second he appeared between the remaining 2 ninjas, grabbed one with one hand, and smashed them directly to each other. A strong hand cracked their heads, and the 2 fainted directly. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain village are too weak. Naruto defeated them in a few moves, and then began to touch them. As ninjas from other places, they had more reserves. Naruto found a lot of food and ninja tools on them. In addition, he also found some things like letters. This group of Hidden Rain village ninjas seemed to be sponsored by a guy named Pain. They were originally street children, but they received excellent ninja training and were sent to take the exam. Pain. Naruto pondered the name with interest. According to Konoha's records of the Hidden Rain village, it should be ruled by a powerful ninja named Hanzo of the Salamander, but the personal letters and some information of these Hidden Rain village ninjas did not mention Hanzo of the Salamander, but frequently mentioned Pain. It seems that something happened inside the Hidden Rain village that Konoha did not know at all. However, the internal affairs of the Hidden Rain village had nothing to do with him. His current task was to help Sasuke and Sakura pass the Chunin exam. He quickly found the scrolls they carried on a ninja. To his disappointment, the other party's scrolls were heavier than theirs, and they were the same type of scrolls, so it was useless to take them. What a spoil sport! Naruto sighed helplessly, grabbed the 3 of them, and used teleportation to send them to the other side of the map, where there were a lot of people and it was estimated that the fight would be fierce. May you all be lucky. Naruto put the 3 of them on the tree, and then teleported back to Sasuke. Sasuke was concentrating on imitating Naruto's posture just now, and Sakura beside him added dishes to it from time to time according to his requirements. Obviously, Sasuke also has some cooking skills, yes, but not much. After Naruto came back, he simply fried the dishes and took them out of the pot. Several people lay on a relatively flat big stone and ate with dry food. I just went out to look around. There's already a fight in the north. Let's go and have a look after dinner. Naruto pointed to the north, where the upper reaches of the river were located. In the next few days, that place should be given special attention. Ninjas also need to drink water, but no one dares to drink the water downstream. No one knows if it has been poisoned or someone has urinated in it. The water upstream is the only safe water source in this exam. It will inevitably be robbed. In other words, even if it is not robbed, it is easy for people who come to drink water to fight once they encounter it. Watching the show? It won't get you into trouble, right? Sasuke took a bite of the pancake and expressed his concerns. No, if the situation is not right, I can use teleportation to take you away. Naruto promised. Can you also take people with you? Sakura's cognition was refreshed again. She is a top student in the theory class of the Ninja Academy, so she knows better than anyone else how powerful this ninjutsu is. It can be said that in the history of the entire ninja world, only a few people have mastered this ninjutsu. Where did Naruto learn this technique? Chapter 48. After the 3-member team had eaten and drunk their fill, they took a walk to digest their food, then gathered around Naruto leisurely and used teleportation to rush to the battlefield. The fight had already begun in the upper reaches of the river. Most of the ninjas fighting here did not come here to ambush anyone, but simply wanted to drink some safe water. The second exam started too hastily. The examiners seemed to deliberately not give the candidates time to prepare. They didn't even let them have lunch and sent them directly to the death forest. Everyone had been sitting in the classroom all morning and was already thirsty and hungry. After entering the forest, the first thing most people did was to find a place to relax, and then started looking for food and water. In this process, the fighting begins. Many people just went to the toilet, only to be knocked unconscious or killed directly. Then the attacker used the transformation technique to change into his appearance to deceive his teammates. Regardless of success or failure, someone will always fall. This is especially true when going to drink water. If dozens of candidates go upstream together, it will only blow their minds. Because with so many people present, there must be a certain team holding the scroll they need. Some people wanted to rob forcefully, while others wanted to fish in troubled waters, and the situation was chaotic. Naruto stood on the tree, watching so many ninjas fighting in a ball below, seemingly determined to kill each other, and he felt kind-hearted for a moment. It's not okay to continue like this. People will die on the first day of the exam. This kind of situation needs to be solved with noble power. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him speechlessly. They both reasonably suspected that Naruto just felt itchy and wanted to use the Sun Fist. Naruto instantly moved to the center of the field, and then shouted, "Everyone's eyes are on me." Some people didn't react and subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Some people instantly remembered the bad memories from a few hours ago and subconsciously closed their eyes. But alas, it was too late. The moment Naruto shouted, the Sun Fist had already been activated. Sun Punch! In an instant, the terrifying bright light covered the entire area, and most of the candidates were directly blinded by the strong flash. At this time, all the candidates have no intention of killing each other anymore. They have only one thought in their minds now, and that is, "I'm going to kill you." Everyone showed the same expression as Yujiro. However, when they struggled to open their eyes and try to find traces of Naruto with their blurred vision, they found that he had disappeared without a trace. "Where have you gone? Huh? Where have you gone?" Everyone was frantically looking for this cub. They had eaten 2 Sun Fist shots in one day, and their mentality was extremely explosive. They really wanted to find this cub and kill it first. No one wants to take the third shot of Sun Fist. The feeling is too painful, and due to the limitations of the human body structure, they cannot make any effective defense against Sun Fist. Even if they close their eyes, they just rely on there is no way to completely block the Sun Fist with your eyelids, you have to cover it with your hands. The key is, this guy is so elusive, no one knows when he will jump out. Naruto, who was the instigator, had already evacuated the scene with Sasuke, Sakura, and the others and came to a place where there were only a few candidates. "Sasuke, look, the bloody ending has been changed like this. I'm very gentle, right? I think you just want to use the Sun Fist." Sasuke exposed Naruto straightforwardly. "Will we really not attract hatred like this?" Sakura was a little worried. Naruto smiled calmly, "They'd better find us first. Everyone's energy is within his monitoring range. If a large group of people gather around, he can directly take Sasuke and Sakura to teleport to the other end of the field, which is nearly 20 kilometers away. When they finally find clues and chase after them, he can teleport to another place without worrying about being found. As long as he wants to run, no one can stop him yet." While they were talking, Naruto felt a breath approaching them. He was familiar with that breath, it was the strange Kusagaku examinee. He moved very fast, faster than anyone Naruto had ever seen. Naruto thought for a moment, the other party seemed to come alone, without teammates, and there were no other examines around them. Even if there was an accident, he could take Sasuke and Sakura away at any time. After careful consideration, he decided to meet the Kyuzagaku examinee. The other party's breath was too strange. It seemed that he had used some kind of technique similar to the fusion technique, but it was definitely much lower than the fusion technique, because the fusion technique would superimpose the breath of two people and increase the strength exponentially, and the Kyuzagaku examinee was a person with part of the breath of other people mixed in his body. It looked like a simple one swallowed the other. He informed Sasuke and Sakura that someone was approaching, and the two nodded knowingly, pretending to be indifferent, but they were already ready for a fight. Just when the opponent approached a certain distance, Sasuke suddenly jumped up and quickly formed seals with both hands, fire style, great fireball technique. Sakura quickly threw several shurikens at the opponent, while Naruto aimed at the opponent and raised his hand to launch a whole wave. Boom! The opponent's premonition of crisis was terrifyingly strong. Almost at the same time as they made a move, the opponent jumped directly from his hiding place and jumped onto the tree branch in 3 or 2 steps at an extremely fast speed, avoiding all the attacks of the 3 people just now. I haven't been back for many years. The genin of Konoha has really improved now. The opponent looked down at the 3 people with a slightly hoarse voice. Naruto felt a sense of crisis. The identity of the opponent seemed to be not simple. Just now, he launched the whole wave first, and the speed was so fast, but the opponent easily dodged it. This kind of combat awareness and skills are definitely not what a genin would have. For a player like Gaara, his hard power may have reached the level of jonin, but he can't win against a real veteran jonin, because the opponent's combat experience and awareness completely crush him. But the performance of this Kyuzagaku genin just now made Naruto vaguely feel that even Kakashi couldn't do it so neatly. Sasuke, Sakura, be careful and be ready to run away at any time. Naruto stared at the Kyuzagaku ninja on the tree, and his body instantly burst into red flames. Kaioken. Red aura? Is it the power of the 9 tails? No, it's just the appearance. For a moment, he thought he had met Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki, but he still knew the 9 tails Chakra, which was very violent and definitely not the power of the other party. 9 tails. Naruto remembered that Konoha's history books mentioned that a tragedy called the 9 Tails Night occurred more than 10 years ago, and the then 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze died at the hands of the 9 Tails. It seems that the village has strictly blocked the news of the 9 Tails, and even an excellent newcomer like you doesn't know. Just from the power of Naruto's ninjutsu just now, and the chakra that is now surging in Naruto's body, Naruto's strength is far beyond the normal level of a normal ninja. If such a talent were in the past, he would probably be tempted and want to take him as a student. Naruto leaped up, and the unique sound of breaking through the air with the Kaioken echoed in the forest. He launched an explosive attack. The opponent didn't seem to expect that his speed would be so fast. He was caught off guard and only had time to cross his arms in front of him, and was kicked hard by him. The mysterious Kyuzagaku ninja took this kick, and his arms felt like they were about to break, but he was not angry, but looked at Naruto with an extremely perverted and surprised look. What a strong body, it's just perfect. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue. The strange thing was that his tongue was like a snake and very long. Being stared at by that perverted look, Naruto felt a chill in his body. Who is this guy? A 2x Kaioken kick didn't do anything to him, but that kick would have killed or maimed the other candidates. Before he could react, the opponent suddenly pounced on him at an alarming speed, and in an instant he was beside him. Naruto, who was using 2x Kaioken, almost didn't react. Kaioken, triple. Without any hesitation, Naruto instantly raised the Kaioken to a higher power, squatted down to narrowly avoid the attack, and then engaged in physical combat with the opponent. Even if it was raised to triple, the opponent could still keep up with Naruto's speed, and from the excitement in his eyes, he hadn't used his full strength yet, but was just admiring Naruto's strength. It's wonderful. Konoha actually has such a gem hidden. How strong can such a body become in the future? Seeing the other party's eyes becoming more and more abnormal, Naruto felt that he could no longer hide it. He took 2 steps back. At the moment when the other party stood up and caught up, Naruto put his hands together, formed a frame with his fingers, and locked the other party's figure like a scope. New Kigong Cannon. Chapter 49. What? Even though the other party had experienced many battles, he could not have imagined that such a level of output skills would be played out by a genin. The rich combat experience played a role again. If it were someone else, he might be stunned for a while and then be hit on the spot, but he immediately made the fastest reaction and formed seals with both hands in 1 second, summoning technique. A huge python suddenly appeared in front of him. He kicked the python without thinking, and used the reaction force of the other party's body to bounce himself out, barely avoiding the direct attack of the new Kigong cannon. The unlucky python directly hit the new Kigong cannon, and its body was instantly evaporated, and many trees behind it were cut into a gap. Fortunately, Naruto fired this shot diagonally upward. If it was facing a certain direction, it would probably penetrate the forest and kill some unlucky candidates. The Kyuzagokuer ninja who barely dodged the attack looked up with lingering fear, and exclaimed in his heart, "Such a terrible output! Is it dust release? No, it doesn't look like it. What kind of ninjutsu is this, a new blood limit?" The look he gave Naruto became more intense. This genin brought him too many surprises. Whether it was his body or his technique, he was impeccably strong. This was because the other party had not grown up yet, and he was already a strong man equivalent to the shadow of a village. If the two sides fought at the same stage, he would probably die miserably. He. I've decided. I'll list you as the first choice for the next body. His neck suddenly became extremely long, and he attacked Naruto like a twisting python, as if he wanted to bite Naruto with the snake fangs in his mouth. This direct attack certainly could not threaten Naruto. Although he was very fast, Naruto used teleportation to dodge the attack the moment he reacted, and teleported directly behind him. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent stretched his head and his body reaction ability was slow, he released a whole wave directly to him. What? In the previous battle, Naruto deliberately did not use teleportation in order to be able to kill at the critical moment. Obviously, this plan worked. The opponent did not expect Naruto to have such a special skill. Even if he had rich combat experience, he could not be prepared behind him while stretching his head. In a hurry, he only had time to twist his body, so that the whole wave that would have hit the vital point only made a hole in his abdomen. Such a result has already satisfied Naruto. Now he has the advantage on the scene, but it is not certain if the fight continues. The opponent had not used his full strength, as if he wanted to force him to use more skills to see where his potential limit was. However, even so, Naruto had been forced to use even the Kaioken and the new Kigong cannon. If it weren't for the ability to escape by teleporting, Naruto would have had to consider using the Kaioken to the limit and go all in with the opponent. Goodbye. After the attack was successful, Naruto did not want to fight, and retreated quickly to Sasuke and Sakura, using teleportation to take them to the other end of the map. After the three retreated, the injured Kyuzagokuer ninja didn't care much about his wounds, but just covered his abdomen, with some strange colors flashing in his eyes. I really didn't notice it. Take a closer look, the boy looks very similar to him, and the unique instant body technique, is it Flying Thunder God? It was passed down. The smile on his face gradually faded, and there was a hint of disappointment. What a pity. So, he is probably the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, right? Then he is not suitable to be a vessel. His intelligence network has long collected information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Originally, the old man of the third generation had been blocking the information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, making it impossible for him to start. But someone inside released the news, as if deliberately targeting the boy, which allowed him to get some information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Today, he finally guessed why the news leaked out. With yellow hair, 12 or 13 years old, and the instant body technique, he could figure out who Naruto's child was and what his background was even with his toes. Danzo, a notoriously petty guy, was obsessed with the position of Hokage beyond everyone's imagination. At that time, Danzo felt that he had no hope of getting promoted, so he wanted to nominate him as the fourth Hokage and be the man behind the scenes, but was intercepted by Minato Namikaze halfway. As for this matter, Orochimaru, the person involved, was quite open-minded. If he was not elected, then he was not elected. Now that he thinks about it, Minato Namikaze is indeed impeccable as Hokage, and he does not feel any resentment. Danzo, on the other hand, seems to have more resentment because of this matter. Since the Ninetales Jinchuriki is the child of the fourth generation, it is not surprising that Danzo can do this. In fact, since leaving Konoha, Orochimaru slowly discovered that Danzo really contributed a lot of enemies to Konoha. He briefly joined the Akatsuki organization. Although he did not obtain much information from that organization, he learned a little that the Akatsuki organization was hostile to Konoha, and it seemed to be related to Danzo. The reason why his most capable subordinates changed from the original Konoha people to his people was also a good thing done by Danzo. The Uchiha clan was originally an important fighting force of Konoha, and they made a lot of contributions in many ninja world wars. The reason why this clan fell and was destroyed seems to be inseparable from Danzo. He still remembered that Danzo once said to the third Hokage in a high-sounding manner, "As long as I am here, I will face any danger together with Konoha." Well said, then why is there so much danger in Konoha? Probably because of him. Naruto's matter was just as Orochimaru expected. When Naruto's identity was leaked, the third Hokage quickly traced it to Danzo, and the two had a big fight over it. No one knows the specific content, but we only know that Danzo slammed the door and walked out, saying, "Sarutobi, you will regret it." Then a sentence floated out from the office of the third generation, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." On the other side, Naruto took Sasuke and Sakura and teleported directly to the other end of the examination room, hiding from the Kyuzagakure ninja far away. He was sure that the other party was definitely not the examinee himself, and it was very likely that he had borrowed the other party's identity to sneak in. That guy's strength was definitely far above Kakashi. The only one who could be stronger than Kakashi was the Kage of a village. I said that this Chunin exam was not easy. Even a Kage-level strongman sneaked in. It felt like something big was going to happen. After thinking it over and over again, Naruto felt that the seriousness of the matter had exceeded his imagination. It was very likely that someone was planning something big against Konoha. There were still many people in Konoha that he cared about, and he couldn't just sit back and watch. "Sasuke, wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Naruto put 2 fingers on his forehead, ready to teleport to the third Hokage and report to him about the appearance of a Kage-level strongman in the exam. Chapter 50. When Naruto found the problem, the ninjas of Konoha also found 3 bodies outside the examination room. The examiner, Ajiki Mitarashi, immediately rushed to the scene to observe. The 3 bodies did not suffer serious external injuries. They seemed to have been killed by a single blow. At the same time, their faces had disappeared, as if they were dissolved and stripped off by something. The bodies looked very creepy. Although the faces were no longer recognizable, through some objects and other evidence on the bodies, it was finally identified that the 3 bodies belonged to 3 ninjas from Kyuzagakure. But this led to a new problem, that is, the ninjas from Kyuzagakure successfully participated in the second round of exams. Each of them was sent to the exam room by the examiners themselves. How could they die so far away from the exam room? Moreover, according to the identification of the medical ninjas who came later, the 3 bodies died at least yesterday, that is, the 3 Kyuzagakure ninjas who entered the exam room must have killed them and used their identities as counterfeits. This vicious incident immediately attracted the attention of the examiners, and the one who reacted the most was the examiner, Ajiki Mitarashi, because she knew who was responsible for this method. That was her teacher, who had taught her the method. More than a decade ago, she was still a fledgling genin. At that time, she was accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. At that time, she felt that this was a supreme honor, but she didn't know that this matter would trouble her for many years. Hongdu herself admitted that the two did have a master-disciple relationship. Orochimaru taught her wholeheartedly. Her achievement of the position of special jonin today was also the result of Orochimaru's careful teaching. However, Orochimaru eventually became a traitor to Konoha. He did too many things that were unacceptable in Konoha. In order to study ninjutsu, he not only used living people for human experiments, but even used Hongdu as a test subject when studying a forbidden technique called Curse Seal. Fortunately, Hongdu was the only one who survived among that batch of test subjects, but the psychological shadow left at that time might be difficult to dissipate in this life. Until now, there is still a special power called Curse Seal on her neck, which has been sealed by relying on the power of the third generation of Hokage. When she saw the three dissolved bodies, she immediately understood that this was her former teacher, Orochimaru, who had returned to Konoha. This might be the most dangerous time for Konoha since the Nine Tails Rebellion, because Orochimaru was one of the three ninjas of Konoha, and had a power comparable to that of the Kage of a village, and even many Kages were not as powerful as Orochimaru. If he had come back 10 years ago, the third Hokage would have been able to subdue him steadily. After all, the third Hokage was Orochimaru's teacher, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, and one of the strongest in the ninja world in recent decades. He led Konoha to win the Second and Third Ninja World Wars and was the most trusted hero of Konoha ninjas. However, no matter how powerful a hero is, he cannot resist the passage of time. The third Hokage is now about to turn 70 years old. In addition, he participated in the Ninja World Wars for many years, leaving many hidden dangers. His body has weakened greatly in recent years. Although he is still a Kage-level strongman, he no longer has the dominance he had before. It is really bad news that Orochimaru returns to the village at this juncture. Konoha village has lost too much power in recent years. In fact, Konoha has had many Kage-level strongmen, but they either died in battle, defected, or left the village for other reasons. Now, in such a big Konoha, only the third Hokage can be used. Theoretically, Danzo's strength is also unfathomable, but he is rarely seen taking on tasks, so he cannot be counted in the battle force. Hongdu was extremely anxious, but for now she could only activate the alert, order her subordinates to report the matter to the Hokage, and activate the Umbu to investigate here. At the same time, she decided to go deep into the Death Forest and use the forbidden technique that Orochimaru had taught her, and try to die with Orochimaru. Before her message was conveyed, an uninvited guest arrived in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was holding a pipe, puffing on it while handling official business on the table. This month, the funds given to the village by the daimyo were not particularly abundant, and the repair of the western street might have to be postponed. The remuneration for the ninjas for doing tasks was not reduced, and even with the ups and downs in the past few years, various commissions have increased. Alas, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh. He has experienced 3 Ninja World Wars. During the First Ninja World War, he was still young and inexperienced. His master, the second Hokage, died in that Ninja World War, and he took over temporarily. Not long after, the Second Ninja World War broke out again. He, who had just ascended to the position of Hokage, led Konoha to fight against the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Sand Village, and finally won. A few years later, the Third Ninja World War broke out again. Konoha fought against the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Rock Village, and the Hidden Mist Village in turn, losing so many talents, and more than half of the elite combat power of the entire village was lost before the war was barely over. It has only been more than 10 years, and he has already felt that the world has become uneasy again. Could it be that he can still experience the Fourth Ninja World War in his lifetime? Now that he is old, he doesn't know if he can still go into battle and lead Konoha to victory again. What makes him anxious is that there has not been a newcomer in Konoha village who is as talented as the 3 ninjas of Konoha or Minato Namikaze, who will be able to lead the entire Konoha in the future. Just as he was worried, the airflow in the room suddenly became disordered, and the expression of the third generation, who was just full of worry, was immediately filled with murderous intent. Who is it? He was ready to make a seal at any time, but before that he had to confirm the identity of the visitor. When he saw the figure standing in front of the Hokage's desk, he could not help but freeze in his tracks. Naruto. When Kakashi submitted the mission report for the Land of Waves, the third Hokage already felt incredible because Naruto had actually learned Flying Thunder God. He knew how difficult that forbidden technique was to learn. To be more precise, it was not simply difficult to learn, but required a technique for brain waves. If you can understand the concept that cannot be described in words, you can learn Flying Thunder God. If you can't understand it, no matter how talented you are, it's useless. In the history of Konoha, only the second Hokage, who was the founder, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had learned Flying Thunder God. No one else could perform it, which shows how difficult this technique was to learn. But Naruto was Minato's son, so he could learn it, and it wasn't completely incomprehensible. Today, Naruto suddenly came to his office with Flying Thunder God, which made the third generation wonder, is the Flying Thunder God spell secretly engraved in my office? But on the surface, he still pretended to be stern. Naruto, shouldn't you be taking the Chunin exam? You will be punished if you leave the exam room without permission. Naruto told him solemnly, Grandpa third generation, there may be a big problem in the Chunin exam. What's going on? The third generation rarely saw Naruto's expression so serious, and began to wonder if something really happened. There is a person who is much stronger than Kakashi teacher who sneaked into the exam. He is definitely not a candidate. You may be the only one in the whole village who can kill him. His characteristic is that his tongue is very long and very durable, and he can summon a huge python. Hearing the last sentence, the third generation immediately understood who Naruto was talking about. Is that guy still in the forest now? Naruto nodded, yes, I can find his exact location. Take me to find him. Chapter 51. In the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko is constantly shuttling back and forth. Others may not know where Orochimaru is, but she has a way to find him as quickly as possible. As his former disciple, Anko knows very well what kind of place that guy likes to stay. The dark, humid depths of the dense forest are his favorite hiding places, just like a snake. Moreover, as she gets closer to there, the palpitations in Anko's heart become more and more serious. She thinks it's time to make a break with Orochimaru. Ever since Orochimaru defected, Anko has always had a shadow in her heart. The villagers did not treat her differently because of this incident, because Orochimaru was indeed a traitor that no one expected. You know, not long before he defected, he had once run for the position of the fourth Hokage, and was even a seed player with high hopes, but in the end he lost to Minato Namikaze, whose popularity and achievements were impeccable. Who could have thought that Orochimaru, who had made great achievements in battle, would do such a cruel thing as human experiments behind the scenes? During that time, Konoha's Genin, Chunin, and even Umbu were missing one after another. Many horror stories were circulated in Konoha. In the end, it was the third Hokage who led the team and found Orochimaru's secret experimental base by following clues. The moment he opened the door, even the battle-hardened third Hokage couldn't help but feel depressed. Orochimaru actually captured so many living people for cruel human experiments. When he arrived, the Umbu ninja lying on the operating table had just died. Perhaps out of compassion for his disciples, the third Hokage did not kill them at that time, and Orochimaru ran away. That might be his last chance to kill Orochimaru. At that time, he was not old, and Orochimaru had not grown to the peak. But now, the third Hokage is already old, but Orochimaru is in his prime, just like the sun at noon, at the peak of his life. With this increase and decrease, Konoha's current situation will become very dangerous. Fighting alone, Red Bean is naturally no match for Orochimaru. She is just a special jonin, and her teacher, Orochimaru, is already a strong man at the level of Kage. She came here with the idea of dying together. Orochimaru once taught her a forbidden technique of burning both sides together. She planned to use this technique to make a break with Orochimaru, which can be regarded as a complete end to their master-disciple feud. After walking into the depths of the forest, she found the breath that made her heart palpitate on a dead tree. Hehe, you are here after all, Red Bean. The figure on the tree said in a hoarse voice. We should make a break. Hongdu looked at the familiar figure on the tree. Even though she had grown up, she still felt like shaking. That was the oppression of a Kage-level strongman, and the murderous aura that Orochimaru, a veteran of the battlefield, unintentionally exuded. You can't do it. Orochimaru said in a very relaxed tone. That may not be the case. Hongdu took the initiative to attack Orochimaru. Now she is a special ninja, and her strength is very different from that of her childhood. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but praise her, you have improved your skills. If Naruto was present, he would find that Orochimaru was very careless when fighting Hongdu. If he used 3 points of strength when fighting Naruto, he would only get 1 point at most when fighting Hongdu. Hongdu herself did not realize this, and only thought that the teacher was not that difficult to deal with. However, she seized the opportunity after more than 10 moves, and with the momentum of dying together, she used a kunao to nail her hand and Orochimaru's hand to the tree. Then, she forcibly pressed down Orochimaru's hand and cooperated with her fingers to perform a technique that no one had ever seen. 2 snakes kill each other, a forbidden technique that Orochimaru once taught her. After controlling the enemy, it summons a large number of snakes to entangle, squeeze, and cause a huge explosion. With the physique of an ordinary ninja, there is no possibility of survival after taking this shot, but because of its great power, the caster himself usually cannot escape the explosion and can only die together. Just as Hongdu was about to perform the last seal to complete the double snake killing technique, Orochimaru's lazy voice sounded from the side, "Enough, I'm just playing with you, why are you so angry?" Hongdu was shocked and turned her head to see that Orochimaru was lying leisurely on a branch not far away, and the Orochimaru she had just controlled instantly turned into a puff of smoke, obviously just a shadow clone. She almost died with a shadow clone. Fortunately Orochimaru didn't intend to let her die, otherwise she would have died in vain now. After so many years, you are still reckless, how can people rest assured? Orochimaru looked at the embarrassed Hongdu and teased. But the next second, before Orochimaru had time to continue pretending, a strong sense of foreboding came over him, just like the omen that animals feel before danger comes. After so many years, you still haven't changed your bad habits, Orochimaru. A familiar voice sounded, and the third Hokage wearing a battle suit instantly appeared in front of Hongdu, followed by Naruto. Damn, Flying Thunder God is really difficult to deal with. This was not the first time that Orochimaru had seen the difficulty of Flying Thunder God. As long as there was a mark, that kind of technique could be moved instantly without conditions, but that kind of mark was extremely difficult to detect. Some people may not be able to detect it after being implanted with the technique for more than 10 years. In his plan, he had never expected to fight the third Hokage in advance. Although the third Hokage was old, he was still a cage-level strongman after all. Orochimaru was not 100% sure that he could defeat him in the wild. "Teacher, you look much older." Orochimaru looked at the grey-haired third Hokage in front of him, and felt a little emotional for a while. When he defected, the third Hokage was still tough, but he didn't expect that he would be so old after more than 10 years. "Quickly stop, Orochimaru, this is Konoha, you can't be so presumptuous." Although they were talking about the past, the hands of the third Hokage and Orochimaru were ready to seal at any time. Orochimaru wanted to take out the trump card he was going to use in the future plan, but his men were not in place yet. If he fought with the third Hokage here and handed over the trump card, he would not be able to play the chess in the future. The master and the apprentice stared at each other, knowing that this would not be the place to decide the final victory, but they still rushed towards each other at the same time. Orochimaru and the third Hokage wanted to try to see what level the opponent was now, whether the third Hokage was really too old to fight, and whether Orochimaru had grown up to defeat the teacher. As for Naruto, he felt that the opportunity was really good at the moment. He directly put 2 fingers on his forehead and began to charge the magic light killing cannon. The killing range of the new Kigong cannon and Kamehameha Kigong is too large, and it is easy to blow up the third Hokage, but the magic light cannon is powerful, has a small range, and can be charged, which is very suitable for use in the current situation. Naruto can also use the instant magic light cannon, but he plans to charge it for a while and give Orochimaru a hard blow. The magic light cannon can greatly increase its power by charging it. For example, Naruto's combat power is more than 100 after opening the Kaioken, and the power of the magic light cannon after charging can be increased to more than 300. The magic light cannon with a combat power of 300, let alone hitting it, is enough to make Orochimaru drink a pot even if it just touches the edge. Chapter 52. The third Hokage and Orochimaru collided quickly, and the physical skills of the two were completely invisible to ninjas below the level of Jonin. Even ordinary Jonin could only barely see some of their figures and could not keep up with their speed at all. This level of physical skill clash was just a warm-up for them, but for the onlookers, it was a rare clash of cage-level masters after the end of the Third Ninja World War. This level of masters are usually the absolute upper class in a village, either the head of a village, or an important role that can directly participate in the highest level meetings and decision-making. Unless it is a critical moment, such people will not go out casually, unless it is due to their personality and they like to go out. After a brief collision of more than 10 rounds, the two sides retreated slightly. Orochimaru's breathing was still very stable, but a little happier than usual, while the third Hokage's breathing was obviously heavier. It was obvious that his physical strength was not small. "Teacher, you have aged so much. I can't imagine that such a collision would actually make your breathing heavier." Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment, with a hint of sincere sadness in his eyes. He is a disciple of the third Hokage, and someone who has witnessed his heyday with his own eyes. The third Hokage at his peak was simply a ninjutsu output machine. Not to mention the collision of physical skills in more than a dozen rounds, or even hundreds of rounds, he could do it. It won't be as embarrassing as it is now. Witnessing his transformation from a powerful ninja man in the sky to the old man he is now, even though he is as ruthless as Orochimaru, he still feels sad. Perhaps that is because he is a living creature and has a natural resistance to aging. Be empathetic. Disappointed and sad, Orochimaru strengthened his belief. In this ninja world where death is everywhere, Orochimaru has understood the importance of life since he was young. No matter how brilliant a person is, one day he will be cut off by time. As long as a person dies, no matter how brilliant he is, the legend will also come to an end. The former first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was known as the god of ninja. When he was alive, the entire ninja world was afraid of his power. Even if they starved to death, they would not dare to launch a war to plunder Konoha. How glorious Konoha was at that time, with the first and second generation Hokage in charge, and many talented new stars, including the third generation Hokage, were rising. Many of them later became Jounin or even Kage level. The strong one. Unlike now, among the newly promoted genin in Konoha, only one Uzumaki Naruto has the talent of being a Jounin. None of the others have shown any outstanding performance at the moment. It seems that if there is no other talent, he will end up with the talent of a Jounin. It is a pity that the first Hokage is still a person after all, and his life is limited. When he died, all the majesty he once had disappeared with his life. The other ninja villages could not wait to launch the ninja war. Orochimaru cannot accept this kind of thing. He believes that life should not be limited. He cannot accept that he will grow old and die in the future. He desires to live longer, longer than anyone else. Therefore, he launched a series of research on forbidden techniques, hoping to obtain the technique of immortality. After seeing his teacher aging like this, Orochimaru became even more convinced that his belief was correct, because he is still very young today. Facing the white-haired third Hokage, Orochimaru sneered and tore off the mask on his face. Not only did he tear off the human skin mask of the Kusanagi village ninja, he also tore off the mask that belonged to Orochimaru. After seeing the true appearance under the mask, even the third Hokage was stunned. Because it was actually a woman's face. Her skin was breakable, white and smooth, and she was obviously in the most youthful moment of her life. However, Orochimaru is obviously a man, and he should be middle-aged now. How could he have such an appearance? The third Hokage suddenly widened his eyes and thought of a terrible possibility. Orochimaru, could it be that you? Yes, teacher, I succeeded. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his smooth cheeks. As you can see, I have obtained the art of immortality. Unlike you who are aging, I have a brand new young body, and my life is no longer limited by the physical body. People always get carried away when showing off their most proud achievements, and Orochimaru is no exception. Finding the art of immortality is really exciting, especially showing off in front of a teacher who didn't recognize you back then, it's even more exciting. But Naruto, who had been lurking around, was waiting for this moment. What a great opportunity! Naruto's eyes lit up and he activated teleportation. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He twisted his body subconsciously, and then, a spiral energy beam passed directly through his chest. I think it's still somewhat restricted. Naruto said coldly behind him. The demonic light-killing cannon directly blasted a blood hole the size of a fist in Orochimaru's chest. His originally pale face was now even more bloodless. Fortunately, he opened his heart, otherwise he would have been beaten to death. Hurt. A mouthful of bright red blood vomited out of Orochimaru's mouth. His endurance was higher than Naruto imagined. A hole in his chest was already a fatal injury to a normal person, but he was only injured, not even necessarily. There is danger to life. He turned his head and stared at Naruto ferociously. Flying Thunder God is really difficult to deal with. There are not many people in this world who can beat me like this. I will remember you, kid. Until now, everyone still mistakenly believed that the teleportation technique performed by Naruto was the Flying Thunder God of the fourth Hokage, because anyone who knew his identity would find this explanation very reasonable. Orochimaru should be the most resistant guy that Naruto has seen since he returned to this world. In terms of life skills, he should be top-notch. His chest was pierced, and Orochimaru didn't want to waste away at all. He looked at the third Hokage and said, "Forget it, anyway, what I have to do should be completed by now. I'll see you later, teacher." Then, he threw out a scroll from his sleeves, quickly formed seals with his hands, and tapped the solace of his feet, and black magic lines instantly spread out on the solace of his feet. Anti-psychic art. Seeing Orochimaru perform this ninjutsu, the third Hokage showed an expression of as expected. In his understanding, Orochimaru is a guy who always puts his life first. When a person like him comes to Konoha, he must have prepared many ways to retreat quickly. And the reverse summoning technique is undoubtedly one of the more useful escape ninjutsu. As long as it is prepared in advance, it can be used at a critical moment to send oneself directly to the designated location. It is a common way for upper-level ninjas to escape. At a distance, Orochimaru held the wall with one hand and vomited blood continuously. Damn! What kind of ninjutsu is that? The power is too terrible. If the range of that technique was a little bigger, or if that kid had the attitude of not caring about killing other people and directly used the previous ninjutsu similar to the dust release, he might not be able to come back today. Lord Orochimaru. The subordinates who were responsible for picking him up found Orochimaru spitting blood and immediately came up to support him. Lord Orochimaru, who hurt you so badly? A genin. Haha, Konoha is really not doomed, and there are a few monster-like guys in every generation. The generation of the third Hokage produced a large number of jonin and strong men close to the level of Kage. In their next generation, there appeared Konoha White Fang, and powerful ninjas such as the three ninjas including him. In their disciple generation, there was also a peerless genius like Namikaze Minato, and later there were rising stars like Hatake Kakashi. Now, in the new generation, there is Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja with natural talent, but he is only a genin in his teens, and he can beat him like this. However, the main reason for the two battles was that Orochimaru was careless. When he fought for the first time, he only wanted to observe Naruto's potential, and he didn't expect that he could also use Flying Thunder God and high destructive ninjutsu similar to Dust Release. When he fought for the second time, he actually brought the third Hokage with him. When Orochimaru and the third Hokage fought, he didn't pay attention to what this kid was doing. After suffering 2 losses, Orochimaru has learned his lesson. If he meets this kid again in the future, he must go all out and never give him a chance, otherwise God knows what he will do. Judging from the performance of this kid today, the next time he meets Orochimaru, as long as he can't beat him, he might directly use Flying Thunder God to fly back to Konoha, and then shake everyone he knows who is ranked. When Orochimaru thought of this, he had a headache. Flying Thunder God was really too difficult to deal with. There was no good solution to this technique so far. Space-time ninjutsu has always been the most unsolvable ninjutsu in the ninja world. Even the reason why he was able to escape today was because of the space-time ninjutsu of reverse summoning. Lord Orochimaru, you are so seriously injured. Do we still have to continue our Konoha collapse plan? Konoha collapse plan? I think it's hopeless. Let's sell the Sand Ninja and change the plan to the Sand Ninja collapse plan. Someone suggested. Chapter 53. Orochimaru just snorted coldly and did not comment on his subordinates' suggestions. The so-called Konoha collapse plan is the biggest secret of this Chunin exam. It is a huge conspiracy jointly implemented by Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja Village, preparing to take this opportunity to overthrow Konoha in one fell swoop. Of course, Orochimaru has other ulterior motives. But for now, he has to postpone the plan for a while. Although Naruto's magic light-killing cannon did not kill him, it also caused him serious injuries. He must take some time to recuperate, otherwise in the next battle, his combat ability may be surpassed by the third generation of Hokage. Orochimaru, who was preparing to recuperate, suddenly froze in place for a moment, and then showed a satisfied smile. Fortunately, Sasuke's mission is completed. In the distant Death Forest, Naruto put his finger on his forehead to sense Orochimaru's aura. He did not find his aura in the entire Konoha territory. It seems that he has fled to the base camp far away. That guy ran away, but I'm afraid he will come back. Naruto's face was solemn. The next time Orochimaru appears, he will definitely be wary of him, and it will be difficult to plot against him. Now, the only high-end combat power in Konoha that can compete with Orochimaru is the third generation of Hokage, but he is trapped by age and cannot exert his full strength. Once he enters a death battle with Orochimaru, he is likely to lose. However, the third Hokage said that although he was old and indeed not as good as Orochimaru who was at his peak, if the other party insisted on his own way, he would take him with him. Of course, that was under the premise that the situation was critical and there was no time to make other plans. Konoha now really relied on the third Hokage, a powerful Kage-level figure, to support the facade, but this did not mean that Konoha was really without people. In view of the upcoming critical situation, I should call back the wanderers outside. The third Hokage immediately returned to the Hokage's office and prepared to write a letter and send it to the powerful wanderers of Konoha through a special contact method. When he returned to the office, he saw Naruto still following him, and couldn't help asking him, "Aren't you going back to continue the Chunin exam? In view of the situation just now, I can ignore the fact that you sneaked out of the Forest of Death. It doesn't matter if you go back earlier or later. I'm more curious about who the third-generation grandfather plans to find to deal with Orochimaru." Naruto has sensed the aura of Sakura and Sasuke. Both of them are fine at the moment, especially Sasuke. His aura is even slowly rising. Maybe he is doing some kind of training? The third-generation Hokage didn't seem to treat Naruto as an outsider. Seeing that there was no one else in the office, he said, "The wandering dragon returns to the sea, and the wandering sun returns to the village. Naruto, do you know the identity and glory of Orochimaru in the past?" "I know, the hero of the Ninja World War, one of the strongest men in Konoha, and has the resounding name of one of the three ninjas." Naruto is familiar with Konoha's history books and is naturally familiar with this period. Orochimaru is only one of the three ninjas. Although he rebelled against Konoha, the other two are still alive. So, the third-generation grandfather is planning to summon the other three ninjas back to the village to deal with Orochimaru. That's right, and even if I don't summon him, he should be back in a while. The third generation wrote down the current situation of Konoha on the paper, and expressed his wish for him to come back for support at the end. That guy should have made some progress in his training, and it should be no problem to deal with Orochimaru. The third-generation Hokage thought. However, Naruto didn't want to listen to the third generation at this time, because Naruto, who was always paying attention to Sakura and Sasuke, suddenly found a problem. From the beginning, Sasuke's chi has been rising. At first, it can be explained as training, and he may have made some breakthroughs, but now, the speed of this chi rising has begun to increase faster and faster, reaching an abnormal level. "Grandpa third generation, excuse me, my team seems to have some problems." Naruto disappeared in front of the third generation in an instant. The third generation looked at Naruto who disappeared in an instant, but the past scenes flashed in front of him. Once, there was such a yellow-haired ninja, who always came and went in a hurry. He left in a hurry before he finished talking to him. How similar is Naruto's current look to that of him back then? One can only sigh that they are worthy of being father and son. In the Forest of Death, Sakura was shaking Sasuke who was unconscious, trying to wake him up, but Sasuke seemed to be dead at the moment and had no reaction. When she was anxious, the surprised voices of other ninja village ninjas rang out around her, "Hey! There are only 2 people left in this team, and one of them is unconscious. Isn't this a fat sheep delivered to the door?" Sakura was shocked and found that she was surrounded by 3 ninjas from the Sound Village. The 3 female ninjas asked her, "Hey, is your team's scroll still there? I don't want to waste time on a team whose scroll has been robbed." Sakura subconsciously touched the ninja bag where the scroll of heaven was stored, but this action had exposed the fact that she still had the scroll on her. "Very good, now I feel comfortable." The leading ninja had bandages wrapped around his head and face, revealing only one left eye, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Their team had been fighting in the forest for a long time. They had fought a big battle in the upper reaches of the river before, and they almost got the scroll. As a result, at the critical moment, the guy who could use the flash ninjutsu suddenly appeared and almost blinded all of them. If it was just the vision that was taken away, it would not be a big problem. The serious thing was that they were in a serious dizziness because they could not dodge in time, so they had to retreat. They had just recovered and started looking for prey everywhere, ready to do a good job. As a result, they were really lucky. They ran into a broken team, 1 person was missing, 1 was unconscious, and only 1 female ninja was still fighting. He did not activate the sound ninja ability as a killer, because there was no need to expose the trump card in the 3-on-1 situation, and he was not sure whether the battle here would be seen by others. The 3 of them directly launched the purest physical battle against Sakura. Although Sakura could barely deal with 1 person, she could not deal with 3 people at the same time. However, she was broken in 3 or 5 moves, and then fell into the opponent's infinite combo. The trio kicked and beat Sakura wantonly, venting their anger for being robbed of their victory by a flash ninjutsu. Sakura kept adjusting her posture to fight back, but she couldn't find any chance with the 3 of them, so she could only be hit continuously, and soon her nose and face became swollen. Although her body was in great pain, Sakura was glad that she attracted the fire power of the 3 people alone, preventing them from focusing their attention on Sasuke, who was still unconscious at this time and could not resist at all. She could only pray silently in her heart, "Naruto, please come back soon." The next second, a sharp wave of air blew, and one of the trio was kicked out directly, breaking the huge tree next to him, and there was no sound. The remaining 2 people couldn't react to what happened at all, and they were grabbed by the neck by a pair of powerful hands and lifted up. "You beat my teammates to death, are you ready to be killed?" Chapter 54. "You are, the guy who can use flash ninjutsu." The 2 sound ninjas who were lifted up suddenly looked hideous. They had finally gotten the scroll before, but because this guy suddenly showed up and dodged, the scroll that was about to be in their hands was gone. Now the enemies were extremely jealous of each other, and they really wanted to take revenge on this guy, but apart from his extremely powerful flash ninjutsu, he seemed to be very abnormal in other aspects. They didn't see what happened just now. It seemed that in an instant, one of their teammates flew backwards and smashed a tree. It seemed that he might have died, and the 2 of them were picked up without having time to react. Damn it! TOS, the leader, was so angry that he threw out the trump card he had originally intended to hide. His arm was equipped with a special porous armor that could produce harsh sound waves to attack the opponent. The enemy hit would be hurt and his hearing would also be damaged. The female teammate Chin, who was pinched by Naruto's other hand, also shook the bell in her hand, trying to use the bell sound to activate the illusion to control Naruto. However, a strong wave of energy suddenly erupted from Naruto's body, and that energy isolated all external influences. Their sonic attacks were unable to penetrate the energy defense at all. As long as the difference in combat power reaches a certain level, the stronger party can rely on chi and be almost immune to all attacks from the weaker party, because although many skills are ever-changing, they are ultimately only transformed by the power of chi or chakra. If the source of power is overwhelmed, then no matter how much they change, it will be meaningless. If Naruto activates the King of Kings, then even if he stands still, there will be no more than 5 people in the entire Chunin exam forest who can beat him. The attacks of the Otagakure ninjas were meaningless in his eyes, and Naruto had no mercy on them. He directly broke their necks cleanly. They had signed the consent form before they came in, which was equivalent to signing a life and death agreement. In the forest, they could kill others, and others could naturally kill them. And they had just killed Sakura, and Naruto would never let such people who wanted to kill his teammates continue to live. After getting rid of the sound ninja trio, Naruto turned around to check on Sakura's injuries. She was beaten very badly by the sound ninja trio. Her whole body was covered with bruises and wounds. Her fractures and internal organs were also seriously damaged. She had reached the point where she should be sent directly to the emergency room for a ventilator. I was still too kind to them. Naruto laid Sakura flat on the ground, gathered his energy with both hands, and transformed the energy into soft energy from Sakura's abdomen to the whole body. As a master of skills, Naruto naturally did not give up learning healing skills in the Dragon Ball world. The Earth's god Dandy has the ability to completely heal others, but this ability requires consuming his own energy. It has limited effect on people with too strong energy, and it is useless for himself, because after being seriously injured, his own energy is also very little, and he can't use his own energy to heal himself. But it is a godlike healing skill to use it to treat people whose strength difference is not too big. The energy transformed into healing energy spreads all over the body. Sakura's wounds heal at a speed like fast-forwarding a video, and the damaged bones and internal organs are also quickly healed and returned to their original positions. In just a few seconds, Sakura's body is back to normal. Sakura, who was nearly unconscious, slowly woke up. Without waiting for Naruto to ask how she felt, she anxiously said to Naruto, "Naruto, go check on Sasuke. That strange Kusanagi attacked us just now. Sasuke was bitten on the neck by him, and then he fell into a coma." Strange Kusanagi. Naruto knew that Sakura was referring to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was clearly fighting with the third Hokage and was repelled. How could he have the opportunity to attack Sasuke and Sakura? Besides, Naruto has been paying attention to this place, and he didn't feel other people's chi. Suddenly, Naruto slapped his head. He, who was used to using clone skills such as the four-body fist, actually overlooked a problem. The shadow clone technique can create a clone with quite good combat power, and this clone created by Chakra has no chi. Before, he used the method of sensing chi to see through other people's clone techniques, but because he had always used the four-body fist, a skill that could separate entities, he subconsciously ignored this point. In other words, Orochimaru should have known that he had been targeted by Naruto, so he secretly released a shadow clone to attack Sasuke and Sakura. The fact was just as Naruto expected, but Orochimaru didn't know that Naruto locked him by chi perception. He thought Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and locked him by the Flying Thunder God mark. After returning to the base camp, Orochimaru specially changed his clothes and ninja tools, and carefully checked all his organs. He was relieved to confirm that there was no Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of this, Naruto remembered the reason why he rushed here. In addition to Sakura being attacked, the biggest reason was that Sasuke's chi was rising abnormally. He quickly flashed to Sasuke's side and saw the strange black three-magatama mark on Sasuke's neck at a glance. Others may not notice it, but Naruto can clearly sense that the mark is actually collecting natural energy. The so-called natural energy is actually a kind of chi. When collecting energy, the spirit bomb often borrows power from nature, because chi is not something exclusive to humans. Birds, beasts, fish, insects, and even mountains, rivers, and plants all have this thing. The mark absorbs natural energy, which is actually gathering chi, which is why Sasuke's chi is constantly rising. Why did Orochimaru plant this thing on Sasuke? Naruto carefully examined the black mark. At present, it has not caused any harm to Sasuke, but it is just gathering chi. However, its use of chi is still very clumsy. It just roughly stuffs chi into Sasuke's body, and Sasuke himself does not know how to use chi. The consequence of doing so is likely to greatly increase Sasuke's combat effectiveness for a certain period of time, but it will cause a certain degree of damage to his body, and may even cause him to become unconscious. Sasuke is now in a coma, probably because his body cannot adapt to this sudden power, causing the body to have an immune reaction. I didn't expect that someone in this world would start studying things related to chi. Naruto has lived in the Dragon Ball world for decades. If he hadn't come back because he missed his original world, he would probably have inherited Master Kame's legacy there. Things related to chi are child's play for him. He put his fingers on the mark on Sasuke's neck, and conducted his own chi to it, guiding the chi in Sasuke's body to circulate in the right way. A large amount of external chi merged into Sasuke's own chi, which could strengthen his body and mind to a certain extent. At the same time, he reduced the efficiency of the seal in absorbing chi, so as to prevent too much chi from affecting Sasuke's body. While observing and studying this seal, Naruto also found something helpful. Before, he had been studying how to fuse chi and chakra, two similar forces, to a certain extent, or to use chakra and chi interchangeably, such as using chakra to activate Kamehameha and using chi to activate ninjutsu. These two attempts were not very successful in the short term. Naruto spent several weeks but did not come up with a good solution. However, this strange seal should be the result of years of hard work by someone or even some people. They should have spent a lot of effort to study the combination of chakra and natural energy, and it seems that they have really found a way. Natural energy and chakra were mixed in a certain proportion in the seal, and then a new power with both chi and chakra characteristics was formed. This power is much more destructive than ordinary chakra, because it is equivalent to using the power of chi to a certain extent. However, the research on this thing seems to be incomplete. The final fusion is only stronger than chakra, but not as strong as pure chi, because it only uses chi temporarily drawn from the outside world, and the strength is very limited. If you can use your own chi, then the strength will be very extraordinary, because your own chi can continue to become stronger with practice. But this is enough to give Naruto a lot of inspiration. If he were to study the combination of chi and chakra by himself, it might take him several months or even a year to figure it out. Now with the experience of others as a reference, Naruto suddenly had a lot of inspiration. Chapter 55. After Naruto adjusted Sasuke's chi smoothly, he stopped having a fever soon and slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Sasuke saw Naruto sitting next to him grilling fish. "Naruto, what happened to me just now?" Sasuke felt a little unclear, his head was in a mess, and he couldn't remember what happened before. "Sakura said you were attacked by Orochimaru's shadow clone, but he didn't kill you. He just planted a strange mark on your neck and left." "Orochimaru? That guy is Orochimaru." Sasuke was shocked when he heard the other party's name. Basically, anyone who has taken classes seriously will not be unfamiliar with him. This top-level warrior, once known as one of the three ninjas of Konoha, made great contributions in the past Ninja World War of Konoha. Although he has defected for many years, Konoha has not erased him from the history books, because he is indeed an important role in the past chapters. In the current ninja world, cage-level warriors are very rare, because too many died in the Ninja World Wars, and many young people who originally had the potential to become cage-level warriors also died early in the battle. Orochimaru can be said to be one of the strongest people in the world today. Naruto activated the fourfold Kaioken, used the new Kigong Cannon, the magic light-killing cannon and other special skills, and even failed to kill Orochimaru despite catching his many flaws, which shows how terrible he is. His battle with the third Hokage was also a brief one. The two only fought with physical skills and some exploratory ninjutsu, and did not fight seriously. Even so, the scale of the battle was beyond the reach of a jonin. If Naruto were to fight Orochimaru, he could only protect himself. If he wanted to defeat Orochimaru, his current strength would definitely not be enough, unless Naruto understood the combination of chi and chakra, and after a period of training, he could improve his basic combat power and the degree of use of power, and then he could win. Knowing that the person who attacked him was Orochimaru, Sasuke felt much more at ease, because it was not shameful to lose to a cage-level strongman. Even if the opponent was just a shadow clone, it was indeed not something that a genin like him could contend with. It was amazing enough that he could fight a few moves. Sasuke touched his neck, and the place where he was bitten was still very sore. He asked Naruto with some concern, "That guy bit my neck, I don't know what he did, I just remember that I felt very uncomfortable soon after, and then I should have fainted. That guy planted a mark on your neck that can absorb natural energy. The reason you fainted is that the mark guided the energy into your body too roughly, causing some kind of rejection reaction. Orochimaru's mark still uses natural energy at a relatively rough level. According to Naruto's speculation, he should only know that natural energy can be mixed with chakra to become a stronger force, but he doesn't know the existence of chi at all, and he doesn't know where the real power of natural energy is. Now the mark on Sasuke's neck has been modified by Naruto. It will only slowly guide a small amount of natural energy into Sasuke's body to enhance his strength. When Sasuke actively guides it, the mark will combine natural energy and chakra to create new power, greatly increasing Sasuke's combat effectiveness. Naruto handed the grilled fish to Sasuke. Eat something first, you've been unconscious for a long time. I'll tell you about that thing slowly. Naruto simply told Sasuke how to use that thing. When he wants to gain power, he will actively inject chakra into the mark. The natural energy stored in it will automatically mix with the chakra to create stronger power. However, the new power created by that thing is relatively rough. The short-term burst effect is very good, and long-term use will hurt the body. This load is different from the king's fist. The load of the mark itself is because the technology is immature, so it will hurt the body, while the king's fist itself does not actually have a load. The reason why it hurts the body is that the user's body cannot control the sudden combat power. The king's fist will enhance the user's power in all directions, including the strength of the chi, which will also double, but if the chi is too strong and the body cannot keep up, it will cause the body to collapse. For example, if a person's actual combat power is 1000, and his body strength can withstand 10,000 combat power of chi, then he can fire 10 times Kaioken without injury, but if his body can only withstand 2000 combat power of chi, then 2 times Kaioken is his limit, and firing more will hurt his body. Just like Naruto, a normal child of his age has just started to develop physically, so it's good enough to fire Kaioken. After learning how to use the mark, Sasuke confirmed with Naruto again and again that there would be no problem with this thing, and then injected chakra into the mark according to the method provided by Naruto. Sure enough, it combined with the natural energy absorbed by the mark to form a new power. As soon as this power entered the body, Sasuke immediately felt that his whole body had gained a very strong gain. It was like an optimized chakra, which had a great gain on ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, as the power spread throughout the body, a black pattern also began to spread from the mark to the body, which seemed to be a characteristic of the mark itself. Sasuke tried to use the simplest fireball technique, but he didn't control the power well. The fireball was too big and almost set the forest on fire. Fortunately, Naruto acted in time and blew out the flames with a gas bomb. This power is amazing. Sasuke thought of the bomb-like fireball just now and was amazed. With this thing to bless his power, he really has hoped to seek revenge on his brother. Use it carefully, it is not something that can be used for a long time. If you are not in a hurry for revenge, I will never let you use it. Sasuke was stunned when he heard this. Naruto, you. Naruto is the first person so far who has not advised him to be generous. So far, everyone who knows about the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, after knowing that Sasuke's lifelong goal is revenge, will try their best to persuade him and let him look forward. Be open to the tragedy of genocide. Only Naruto's attitude is so unique. What he said just now seems to indicate that he supports Sasuke's revenge plan. Naruto focused on grilling the fish in his hands, and his voice was a little dull. It is indeed not good for people to live in hatred, but I can understand that it must be extremely sad when the whole family is killed. That kind of sadness and hatred cannot be expressed through words. It can be eliminated. I thought about it, if my parents were killed, then I would chase them to the end of the world and spend my whole life to get revenge on that person. So I can understand your feelings. It is understandable that you want revenge. As a friend, I can't advise you to be generous, I just hope to take revenge when you have a grudge, and don't hurt innocent people. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and handed him the last grilled fish, but revenge requires strength. Eat more meat. Naruto. Sasuke felt sour in his heart and almost shed tears. After so many years, Naruto is the first person who truly understands him. Others either don't understand this feeling at all, or they understand it, but from the village, from other macro perspectives, they don't want Sasuke, a talent like this, to revenge is desperate, so they all try to persuade Sasuke. From their perspective, there were individuals, villages, and many points, but no one stood in Sasuke's position and imagined what would happen if he encountered such a thing. Naruto's thoughts have always been simple and straightforward. You kill my whole family and I will chop you down, this is reasonable. If you are good to me, I will definitely live up to you, if you have not offended me, I will never harm you. If I kill you, I will find the Dragon Ball to save you, if I say I will protect you, even if I give my life, I will, and I did it because I promised. If I say I want to kill your whole family, then I will kill your whole family, even your dog. If I kill your whole family, it is very reasonable for you to seek revenge from me, as long as you can beat me. From his point of view, Sasuke's revenge is really a very legitimate thing. His whole family was killed. If he didn't take revenge, he would be in vain. Chapter 56. Sasuke got the power of the mysterious mark, which greatly increased his strength, and Naruto also got the inspiration to fuse energy and chakra. While Sasuke was eating, drinking, and resting, Naruto decided to try it out. If chi and chakra can really be fused, it means that he can get the lethality of chi and the endurance of chakra at the same time. Chi is consumed very slowly in normal fist fighting, but once Qigong is used, it will be consumed very much. Especially the new Qigong cannon, which is so powerful and has a wide range of Qigong, consumes a huge amount of chi at one time. Naruto will run out of chi within a few shots, and then he has to either eat fairy beans or use chakra to fight. Just at this time, Sakura came back from fetching water. Naruto asked her to take care of Sasuke for a while he teleported to a more open and less crowded place in the forest. When Naruto was studying the fusion of chakra and chi, he fell into a misunderstanding, that is, he had been directly fusing chi and chakra, but it would not work to force the two forces together. The reason why the mark on Sasuke's neck can create new power is because it will first extract the raw materials of chakra from Sasuke's body, that is, physical energy and mental energy, and then combine the physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy into these three forces are integrated in a ratio close to 1:1:1, thus obtaining new power. However, because Sasuke himself cannot create this kind of power, he can only rely on the strange marks on his neck to perform fully automatic operations. The accuracy is far behind, resulting in poor amplification and durability. To a certain extent, the one around Sasuke's neck is a small, fully automatic refining machine. The advantage is that it is fully automatic and you don't have to worry about it. You just need to input chakra to activate it. The disadvantage is that it is not precise, resulting in poor efficiency and quality. After Naruto learned the principle, he began to experiment on himself. Chi, physical energy, mental energy, even distribution. This process will be very difficult for others because they don't know how to use chi at all and can only carefully distribute the external natural energy. If they don't do it right, it will lead to imbalance. Naruto uses his own chi. He is also a master-level figure who has practiced chi for decades, so he can deploy his chi extremely accurately. One piece of energy, the same degree of physical energy and mental energy, three almost separate components of power merged together to form a new power in Naruto's body. When this power filled his body, Naruto could clearly feel his body and energy changing. He stood by the water and looked at his reflection in the water. His facial features had not changed much, but his skin had become better, almost flawless. His body had become slightly thinner, but his muscles had become firmer, something like it is somewhat similar to the Super Saiyan God transformed by his friend Son Goku, but it is only similar in appearance, and the increase in strength cannot be compared with that of the Super Saiyan God. I don't know if it's because it's the first transformation, but the combat power in this state increases by 10 times, which is a big increase for Naruto at the moment. After it's turned on, the combat power can be directly increased to more than 300, and there is no physical burden like the King Fist. If he fights Orochimaru in this state, Naruto feels that he doesn't need to escape. He raised his hand and released the most common air bomb at will, and the power instantly raised the forest with a radius of tens of meters to the ground. This state is so wonderful. Naruto had an indescribable feeling. Chi is the power that people are born with, and it is one of the origins of life, and the same is true for physical energy and spiritual energy. These two powers that are closely related to life are perfectly integrated in the body at this moment, allowing him to undergo a small degree of evolution. This should be the state that Orochimaru, who planted a mark on Sasuke's neck, pursues. Not only does his strength become stronger, but his recovery ability and physical abilities in all aspects have also leaped forward. Naruto tried to cut his palm with chi. At the moment the wound appeared, blood oozes out from inside. But before the blood can flow out, the wound begins to heal automatically, leaving only a shallow blood scab, and it heals in a short while. He can clearly feel that this state is just the initial prototype. He still has a lot of room for exploration. At present, he has only explored this state. As for how to apply it and how to continue to improve it, it will take him some time. Naruto calmed down, slowly exited this state, and then teleported back to Sasuke and Sakura. Their team is now very leisurely, because the Sound Ninja team that was killed by Naruto held the Scroll of Earth, and Naruto's team was distributed with the Scroll of Heaven. Now they have collected both scrolls and can pass the exam. How is Sasuke? When Naruto came back, Sasuke was still sleeping. Sakura, who was taking care of Sasuke, said, "He is in a stable state, just resting normally. He had a high fever before, which scared me. Okay, when Sasuke is well rested, we will go to the tower." Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground and began to carefully feel the aura in the forest of the Chunin exam. More than 10 auras have disappeared, in other words, they have been killed in this exam. When Naruto sensed the aura, 3 auras disappeared next to Gaara's aura. It seems that Gaara has a bad temper. After killing that team, he went straight to the tower in the middle. He should have got the scrolls he needed and planned to pass the exam quickly. The aura of Hinata's team is very stable, as if they have not even experienced a big battle. I wonder if they have got the scrolls that can pass the exam. The situation of the other teams of Konoha Genin is roughly the same. It seems that the level of Konoha's Genin is not bad. No one was eliminated. It is possible that all of them can pass the exam. Most of the dead ninjas were from the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Sound Village, especially the Hidden Rain Village had the highest death toll. It seems that their violent tempers are not suitable for survival here. After carefully feeling the circle, Naruto stood up and patted his butt. "Sakura, I'm going out to sweep the floor and will be back soon." "Ah, sweep the floor?" Sakura didn't understand. When Naruto was sensing the air, he found that there were many ninjas hiding around the tower. They should be planning to rob the team that came here to hand in the task, because the person who handed in the task must have both scrolls. One of the teams blocked Naruto's way to the tower, so Naruto planned to clean them up first, and by the way, try whether there are any loopholes in his newly developed mode in actual combat. Unknowingly, a month has passed, and it is time for this book to be put on the shelves. Thinking of the time when I first came to Hedgehog Cat to write books, I was so excited and uneasy when I was notified by the editor that it would be put on the shelves. I even thought about the development of losing half of my collection as soon as it was put on the shelves. However, I have been writing books here for 5 years, and I am no longer so excited when I see the news of the book being published. I just feel like a senior student facing final exams. It's that time again. Let's talk about this book. Many old readers who have supported me for a long time have asked me, why did you suddenly think of writing Naruto? Because on this website, the content I create is mainly special effects, such as Open Kamen Rider with Infinite Stream written when I first came here, the sequel Kamen Rider in the Infinite World, followed by Big Monster Fighting Evolution and How to Fight Without TPC Tiga, and last year I suddenly created Let the God of War Tyrannosaurus Rex Come to Experience Your Skills, and this year I wrote this book A Bag of Senzu Beans and a Pack of Cigarettes, Otsutsuki's God Control for a Day, originally named Uzumaki Naruto Returns from Dragon Ball. On the one hand, I have already created 2 books on the 2 themes of Kamen Rider and Otsutsuki, and there are no interesting ideas if I continue to write. On the other hand, the books I write are actually the works I loved in the past. Kamen Rider and Otsutsuki are works that accompanied my childhood. I have deep feelings for these works and my own understanding, so I can create with enthusiasm, because I am also an audience in front of the screen, so I will have some ideas that can resonate with everyone. The same is true for Digimon, and Naruto is also. I first came into contact with Naruto when I was a child, when there were still on-demand channels. I was very young at that time, and I saw others on TV ordering a few episodes of Naruto. I remember that episode was Naruto vs Gaara, and Naruto turned the big toad into the nine-tailed beast and pounced on Shikaku. At that time, I didn't know the setting of the tailed beasts, but I just thought, wow, monsters fighting monsters, awesome. When I grew up, I came into contact with the internet, and I watched a lot of works that I wanted to watch but couldn't see before, including Kamen Rider, Digital, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Naruto, etc. When I was in junior high school, I was recommended by a friend to watch Attack on Titan. I asked him how he felt when Attack on Titan ended. He was already a fan of Joe at that time, and he said, it was like being stabbed by someone while drinking Lishinbei Washiko water. The manga of Naruto had not been completed at that time, and I would read it on time every time it was updated, starting from the Fourth War and following it until the end. How should I put it? Although I was a little melancholy, I accepted it. Until later, Boruto appeared, I had an ominous feeling. In fact, I personally hate the behavior of torturing the previous generation of protagonists in subsequent works. In my opinion, it is better for the works to end when the protagonists are at the peak of their lives, so that everyone can imagine that the characters they like have always lived a happy life. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke, who were once high-spirited and invincible, have become more and more miserable, one lost the nine tails, and the other was blinded by the samsara eye, it feels really complicated. In addition, when I watched Naruto back then, I also had a lot of regrets, so I picked up the pen and wanted to depict a story that went in a different direction. Some people say that my creative style has changed, and it is moving more and more towards the route of cool writing. How to say it? In fact, I have always felt that a work should always bring some positive things to everyone, perhaps touching, perhaps knowledge, or perhaps just for fun. Nowadays, life is becoming more and more difficult, and the hostility on the internet is getting heavier. Perhaps everyone doesn't have so much energy to think too deeply about the work. Simple and straightforward cool works may be more suitable for the present. At least, when you pick up your phone and open it, there will be some pleasant or laugh-out-loud content inside, and you don't have to worry that the content inside will make you, who is already in a bad mood, even more emo. Chapter 57. On the way to the central tower, a team of ninjas from the Hidden Rain village is lying in ambush here. They are named Oboro, Kaguya, and Menguo. The three are excellent genin among the top in the Hidden Rain village, and their actual combat power is also considered to be at the top level in the entire Chunin exam. As long as they are not too unlucky, they will definitely pass the exam and enter the next round. However, the tactics they chose are quite special. They did not go directly to the forest to find opponents to snatch the scrolls, but ambushed on the way to the tower to hand in the task. One reason is that the person ambushed in this way must have at least 2 scrolls. As long as they ambush one team, they can pass the exam. The second reason is that they can distribute the extra test papers to other teams from the Hidden Rain village. Although the Hidden Rain village is a small ninja village established in a small country, their strength is not weak. There are 7 teams of 21 genin sent out this time alone. In comparison, the Kusagakuer village only sent 6 ninjas, the Takigakuer also sent 6 people, and the Sand Ninja, as a large ninja village, only had 30 people. Only the Konoha village had 87 genin this term. The number of genin can reflect the blood-making ability of this village to a certain extent. Konoha village suffered heavy casualties in the previous Ninja World Wars, but their population base is still there, and their resources are extremely rich, so in just 10 years, they have recovered, and genin have emerged one after another like dumplings. Most of these people will only stop at genin in their lives, but occasionally they will encounter a burst of talents, and suddenly a group of jonin or even cage-level strongmen will emerge. And the Sand Ninja Village, This term only has 30 people, and this is the result of their intentional dispatch of more people for some kind of plan. The location of the Kingdom of Wind is too bad and its resources are scarce, resulting in a sparse population and a reduction in the number of talented people. As an ally, Konoha has fertile land, rich resources, and a growing population and talent year after year, which makes the Sand Ninja, as an ally, a little restless. If this continues, in another 10 years, Konoha and Sand Ninja will not be allies, and Sand Ninja will become vassals to some extent, because the strength of both sides is not at the same level. The number of genin in the Hidden Rain village is a bit surprising, but it is not incomprehensible. Because in the eyes of the outside world, the Hidden Rain village is still controlled by Hanzo, one of the strongest people in the ninja world. Although the Hidden Rain village is a small village, with Hanzo, a top strongman, their level is not bad. But only the people inside the Hidden Rain village know that Hanzo has died a long time ago and was killed by a stronger person. That person is Pain, who helped the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village thrive. No one has seen what Pain looks like, but no one doubts his existence. His will be conveyed by the spokesperson Angel, and he will use his power to make the rainy village, which rains all year round, sunny every Sunday to prove his existence and strength. There is no doubt that the person who can change the weather is powerful. Since Pain appeared, the days of the Hidden Rain village have indeed become better and better. No one dares to bully them anymore. Anyone who has bad intentions towards the Hidden Rain village will have his body hung on the gate of the Hidden Rain village the next day, and the spokesperson called Angel will announce the person's crime. Pain used this method to declare his protection for the villagers. Therefore, although the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village have a bad temper to the outside world, they are united internally. The three-person team ambushed outside the tower is still thinking about getting a few more scrolls to share with their brothers in the Hidden Rain village. If more people pass the exam, everyone can take more advanced commissions when they return to the village and make more money to supplement their families and the village. Unfortunately, they were targeting the wrong person today. The three of them were concentrating on lying on the tree and observing the surroundings carefully when Naruto's voice suddenly sounded from behind them, "Won't your waist get sore from lying on the tree all the time? Who is it?" The three of them were almost scared out of their wits. Among the three of them, Kori was a ninja with extremely strong perception. In order to increase his perception, he even covered his eyes. This guy could actually appear behind them silently. If he wanted to kill the three of them, I'm afraid the three of them would have their heads off their bodies now. The three of the Rain Hidden Village immediately pulled back and looked at Naruto with extremely vigilant eyes. After seeing the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead, the three of them said, "You guy, are you a Konoha genin? Why are you saying such obvious nonsense? Are you scared?" Naruto shrugged. They didn't doubt Naruto's identity as a Konoha villager, they just couldn't believe that this guy was actually a genin. They still can't figure out how Naruto managed to come directly behind them without being noticed. They have teammates who can sense it. The three of them are not randomly matched. Everyone has their own expertise and division of labor. They all work hard towards their own positions. Logically, each of their expertise should be far superior to other genin at the same stage. But now that things have come to this, they have no choice. The three of them looked at each other and immediately began to use the three-person combination tactics. Oboro clone technique. Oboro, one of the three, immediately formed a seal and used the special clone technique he developed. The clone technique used by normal people, including shadow clones or water clones and earth clones, all use chakra to create a physical clone to assist in combat or confuse the enemy's judgment. The technique of the Oboro clone actually creates all phantoms, which have no attack power and no entity. Oboro himself uses the earth escape technique to hide under the clone, and occasionally makes interference attacks, making the opponent mistakenly think that his real body is mixed in with many phantoms, so that the opponent is tired of searching, consuming a lot of physical strength and chakra. This kind of phantom clone is sometimes more difficult to deal with than the real clone. Because of the real clone, you can take every skill of it seriously, or simply use a big move to knock out the clone, which is not difficult to deal with. But the phantom clone, especially when the opponent does not know where the real body is and whether it is mixed in, it is very difficult to fight, because the big move cannot knock out the clone. After all, it is just an illusion, but if you ignore these illusions, you can't guarantee that the real body will mix in and stab you at any time. When a Oboro clone technique is thrown out, the opponent's 3-person team needs to separate at least 2 people to defend, and the remaining teammates will fight 2 against 1, defeating the opponent 1 by 1, and a battle is easily won. This tactic is indeed very troublesome, and it is the same for most ninjas. Unless they encounter special bloodline limits such as the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, it is difficult to break. However, any clone technique based on Chakra is meaningless to Naruto, because the clone created by Chakra has no energy. Naruto instantly sensed Oboro hiding underground. He easily raised his hand and released the whole wave from his fingers. The slender beam instantly pierced Oboro's shoulder like a javelin. "Come out, your ninjutsu is a little interesting, but it's just a little interesting." The other party has no grudge against Naruto, he is not interested in killing them, just wants to drive them away and take one more scroll by the way. Chapter 58. Oboro, who was hiding underground, suddenly felt his heart pounding. Was he discovered? No, it's impossible. The last blow was definitely a blast. Oboro continued to lurk underground and let his phantom clones attack Naruto collectively. He didn't believe that his special skills could be seen through so easily. At least wait for a while before seeing through. However, Naruto completely ignored the attacks of the phantom clones, because he had already seen that these clones were just phantoms and actually had no attack power. Alas! Naruto felt a little helpless and could only raise his hand again and punch a hole in the soil next to his ear with a whole wave. "If you don't come out, I'll beat you beep. Naruto issued an ultimatum. Fuck! This time Oboro couldn't sit still anymore and had to jump out of the soil directly. He covered the shoulder that was pierced by the whole wave and looked at Naruto with hatred. "You are so cruel." Until this moment, his teammates Kagome and Menguo had not had time to attack. Under normal circumstances, they would wait for Oboro's Oboro clone technique to consume a certain amount of the opponent's physical strength and energy before taking the opportunity to attack, but this time, the opponent was so weird that not only did he see through Oboro's clone technique in an instant, but he also used an unknown ninjutsu to directly injure Oboro. They are a little scared now, because that ninjutsu has no hand seals at all, it is released just by raising the fingers, and it is very fast and powerful. If Naruto aimed at the head, Oboro would definitely be killed directly. They can see that Naruto has no intention of killing them, and the combat effectiveness of the two sides is too different. Although Kagome and Menguo have not yet attacked, the strength that Naruto has just shown is enough to make them lose the will to fight. At this stage where a seal is needed to make a fireball, Naruto's whole wave is just like taking out a pistol in the cold weapon era. With this speed, this lethality, and this striking distance, who wouldn't be confused? We admit defeat. Damn, are all the ninjas in Konoha monsters? The ninja from the Hidden Rain village reluctantly took out his scroll of heaven. Seeing that the other party admitted defeat readily, Naruto didn't make it difficult for them. After receiving the scroll, he came to Oboro in an instant and put his hand on his shoulder. "You guy, are you going to kill them all?" Kaguya and Menguo thought that Naruto was going to finish off Oboro, so they rushed to rescue him, but Oboro looked surprised and told them, "Don't panic, he seems to be healing me." In just 2 seconds, the penetrating wound on Oboro's shoulder was completely healed. Naruto's terrible healing ability made it impossible for several people to have hostile thoughts. Just relying on this treatment, Naruto's teammates are almost immortal. Who can fight him? That was a penetrating wound. After returning, I have to lie down for a long time, and there is a high probability that there will be hidden dangers. It was cured in an instant. Your ninjutsu is quite interesting. I think your 2 teammates are not bad. While there is still time, try harder. If not, wait for the next session, which will only take half a year. Naruto collected their scrolls and disappeared on the spot. After he left, the rain ninjas sat on the ground in despair. Too strong, Konoha is indeed worthy of being the strongest ninja village. The guys they cultivated are as strong as monsters. Oboro touched his shoulder and said, "Fortunately, that guy is not a bloodthirsty person, otherwise when he grows up, people in other ninja villages will probably not be able to sleep. What kind of jutsu did you say he used just now? I didn't see any shadows or anything like that flashing by. Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? A genin knows the space-time ninjutsu. Are you crazy or am I crazy? After chatting for a while, several rain ninjas decided to try their luck in another place. Now there is still some time before the end of the exam. Maybe they can run into a few weaker teams and get their scrolls to pass the exam. On the other side, Naruto tested his current movement speed and punch and kick speed in the forest. He originally planned to try his hand with the Rain Ninja team, but the opponent's strength was too weak. If Naruto really got serious, they would be killed instantly. In terms of the physical defense of most ninjas, Naruto's full-strength punches and kicks now have the possibility of directly killing them. If he uses Kigong, it is impossible for the ninja's physical defense to take it. If only Orochimaru was still there. Naruto couldn't help but think of the super durable cage-level strongman. When he fought with Orochimaru, even if he opened the 4 times Kaioken, he only had 120 combat power. It was unrealistic to fight him with the load of the 4 times Kaioken. As long as Orochimaru showed his strength, he couldn't fight. However, now his combat power has reached 300, and this strange state is without load. The reaction power of the whole body and the quality of all aspects have leaped up. In this state, fighting with Orochimaru, Naruto feels that there is no need to be afraid. His current speed was so terrifying that many ninjas with strong perception only felt something passing by in an instant. What the hell? This was their psychological portrayal. When Naruto was moving quickly, a flash of red below attracted his attention. He stopped and stood on the tree and looked down. It was a genin from Kusagakure village, who looked about the same age as him and had very rare red hair. At this moment, she was forced under the tree by a giant bear. Originally, with the level of a ninja, it was not a problem to deal with a giant bear, but for some reason, her chakra and chi were in a very low state, so she lost the power to resist. Seeing the giant bear had already pounced on him, Naruto didn't think about anything else. He came to the tree in an instant and pressed the giant bear's jaw with one hand, preventing it from moving forward. He turned around and looked carefully at the girl from Kusagakure village. Although she was already very weak, she still held the scroll of earth tightly in her hand. After discovering that Naruto had saved her, there was some gratitude in her eyes, but more of it was fear. After all, in the forest of the Chunin exam, everyone is a natural enemy. Naruto threw the giant bear aside and turned to ask her, "You are a genin from Kusagakure village, right? Why are you the only one left?" I got separated from everyone." She was a little timid. "How can you get separated?" Naruto was a little unconvinced. Any normal team should always pay attention to teammates in this situation. After all, once the team is scattered, the possibility of passing the exam is basically zero. Naruto put his hand on her forehead, simply restored her energy and body to normal levels, and then turned to leave. Unexpectedly, she actually grabbed Naruto's hand from behind and asked him timidly, "Can you help me find other people?" Naruto scratched his head with his other hand. "Are you scared? Who would ask people from other villages for help in the Chunin exam? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out directly? You still have a scroll of earth in your hand. I believe you won't. Because, your chakra is very warm." Naruto looked at the other party's Kusagakure forehead protector and thought for a while, "Well, it's not impossible to help you. I heard that your Kusagakure village is a village that is very good at learning and has many precious forbidden techniques. If you can take out a technique that I am interested in, I will help you. I know some forbidden techniques, but only people from the Uzumaki clan can use them." The girl shook her head with some disappointment. "Hello, my surname is Uzumaki." Chapter 59. Uzumaki. The girl looked at Naruto's yellow hair curiously and asked, "But you have yellow hair. What's wrong with yellow hair?" Naruto was puzzled. "The Uzumaki clan all have red hair. Look at me, and my mother is like this too." The girl pointed to her hair. "Then I might just happen to have the surname Uzumaki." "That's impossible. The surname Uzumaki belongs exclusively to the Uzumaki clan. No outsider would use this surname. Since your surname is Uzumaki, you must be related to the Uzumaki clan. As she said that, she suddenly rolled up Naruto's sleeve with some curiosity and checked Naruto's arm. There are no bite marks on your arm. Bite marks? Why would there be something like that? Naruto naturally couldn't have scars on his hands. Ordinary injuries could be completely healed by himself in a while. Even if his arm was broken, at most he could eat a Senzu Bean and he would be completely healed. Well, because after everyone is injured, as long as they bite someone from the Uzumaki clan, they can recover from their injuries and chakra. Don't you know? Unheard of. When Naruto heard her say that, he immediately thought of something and rolled up the girl's sleeves slightly. Sure enough, he saw dense bite marks on her arms. That was the result of repeated serious bites. Although the wounds healed due to the strong recovery ability, the scars remained. He tried to treat it with healing techniques, but found that those wounds would not heal under the healing techniques. It seemed that they were not simple external injuries, but that part of the vitality had been drained away, which was a permanent injury. You just said that after being injured, as long as you bite someone from the Uzumaki clan, you can recover. So the bite marks on your arms are left for this reason. Well, I only have this one thing that can come in handy. She lowered her head. I didn't learn any powerful ninjutsu, only some Uzumaki clan secret techniques passed down to me by my mother. What kind of human medicine is this? Naruto sorted out the information he got from her and sat there in deep thought. He had never thought that his last name was special before, and no one had ever said that his last name was special. He just thought it was a slightly rarer last name. However, the girl from the Uzumaki clan just now said that as long as the last name was Uzumaki, it must be related to the Uzumaki clan. Even if they were not direct bloodlines, they must be related. This made Naruto wonder, could one of his parents be from the Uzumaki clan? If he followed the clue of the Uzumaki clan to find out, he might be able to find information about his parents. He stood up and told her, "The information you told me is very useful. In return, I will help you pass this exam." Hi! The girl was a little unbelievable. Naruto gave her the scroll of heaven that he had just snatched from the hidden rain village. Combined with the scroll of earth that she already had, it was just enough to pass the exam. Next, he just had to find her teammates and get together a team of 3 to hand in the task. Come, I'll take you to find your teammates. After we find them, I'll escort you until you submit your mission and pass this exam. Naruto held her hand and pulled her up from the ground. He originally planned to let her follow him, but Naruto flew a few steps and she couldn't keep up. "I'm sorry, I'm too weak." She was a little embarrassed. "Your genin training is not good enough. Are you still sending me to the Chunin exam like this?" Of course, a normal genin couldn't keep up with Naruto's speed, but the girl's speed was too slow. Did her teacher teach her well? People like me can't learn powerful ninjutsu. When she mentioned this, her expression became lost. Why? Who would want the medicine they raise to grow legs and run away? The girl said self-deprecatingly. Hearing this, Naruto stopped. "So, you are not actually a ninja from the Kusagakur village, but just a mobile blood bank they carry with them." "Well, you can say that. My mother is like this. She died when I was very young because she was bitten too many times and her chakra was exhausted." "Then you'd better not go back, otherwise you may not live longer than your mother." At first, Naruto thought that she just had this special physique, which would be used to treat teammates at critical moments, and she was considered a high-level medical ninja, but now it seems that she is just a consumable. Sending her back to the Kusagakur village is actually equivalent to pushing her into an abyss of slow death. She hesitated a little after hearing this, "But, if I don't go back to Kusagakur village, where else can I go? If I leave the village, I will be a traitor." "You can stay in Konoha, we can pretend that you have died in the exam." "This is difficult, I am an outsider without an identity, and it will cause you trouble if I suddenly bring you into the village." "No problem, I can take you directly to the third Hokage, and use his power to deal with this matter, it's very simple." Naruto is fully confident that the third Hokage will agree to help deal with this matter, because the girl is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and her chakra must be very strong given her physique. It is a complete waste of resources for Kusagakure village to use her as a consumable. If she is trained by normal means, she will at least be a powerful jonin in the future. This level of power is a treasure for any village, and the third Hokage will not refuse unless he is old and confused. The girl had no resistance to the matter of betraying the Kusagakure village, because she knew very well that staying in Kusagakure village would lead to her death. If she had the chance in the future, she would definitely flee at all costs. Her mother's fate was the best precedent, and Kusagakure village would not show any mercy to her. Can you really take me away? She looked at Naruto with hope. Believe me. Naruto took her hand, and she subconsciously held it back, just like a drowning person holding a wooden board, fearing that Naruto would suddenly disappear. The next second, Naruto used teleportation to come to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was no longer surprised by this, and he had accepted the setting of having the Flying Thunder God mark in his office. However, when he saw Naruto leading a red-haired Kusagakure village girl, the third old man couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at her carefully. To be honest, just now for a moment, he really had hallucinations, and felt that he saw another couple many years ago. Naruto, why did you come out of the venue again? Did you encounter any problems? The third Hokage sat in a chair, puffing on his pipe. I have something to discuss with you, Grandpa. Naruto looked around the room. In addition to the two Umbu who always accompanied the third Hokage, there was also a middle-aged uncle with messy white long hair. For some reason, Naruto felt that he seemed to know him. His eyes repeatedly looked at him and the girl, and there was a soft glow in his eyes. Chapter 60. Is this little girl a member of the Uzumaki clan? The third Hokage looked at her red hair and thought. Yes, she now belongs to the Kusagakure village, but for some complicated reasons, I want to extradite her to our Konoha. Naruto walked to the desk and explained her situation to the third Hokage in detail. After hearing this, the third generation's brows relaxed immediately. You mean, create a fake death in the Chunin exam, and then secretly extradite her to Konoha to become a member of our Konoha? Yes, I think this matter is a good thing for both her and Konoha. For the Kusagakure, it just lacks a blood bag of genin. Well, no problem, I agree to this matter. The third generation waved his hand, and the two Umbu left the office and arranged this matter. If there is a village in the world that knows the Uzumaki clan best, it must be Konoha village. As early as the first generation of Hokage was alive, Konoha village had extensive cooperation with the Uzumaki clan, which was still at its peak at that time. In order to commemorate the relationship between the two sides, Konoha village still prints the red Uzumaki clan mark on the back of its ninja uniforms. Most of the sealing techniques of Konoha village so far were learned from the then patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ashina. Most of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were also inherited from him. It can be said that in terms of sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly the best in the world. Later, the first generation Hokage married Uzumaki Mito of the Uzumaki clan. After the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uzumaki Mito sealed the Nine Tails in his body with a powerful sealing technique and became the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The lifespan of the Uzumaki clan is very long. Many years after the death of Hashirama Senju, Mito was still alive. She lived until 20 years ago, when the second generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina came to Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina, who was also proficient in sealing techniques, inherited Uzumaki Mito's will and inherited the power of the Nine Tails when she died. This inheritance was carried out in secret and only a few top leaders including the third Hokage knew about it. Even the three ninjas who had not left the village at that time did not know about it. As a result, Kushina avoided the discrimination that most of the Jinchuriki had to endure. More than 10 years ago, on the night of the Nine Tails, Kushina died, and the Nine Tails was inherited by her son Uzumaki Naruto. It can be said that in terms of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha was the one who took advantage of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was made and defeated by the sealing technique. Because their sealing technique was too powerful, it could even be said that they had the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels to a certain extent. Everyone was afraid of their alliance with Konoha. Konoha itself was strong enough. If there were still Uzumaki clans providing them with technology and talents behind them, it would be too scary. Therefore, after the Ninja World War began, in addition to Konoha being besieged, the Uzumaki clan was also attacked by a joint attack. Everyone adhered to the idea of if I can't cure Konoha, can't I cure you, and directly broke up the Uzumaki clan. Only a few members of the once glorious Uzumaki clan were left scattered around the world. Although Konoha wanted to rescue them, they were also stunned during the First Ninja World War. Even the second Hokage Senju Tobirama died in the war. A large number of elites and backbone forces died in the war. When Konoha finally recovered, the Uzumaki clan was gone. To this day, the third Hokage saw the orphan of the Uzumaki clan appear in front of him again, and he felt a little sad. Let's arrange for her to practice with Hongdu. It happens that she has been idle all the time, so it's time for her to take students. Most of the top jonin in Konoha now have students. However, Hongdu, as a special jonin, has no tasks to do except being an examiner. It is very suitable to be captured as a teacher. After the arrangements were completed, the third Hokage arranged for someone to take her away. Before leaving, she turned around and asked Naruto, "Can you tell me your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Karen, thank you, I will definitely practice well." After returning the scroll in her hand to Naruto, she happily followed the Umbu ninja away. Before today, although she wanted to escape from the desperate place of Kusagakur village, she could not find any way. Unexpectedly, she suddenly received such a surprise during the Chunin exam. She secretly vowed in her heart that she must practice to become a powerful ninja and become Naruto's best helper in the future. After Karen left, the third Hokage joked to Naruto, "You kid, you suddenly appeared twice and provided us with 2 help. I look forward to you coming more times." Naruto also smiled and said, "Grandpa Third, I have contributed so much to the village, don't you want to show your appreciation?" "Well, indeed, I actually prepared a reward for you." The third Hokage picked up 2 prepared scrolls from the table and threw them to Naruto. "It's not a very advanced ninjutsu, but it is very practical for you. I think it should be suitable for you." Naruto took the 2 scrolls and opened them. They were Shadow Clone Technique and Forbidden Technique Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. The clones created by the Shadow Clone Technique can inherit almost all the abilities of the original body, and pose a great threat to the enemy in battle. However, the disadvantage is that the health bar of the clone is relatively low. In addition, creating a shadow clone consumes a lot of chakra. Ninjas like Kakashi who do not have a lot of chakra should use it with caution. The multiple shadow clone technique is an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, which can create clones almost unlimitedly. The disadvantage is the same as the shadow clone technique, which consumes a lot of chakra. If you don't have a lot of chakra, you can't afford it. The reason why this move became a forbidden technique is not because it is difficult to learn, but because it can easily kill people. In the past, many iron-headed kids did not know how terrible this move was in terms of mana consumption. They created a large number of shadow clones right away, and ended up running out of chakra and dying. Therefore, this move was directly listed as a forbidden book, and only those who were considered to have enough chakra to control this technique could use it. Naruto himself has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and his chakra is naturally terrifying. He is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This technique is perfect for him. In an instant, thousands of clones were created to surround the opponent, and then they all released the Sun Fist. Just thinking about it is a very devilish combo. However, to achieve this combo, Naruto can only use the power of Chi and Chakra fusion, because normal shadow clones are made of pure Chakra. Without Chi, naturally Kigong cannot be used. As long as the shadow clone has Chi, Naruto can directly create hundreds of shadow clones to use Kamehameha Kigong together to flatten any village on land. Thanks, Grandpa Sandai. Naruto only took a casual glance and roughly understood the method of use. After thanking him, he teleported back to the forest. After he left, the white-haired man standing beside side and side, this child's personality is really different from Minato, but more like Kushina. But what happened today is very similar to what Minato did back then. I can only say that they are worthy of being father and son. Sande exhaled a puff of smoke. Chapter 61. Since Karen gave up the competition, Naruto got a complete set of Heaven and Earth scrolls, which was equivalent to a pass quota. Naruto thought about it and used teleportation to find Hinata's team. He had decided before that he would take care of her as much as possible during the exam. Now her and the other two people in the team are very stable and should not be in any danger. If the scroll is not in hand, Naruto will consider giving them a scroll. At this moment, Hinata's trio is still immersed in the fear of meeting Gaara not long ago. Originally, the three of them lived a leisurely life in the forest. Relying on Inuzuka Kiba's ninja dog Akamaru, they could easily avoid other ninjas or fight with lone ninjas. In addition, Hinata has the Byakugan, one of the bloodline limits, which allows her to see through enemies to a certain extent. She can observe the enemy through many obstacles. With Akamaru's dog nose, they can detect the enemy from a relatively safe place and judge the enemy's strength in order to decide whether to attack. But just before that, they accidentally met Gaara's team from the Sand Village. At that time, Gaara was fighting a team of rain ninjas. Gaara, who had the strength of a Jonin, taught them a lesson directly. He easily used the ninjutsu sand-binding coffin to control the sand to wrap the opponent up, making him unable to move. Then he used the sand falls funeral to pressurize the sand, crushing the opponent alive and exploding into a bloody rain. Although they had seen the scene of killing in the Chunin exam, it was the first time they encountered such a bloody situation. The three of them were frightened by Gaara's terrible strength and cruel methods. The most terrifying thing is that after killing the three people like killing chickens, Gaara was not satisfied at all. He turned his head and looked at the direction where the three people were. This means that he has found the three people and is going to take action. If he really took action at that time, the three people would definitely be dead now. Fortunately, Kanjuro and Temari from the Sand Village persuaded him together in the end, because they had collected 2 scrolls after killing the team of Yuyan, and there was no need to kill again. Although Gaara was irritable and bloodthirsty, he finally stopped killing for Kanjuro and Temari. Naruto used instant teleportation to appear above them, and the three were trying to find food at this time. Their survival skills in the wild were obviously not very good. Although they relied on Akamaru's dog nose and Hinata's white eyes to find and kill prey, how to deal with it was really a problem. To be honest, it's not that they don't know how to cook. If you throw them some processed meat, vegetables, and seasonings, they can make something to eat, but a bloody wild boar is just placed in front of them, and they really don't know how to deal with it. How to make this thing? Just use fire escape to cook it and eat it. What a bunch of kids. Naruto sighed helplessly. In fact, at their age, they shouldn't know these things. It's just that the ninja world is like this. They have been trained as agents since childhood. In addition to direct combat, assassination, poisoning, espionage, undercover, and survival in the wild must be proficient in everything. He jumped down from the tree, scaring several people, especially Akamaru, who was directly scared to scream like a classic dog. Don't be nervous, it's me. Naruto greeted. Don't come over, how can I believe you are Naruto? Kiba and Abare Meishino showed a high degree of vigilance. Kiba communicated with his dog for a while. According to Akamaru, there was nothing wrong with the smell on Naruto. It was most likely Naruto himself, but it was not ruled out that someone was wearing Naruto's clothes to confuse the smell. If you want me to prove my identity, it's very simple, but I'm afraid you can't bear it. As he said that, Naruto put his hands on both sides of his head and shouted, Sun Fist. Ah! Naruto deliberately gave them time to react. Several people quickly closed their eyes and blocked their eyes with their arms. Even so, they felt a flash of white light in front of them. After this move, Naruto's identity was completely unquestionable. There was no way, this move was really too iconic. Even if others knew how to do it, they would not think of using this move to show their identity. Only this kid who publicly punched the sun in the written test classroom would directly punch the sun without thinking. Where are Sakura and Sasuke? Why are you alone? Kiba asked about the situation of Naruto's team. Naruto explained, they are resting on the other side of the forest. Our team has collected 2 scrolls. We will go to the tower to accept the mission later. Have you found all the scrolls? Speaking of finding scrolls, Kiba scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I haven't found them yet. Although I defeated 2 teams and snatched their scrolls, my luck is too bad. They are all the same type as ours. Then you are a bit unlucky. Fortunately, I am here. Naruto took out the scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth from his pocket like a magic trick. Kiba and Chino were not excited when they saw this. They just thought that these were the scrolls used by Naruto's team to pass the level. Your team's scrolls are carried by you. I really envy you for getting the scrolls so early. Naruto shook his head. No, our team's scrolls are on Sakura. Ah? Then what is in your hand? I accidentally got an extra set. Do you want it? Yes, 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 of course. Kiba and Chino nodded immediately. Naruto walked through them and came to Hinata, who had been hiding behind the 2 and secretly watching Naruto. He stuffed 2 scrolls into Hinata's hands and told her, I will give the scrolls to you, protect the scrolls well, and then go to complete the task. Seeing this scene, Kiba and Chino immediately showed subtle expressions and began to whisper in each other's ears. Naruto didn't have any ideas. He came to give the scrolls simply because Hinata was one of the few people in the village who was good to him. He happened to have enough money, so he came to help. What kind of pervert could have ideas about a teenage girl with a soul age of several dozen years old? At this moment, the 3 people's stomachs growled at an inopportune time, and Hinata blushed directly. Sorry, Naruto. We haven't eaten for a long time. Sorry to embarrass you. Naruto looked at the prey they had caught, and he immediately wanted to show off. Isn't there a wild boar here? Look at me. It's said to be helping, but in fact it's mainly because Naruto's hands are itching. When he was in the Dragon Ball world, he spent a long time training in the wild with Piccolo. As an earthling, he certainly had to eat, but there was nothing good to eat in the wild, so he could only catch dinosaurs in the wild. Every time he was hungry, he would go find a dinosaur, then cut a piece of its tail and roast it. After a few years, all the dinosaurs there were eaten by him and their tails were bald. Sometimes he would change his taste and order other game, the most common of which was wild boar. Naruto handled the wild boar skillfully. When he encountered a place that needed to be cut, he would directly use chi to turn the blade. After the meat was processed, he would find stones of suitable sizes to pile up, and then cut the big stones into a natural stone pot. He took out the seasonings from the ninja bag and sprinkled them on the meat, and started cooking directly in the wild. This operation made Ya and the others dumbfounded. Whose ninja puts seasonings in the ninja bag? Cooking ninja? Chapter 62. Naruto, who has rich cooking experience, quickly made the wild boar meat fragrant and tasty. The 3 people next to him who had not eaten anything decent for a long time immediately felt their saliva flowing out. Until many years later, when everyone gathered together to chat, the 3 of them still couldn't help but mention this meal, thinking that it was really one of the most delicious meals they had ever eaten in their lives. Even if Naruto cooked it for them later, they couldn't taste it like this now. Naruto cut a piece of the most delicious meat and skewered it with a clean twig for Hinata, while Kiba and Shino had already started to feast on it. After being hungry for a long time, it was really delicious to eat a barbecue, but you might feel uncomfortable in your stomach after eating it. However, if you say this to someone who has been hungry for a long time, he will just roll his eyes at you. As they were eating, the atmosphere of the chat was much more relaxed. Kiba asked curiously while eating the barbecue, Naruto, your skills are really extraordinary now. When you came to us, even Akamaru didn't notice your existence. How did you do it? Use the instant body technique, you can arrive quickly before the smell spreads. Instant body technique? Awesome, you have learned this. Kiba couldn't help feeling frustrated. He thought he was a good player among his peers, but he didn't expect Naruto to have learned such an advanced thing as the instant body technique. There are many kinds of instant body techniques, but each one is extremely difficult and has very high requirements for the user. Those who can master this technique are all at the level of a Jonin or at least a special Jonin. Naruto can learn the instant body technique, so his strength will not be bad. I am afraid that in this Chunin exam, only Gaara and Hyuga Neji, who have monster-level strength, can fight him. Thinking of this, Kiba hurriedly reminded Naruto, Naruto, in the next round of exams, you must be careful of Gaara from the Sand Village. That guy is very scary. Shino added on the side, yes, we have seen his technique with our own eyes. It is to control sand to attack the enemy or defend himself. His sand-binding coffin can wrap and bind the enemy with sand, and the subsequent sand-fall funeral will directly crush the enemy. At the same time, we have also seen him condense sand around himself to form a spherical defense to resist attacks. If you fight him, be careful of the sand. If you are unfortunately bound by the sand-binding coffin and cannot break free, you must admit defeat immediately, otherwise that guy will definitely kill you when he is angry. Kiba remembered the tragic scene before, and his body couldn't help shaking a little. I understand. Thank you for your information. Naruto now has a new mode and has absolute confidence to sweep his peers. It is always right to know more about the opponent, because combat power cannot represent everything. Chi can defend against most hard attacks, but there are also some things like superpowers that can ignore the level difference of Chi and force it to take effect. Captain Jinyu, Mage Babadai, Majin Buu, and many other opponents have demonstrated terrible magic and superpowers. These things cannot be immune simply by high combat power. Currently in his own world, when Naruto uses Chi to defend his body, physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusions that are not strong enough will all be invalid. As long as he doesn't waste time, he will basically not lose. Kiba and Shino saw that Naruto had listened to their advice, and continued to tell him, there is another person you should pay attention to, that is Hinata's brother Hyuga Neji. That guy is a year older than us, so many people don't know much about him. In fact, his strength is also very terrifying. We heard it from several teams that were defeated by them. Among those genin defeated by him, no one could last more than 3 moves in his hands. Although we are stronger than those people, we may not be that strong. It can be seen how terrifying Neji's strength is. If you meet him, be careful. Kiba glanced at Hinata and said to Naruto, Gaara is scary because of the ninjutsu that controls sand, and Neji, or the Hyuga clan, their strongest is physical skills. It is difficult to win in close combat with them. I understand. Even without intelligence, Naruto can win, but Kiba and Shino's enthusiasm in providing him with intelligence at least proves that they are indeed thinking about Naruto and don't want him to lose. Naruto appreciates this. Hinata was silent throughout the whole process, especially when she mentioned Neji, her expression was even more complicated. Naruto guessed that they might have some grudges between them as members of the Hyuga clan that outsiders didn't know about. After eating and resting, the three thanked Naruto, and then headed towards the central tower at full speed. As long as they handed in the task there, they would pass the exam. Naruto didn't delay and teleported back to Sakura and Sasuke, taking them to hand in the task. Naruto, the power of the mark is really too strong. Sasuke couldn't help sharing with Naruto. During the time when Naruto was away, he took the initiative to attack and activated the power of the mark to fight with other teams. It turned out that in this state, he alone was enough to defeat a team. This was the first time that Sasuke had such a strong suppression on his peers. The 3 opponents tried their best, but they were all defeated by his terrifying speed and strength. Moreover, this was under the premise that he did not kill them. If he wanted to kill these 3 people, the ninjutsu with the new power could quickly kill them, and they would not even have the power to resist. This made Sasuke have a strong self-confidence for the first time. He felt that if he practiced properly, he might be able to take revenge on Itachi with this power in the future. Naruto smiled and encouraged him, well, that kind of power is really strong. Maybe if you practice more, even I will not be your opponent. Soon, they came to the tower. In the center of the room on the first floor of the tower, there was a conspicuous notice. If there is no sky, you should know wisdom to prepare for opportunities. If there is no earth, you need to pursue the origin to seek benefits. Open the double book of heaven and earth, and the dangerous way will return to the right way. This is the ultimate of, and it is a talent for leadership. The signature below is the third Hokage, which is obviously a sentence he left for all candidates here. Even though Sakura is experienced in theoretical courses, she was confused when she saw these 3 paragraphs, because the third Hokage's writing was really abstract. The only thing they could understand was that they had to open the twin books of heaven and earth, that is, to open the 2 scrolls. After the black and white twin books of heaven and earth were opened, a big person was written in the center of the scroll. Then, the spells on the 2 books resonated, and a burst of white smoke rose from the spot, and Iruka's figure appeared in front of them. "Congratulations, you passed the second exam." Iruka clapped his hands to congratulate them. Chapter 63. Teacher Iruka. The 3 were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the scrolls of heaven and earth would summon him after they were combined. Seeing the 3 people's confusion, he explained, after each team of candidates passes the exam, a Chunin will come to greet him. "I am the one who is responsible for welcoming your team. The Heaven and Earth Scroll group just sent us a notice. I thought the final test was to defeat Iruka-sensei." Naruto joked. "Ha ha ha ha, to be honest, you 3 may really be able to do it now." Iruka looked at the 3 people who had grown up, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. People always want to be strong. When they hear that others are better than themselves, they will inevitably feel unhappy and dissatisfied, but there is an exception. That is, this person is their successor, their child, disciple, and heir. Seeing that their successors are better than themselves, the predecessors will only be happy and excited. Inheriting the past and opening up the future, carrying forward the past and opening up the future, these simple 8 words are so difficult to say. Iruka congratulated the few people and said that he would treat them to Ichiraku ramen in the evening as a celebration. Naruto was immediately happy when he heard it. Even after living in other worlds for decades, he still likes to eat Ichiraku ramen, and perhaps this will not change until he dies. Iruka said to the scroll hanging on the wall, "This is the message from the third Hokage to the examines. In fact, the heaven and earth in it refer to the brain and body of a person. People with good brains should pay more attention to improving their bodies, and people with strong strength should also use their brains more. Only when they have both can they become real talents. It's a very simple truth. Why did the third grandpa say it so complicated?" Naruto curled his lips. In any case, passing the exam is always a happy event. Iruka asked them to rest for a while and then go to the hall above the tower to wait. Food and water are prepared here, and there are even toilets, so that the examines who have been mixed up like homeless people can rest. The leaders of each team are also waiting here. They are the audience and invigilators of the next third exam. Kakashi was also in the line. He still looked relaxed, with his hands in his pockets and his eyes drooping, as if he was here to make up the numbers. When Naruto and his team came, there were already many candidates gathered here, such as Gaara's team, Niji's team, and Hinata's team with Naruto's help. They had to wait here for a while until the end of the exam time before announcing the final number of people who passed. As the number of people increased and the exam time gradually entered the countdown, the third Hokage also came to the tower hall surrounded by the Umbu. He stood there quietly, waiting for the exam to end. Fewer and fewer teams came in. Most of the teams that were capable of passing the exam should have come in the early stages of the exam. Under this kind of free-fighting rules, their team had a 99% chance of passing the exam, and the last team to come was almost all lucky. They were the type that could not pass if they were unlucky, but could only pass if they were lucky. What surprised Naruto was that the 3-man team of Oboro from the Hidden Rain village also arrived at the last moment. Looking at their embarrassed appearance, they probably really risked their lives. As the countdown ended, the second exam was officially announced to be over. "Now, please let the Hokage explain the matters related to the third exam." Everyone listened carefully. Red Bean shouted with a loudspeaker. The third Hokage, holding a pipe in his mouth, walked forward slowly and announced to everyone in a steady voice, "Before announcing the rules, there is one thing I want to tell everyone, that is why the Chunin exam is held. In addition to selecting talents, it is also a microcosm of the battlefield between the allied countries. Looking at the past history, you can understand that although we are allies now, we have fought each other in the past, and there is still a competitive relationship today. We all know that if there is any substantial friction between major countries, it will be a tragedy of countless families being torn apart and wives and children being separated. That's why there is this Chunin exam. You are the hope for the future of each other's ninja village. You can glimpse the future of the ninja village from you. How many talents take the exam, how many people can pass the exam, and whether each ninja village has a peerless genius, all of these can be directly reflected in the exam. The third generation Hokage looked around, looking at the genin one by one. He said in a serious tone, I might as well tell you that your exam here will be related to the prestige of your country. In the next exam, the daimyos of various countries, as well as the upper-class celebrities, and even the leaders of various ninja villages will come to watch. Your performance will be directly related to their evaluation of the corresponding ninja village. They will be more confident to issue more tasks to the ninja village that performs well, and the daimyos or the clients will not be willing to devote resources to the ninja village that has no future at first glance. As the third generation said, ninjas are basically off-duty. Although there are economic facilities in the ninja village and ninjas will also do production-related tasks, these outputs are not enough to support the existence of such a huge ninja village. If they want to live, they must have supplies from other places, and the people who provide resources are the daimyos and the clients. The daimyos will also always pay attention to whether the guys they spend money to support are eating free rice, and the clients also want to find more potential ninja villages to do tasks, so as not to fail the tasks and suffer losses. So, the Chunin exam has become a parade ground for them to test their results. The future of a ninja village can be seen from its next generation. Even if some ninja villages have powerful ninjas, if they cannot cultivate the next generation, then when the ninjas grow old, everything will be in vain. The reason why Konoha has been the largest country for a long time is that it can continuously produce talents every year. After the third generation Hokage finished speaking, a special ninja with a headscarf flashed out from the crowd. He looked sick and seemed to be so weak that he could not bear a blow, but the fact that he could stand here was enough to show that he was not as simple as he looked. He introduced himself briefly, to put it simply, I am the examiner of the third exam, Moonlight Gale. Before the third exam, you have one chance to give up, because the third exam is also an unlimited duel, and you can only stop when one party dies, cannot get up again, or admits defeat. If you feel that you can't continue, you can give up now. Oh, by the way, the third exam is not based on teams. No matter who quits, it will not affect the team members to continue to participate. Before he finished speaking, someone in the examination room raised his hand, I give up. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be Kabuto Yakushi, who had taken the Chunin exam 7 times. I was injured during the exam and was unable to continue, so I gave up. Kabuto Yakushi turned around and left the venue cleanly. Naruto looked at his back with some amusement, because he could feel that Kabuto's energy was as strong as a bull now, and saying that he was injured was pure nonsense. What exactly is his identity? Could it be that he is really a role arranged by the village to run with him? After Kabuto quit, no one else quit. Everyone had finally come here, and no one was willing to give up. Seeing that no one spoke, Moonlight Gale began to read out the rules for the third round. There are 20 people left. Because there are too many people, there will be a 2-on-2 preliminary round. Only those who win the preliminary round can enter the real third round of the exam. I have just said that the battle can only end when one party dies, falls, or admits defeat. However, in order to avoid some unexpected tragedies, when the examiners unanimously believe that the winner has been decided, they will also force the battle to stop to avoid unnecessary casualties. This rule is unanimously recognized by all parties, because those who can reach the third round of the exam can be said to be elites. If such people die, it will be a loss for the ninja village. There are 20 people left in total, which means that there will be 10 preliminary rounds. Naruto was vaguely looking forward to who his opponent would be, but before the list on the big screen appeared, Naruto felt a familiar air appear in the forest outside the tower. Orochimaru, he came back so soon. Naruto clearly remembered that he had shot through his chest with the magic light cannon 4 days ago, but his heart was not injured. This injury would be fatal to a normal person, but Orochimaru not only escaped, but also came back again, and his chi did not show a significant decrease compared to 4 days ago, which means that he has recovered from his injuries. He really wanted to fight Orochimaru alone, but he couldn't figure out why Orochimaru was so obsessed with this place, so Naruto gave the third Hokage a look. The third Hokage noticed Naruto's suddenly serious look and his gesture to signal the two to go out and talk, and he immediately understood that something big must have happened. So, he calmly said that he had some official business and had to go out for a while, and Naruto also left the scene under the pretext of going to the toilet and came to the outside of the tower. After the two met outside the tower, Naruto told the third generation straight to the point, Orochimaru is back. I can already sense his presence in the forest, and he is at most 5 kilometers away from us. He is back again? This guy is really stubborn. The third generation Hokage was immediately disappointed. He really didn't want to fight with his former apprentice, especially to the point of life and death. No matter who lives or dies, it is a sad ending. However, the safety of Konoha is more important to him than personal feelings. If Orochimaru insists on hurting Konoha, the third generation can only kill him. Thinking of this, the third generation told Naruto, I know, I will immediately notify the helpers who have been found to find him in the forest. You go back to take the exam. After the last incident, he must have regarded you as an opponent who must be killed. If you go with us again, you will be in danger. Naruto agreed on the surface, but in fact he had locked the third generation's aura. When he walked away, Naruto used instant teleportation to catch up. To be fair, Naruto felt that if he fought against Orochimaru, the death rate of the third Hokage would be higher than his own. Chapter 64. Orochimaru probably never thought that there was such an outrageous skill as locking the air to find someone in this world. After being injured by Naruto before, he was recuperating while checking whether the Flying Thunder God mark was planted on his body. Not to mention the surface of the skin, he also peeled it inside to check, and there was indeed no mark. After confirming that there was no Flying Thunder God mark on his body, he returned to Konoha boldly. There are perceptive ninjas in Konoha. They rely on their strong perception to know the comings and goings and directions of the enemy, but for people of Orochimaru's level, it is not difficult to avoid being discovered, because the perception range of ninjas is limited. The Uzumaki clan has the secret technique of Kagura's Heart Eye, which can detect chakra fluctuations within a radius of tens of kilometers, but it is necessary to know the opponent's chakra fluctuations in advance to get detailed movements, and to open the detection radius to such a large extent, the user's own level must be extraordinary. Naruto's ability to sense chi is almost a skill of dimensionality reduction, because as the ability increases, this perception range will expand at a terrifying speed, and can even reach the level of sensing chi across galaxies and half of the universe. Therefore, as soon as he returned to Konoha, his breath was locked by Naruto. After Naruto informed the third generation Hokage of the situation, he made a prompt decision and returned to the Hokage's office to find his disciple, Jiraiya. When the third generation Hokage was young, he was also a teacher of genin, and his 3 disciples later became powerful ninjas respected by the world as the 3 ninjas of Konoha, with the power of the cage. One of them is Jiraiya, who is the only one of the 3 ninjas that Konoha can still use. Over the years, he has been traveling outside and collected a lot of information for Konoha, and when Konoha needs him, he can also recall him in a critical moment. The third Hokage found Jiraiya and told him with a serious expression, Jiraiya, Orochimaru is back. Jiraiya, who had a rather casual expression at first, became serious instantly after hearing this. What on earth attracted him to Konoha? That guy is not the type to rush into a big village like Konoha. Yet, when the third Hokage was also distressed, his Umbu sent the information collected by Mitarashi Anko at the preliminaries. He took a quick look and immediately found the answer to the question. It turned out that the first game of the preliminaries was Sasuke vs Akadokai. In that battle, Anko noticed the mark on Sasuke's neck. She was very familiar with that mark. It was one of Orochimaru's greatest efforts over the years, the Heaven's Curse seal. She also had one on her neck, which was left by Orochimaru before he defected. It had been sealed by the third Hokage, otherwise it would continue to hurt and erode her will. Now Sasuke also has one on his neck, which means that Sasuke has been targeted by Orochimaru, because Orochimaru will not give the Heaven's Curse seal to everyone he sees. This kind of curse seal will bring pain to the user, but it will also bring extremely powerful power. Once the power of the curse seal is activated, the user's abilities in all aspects will be greatly improved. However, in the battle with Akadokai, Sasuke did not use the curse seal, because his own strength was enough to defeat Akadokai. Only people of Gaara and Niji's level should be able to make him use the curse seal. After reading Red Bean's report, the third Hokage immediately understood. The previous battle in the forest has proved that Orochimaru's reincarnation has been successful, and he can survive by taking the body of others. He targeted Sasuke because he was attracted by the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Sharingan. Sasuke's current situation is quite safe, because there are more than a dozen Jonins at the exam site. No matter how powerful Orochimaru is, he can't snatch Sasuke away in front of more than a dozen Jonins. It's better to say that he was beaten by more than a dozen Jonins. It's good enough that he can win. After all, the Jonins of Konoha are not easy to deal with. Considering this, the third Hokage decided to let Orochimaru retreat. He didn't want to make the matter a life and death duel. Jiraiya, this time it depends on you. Let Orochimaru understand that Konoha is not something he can shake now. I understand, teacher. Facing Orochimaru again after many years, Jiraiya's heart is also mixed with emotions, because when Orochimaru defected, he once chased him and wanted to bring this old friend back. Unfortunately, he failed. Orochimaru was determined to leave. No matter whether he was soft or hard, Jiraiya couldn't do anything to Orochimaru. Today, when he faces him again, he is already an enemy. Although I had expected it, I still sighed that things are impermanent. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru was thinking about how to find an identity to sneak into Konoha. His original plan was to disguise himself as the leader of the Sound Village, but he was delayed because of his recovery. Now he should find a way to kill someone, and then use that person's face to move here. Before he could make a decision, a familiar sense of crisis came over him. Naruto's figure flashed in front of Orochimaru. What? The moment he saw Naruto, Orochimaru's first reaction was to check the surroundings. Could it be that this kid left the Flying Thunder God mark everywhere in the forest? He had already checked his own body, and there was no spell. In this case, how did Naruto fly in front of him? It can't be that Flying Thunder God can be activated without a spell, right? However, the problem of the spell is no longer important. Orochimaru looked around, looking for the figure of the third Hokage. No need to look for me, I came here by myself. Naruto felt like laughing when he saw his cautious look. You dare to appear in front of me alone, do you really think you won't die with Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru was a little angry when he heard it. Just a genin, just because he mastered Flying Thunder God, dared to jump in front of him like this? I just want to try how durable you are. Naruto was not interested in playing around, he just calmed down, combined his chi and chakra, and entered a new mode. At this moment, his combat power increased by 10 times, which is equivalent to the effect of opening 10 times Kaioken, but without the load of Kaioken. The body became leaner, the muscle contours became more obvious, and the face became more angular. From an outsider's perspective, this person's appearance and temperament instantly improved a lot. His transformation instantly shocked Orochimaru, because others may not know, but Orochimaru has studied the curse seal for so many years, he knows too well what kind of power this is. The new form produced by the fusion of natural energy and chakra is called Sage Mode in the ninja world. Once entering this state, all abilities will be greatly improved, and the extent of improvement for each person is different. Some people have a huge improvement, while others have a limited improvement. This is caused by their different understanding and realm of Sage Mode. Naruto's Sage Mode is unprecedented in Orochimaru's eyes. Because the Sage Mode of the entire ninja world, no matter which faction it is, will change the user's appearance to a certain extent when it is turned on. This change is not a simple improvement of appearance like Naruto, but will appear like facial makeup and other different features. Orochimaru has been pursuing the power of Sage Mode for many years. He found a tribe that can be born as sage in a village on the coast, but their sage mode cannot be controlled and will become out of control monsters. Orochimaru studied the curse seal from their tribe. Orochimaru followed the clues from their tribe and found Ryukadong, which has the inheritance of sage mode, but his body was too fragile because of the reincarnation of corpses, and he could not practice sage mode at all. Later, he settled for the next best thing and studied the degraded version of the sage mode, the curse seal, and had achieved considerable success. He planted different degrees of curse seals on Sasuke and a group of Otagaku ninjas, which greatly improved their strength. Now, seeing Naruto perform such a perfect sage mode, Orochimaru didn't even want to fight, and just wanted to ask Naruto, "How did you do it? Tell me how you did it." Naruto's sage mode not only has no features such as facial makeup, but the most important point is that he opened it in seconds. The sage mode needs to absorb natural energy in advance before it can be used. Naruto doesn't seem to have gone through this process at all, he opened it directly. "How did you do this perfect sage mode?" Orochimaru couldn't help asking Naruto. Chapter 65. It seems that you are really interested in this. When Naruto saw the mark on Sasuke's neck, he understood that Orochimaru must have spent a lot of effort on this power. Although he could get a little degraded new power, he didn't seem to be able to use it himself. The fact is just as Naruto expected. The Sage Chakra used in the Sage mode requires the user's spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy to be evenly mixed to produce. However, due to the reincarnation of the corpse, Orochimaru's spiritual energy and physical energy are not balanced. This means that although he can produce a little Sage Chakra, he can't open the Sage mode at all, because the spiritual energy can't keep up with the body, and the body he changed is not his own after all, and the practice and training of his original body can't be brought. This is why, when he just sneaked into the Chunin exam, Naruto only felt that his chi was very strange, but didn't feel that it was very strong, because after changing the body, most of the chi in the original body couldn't be brought over, and the training of the new body was not enough, and the strength of the chi was quite limited. If this continues, Orochimaru's reincarnation of the corpse is actually not a perfect immortality. Sooner or later, he will die because of the various shortcomings of the reincarnation of the corpse. If Naruto was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru really wanted to rob his body by any means. Naruto's talent and secret techniques were too tempting. He was only in his teens, but he had already learned the perfect sage mode that was unique in the entire ninja world. If this terrifying talent grew up, it might not be impossible to reproduce the legend of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If he really reached that height, the ninja world would crawl at his feet for decades or hundreds of years in the future. At this moment, Orochimaru just wanted to ask Naruto urgently, "Where did you learn such a perfect sage mode?" Sage mode. Naruto heard this term for the first time, and after a little thought, he understood that Orochimaru should be referring to his current state. "If you mean my current state, then I have to thank you, because this is what I learned from the mark you planted on Sasuke." "What?" Orochimaru's snake pupils trembled. Curse seal, that was something he had studied for decades. Until now, Curse seal was just a degraded low-level sage mode, with limited improvement and side effects. He couldn't use it himself. Naruto just took a look at his curse seal and realized the perfect sage mode directly. "Don't want to fight, Orochimaru really has no intention of fighting now. Tell me how you did it, and in exchange, you let me do anything I can." If Naruto only has 30 combat power, Orochimaru will choose to be tough, but once Naruto's sage mode is turned on, Orochimaru is no longer sure whether he can beat him, because he has studied sage mode for many years and knows very well how powerful this thing is. No matter how perverted it is, a curse seal can elevate a genin to be comparable to an ordinary jounin, but in the true sage mode, or even the perfect sage mode above that, the improvement will only be more exaggerated and outrageous. The possibility of losing is very small. Orochimaru is still very confident in his ability to save his life. At worst, he will run away if he can't beat him. However, with his current physical condition, it is not realistic to win against a perfect sage mode. As long as he can get the perfect sage mode, or settle for the next best thing and get the chance to improve the curse seal, Orochimaru's trip will be worthwhile. Naruto was looking at Orochimaru with interest at the moment. His previous impression of this man was that of a pure conspirator, but now it seems that this man is still obsessed with research. Is your curiosity so strong? If you really want to know, I suggest you give me some secrets in exchange. Naruto had always felt that there was something wrong with the Chunin exams, and Orochimaru was probably the insider. Orochimaru was not stupid either. He made a direct request to Naruto, yes, as long as you can come up with something that interests me, the secrets I can come up with will definitely satisfy you. Although he and Suna Ninja originally planned to join forces to destroy Konoha, he originally planned to trick Suna Ninja into taking advantage of the situation. It would be best to let Suna Ninja and Konoha collapse together. Now if he simply betrays Suna Ninja, he can get the secret. It's a joke, it's just blood money. Okay, if you tell me what you want to do in this Chunin exam, I will tell you how to stabilize the special mark you are studying. Are you serious? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. He had not made a decent breakthrough in the study of cursed seals for many years. If you can't believe it, what's the point of exchange? Naruto gestured to leave. Orochimaru quickly persuaded him to stay. Okay. He came to Konoha village for two purposes. One is to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke, and in the future he will guide Sasuke to leave Konoha village and fall into his arms. Finally, he will get Sasuke's body and obtain the Uchiha clan's blood-limited Sharingan. But this is not something that must be done. As long as there is enough time, Orochimaru can always wait for someone with a better body or a better blood inheritance limit if he lives in this world. As for research, it is a real bottomless pit, a difficult problem in research. If no one can point it out, it may really prevent him from making breakthroughs for decades or even hundreds of years. The cursed seal is this kind of thing, and he has not defected yet. When I was young, I developed the cursed seal of heaven and planted it on red beans. After so many years, he has not developed anything better. He can only develop a derivative earth curse seal, lowering the usage requirements, but has never been able to increase the upper limit of the curse seal. For the curse seal, Orochimaru sold Suna Ninja without hesitation. I came to Konoha because I reached an agreement with the Suna Ninja village. The Sound Ninja village and the Suna Ninja village will work together to implement the Konoha collapse plan at the end of the Chunin examination. The goal is to kill the third Hokage and try their best to the Konoha village was severely damaged, allowing the Suna Ninja village to take advantage of the situation to rise. The fourth Kazekage of the Suna Ninja village will arrive in Konoha soon. How do you want to deal with them? It's up to you. It doesn't matter if you fall out now or you can use the trick. It doesn't matter anyway. My business. Orochimaru didn't care at all about the life and death of the Sand Ninja village. His original plan was to assassinate the fourth Kazekage on his way to Konoha in the past few days, and then pretend to be the fourth Kazekage to assassinate him. The third Hokage, in this way, both Suna Ninja and Konoha will explode. But since the plan has been told to Naruto, it is equivalent to telling Konoha, so there is no need for him to get involved in this muddy water. After hearing this plan for the collapse of Konoha, Naruto slowly sneered. If it was just a collision at the ninja level, Naruto could understand it. After all, the talent in Suna Ninja village was withering now, so it was normal to be anxious. But their plan for the collapse of Konoha included a lot of attacks on the civilians and infrastructure of Konoha village, including small civilian shops like Ichiraku Ramen. In other words, they didn't even plan to let the civilians of Konoha go. However, I plan to kill as many as I can. Naruto felt that if it rose to this level, then don't even think about it as a Suna Ninja. What is the Konoha collapse plan? Prepare to rename it the Suna Ninja collapse plan. If Naruto hadn't learned of this plan, he probably would have had to wait half a year for the Dragon Balls to cool down before resurrecting Uncle Ichiraku. Chapter 66. The information provided by Orochimaru was indeed very useful. He even explained in detail what role he played in this plan. There was somewhat of a contractual spirit in it. According to him, he will attack the third Hokage with the fourth Kazekage at the final moment of the game, and then both parties will work together to destroy Konoha. Naruto was very curious. The third-generation grandfather is indeed old and frail, but how are you going to kill him in Konoha village? There are a large group of Jonin and Umbu in the village. This involves some secrets, unless you can come up with something more interesting in exchange. Orochimaru stared at Naruto with bright eyes. For Orochimaru, he has sought immortality, and the only thing in this world that interests him is watching the windmill turn. This windmill is naturally different from that windmill. The windmill in his eyes is the whole world. Since he developed the immortal reincarnation, Orochimaru has begun to look at the world with the mentality of an immortal. A ninja world that does not change is boring. Even if he looks at it for 100 years, it will not be interesting. In that case, his long life will only become boring torture. So he wants to stir up the world, let the situation change constantly, and constantly generate new possibilities. The same is true for participating in the Konoha collapse plan. The Sand Village is the last of the 5 major ninja villages, and the Konoha village is the first. If these 2 villages collapse at the same time, what will happen to the world situation? Who will become the new first? Who will be added and become the new last? It can be foreseen that the pattern of the whole world will undergo a very huge change, which is very interesting in Orochimaru's eyes. The windmill that can turn is the windmill he likes. And now, the rotation of the windmill seems to have a different variable. The boy in front of him who has realized the perfect sage mode at the age of only 12 will definitely bring huge changes to the ninja world in the future. Naruto Uzumaki, now that you know the answer, how will you deal with the Sand Village? Orochimaru looked at Naruto expectantly. Since the Sand Village wants us to die, you can't blame us for being rude. If the Sand Village didn't want to massacre civilians, Naruto would at most let them retreat and wouldn't make it too difficult for them, because if you think from the perspective of the Sand Village, their talent is now so depleted that if they don't find a way to make a breakthrough, they may not even be able to maintain their status as a great power in the future. However, putting the knife on civilians is what Naruto can't stand. It's understandable that everyone has a conflict of interest and draws swords to cut each other. If the other party only targets ninjas, then even if Konoha loses, Naruto is willing to praise the Sand Ninja. It's a wonderful strategy to win with a small force and win by surprise. But involving ordinary people and killing innocent people without weapons is not worthy of respect. Only when dealing with such people, Naruto will not hold back. To put it bluntly, wait for you to die. Since the other party wants Konoha to collapse, then I will let their plan become the Sand Ninja collapse. Naruto briefly explained his thoughts, and Orochimaru burst out laughing after listening. Ha 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 ha. Really interesting, okay, I will come to support you when the time comes. Stabbing someone in the back is always a very interesting thing. At this point, Orochimaru has given up on attacking Konoha, because he has found something more interesting than the collapse of Konoha. At this time, Naruto sensed that the aura of the third Hokage and the white-haired uncle was gradually approaching here, so he greeted Orochimaru and then used teleportation to return to the outside of the examination room. Orochimaru looked at Naruto's disappearing figure and murmured, "It seems that it is not Flying Thunder God. Or has he improved Flying Thunder God and become able to teleport without a mark?" Originally, he did not believe this possibility, because Flying Thunder God is already a very difficult instant body technique. But the boy is a genius who can learn the perfect sage mode at the age of only 12. For a genius, difficulty is meaningless, and Orochimaru knows this better than anyone else. He had been pursuing the power of the immortal for a long time. Some people are born with it. He had been studying the curse seal for so many years, but Naruto could make a new breakthrough with just a few words. This is the power of genius. They have the ability to guide an era. The same world, with them and without them, will have completely different final directions. Just like decades ago, if Hashirama Senju had not been born into this world, perhaps there would not even be Konoha village, and the ninja village era would be nonsense. As he was whispering, 2 figures appeared in front of him at a very fast speed. "Orochimaru, you are back here again, what do you want to do?" The third-generation Hokage stared at him seriously. Unexpectedly, this time Orochimaru seemed to have no hostility, but said in a relaxed tone, "Just returning to the place where I walked in the past to reminisce the past time, is this not okay?" "Teacher." His attitude made the third-generation Hokage and Jiraiya stunned. Of course, they could hear whether Orochimaru was really not hostile or was being sarcastic, but because of this, they couldn't figure it out. It was clear that Orochimaru was full of hostility before, and there was obviously some big conspiracy brewing. The third Hokage was even ready to fight him to the death, or even die together. And this time, Orochimaru seemed to really come back to reminisce about his youth. Jiraiya looked at this former best friend and said, "If you really miss Konoha so much, why not come back?" Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya, you are still the same as before, and like to say some unrealistic things. Orochimaru knew the character of this former best friend very well, and just teased him a few words, "If I don't come back, Konoha will be fine. If I really come back, it will be a big trouble." Jiraiya wanted to say something, but then fell silent again. Orochimaru was right. He can only be a rebel ninja now. If he really returns to the village, the things involved will be enough to make the village uneasy for several years. What happened before we came that made you change so much? The experienced third Hokage seemed to have noticed something. I just saw a wind that shook the world, so I stopped chasing the small windmill. Orochimaru didn't reveal more. He directly used the reverse summoning technique to send himself back to the Hidden Sound village. Naruto told him how to improve the curse seal. He couldn't wait to go to the laboratory to do a big job. Naruto used his own energy to change the curse seal on Sasuke's neck, and it was up to Orochimaru to change the curse seal in any way he wanted. After Orochimaru left, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this former beloved disciple had really given up on Konoha, and he didn't have to fight to the death with his beloved disciple. What did Orochimaru see? So many changes in an instant. The third Hokage and Jiraiya had been wondering about this. In the examination room, when Naruto came back, it was his turn. At this time, Sasuke and Sakura had finished their games. Sasuke faced the village's Red Dukai. He was in good condition and solved the opponent without even 10 rounds. Sakura's opponent was her former friend Ino. They had a good relationship until they both fell in love with Sasuke and became each other's rivals. They broke up. When they met in the examination room this time, they fought each other until they were exhausted and fell to the ground, and both lost their qualifications. When Naruto came back, his name just appeared on the big screen. His opponent was Inyazuka Kiba. Naruto had a blank expression, and Inyazuka Kiba, who was drawn, screamed out, "Fuck, no way." The rest of the people basically knew that the three most terrifying people in this Chunin exam were Gaara, Hyuga Neji, and Uzumaki Naruto. The strength of these three people is far beyond the reach of Genin. Meeting them is no different from being eliminated directly. Kiba looked like he had eaten expired dog food. He knew Naruto's strength better than anyone else. In the second exam, which was difficult for others, Naruto not only passed it easily, but also leisurely played an extra set of scrolls for them to pass. His terrifying instant body flickering technique was so fast that even Akamaru couldn't smell it. Is there really a chance of winning against him? At this time, Naruto came over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Yeah, I have always been optimistic about your strength. Maybe you will be the one who can defeat me." Yae responded directly with an expression of "Isn't it good?" Chapter 67. When Naruto came back, the game had just finished the sixth game, which was the battle between Nara Shikamaru and Omegakure Murao. He didn't see the specific battle process, but Sasuke said that their armed confrontation was not fierce and the time was spent on a battle of wits. Shikamaru is the brightest among the freshmen, and Hajime is also a smart person who can figure out the sixth skill of Hajime's clone technique. Naruto was a little regretful that he didn't see the battle between the two of them. The battle ended with Shikamaru victorious, as he successfully cracked the clone technique and took away Obi in one wave. Speaking of which, Team Heiji and Team Shikamaru do have some similarities. Both of their teams use three-person combination tactics. Only three people fighting together can achieve maximum power. Especially Shikamaru's team. Their combination is Konoha's classic Enigma, deer and butterfly combination. It is said that their families have been allies since the Warring States period. The three families unite with each other to make up for each other's shortcomings and form a strong team ability. This kind of one-on-one qualifying match is actually very disadvantageous for them. For example, in the first two games, Yamanaka Ino and Sakura met on a narrow road. Although she has a family and secret skills, the secret skills of the Yamanaka clan cannot be cultivated to a certain level. Before reaching this level, it can only be released in a straight line, and the user can only stand still when releasing it. If it is empty, it will fall into a stiff position for several minutes. This resulted in the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques being almost unusable when fighting alone. Ino was forced to fight in hand-to-hand combat with Sakura, but how could Sakura lose to her in physical combat? At the end of the battle, Sakura and Ino both fell and were disqualified at the same time. This also resulted in that both Shikamaru's team and Naruto's team were missing one person and were unable to pass the exam as a complete team. In this game, it was Naruto and Kiba's turn to fight. Kiba showed a dumbfounded expression at the beginning because he really didn't feel that he had any chance of winning. "It's okay, just show off your skills." Naruto stood opposite him and waved. "Okay." Ya understood that Naruto was telling him that he would not let him lose too ugly. Beast-like ninja technique, four-legged technique. The tooth seal used the secret technique of his clan, and his hands and feet suddenly grew beast-like claws. At the same time, his body lay on the ground and turned into a four-legged walking. After using this secret, Ya will gain the same way of action as a beast, as well as higher movement speed and attack power. It can be regarded as a ninjutsu that enhances physical skills. "I'm coming." Ya stood on all fours and rushed towards Naruto at an extremely fast speed, which was really like a beast. The secret technique of the Inuzuka clan is indeed interesting. Naruto kept dodging the fierce attacks of the fangs, while making claw-like hands with his hands, and responded with the same wild fist, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. In an instant, Ya only felt as if a hungry wolf was pouncing in front of him. Even if he used the beast-like ninja method and used all four legs, he could not cope with the speed at all. Soon, many parts of his clothes were torn by sharp claws. This was the reason why Naruto held back his hand. If Naruto attacked him with all his strength, he might be able to choke him within a few moves. It's really difficult. Ya kept retreating, and Naruto did not continue to pursue, because he wanted to see what secret technique Ya would perform next. Kiba summoned his ninja dog Akamaru and put a soldier food pill into its mouth to provide the chakra needed next. After swallowing the Bingliang pill, Akamaru's body changed. His body grew slightly larger, his fangs and claws seemed to have increased in size, and his body color began to turn red. Perhaps this is the origin of the name Akamaru. Depend on. Akamaru jumped on Kiba's back, and the two began to use some kind of ninjutsu in coordination. Anthropomorphic ninja technique. Akamaru barked twice in his own language, and then his body turned into teeth in a puff of smoke. Essentially, this is similar to Kiba using a shadow clone, but the clone transformed by Akamaru is a complete entity and will not disappear even if it is attacked, which means there are two real Kiba on the field. Two fangs attacking from the left and right at the same time will double the pressure on the enemy, and the situation that was originally supportable will become unsustainable. However, facing the two fangs, Naruto was still calm, and he could easily deal with them with one hand. The two fought with each other, and Naruto stood there without even moving a few steps. He was completely multitasking, but his movements were not affected at all. This is the most basic foundation of the self-free ultimate intention kung fu. If he could not even achieve this level, he would not have been able to practice the self-free ultimate intention kung fu in the first place. When his training and practice reaches a certain level and his physical proficiency reaches the limit, he will be able to enter the state of the ultimate mind power. At that time, let alone being besieged by two people, even if he is besieged by a group of people, he will be attacked by how many people? Can face it calmly. After the fierce attack, both Kiba and Akamaru were a little out of breath, but Naruto, on the other hand, still stood there and breathed steadily. Kiba just felt his scalp numb at the moment. How far had Naruto's taijutsu training reached? It would be impossible for a Chuunin to deal with him so easily. "Naruto, I have only one last move. If you can catch it, I will admit defeat immediately. Ya was about to use his special trick to beat the enemy. Although it would most likely be useless, he would not be willing to lose if he didn't use this trick. Naruto nodded to him, take it out, I can't wait. Hearing this, Kiba and Akamaru briefly adjusted their breathing, and then used all four legs to rush towards Naruto. The two jumped up in the air, and their bodies turned into two high-speed rotating storms, which were simply battle tornadoes. Tooth Tooth. Two high-speed rotating storms attacked Naruto from the left and right. Seeing this, Naruto was not careless at all. His body burst out with a powerful breath, raising his normal combat power to the limit. Ha! Naruto used both hands to catch Yatonja with his bare hands, and forcibly stopped their rotation with incredible force. Fuck! Yat, who was directly grabbed by the clothes and lifted up, was now completely convinced. He caught Yatonja with one hand. What kind of monster is this? I give up. Ya turned around and walked away cleanly. What a joke, what's the point of fighting with such an outrageous monster? The strongest special move was caught with one hand, and Naruto didn't even move from beginning to end. If Ya continued to fight, it would be humiliating himself. The 7th exam, Uzumaki Naruto won. Examiner Gekao Heiate announced the result of the game. After Naruto returned to the audience, Sasuke looked at him with a subtle look. Naruto, how strong have you become? He still remembered that Naruto had said before that if he practiced more, he would be able to surpass him. But Sasuke felt, well, he could indeed defeat Kiba with an overwhelming advantage after opening the curse seal, but it was still a bit difficult to connect and unblock the teeth with bare hands. In fact, I also used all my strength. I was just a little stronger than Kiba by luck. A tiny gap flashed between Naruto's index finger and thumb. Chapter 68. Kiba accepted his failure very casually. At worst, he could come again next year, and it was not shameful to lose to a pervert like Naruto. At least Naruto gave him enough face and let him show all his skills. He also made a worthwhile trip. This failure was simply because he was not as good as others. To some extent, he was not a bad luck to draw Naruto in the last few rounds, because Neji and Gaara, two ruthless people, had not appeared yet. If Naruto is not drawn, the chances are high that they will be drawn, which will be a lot of fun. If they meet Neji, they will at least be beaten up, and if they meet Gaara, they may even lose their lives. After he left the field, he gave Hinata, the only one in the team who had not yet drawn an opponent, a serious explanation. Hinata, in the next draw, if you draw Neji or Gaara, you must give up immediately. They will not hold back on you. Well. Hinata nodded seriously, and looked at the team where Neji was with complicated eyes. Although they both have the surname Hyuga, the relationship between them is not as close as that of the same clan, but like enemies. If the result of the draw is really random, then God wants to see the joke of their Hyuga family. If the result of the draw is not random, then someone is deliberately making trouble. The opponent of the next round appeared on the big screen, which was Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Give up, Hinata. Ya persuaded her again earnestly. Kiba knew a little bit about the internal affairs of the Hyuga family, and that was why he knew that once Hinata went on the field, she would be beaten up at best, or even lose her life. What's wrong? Naruto saw Kiba and Hinata seemed to be arguing about something, so he came over and asked. Naruto, persuade her, she wants to go on the field to fight with Neji. Kiba didn't know what was wrong with Hinata. She was just talking fine, but suddenly changed her mind, saying that she had something to say to Neji and insisted on going on the field. What's wrong with fighting with Neji? Naruto didn't know much about the Hyuga family's affairs, so he was a little confused. In his opinion, Hinata and Neji were both members of the Hyuga family. This was considered an internal competition of the Hyuga family. How could there be any problems? However, Kiba's next words refreshed Naruto's cognition. Naruto, you don't know that the situation of the Hyuga family is a bit complicated. The Hyuga family is divided into the main family and the branch family. In each generation of the main family, only one person can be selected as the main family. Everyone except this person can only be a branch family. To become a branch family, you must unconditionally obey the main family and abide by many unequal rules. Therefore, the relationship between the branch family and the main family cannot be called good. This is only what Kiba can understand as an outsider. It is said that there are more cruel rules in the Hyuga family that outsiders do not know. Under the influence of these factors, if the branch family has the opportunity to beat up the main family, they will definitely not let it go. Is that so? Naruto had a general understanding. He looked at Hinata and asked, "Are you really going to fight him?" "Well, actually, I've always felt sorry for brother Neji, but I have no choice." "Then go ahead, don't be afraid, if something really happens, I'll go down to save you." As for the internal affairs of Hyuga, Naruto didn't know the specific reasons. In his opinion, there should be a deeper reason why Neji hated the main family. As for why he judged this way, it was because Neji's aura was very positive, that is to say, he was not a violent and bloodthirsty person. If others thought that Neji would beat Hinata to death, then there must be something vicious that he didn't know about. After getting Naruto's promise, Kiba no longer stopped him, but repeatedly asked Naruto to take action in time if he saw that the situation was not right. Hinata walked down from the audience and came to the field. Neji had been waiting for a long time at this moment. As soon as he saw Hinata, he said coldly, "It's a pity that you dare to come down, the eldest lady of the main family. Before you start, I advise you to give up. You are not suitable to be a ninja at all. If you force yourself to do it, you will end badly." Neji's words were undoubtedly a naked mockery of Hinata, but Naruto vaguely felt that Neji was actually giving a final advice. He didn't want to fight Hinata, but if Hinata insisted, he wouldn't hold anything back. This was what Naruto deduced from his tone and expression. Seeing that Hinata didn't fight back, Neji continued to punish her. "You are too kind, and you always naively expect to avoid disputes. Moreover, you do not value your own opinions. You are not good at making your own decisions. If my guess is correct, if it weren't for the fact that the Chuunin exams had to be taken in groups of 3, you wouldn't be here at all, because you are afraid of this kind of confrontation and don't want to fight with others. A character like yours is only suitable for you to be a genin, and then wait for one day to marry the person you like, and then just stand behind this person all the time." Neji made many inferences about Hinata. He carefully observed every movement of Hinata, including eyes and small subconscious hand movements, and analyzed what these movements meant. What Neji said makes some sense. Although Naruto stood on Hinata's side, he had to admit that Neji's inference about Hinata was roughly reasonable. Hinata had some courage. She could burst out courage at critical moments, but this could not make up for the defects of her usual character. Her character was really not suitable for being a ninja, but for being an ordinary person. The qualities she possessed, including kindness and understanding, were very good for ordinary people, but these qualities were negative buffs for ninjas. Before the battle began, Naruto could already see the ending. Neji's aura was very strong, and he was not at the same level as Hinata at all. He must have experienced a lot of hard training in the past days, and he was also very talented. Assuming that Neji's combat power was 100 points, then Hinata's was at most 60, or even less. No wonder Kiba kept persuading Hinata not to play. The gap was indeed too obvious. But why did Hinata insist on playing? As Moonlight Gale announced the end of the countdown, the game began. Neji and Hinata simultaneously took the starting stance of the Hyuga family's martial arts, and at the same time, their unique bloodline limit Bun also entered the open state, and the veins around their eyes bulged. According to Kiba, the physical skills of the Hyuga family are different from conventional physical skills. Normal physical skills seek to directly destroy the opponent's shell with powerful force, that is, to break through from the outside. The physical skills of the Hyuga family use special chakra control techniques, apply soft fists, use chakra to hurt the opponent's internal organs, and break through the opponent from the inside. Because no matter how powerful a person is, he cannot train his internal organs to be very strong. Even if the muscles are strong, the internal organs are still soft. This is limited by the structural limitations of the organism itself. Hardened internal organs cannot make people survive. At the beginning of the battle, Hinata launched a series of fierce attacks on Neji, and repeatedly touched Neji, which seemed to be a great advantage. But in Naruto's eyes, this battle was like when Vegeta challenged Android 18. Although the attacker seemed to be full of energy and the offensive was fierce, the outcome of the battle was doomed. Sure enough, after dodging several times, Neji seized Hinata's opportunity, made a palm with his right hand, and slapped her chest with a solid palm, causing Hinata to spit blood on the spot. With one move, Hinata's defense was broken directly, and her upper internal organs, including her heart, were damaged. If Neji wanted to kill her, Hinata would have to die here as long as he caught up with her for a few moves. But Neji didn't have such a strong killing intention now. He just watched Hinata, who was constantly spitting blood and retreating, with confusion in his eyes. Why did you come here to fight with me in a battle that was bound to lose? Hinata vomited a mouthful of blood from her mouth, looked at Neji with a haggard look, and smiled weakly. I'm sorry. Brother Neji, I can't do anything about the main family and the branch family. If hitting me can make you feel better, just come. As soon as these words came out, Naruto felt that Neji's aura changed instantly, and he burst out with strong anger and murderous intent at this moment. Neji laughed, and his laughter was even a little crazy. Ha 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 ha. My naive eldest daughter of the main family, do you know how ridiculous you are talking about? Hinata's words seemed to deeply hurt Neji. He clenched his fists and yelled, what are you dreaming of carrying? Then he rushed over with murderous intent. Not good. As the invigilator, Moonlight Gale, and the other senior ninjas invigilating the exam realized that the battle had actually been decided, but Neji was going to kill him. Just as they were about to move to stop Neji, they saw a flash of yellow in the field. Naruto instantly appeared in front of Hinata and caught Neji's palm full of anger and murderous intent with one hand. With only one right palm extended, Naruto held Neji's hand tightly, and no matter how hard Neji tried, he could not shake it a bit. He stood in front of Hinata and said to the angry Neji, the winner has been decided, why bother? You don't know the grudges between our branch family and the main family. Neji shouted at him angrily. Indeed, so if we meet in the next exam, are you interested in chatting? Naruto slowly released Neji's palm, and the latter did not continue to pursue. He just looked at Naruto coldly and said, want to know? Sure, if you can beat me, you can want to know anything you want. Although Naruto's instant body technique and strength just now shocked him, Neji would not think that he would lose to Naruto because he had not used his real skills, and what happened just now was nothing. He turned and retreated, taking the victory of this game, while Naruto turned around and put his hand on Hinata's abdomen, and the energy in his body turned into healing energy and entered it to heal her internal organs. Chapter 69. With Naruto's strength, it was very easy to treat Hinata. With just one treatment, Hinata's injured internal organs were healed to the point where they were no longer in danger. She, who was already in a state of confusion and almost coma, slowly woke up. Whether it is the Dragon Ball world or the ninja world, there is an advantage, that is, no one will make a fuss about new skills, because it is common for geniuses to create high-level skills. If you suddenly take out a skill that has never been seen, everyone will only think that you are gifted and have developed something new by yourself, and will never doubt whether your thing comes from a legitimate source. Just like the healing ability he just showed, it really shocked several jonins, but it is not incomprehensible. Tsunade, one of the three ninjas at that time, developed a mass-produced medical ninjutsu from scratch, which greatly reduced the disability rate of ninjas, and her own medical ninjutsu was also superb. In everyone's opinion, Naruto's treatment should be achieved by the Ninetales Chakra, because the previous two Jinchuriki have demonstrated the terrible recovery power of the Ninetales Chakra. Basically, as long as they are not beheaded or pierced through the heart, they will not be fatally threatened. Everyone can only sigh that Naruto may be the strongest Ninetales Jinchuriki in history. At the age of 12, he can use the Ninetales Chakra to enhance his own strength and heal others. This control over the Ninetales Chakra is really extraordinary. The first two generations of Ninetales Jinchuriki can also rely on the power of the Ninetales to do many incredible things, but they usually master the power of the Ninetales after adulthood. Naruto is the first one so fast. Of course, although everyone thinks that Naruto is using the Nine-Tails Chakra, Naruto actually doesn't even know that he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Due to the 8 diagrams sealing technique, the Nine-Tails Chakra is firmly locked in Naruto's body in most cases. Only when Naruto is extremely emotional or in danger, the Nine-Tails Chakra can penetrate a little from the gap created by the seal. However, since Naruto went to the Dragon Ball world, his spirit has become a little too stable. With an extremely stable spirit and extremely strong body, the sealing technique has no flaws. The Nine-Tails has no way to show its presence in front of Naruto, and it is even more impossible to be in danger. It is difficult for Naruto to be forced into a desperate situation now. After treating Hinata, Naruto stood in the audience and continued to watch the next game. He and Neji, 2 heavyweight players, have won their own games. Now the last top player, Gaara, will play. His opponent is Rock Lee, who is in the same class as Neji. According to Kabuto's previous information, he is a special ninja who is extremely good at physical skills but knows almost nothing about ninjutsu and illusion. Before the battle, everyone was not optimistic about him, because if he only knew physical skills, he would have almost no advantage against a hexagonal warrior like Gaara. After the battle began, the direction of the battle was also as expected. Rock Lee tried to attack from all directions, but was blocked by the absolute defense created by Gaara with sand. The sand seemed to have a soul, and it would automatically adjust its direction according to Xiao Li's movements. No matter how Xiao Li attacked, it was useless. Moreover, Xiao Li had to be on guard against being caught by the sand at all times while attacking. After seeing Gaara's strength and bloodlust, the Hinata team had shared the information with other teams in Konoha. His signature ninjutsu, absolute defense, sand binding coffin, and sand waterfall funeral, were all known to everyone, which also gave Xiao Li a little advantage. Otherwise, without the information, he might be accidentally touched by the sand at the beginning, and then taken away in one wave. After repeated attacks without success, Xiao Li's teacher, Konoha's senior ninja Might Guy, stood in the audience and shouted to him, "Xiao Li! It's time to remove your seal. If youth doesn't burn now, when will it be?" Teacher Guy. Xiao Li was excited when he heard this. He untied his foot restraints and untied a row of weights from above. No wonder his energy and combat power don't match. Naruto understood when he saw the weights. Xiao Li's chi is also very strong. Although not as strong as Neji, he is definitely a strong man. He did not show the level he should have in the battle just now. Naruto was still wondering just now, but now he finally understood that Xiao Li had been restraining himself with the weight. He took off the weight and threw it to the ground. The scene immediately raised a cloud of dust, and the ground was dented. It is hard to imagine that he could run and jump freely with such a weight before. After removing the weight, Xiao Li's speed soared instantly. Many people could not keep up with his speed. Even if they stood in the audience, they could not see where he was. Gaara was no exception. Because Xiao Li's speed was so fast that he lost his vision, the sand could not defend as sensitively as before, because he did not know where the enemy would attack from. Gaara could take a spherical defense and wrap himself up completely, but that would consume a lot of his chakra. If Gaara did that, Xiao Li would just sit outside and watch the show leisurely, and then wait for his chakra to run out. Xiao Li, who had achieved extreme speed, finally began to show his suppressive power. Gaara could no longer effectively defend against his attack. He could only see Xiao Li's figure flashing, and the next second he was kicked hard in the head. When he wanted to fight back, Xiao Li flashed and disappeared again. If Gaara had not been able to wrap sand around his body to enhance his physical defense, Xiao Li's kick on the head would probably have been enough to give him a concussion. However, Xiao Li still had no chance of winning, because his effective attack on Gaara was almost zero. Although Gaara's chakra was being consumed at a high speed, Xiao Li's physical strength was also rapidly depleting. Everyone held their breath, realizing that it was time for Xiao Li to pull out his ultimate trick. He has practiced with Metkai for so long, it is impossible that he does not have a unique skill that can determine victory or defeat with one blow. Sure enough, after obtaining Medi's approval, Xiao Li untied the bandages on his hands, and the chakra in his body began to surge. 8 Gate Dunjia, Shang Gate, open. The moment he used the 8-gate Dunjia, Naruto instantly became energetic, 8-gate Dunjia. Xiaoli in the field is still continuing to open the second gate of the 8-door Dunjia, the third gate is closed, and the fourth disciple gate. The opening of each door will bring a large amount of chakra gain, which will increase Xiaoli's combat effectiveness. Soaring. As Xiaoli continued to open the 8 gates, his teacher Metkai also explained, the chakra that the human body can use under normal circumstances is limited. This is because the 8 gates in the body limit the flow of chakra like valves. To prevent excessive chakra from harming the body, and the 8-gate Dunjia forcefully opens this restriction and activates the chakra to the limit, which greatly improves the combat ability. Kai's explanation made Naruto a little curious. If he opens the 8 gates, to what extent will the chakra in his body be improved? The upper limit of the amount of chakra a person can produce is still restricted by physical energy and mental energy. To a certain extent, it is like Kaikaiu fist. If the basics are not good, no matter how high the multiplier is, the combat effectiveness will not increase much. And Naruto's physical energy and mental energy are extremely powerful. The amount of chakra he gets after opening the 8 gates will probably be too much to measure. Chapter 70. Xiaoli, who had activated the 8-gate Dunjia, suddenly experienced a surge in combat power. The battle that everyone thought would be without any suspense now began to become full of uncertainty. Gaara's sand defense began to become unreliable, and he kept turning his head to try to capture Li's position, but he was too fast. Here he is. Xiaoli suddenly appeared next to Gaara. He clenched his right fist and punched Gaara directly on the chin. Gaara, who was originally thought to be invincible, actually flew backwards. No way! Kankuro, Temari, and their leader Maki on the Suna ninja side were all confused at this moment. The speed and power of that punch were too terrifying. Although Gaara was very powerful in combat, he was still a mortal body after all. It was possible for him to fall into coma after taking such a punch. Fortunately, Gaara immediately got up, and at the same time some sand chunks on his face collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Gaara's entire body was actually covered in sand, as if a thick protective layer had been applied to his body. Sand armor. Gaara reacts really quickly. Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to being suspended around the body for defense, Gaara's sand can also be directly attached to the skin to resist attacks like armor. However, the disadvantage is that doing so requires very fine chakra control capabilities, which requires a lot of control over chakra and physical strength. It consumes a lot of money, and thick armor will also affect agility. Before, he only covered part of his skin with sand armor, which made Xiaoli mistakenly think that this defense could only work on part of the body, but now Gaara has actually covered his whole body. It seems that he just didn't want to waste chakra before. That's all. However, Gaara's dilemma was still not resolved. Xiaoli opened 4 of the 8 doors too fast. He had just covered his whole body with the armor of sand, and then he was kicked away by Xiaoli again. To the sky, he was continuously hit in mid-air. The only thing Gaara can do is to continuously inject chakra into the sand armor to repair it, and use the defense of the sand armor to resist Xiaoli's attacks in order to withstand his explosive period. 8-gate Dunjia is not a long-lasting skill. As time goes by, Xiaoli's body will not be able to support it. But this was also seen by Xiaoli. The speed at which he destroyed the sand armor was not much faster than Gaara's repair speed. If he continued to fight like this, he would be consumed alive by the sand armor. In that case, 5th Duman, open. Xiaoli bet everything on the last few moves. After turning on Duman, his speed and strength will increase dramatically again, but at the same time, it is the same as turning on the Kyo fist with too high magnification. His body can only support a few seconds. It takes a while, and then you collapse, and you may need to stay in bed for a long time. Xiaoli, whose strength and speed increased dramatically again, began to forcibly dismantle Gaara's sand armor. Even though Gaara tried his best to repair it, it was to no avail. The sand armor became thinner and thinner, and Gaara gradually began to feel pain. When the defense of the sand armor dropped to a critical point, Xiaoli's physical strength was about to reach its limit. He shouted, "This is the last blow," and then exhausted all the power in his body in one breath, attacking Gaara. The final kick knocked him out of the air. Gaara's body dragged diagonally on the ground for a long time before the force was released. Xiaoli also collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. It was difficult for him to even raise his eyelids now, but he still struggled to look in the direction of Gaara, hoping that victory was waiting for him. Unfortunately, before his eyes could reach Gaara, the sand rolled directly onto his body. Oops! Everyone in the stands immediately understood that Gaara persisted in this battle until the end, and now he was going to kill Xiaoli, who had lost the ability to resist. The sand instantly wrapped around Xiaoli's left arm and left foot. At this time, he had no strength to escape from the sand. Gaara directly closed his palms and said, "Sand-bound coffin." The sand instantly wrapped around Xiaoli's limbs, and almost at the same time, the sound of fractures was heard. Gaara was still dissatisfied with this, and he continued to control more sand to roll towards Xiaoli. No, he's going to use the sand waterfall to bury him. Yaya immediately saw Gaara's intention. If this move hits, Xiaoli will be crushed directly into a pulp. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiaoli's teacher, Metkai, flew into the field, forced Gaara's sand back, and admitted the failure of the battle for Xiaoli, who was almost fainting. Unexpectedly, Gaara was greatly stimulated by Gai's actions to protect his disciples. He clutched his hair tightly as if recalling some painful memories. "Why did you want to save him?" Kai glanced at the unconscious Xiaoli behind him and said, "Because this child is a subordinate that I admire and cherish." Gaara's eyes actually showed a little confusion, as if he didn't understand what Kai's words meant at all. He just stood up dejectedly, collected the sand, and left the scene. Unexpectedly, before he left the field, Xiaoli, who was supposed to be unconscious, staggered and stood up again, struggling to assume his fighting posture. "Li." Kai turned around in surprise and told him, "Li, the battle is over, you don't have to." Before he finished speaking, Kai suddenly stopped, because he suddenly discovered that Xiaoli was actually still in a coma. There was no sparkle in his eyes, and the actions just now were just the obsession left in his body. The disciple's desire for victory made Kai, a tough guy, unable to hold back tears. Only he knew how much effort Xiaoli had put in to reach this point. He has no talent for ninjutsu or illusion. In the eyes of ordinary people, he can be regarded as a useless ninja. He has indeed been ridiculed by others for this before. Until Kai accepted him as his disciple and told him that he could reach the pinnacle of physical skills and become a strong man. After that, Xiaoli believed deeply in this creed and practiced physical skills day and night. The scars on his hands and body were almost unbroken. Even Kai, who thought he was a cultivator, saw it many times. Not going down. Xiaoli works so hard for no other reason than to use his actual actions to tell everyone on a stage like today that he is not a waste. He can also become a strong man through his own efforts and become a man that everyone can do. The existence of side eyes. He must take back the dignity he lost with his own hands. However, when the medical team came to examine and diagnose Xiaoli, they came to an unacceptable conclusion: his left arm and leg were injured too seriously, and the bones and tendons inside were irreversibly damaged. "I'm afraid he won't be able to be a ninja anymore." Kai's eyes almost darkened when he heard the news. His disciple had been practicing risklessly for so many days and nights. He had just shown his grace today. Was he about to decline from now on? He couldn't accept it. No one could accept this cruel ending. After working so hard for so long, he could only bloom for a moment? But the reality is so cruel. Xiaoli's muscles and bones have been broken. No matter how hard the medical ninja tries, he can only regain his mobility. If he wants to jump around like before, or even engage in high-intensity fighting, it's basically impossible. Li. How could this happen? Kai felt quite self-blame at the moment. He now regretted letting Xiaoli untie himself during the battle with Gaara. The outcome of a Choyunin exam was not worth a small amount of time. Li sacrificed all his future for this. As long as your body is still healthy, you can always cultivate to be stronger in the future and then avenge your shame. But if your body collapses, the possibility of the future will also disappear. Naruto jumped down from the audience stage and crossed the medical team to check on Xiao Li's injuries. What are you doing? Don't touch his wounds. The medical ninjas from the medical class quickly came up and tried to pull Naruto away, but their efforts felt like they were dragging a stone lion and they couldn't shake it at all. I saw Naruto put his palm on Xiao Li's injured left arm, and the chi in his body turned into healing energy and spread from the arm. Xiao Li's arm suddenly made a crackling sound of bone movement, and at the same time, the unconscious Xiao Li's face also had a crackling sound, showing pain. In just a few seconds, Xiao Li's arm returned to its original state. After wiping away the blood, what he saw was a pair of white hands with no scars. The medical ninjas were stunned, because even with the blessing of supernatural powers such as Chakra, medical ninjutsu can only heal external injuries, but it has very limited effect on internal injuries and comminuted fractures. Most of the time, people can only be rescued but cannot be cured. Even Tsunade, the founder of medical ninjutsu, may not be sure about this situation. Even if it can be cured, it will be accompanied by great risks. The unknown healing skill used by Naruto is simply out of the ordinary. It only takes a few seconds to completely heal the injury of a comminuted fracture. If this kind of healing ability is put on the battlefield, it will be effective as long as the person is still alive. One breath can save you. Is this medical ninjutsu? Kai looked at Naruto's operation in shock. Before, the Jonins all speculated that Naruto was using the nine-tailed chakra for treatment, but now it seems that it was purely a healing technique, because he was so close that he didn't feel the fluctuations of chakra at all. It's okay to think so. Naruto concentrated on continuing to treat Xiao Li's broken leg. As expected, the Namekian's healing skills were not very easy for a human to use. If Dandy came to treat him himself, he should be able to be completely cured in one face-to-face encounter. Naruto spent a little more time on Xiao Li's leg. He put the shattered bones back bit by bit and then healed them. This process was accompanied by great pain. Even if Xiao Li had passed out, his body was still twitching subconsciously. When the last step was completed, Xiao Li was already sweating profusely, and Naruto gave him some breath to completely calm down his body. In fact, if Xiao Li eats a fairy bean, he can recover completely in 1 second without even suffering. However, if this kind of thing is taken out in public, the effect will be too explosive. Naruto feels that he has to practice it no matter what. We will consider this matter after reaching tens of thousands of combat power. Now, after turning on the immortal mode, he has a combat power of 300. If Qigong is not considered, he also has a combat capability equivalent to a shadow level. If Qigong is used, it will be a humanoid demolition machine that can blow up a village at will. Therefore, he has the confidence to show off his healing skills in public, because he is not afraid of being remembered. If the fairy beans were released early, the entire ninja world might be crazy about them, because this thing is life to a certain extent. As long as people are not blown to pieces on the spot, they can survive after eating the fairy beans. After Naruto was successfully cured, he slowly left under the stunned gazes of the medical ninjas. Xiao Li's teacher, Metkai, briefly checked Xiao Li's body and stopped him. Wait. He caught up and grabbed Naruto's hand tightly. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. You healed his hands and feet. This is no different from saving his life. It's a life-saving grace. There are no words to describe it. If you need our help in the future, please feel free to tell me. If you want to learn my skills, I will be willing to teach you. Naruto shook his head. I didn't save him for any benefit. One is because we are all Konoha ninjas, and I shouldn't leave him alone. The other is that his courage and hard work really touched me. I can't accept that a hard-working person like Xiao Li can just wither away, so there is no need to say thank you. How can this be done? If you don't repay a favor, then who will Xiao Li and I be? Kai directly patted his chest. What I promised just now will always count. Naruto smiled. He was indeed very interested in the 8-gate dungeon. However, he was not suitable to practice the 8-gate dungeon at the moment because he had not even mastered the Kyo fist in his newly learned sage mode. Explosive skills like Mendungia would only slow down his cultivation speed. No matter how good the burst skill is, it cannot compare to a powerful enough normal state. It also has a combat power of 10,000. The normal 10,000 and the 10,000 upgraded with Kyo Fist are two different things. Chapter 71. In the last test, Koji Akimichi of the Inakacho team will face off against Menhuo of the Omegakure trio. The other two members of the team have been eliminated in the previous battles. If Menhuo is also eliminated, the whole army of Yuyan village was wiped out this time. When he saw the list, Shikamaru sighed, "Choji, I'm afraid it won't be easy." "Why?" Ino was a little confused. Bai Dinkai is the type responsible for output. On the contrary, his resourcefulness and control of the situation will be insufficient. If it is a small team battle, with the two of us by his side, this shortcoming will not exist. But when fighting alone, this shortcoming is exposed. Moreover, the ninja from Hidden Rain Village is very good at blinding illusions. Koji may be fooled around. Shikamaru's worries were not without reason. At the beginning of the battle, Menguo used his signature illusion technique, and a large group of phantom ninjas suddenly appeared on the field. This skill is similar to the Oboro clone technique. When the team fights, it can dazzle the enemy with the Oboro clone technique. Koji looked at the densely packed phantom ninjas on the field and felt a little dazzled. His ability to crack this illusion was almost zero. Everyone in the Inoshikajo team had their own division of labor. Under normal circumstances, everyone just had to do their own work well. As long as they worked closely together, they would be the strongest team. But if you use them separately, no matter what, fight them all, there will always be one that is real. Koji directly activated his secret technique, the multiplication technique, which expanded his body several times, and then turned himself into a rolling meat bomb tank. He was like a rolling meat grinder, rolling on the field, attacking every phantom, while Menguo continued to consume Chakra to create more phantoms to cover himself. The two sides were competing to see who would be broken and fall first. Menguo's situation was actually similar to Koji. He was the one in charge of illusion and support in the three-person team of Yuyan. He was really not good at physical skills and offensive ninjutsu. With his physique, if he was touched by Koji, the game would probably end on the spot. Compared with the previous peak duels, this competition was too boring, just like hide and seek. The final result was similar to that of Sakura and Ino. Although Koji found Dream Fire, his stamina was basically exhausted. Koji, who was exhausted, and Dream Fire, whose chakra was seriously consumed, fought each other to a draw, and finally both were eliminated. This battle was not very good, but the situation was special. Both of them were team-oriented characters, and it was really difficult to fight them separately. If this duel was a group duel, then the Inoshikajo team and the Rangakure team could have performed very well. Unfortunately, reality always makes people feel that the Inoshikajo team and the Rangakure team are such strong teams, but in the end only Shikamaru passed. Ino and Koji died with Sakura and Dream Fire respectively. Kagura was easily humiliated by a Bear Meishino, and Oboro lost to Shikamaru. Shikamaru's road will also be difficult to go next, because although his single-player combat ability cannot be said to be bad, the opponents are all monsters. If he is assigned to a monster-level opponent, such as Naruto and Gaara, the result is really unimaginable. After the preliminaries, the 8 players who passed the preliminaries were Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke, Kankuro, Abara Meishino, Temari, and Nara Shikamaru. There should have been 10 winners in the 20-player competition, but the two groups of Sakura Ino and Yumho Koji both died together, and no winner was produced. Therefore, only 8 people passed the competition in the end, and they will compete in the final game in the form of 8 people in 4 groups. However, the final did not start immediately. The village gave the contestants a month of rest time to let them recuperate, think about countermeasures, and start the final battle in the best condition. At the same time, the daimyo of each country and the shadows or leaders of other ninja villages also need time to rush to the scene. Unlike the previous competitions, the list of opponents for the final was decided from the beginning. Each of them drew lots, and then decided the opponent based on the results of the draw. Naruto's opponent is Neji, Sasuke's opponent is Gaara, Kankuro against Shino, and to marry against Shikamaru. After the draw, Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Naruto. He was surprised and disappointed that he didn't get Naruto as his opponent. The surprise was that if they didn't fight Naruto, their team might have 2 chances to qualify. As long as he beat Gaara, there would be 2 people left in Team 7. The disappointment was that he lost a chance to have a good fight with Naruto. Although Naruto would fight him during training, Sasuke could clearly feel that Naruto was holding back and would stop at the right time every time. As for whether Naruto could win against Neji, Sasuke never doubted this. Although Neji was very strong, Sasuke knew better than anyone how terrible Naruto was. There was no possibility that Neji could beat Naruto. The significance of announcing the list in advance was also very simple, that is, to let the contestants consider how to defeat the enemy as much as possible in this month under the premise of knowing the intelligence of the opponent. The methods of each contestant had basically been demonstrated in the preliminaries except Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto beat Kiba with almost no effort. He didn't use any Kigong, Kinken, or Sage mode. He basically beat Kiba in hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke's fight against Akadokai was not so easy, but his curse seal was left unused. When it was activated in the finals, it would definitely scare everyone, especially Red Bean. Before the disbandment, Shikamaru, as a curious baby, raised his hand and asked the third Hokage, "I have one thing I don't understand. Since the preliminaries, the mechanism of the competition has always been an elimination system. In this case, can only one person win and become a Chunin in the end?" The third Hokage shook his head, "No. Starting from the finals, the Kages, the bosses, the daimyo, and the clients of each village will give evaluations based on your performance. As long as they think that someone can take on the responsibility, they can become Chunin. In other words, the 8 of you have the possibility of becoming Chunin regardless of winning or losing." After the 8 people knew the rules, they dispersed. As soon as Naruto and Sasuke came out, they found that Kakashi had been waiting outside the door for a long time. "Congratulations to both of you for making it to the finals. I never thought you would be so good." Kakashi smiled gently, and he patted Sakura's head, "It doesn't matter if you didn't pass this time. The difficulty of this Chunin exam is unprecedented. You will definitely pass it next time." Then, Kakashi told Naruto and Sasuke, "There is only 1 month left. I have invited Ebisu, the best tutor in the village, to teach you two. He will guide you two in your practice. 1 month is enough for you two to make great progress." Chapter 72. Ebisu. Naruto was quite impressed with this special jonin. Before, when Konohamaru came to play with him, or when he was bored and went to play with Konohamaru, he could always meet this knowledgeable special jonin by his side. Ebisu is a person who believes in the theory of bloodline. He believes that people with excellent bloodline are the ones who create the future of the world, and he wants to be the one who helps them reach the top. He is Konohamaru's tutor, and he is determined to train Konohamaru to be the future Hokage. However, Konohamaru is still young and playful, and he doesn't listen to him. Ebisu can often be seen chasing Konohamaru around the world to teach him knowledge. When Naruto was a child, every time he saw Ebisu, he would express his discrimination against Naruto very directly, but Naruto still doesn't know why everyone discriminated against him. If it was because of the orphan, there were so many orphans in Konoha. After thinking about it, Naruto can only blame himself for being too naughty in the past, and he is too lazy to care about these things. After living in the Dragon Ball world for decades, Naruto no longer cares about these things. He thinks that instead of caring about these things, it is better to spend more time practicing. When your combat power can rotate everyone with one hand, all discrimination and dissatisfaction will automatically disappear. Just like now, when Naruto showed a small part of his strength in the Chunin exam, many people in the village who knew about it no longer dared to express their dissatisfaction with him. Even if the strength he showed was less than 1/10, it was enough to make them understand that as long as Naruto didn't die in the future, he could at least become a top-level jonin like Kakashi, and only fools would offend such a person. And some members of the Inuzuka and Aberme clans have even begun to express goodwill to him, because they have learned that the children of their generation were taken care of by Naruto in the Chunin exam, and in the preliminaries, Naruto also gave the children of the Inuzuka family enough face and didn't make things look ugly. Naruto didn't intend to pursue the past, but he still declined the invitation of Mr. Ebisu from Kakashi. It's not that Naruto thinks that chakra training is not important, nor that he looks down on Ebisu, but because his current foundation is still too low. His normal combat power is only 30. If he hadn't obtained the Sage Mode, he could only reach a combat power similar to that of a Jonin at most. He would have no way of fighting against a cage-level warrior because the Kaioken is not durable. Even if he could suddenly increase his combat power to 300 with the Sage Mode, he couldn't rely on the power that was increased by the special form. Even if the combat power was the same at 300, the normal combat power of 300 could definitely beat the combat power of 300 increased by the special form. Naruto must first increase his normal combat power to a high enough level to ensure that his basic combat power is excellent, so that he can practice chakra in detail with confidence. Otherwise, if he practices too many things here and there when his combat power is still very low, it will greatly slow down Naruto's training speed. Kakashi didn't say much when he saw this, but just asked Naruto to practice well. Because the many skills that Naruto has shown so far have proved that he has his own way of practice. In Kakashi's opinion, Naruto may be practicing according to the route left by teacher Minato Namikaze, so there is no need for him to interfere. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was a strong man who surpassed the three ninjas and was once one of the strongest people of an era. The inheritance left by such a person to his son must be very excellent. Thinking of this, Kakashi began to care about Sasuke. Sasuke, do you want to practice with me? Compared to Naruto, you are more suitable for my way. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. He wanted to practice with Naruto because he felt very comfortable when practicing with Naruto. Even if he was tired and sweating, he was always happy. There was no burden or pressure in his heart. It felt like he was really alive. Teacher Kakashi is right, Sasuke. You should practice with teacher Kakashi. Naruto also wanted to practice with Sasuke, but his practice was mainly based on chi. It was very effective to help Sasuke improve his physical skills before, but if he continued to practice like this, Sasuke would probably become Xiaoli. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke possesses a bloodline limit, and the chakra training system is naturally more suitable for him. He trained with Kakashi, and with his talent, he could reach the level of a Jonin in a few years. If I must say, it is Lee and Neji who are more suitable to train with Naruto, especially Lee, whose training route is actually quite compatible with the martial arts training route. But Naruto started too slowly. Naruto himself has decades of training experience and extraordinary physique, but it took him only half a year to train to 30 combat power. If it were someone like Sasuke who had no foundation at all, Naruto himself couldn't say when he would achieve something. Even his Shin brother Kakarote spent a full 10 years training from 10 combat power to more than 400 combat power, and then took off all the way, while his earthling brother Krillin took 10 years to train to more than 200 combat power. Sasuke couldn't accept laying the foundation at such a slow speed, because he was always thinking about revenge in his heart, and what he needed was a route that could make him stronger quickly, preferably within a few years. Therefore, Naruto recommended that he practice with teacher Kakashi, only this way could make him stronger at the fastest speed. As for himself, he will spend the next month practicing his combat power. Naruto's goal is to practice to a normal level of 50 or above within this year, and further master the Sage Mode. After completing this goal, he will have the ability to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Except for Naruto and Sasuke, the other 6 contestants are basically the same. In addition to studying their opponents, they practice quietly. Those who have family secrets practice family secrets, and those who don't have family secrets practice the skills they know and try the skills they haven't learned yet. Konoha village also sent an envoy to Sand village to notify the 4th generation Kazekage Raza of Sand village to go to Konoha. When the envoy arrived at Sand village, he happened to see a spectacular scene in Sand village. The 4th generation Kazekage Raza was using his unique sand gold technique to extract the sand gold contained in the desert veins, and then the ninjas of Sand village hurriedly took the gold ore with bags, packed them in bags, and prepared to take them to the outside world to exchange money for the supplies needed for life in Sand Village. Normally, if you are born in the country of wind, your life is half dead, because this place is so damn poor. The Ninja World War has been fought 3 times, and no other ninja village has ever actively invaded the Sand Village, because no one with a brain would attack this place. 80% or even more than 90% of the country is desert, which can neither be planted nor lack water resources, and is filled with sand every day. If you give this kind of land to others, they will not want it. The country of wind, which lacks natural resources, has indeed been very poor. There is a saying that people born in the Sand Village can only live a relatively failed life. This situation was not alleviated until the 4th generation of Kazekage Raza was born. The Sand Village invented the ninjutsu to control sand since the 2nd generation of Kazekage Shaman, and the 3rd generation of Kazekage studied it thoroughly, and finally became the new blood limit, magnetic escape. The 3rd generation of Kazekage can control metal with the help of magnetic escape, use sand-iron technique, and has strong offensive and defensive capabilities. He is known as the strongest Kazekage. After learning the magnetic release, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, saw the poverty of the Sand Village and started to think. Since the magnetic release can control metal objects, then the gold and iron mines hidden under the desert. Therefore, the 4th Kazekage developed his own unique magnetic release application method, mining. The gold sand technique he invented can directly extract the gold under the sand or desert. It can be used for fighting or directly sold for money. With this technique, the economic situation of the Sand Village has been greatly alleviated. However, this also made the 4th Kazekage suffer, because mining is not a one-time job. It is indeed very profitable to dig gold sand once, but how many people and how many mouths are there in the Sand Village? Although they are called villages, the actual area is completely a city. When Raza opens his eyes every day, there are tens of thousands of mouths waiting for him to solve the problem of eating. Can he rest? No. Normally it was fine, but if the Sand Village needed to build a large-scale project, Luo Sha would take people out to mine at night. You ask why they go out to mine at night? Because it is cool at night. The Sand Village is completely covered in the desert, and the direct sunlight in the daytime is really unbearable. Normal people can at least hide from the direct sunlight in the mine cave when mining, but Luo Sha really goes under the sun to mine, and then starts to refine chakra and pump the gold from underground. With such a large application range and so much gold, Luo Sha is equivalent to doing the work of a miner plus a machine, and he is exhausted every time. When he thought of his situation, Luo Sha hated the Hokage of the neighboring fire country Konoha village. Every time the Chunin exam was held, the 3rd elder invited him to watch the game, but the Chunin exam was held twice a year, so he had to go to Konoha twice a year, and each time took 10 days or half a month. Wouldn't that delay mining? What was even more hateful was that the 3rd elder complained to him every time about how difficult it was for him to be a Hokage, and that he had to sit in the office every day to deal with so many documents, and sometimes he couldn't even have 4 dishes and 1 soup. Office? 4 dishes and 1 soup? The more Luo Sha listened, the more his defenses broke, but he had to listen patiently, because the Wind Country and the Sand Village still had to rely on the support of the Fire Country. Even if Luo Sha could dig up gold, who would he sell the gold to? After getting the money, who would he go to buy things from? That could only be the Fire Country. After all, the Fire Country was a nominal ally, and there were preferential policies, and it was cheap and affordable to trade with them. But Luo Sha hated it in his heart. You fucking dragged me here twice a year, and every time I went back, I had to work overtime all night to mine, but you sat in the office and had 4 dishes and 1 soup? So, Luo Sha made up his mind and started to cooperate with Orochimaru of Sound Village to formulate a plan to collapse Konoha. In his plan, he and Orochimaru teamed up to kill the 3rd Hokage and let Konoha village collapse. Then the Wind Country could take the opportunity to divide the territory of the Fire Country with its neighboring countries. The Wind Country would have arable land and many natural resources from then on, and he would no longer have to stay up late to mine. Chapter 73. When Naruto returned home, he unexpectedly found that there was already someone waiting for him at home. Judging from the aura, Naruto could easily recognize that the person was the white-haired man who was with the third Hokage before. If Naruto was right, this person should be the helper found by the third Hokage, and his identity should be Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. As early as when Orochimaru attacked for the first time, the third Hokage said that he would recall the strong men outside to guard against Orochimaru. Naruto was familiar with the history of Konoha. He knew that in recent decades, the only Kage-level strong men who were still alive and living in Konoha village and could fight against Orochimaru were Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom were three ninjas. Tsunade was a woman, and Jiraiya was the only man, so the one who came could only be him. Naruto returned home calmly, pretending to be startled by the toad gift box arranged by Jiraiya. Then, Jiraiya with white hair slowly walked out of the door. "Hello, Naruto. Who are you?" Naruto asked knowingly. Jiraiya immediately became energetic. He posed an exaggerated pose to introduce himself. "Good question, I am the Toad Spirit Immortal Jiraiya of Miyaboku Mountain, known as the Toad Immortal Jiraiya, nice to meet you." Naruto always thought he was a serious person, but now it seems that he is much more cheerful and showy than he imagined. "You may be unfamiliar with this identity, but if it is this identity, you will definitely recognize it," Jiraiya said, while taking out a copy of Intimate Paradise from his pocket. "To be honest, I am the author of this book." Hi. Naruto knew this book, because Kakashi teacher read it all day long, with 18+ symbols drawn on it, and the content. Naruto also glanced at it, and felt that it was quite boring. Naruto's evaluation of it was at the level of rocking car. "Are you surprised? This amazing masterpiece actually came from my pen." Jiraiya proudly put his hands on his waist. Mr. Jiraiya, are you a virgin?" Naruto asked directly. "Ah!" Jiraiya's face flushed. "Why are you asking such a question, kid? If you are not a virgin, I can hardly imagine that you can write such a low-level work for 18+. This can't even be called driving. Even if I have to describe it, I can only describe it as a children's book." Naruto looked disdainful. "What?" Jiraiya was struck by lightning. "You can insult him for not looking good, or say he is greasy, or say he is a single dog for 10,000 years, but he doesn't care, but you can't say that his Intimate Paradise is not good. This is his proudest work." Jiraiya's forehead veins exposed. "You kid, you are so young, what do you know? This is the field of adults, don't interrupt if you don't understand. If the field of adults is only this level, adults are a little too pitiful." Naruto shook his head. You are so young, what do you know?" "Good question." Naruto went back to the house and took out a pen and paper without saying anything. "I will show you what the adult domain is now." Just kidding, although Naruto has not married and had children in the Dragon Ball world for decades and has been practicing martial arts all his life, it does not mean that he does not understand. His teacher is Master Kame. Naruto has also read the books that Master Kame usually reads. It must be said that Master Kame, as an old pervert over 300 years old, has always had a good aesthetic sense in terms of color. After Naruto read his works, he suddenly found other things boring. Later, Master Kame had no new works to read, so he asked Naruto to write new works for him to read. At first, Naruto refused, but Master Kame said that if he could write a good work, he would teach him the 10,000 Nations shocking poem. Naruto gave in. After unremitting efforts, Naruto's masterpiece was finally released. After seeing it, Master Roshi's nose bled and he lay down for 3 days, repeatedly saying that Naruto's talent in this area was at the Sun level. Later, after seeing Golden Frieza, Master Roshi changed his words and said that Naruto's talent in this area was at the Frieza level. Later, when Majin Buu attacked, Goku asked Old Kai to help Gohan improve his potential. Originally, Old Kai refused until Goku took out Naruto's masterpiece. Old Kai agreed. Not only that, Old Kai also asked for a sequel to help Naruto develop his potential. However, since Naruto was only an Earthling at that time, his potential was limited, so his combat power did not improve much. However, this improvement was still very helpful. Naruto was able to learn Ultra Instinct later because of this. Jiraiya's intimate paradise may be a masterpiece in the eyes of people in this world, but in Naruto's eyes, it is simply a naivete. Naruto's pen flew, and the graceful words flowed on the paper like water. Jiraiya came over and glanced at it at first, but after reading less than 3 lines, his eyes were glued tightly. After reading 10 lines, he was shocked. After reading 50 lines, he suddenly felt that he could not leave this novel. After more than a dozen pages, Jiraiya walked slowly to the window, looking into the distance with sad eyes, feeling as if he had gone through a deep love, with lust and emotion intertwined in his heart, and he could not forget it for a long time. Compared with that, his intimate paradise was not worthy of being called paradise. And Naruto, who could create such a story at a high speed, his ability could be called heaven-made. Naruto, you are a genius. Jiraiya sighed faintly standing in front of the window. But I want to know, who did you learn these things from? When I went to visit the 3rd generation grandfather's house, I found some things on his bookshelf, which opened the door to a new world. Naruto threw the blame to the 3rd generation without changing his face or heartbeat. Oh! Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Teacher, I didn't expect you to have such a side in private. No wonder I saw the intimate paradise on your desk. At first I thought it was just you caring about your students, but I didn't expect it. Naruto, can you make a sequel to that story just now? If it ends like that, I won't be able to sleep. Jiraiya was still thinking about what Naruto had just created. From the perspective of 18+, the content created by Naruto is 10,000 times more harsh and violent than his, but the real attraction of the story is not there. The gripping psychological activities of the protagonist of the story and the fascinating plot development make him feel like he really experienced that story. There is no problem with making a sequel, but Mr. Jiraiya, what are you going to give in exchange? Novelists need royalties. Naruto stretched out his sinful little hand to Jiraiya. No problem, I will teach you everything I know. Jiraiya's eyes were extremely sincere. Whether it was because of the relationship between the two or because of the expectation of the novel, Jiraiya no longer had any reason to have any reservations about Naruto. Chapter 74. Naruto easily exchanged Jiraiya's full teaching for a novel that was rushed overnight. Jiraiya took Naruto to a training ground in Konoha, then bit his thumb, soaked his hand with blood, and shouted after making a seal, summoning technique. The next second, a big toad more than 1 person tall was summoned in a puff of smoke. It spit out a scroll as thick as a thigh from its mouth. On the cover was written, Super Summoning Ninja Toad Contract. After unfolding it, there was already a long list of names written inside, but these signatures may be due to different times and regions. Most of the names are written like hospital prescriptions, pure ghostly scribbles. The only ones that can be recognized are Kishimoto Masashi in the front, and Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato in the back. This is a summoning technique, one of the space-time ninjutsu. After signing a contract with a specific creature, you can summon them at any time. Summoning technique? In other words, after signing a contract, you can summon these toads. Naruto looked at the scroll curiously. If he remembered correctly, the name of the 4th Hokage was Minato Namikaze. So, the 4th Hokage also signed a contract with these toads? Jiraiya nodded, yes, don't underestimate them. There are a large number of various toads in Myaboku Mountain. They can follow you in physical combat, and can also assist you in releasing stronger ninjutsu. Among them, the stronger toads have a body size comparable to that of the tailed beasts. Just relying on physical strength and skin can cause devastating blows to ordinary ninjas. Naruto was not particularly interested in this, because he could make the opponent feel pain with just a casual kigong, and it seemed that he didn't need the assistance of toads. In comparison, Naruto was more curious about the tailed beasts that Jiraiya mentioned. He had seen this word in a book of Konoha. It was said that the 9-tailed demon fox that caused the Night of the Nine-Tailed was a tailed beast, but there was no record of more details in the Konoha book. It seemed that this was not knowledge for the general public. Tailed beast, you really should know about it. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto's abdomen inadvertently. It is said that in the ancient times of the ninja clan, a strong man named Six Paths Sage once divided a huge ball of chakra into 9 parts, each of which had 1 to 9 tails. Each tailed beast was extremely terrifying. After the beginning of the ninja village era, the tailed beasts were sealed by each ninja village, and the 9-tailed was sealed in our village. Jiraiya explained very seriously. No wonder the 9-tails night happened in our Konoha village. It seems that the sealed 9-tails broke the seal, right? Naruto thought. Yes. So, after the 9-tails night, the 9-tails was sealed again. That's right. Where is the seal of the 9-tails? It must be taken care of. If something goes wrong, it would be terrible if the 9-tails night is repeated again. Naruto couldn't help thinking that if the monster called the 9-tails broke the seal again and destroyed the village, he would definitely take action. After all, there are people in the village that he cares about. Just for Uncle Ichiraku, use the fairy method Kamehameha on it. Unexpectedly, after hearing Naruto's question, Jiraiya immediately showed a strange expression. Naruto, don't you know where the 9-tails is sealed? Naruto frowned immediately. How can I know such a thing? I just learned what the tailed beasts are. Well, Naruto, do you think there is a possibility that the 9-tails is sealed in someone? Ah? Tailed beasts can also be sealed in people's bodies. Naruto heard this knowledge for the first time. Naruto has never seen a tailed beast with his own eyes, but he thinks that the tailed beast is so big, and the amount of chakra should be quite a lot. It is difficult to stuff such a large amount of chakra into a person's body without problems, right? Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Naruto, have you ever had a nightmare, dreaming of a big fox or something? No, I never have nightmares. Go to bed before 8 o'clock in the evening, do a good job before going to bed, fall asleep immediately after getting into bed, sleep until dawn, and never leave stress until the next day. As for sleeping well, one of the secrets of Kame Senryu, Naruto has always been implementing it well, but in terms of eating well, he is still inferior to his senior brother Sun Wukong. Jiraiya wiped the sweat off his forehead again. Then do you feel that your chakra is ridiculously large, and there is another chakra in your body? My body is very strong, so it is normal to have a large amount of chakra. As for the other chakra, how can there be another chakra in a person's body? I am not schizophrenic. This. Have you never exhausted your chakra? Naruto shook his head. No, in my case, the opponent falls down before I even use my strength. Naruto was telling the truth. Since he came back, he has never met an opponent who could make him use up all his chakra. In his eyes, no one of the same age can match him. Even if it is Orochimaru, at most he can use a few Kagong waves. If he can't win, he can just teleport away. Why would he need to exhaust his chakra? Jiraiya scratched his head immediately. Hiss. Is this kid so strong? The tailed beast chakra will appear when the chakra of the Jinchuriki is close to exhaustion. First, the exhaustion of chakra means that the physical and mental energy of the Jinchuriki is close to exhaustion, and then the seal on them will loosen, because the cornerstone of the seal is the body of the Jinchuriki. Naruto's body is too strong now, and his mind is too stable, which makes the seal unreasonably strong, so strong that Naruto himself can't even notice the existence of this thing. The second reason for the appearance of the tailed beast chakra is that chakra exhaustion can kill people, because chakra is extracted from the combination of physical and mental energy. If you exhaust your chakra, it means that your body cells have been squeezed out of vitality. In this case, the lightest is shock, and the worst is death. For experienced ninjas like Kakashi, what he usually says about chakra exhaustion means that the chakra has reached the dangerous line, and continuing to extract it will hurt the body. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast in his body will also die. So once the tailed beast notices that the Jinchuriki is in poor condition, it will choose to contribute its chakra to help the Jinchuriki prolong his life and win the battle. By the way, of course, they will not help in vain. The loosening of the seal means that the possibility of their escape increases. They will always be ready to break out of the body after the seal loosens to a certain extent. Naruto has never exhausted his chakra, and the seal is extremely strong, so naturally he has never experienced the 9-tails chakra. Jiraiya touched his head. Naruto, why don't you try to exhaust your chakra, maybe there will be a surprise. Teacher Jiraiya, the consequences may be a bit serious. If you want to exhaust your chakra, you have to use large-scale skills. The consumption of ordinary small skills may not keep up with his recovery speed. The only way for Naruto to output chakra on a large scale now is to use the Sage mode or the multiple shadow clone technique, but if he uses the Sage mode, then he will exhaust his chakra, and the world may be peaceful. If he uses the multiple shadow clone technique, maybe the whole village will be Naruto. Chapter 75. Jiraiya fell into deep thought. He originally thought that Minato was already a very abnormal genius, but now it seems that his son seems to be a little more outrageous than him. He also secretly looked at the situation of the Chunin exam. The level of the descendants of the Inyazuka clan is quite good, at least worthy of the reputation of the Inyazuka clan. He is also considered a strong man in the genin range. If he hadn't been unlucky enough to catch up with this fight between gods, he should be able to be promoted to Chunin. However, a ninja of his level was completely no match for Naruto. Jiraiya clearly saw that except for the time when Naruto wasted some effort when he was fixing a tooth with his bare hands, he was just teasing a pet dog when he was playing with him. From this point of view alone, Naruto's level is at least that of a special jonin or even a jonin. In addition, he also read Kakashi's mission records in the Land of Waves and the previous freshman training records, which mentioned many times that Naruto burst out with a red aura, and then greatly improved his combat power. At first, he also thought that it was the power of the Nine Tails, because the Nine Tails chakra is indeed red, and only a little bit of the Nine Tails chakra can greatly improve Naruto's combat power, even if he fights against a Jonin level. However, in the conversation between Jiraiya and Naruto just now, he unexpectedly discovered that Naruto seemed to not know the existence of the Nine Tails at all, let alone feel the Nine Tails chakra. Then the question is, what is the red aura that Naruto uses? Is it some kind of secret technique he developed himself? The first reaction was that it was a bit outrageous, but combined with Naruto's outrageous talent and actual combat performance, it seemed that this possibility was not so outrageous. Naruto, I heard that you have a ninjutsu that can burst out red flames. Can you let me see it? Red flames? Oh, Jiraiya, you mean the King Fist. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted, Kaioken. In an instant, red air waves burst out from Naruto, and his strength, speed, and strength of air were instantly increased by 2 times. However, from the outside world, unless you use air perception, it is difficult to realize the extent of Naruto's strengthening. You can only see that his strength and speed have increased in actual combat. From the perspective of ninjas, the effect of low multiple King Fist is not better than the 8 gates, because opening the 8 gates can also get a very high combat power increase, and the more the 8 gates are opened, the more terrifying the combat power increase is, and they don't know how many times they can open the King Fist. Therefore, Naruto was not worried that anyone would want the King Fist, because no one wanted the 8 gates. Naruto can now use the King Fist below 5 times freely, and he looks normal when he opens the King Fist 2 times. It's really not the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya concluded after careful observation that this technique really has nothing to do with the Nine Tails. It seems that Kakashi and the 3rd generation have misunderstood. They don't know that Naruto has never seen the Nine Tails, so they subconsciously mistake Naruto's strength as the Nine Tails credit. But if he has reached the current level without using the Nine Tails, Naruto's talent can be said to be stronger than his father. Is it because of Kushina's Uzumaki bloodline? It seems that it is not difficult to understand that Minato's talent plus Kushina's bloodline finally gave birth to a genius like Naruto. Konoha has a successor. Jiraiya suddenly felt happy. He was worried that the 3rd generation was old and he was already middle-aged. The young rising star Minato died early. Konoha has not seen a successor who can take the lead. Now there is no need to worry. As long as Naruto grows up steadily, he will definitely be a strong man who surpasses Namikaze Minato. There are few people in the current ninja world who can compete with him. Naruto released the Kaioken state and asked Jiraiya, is there any problem with this technique? No problem, it's very strong. So I recommend you to sign a contract with Miyaboku Mountain. With your strength, Miyaboku Mountain will be happy to sign a contract with you. What are the benefits of signing a contract? I don't think I can use the summoning technique very much. Summoning technique is only one aspect. After signing a contract with Myaboku Mountain, when your level reaches a certain level, you can practice the Sage Mode in Myaboku Mountain. That kind of power is very strong. After that, Jiraiya patted his chest. Teacher, I learned the Sage Mode in Myaboku Mountain. As long as you use the power of the Sage Mode, guys like Orochimaru are not opponents at all. Sage Mode. Naruto scratched his head. Teacher Jiraiya, do you think it's like this? After that, Naruto's breath was restrained and he instantly entered the Sage Mode. Jiraiya only felt that Naruto in front of him suddenly lost a little weight, and his appearance and temperament also soared a lot. He was a little more handsome than Minato, and his breath became very low. Jiraiya put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and felt the chakra in his body. Tons of senjutsu chakra. Ah, diamond suit. Jiraiya's scalp suddenly numbed. So much senjutsu chakra flowed in Naruto's body in a very natural way, which proved that he must have entered the Sage Mode, and it was a very perfect Sage Mode. But Naruto's appearance did not change at all, which was not available in any senjutsu. Naruto, where did you learn the Sage Mode? Jiraiya's forehead was sweating. I learned it from Orochimaru. Orochimaru? That guy can also learn the Sage Mode. Jiraiya was shocked. If Orochimaru could also learn the Sage Mode, there would be no one in Konoha except himself who could stop him. Isn't this letting a madman get the nuclear bomb button? And how could he teach Naruto the Sage Mode? Orochimaru planted something called a curse seal on Sasuke's neck. I studied it and found that it can combine natural energy with the chakra in the human body to make people enter a stronger mode. Then what? I practiced it on myself and learned it. Oh, diamond suit. Jiraiya was sweating coldly. He felt that Naruto was no longer competing with his father Minato Namikaze. He seemed to be comparable to the legendary first-generation Hokage Hashirama Senju when he was young. What should I do? The Ninetales was sealed too tightly. He didn't need the contract. He already knew the Sage Mode. What else can I teach him? I got it. He definitely doesn't know this technique yet. Jiraiya regrouped. He stretched out a hand and spread it in front of Naruto. Naruto, look at this. The next second, a large amount of chakra condensed in his palm. They kept floating around, but were always controlled by Jiraiya in a spherical range. The chakra that kept rushing around condensed into a blue chakra ball in his palm. This is the Raise-Non, an A-rank ninjutsu with extremely powerful destructive power. Chapter 76. Raise-Non. Naruto stared at the chakra ball in Jiraiya's hand. It looked harmless on the surface, but in fact, inside the ball, chakra was colliding in an extremely violent state. Once this ball comes into contact with any object, the chakra inside, like a meat grinder, will instantly pour into the wound from the wound, crushing the opponent's body to pieces. From the perspective of lethality, it should be a very powerful ninjutsu. However, there are also disadvantages. This ball can only be held in your hands, right? Naruto revealed the biggest shortcoming of the Raise-Non in one sentence. That's true, but don't underestimate the Raise-Non. The most basic Raise-Non is just an ordinary chakra ball. Ordinary means it is extremely malleable. You can transform the Raise-Non the way you like. With that said, Jiraiya began to inject fire release chakra into the Raise-Non, and the originally blue chakra ball instantly turned into a ball of rolling burning lava. Fire release, how in Raise-Non? Jiraiya slammed the Raise-Non mixed with fire attribute chakra onto the ground. Not only did the ground of the training ground crack, but high temperature flames flew everywhere, setting the woods on the training ground on fire. Excuse me. Jiraiya saw this and quickly ran to put out the fire with water escape. He knew how stingy his teacher was. If he found out that he used fire escape to destroy the training ground, he would probably have to locked himself up in the village until he earned enough money from working part-time to repair the training ground. Earth Release. After Jiraiya used the Earth Release ninjutsu to repair the ground of the training ground, he wiped his sweat slightly and said to Naruto, how about the Raise-Non, isn't it interesting? Indeed, it's very interesting. I already have an idea. The figure of an old friend flashed in Naruto's mind. Then let me teach you. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and came to Naruto on his own initiative to be Naruto's teacher. It would be a shame if he couldn't teach anything. He touched his pocket, and then said to Naruto with an embarrassed look on his face, "Sorry, excuse me." From Naruto's perspective, Jiraiya left the training ground in a few flashes, then came to Konoha's canteen, stopped the store owner who was about to close, and bought a pack of balloons. 12 taels. Give. After getting the balloons, Jiraiya ran to the faucet and filled the balloons with water one by one. After filling a sack in one go, he came to Naruto with a sack of water balloons on his back. Come on. Let's start with this most basic training. Try to inject chakra into the water ball, and then let the water flow inside produce irregular movements similar to the raise-non. Jiraiya is very proficient in this process. When he learned the raise-non, he got started quickly, but in order to master it, he also used water polo training to exercise his control over the raise-non. Speaking of which, Naruto's father Minato Namikaze invented the raise-non. When he taught this technique to Jiraiya, Jiraiya was a little embarrassed because he was obviously the teacher, but he actually asked his students to teach him his ninjutsu. But after getting started, he discovered that the raise-non is very malleable. Among all the ninjutsu he has seen, the raise-non is the most malleable, because it is essentially a ball of chakra. Whatever chakra you mix into it, it will undergo corresponding attribute changes. Just like the fireball that Jiraiya just demonstrated, this is just one of the thousands of possibilities of the raise-non. There are 5 changes in the chakra nature of the basic attributes in the ninja world: wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, and these 5 kinds of chakra can also be used in groups of 2 to form the blood inheritance limit, and in groups of 3 to form the blood stain elimination. There are many combinations. It can be said that as long as the imagination and ability are rich enough, there will be countless variations of the raise-non. Naruto picked up a water balloon and tried to mix chakra into it to make the water flow swirl according to Jiraiya's instructions. This technique should be very difficult for a normal novice ninja, because it requires the user to have a very high level of chakra control. However, since Naruto learned to use chakra to climb trees, his control over chakra has been very high, because chakra and energy have many similarities, just like plasticine and ordinary mud. As long as you understand by understanding the differences and mastering the essentials, he can master everything, so he can learn the immortal mode. People who are good at kneading things with clay will be fine once they get used to it after switching to plasticine. Naruto injected chakra into the water ball and tried it. The first time he used a little more force, the water ball was directly burst. The second time the chakra in the water ball was running quite well, and by the third at this time, the water flow inside the water ball can already rotate as Jiraiya asked, and after the rotation speed reaches a certain level, the rotating water flow can be used to smash the water ball. By this point, Naruto had completely understood what the Rasengan's pattern was. Good brother Klin once invented a very abnormal cutting technique called chi circle slash. The principle is to control the chi to rotate in a circle and cut the opponent like a blade. The principle of the raise-non is somewhat similar, except that its internal rotation is disordered, and the emphasis is on killing it with a random knife. If you are hit by the kien slash, the person will be split in half, and if you are hit by the raise-non, the inside of the body will be minced into pulp. Got it, now you can get started. Is it true that you just graduated from the ninja school half a year ago? Jiraiya was already quite unbelievable. When he mastered the raise-non at the speed of light, he was already a cage-level powerhouse, and his ability to control chakra had long been perfect. Naruto had only graduated from the ninja school half a year ago. It was also mentioned in Kakashi's mission record of the Land of Waves that when Naruto was learning to climb trees, it was obvious that he had just begun to control chakra. In half a year, this kid has gone from just getting started to being able to master A-level ninjutsu quickly. He originally planned to take Naruto to the next stage of training, which was rubber ball training. If the water ball was replaced by a rubber ball, the damage would be 100 times more difficult. However, before he could excuse himself to buy balloons, he saw that Naruto had begun to condense the prototype of the raise-non in the palm of his hand. Are you ready now? You told me the principle, why can't I do it? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a strange expression. No, you only need to understand the principles to learn ninjutsu. Otherwise? Jiraiya-sensei, how long did it take you to learn? I'll know it after reading it once. Yeah, so why shouldn't I? Hey, you kid. Jiraiya scratched his head. Although in theory, you can master it after just one look, even Jiraiya himself got started quickly at first, but this kid Naruto. Forget it, why compete with a genius? Jiraiya originally thought that this was just a matter of talent, until, when he looked up again, he found that Naruto had entered Sage mode and mixed Senjutsu Chakra into the Raise-non. You brat, what are you going to do? It's very dangerous to add Senjutsu Chakra casually. Jiraiya was almost scared out of his wits. Just as he was about to stop Naruto, he saw Naruto directly making claw-like hands to control him. The Raise-non floated up. Ah, diamond suit! I saw Naruto controlling the Raise-non, flying freely in mid-air, and finally hit the hillside of the training ground directly, causing a huge explosion. Naruto had already controlled his destructive power very well, and only injected a small amount of Senjutsu Chakra into it, so the air bomb was very small, but it also directly flattened the hillside, leaving countless people nearby who were already safe. The Konoha people who fell asleep were immediately awakened. Damn it, what's going on? Chapter 77. Ah! Jiraiya looked at the flattened hillside and was speechless for a moment. First generation sir, are you reincarnated? After more than 60 years, will a peak powerhouse finally appear in the ninja world? He suddenly felt that it might be unnecessary for him to come to Naruto tonight. This kid didn't seem to need anyone's guidance. Maybe he was like the first Hokage back then, a fierce man from heaven, and all his unique skills were self-taught. In the world of Naruto, it is not too bizarre to be self-taught, because there was such a strong man back then. Who would have thought that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, not only integrated the changes in the two chakra attributes of water and earth, and sublimated into the blood succession limit wood release, he also developed a series of abnormal wood release ninjutsu based on the wood release. An immortal Dharma would escape. Other villages may not know it, but the top management of Konoha village, including Jiraiya, have read the records of that year. After the Battle of the Valley of the End between the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, the ninjas of Konoha afterwards during the aftermath work at the scene, they saw the towering thousands of hands, the mountain-like wooden figures, and the giant wooden dragon. They were all made by the first Hokage's wood release ninjutsu and were left at the scene after the battle. Later, he returned to the scene to pack them away after taking a rest, otherwise he might still be able to see the spectacular ruins now. With the example of the first Hokage, no matter how outrageous a genius is, it can still be understood. Jiraiya felt that his self-confidence and self-esteem had been severely hit. Just as Jiraiya was trying to find a topic, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Konoha's special jonin, Moonlight Hayate, rushing past not far away, looking like he was about to leave the village. Hey! Isn't this Hayate? Do you have any tasks to perform? Jiraiya called out to Moonlight Hayate, intending to change the topic and ease the awkward atmosphere. Moonlight Hayate didn't want to talk to him at first, but when he turned around and saw that it was Jiraiya, he quickly stopped and replied respectfully, "It's Jiraiya-sama. It's rare that you have such leisure to go out for a walk in the middle of the night. I do have a mission to carry out and am going to leave the village." At this critical moment, it's not easy for a special jonin to leave the village to perform a mission, isn't it? Yes, there is nothing to hide from what you said. The village conducted an investigation on Kabuto the Yakushi who has failed to pass the Chunin exam for many years and found that he has been acting suspiciously over the years and is suspected of having improper connections with Suna Ninja Village. Tonight I found out the Maji team from Sand Ninja Village secretly left the village, so I plan to follow them to investigate. Moonlight Hayate told the details of the mission in detail. Strictly speaking, this was not a mission issued by the above, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of the Suna Ninja Village acting suspiciously, so for the safety of the village, he decided to follow it on a temporary basis. Jiraiya frowned when he heard this. "Hayate, I hope you will never forget that ninjas are not about fighting alone. You should always try to keep in touch with your partners. Don't fight alone if you can. Maki is a veteran jonin of the Sand Village. If you follow him rashly, if he really has problems, you will most likely be killed by him directly. Moonlight Hayate's face changed slightly when he heard this. Master Jiraiya, you are right. I will contact other companions now. No need. I happen to have some free time tonight, so I'll go with you. Ah! Yue Guanggale suddenly showed a confused expression. To put it bluntly, this is just a tracking and intelligence gathering mission. Hiring a jounin is already a generous salary. Is it a bit overkill to bring in the entire cage level Sunin? Hey, don't worry about it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Let's go and take a look. Jiraiya's self-confidence was greatly affected by Naruto, so he planned to find a little Karami to try his hand at finding his self-confidence and regain his glory as a male, as a ninja. Originally, he planned to find Teacher Sande to pick up a mission to relax, but he didn't expect that the mission would happen to him. Okay. Moonlight Hayate felt weird, but the large number of people would not weigh down the scale anyway. Under normal circumstances, large numbers of people would of course increase the possibility of exposure, but Jiraiya was a cage-level powerhouse and a Sunin. If it were to be exposed, it would only be Moonlight Gale who was exposed first. With Jiraiya following behind him, Moonlight Hayate's confidence suddenly increased. Originally, he was really worried about what if he couldn't beat Maki if he was exposed, but now that Jiraiya was with him, he wished that Maki would have a problem, and then Jiraiya took action and killed all the sand ninjas in seconds, and he followed due some credit behind the scenes. With Jiraiya by his side, what would happen if the Kaze cage came in person? Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale even walked a little arrogantly. They have been following the traces left by the Maji team, and finally came to Mount Kikyo, which is located at the junction of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind. This place was very impressive to Konoha ninjas. More than 10 years ago, Konoha fought against Kumagakure and Tsunagakure at the same time. Although they won the final victory, they also paid a heavy price. It was recorded in the history of Konoha village and even occupied a separate page. Marky stopped here and met a suspicious-looking person, talking in a low voice. Moonlight Hayate observed secretly and discovered that the figure seemed to be Konoha's 10,000-year-old genin Yakushi Kabuto. Sure enough, he is colluding with Suna Ninja. Moonlight Hayate silently recorded the information in the notebook. From the process of their conversation, the two gradually learned that Kabuto Yakushi seemed to be actually from the Sound Ninja village, and that he was joining forces with the Suna Ninja to carry out a plan against Konoha. That guy Orochimaru is indeed dishonest. Jiraiya sighed silently. He had been collecting intelligence for many years, so he naturally knew that the Sound Ninja village was actually created by Orochimaru. Now that the Sound Ninja village and the Suna Ninja village were colluding, he knew without thinking that they wanted to attack Konoha. Why do you all like to have sex in the middle of the night, just to cool off? Naruto complained in Jiraiya's ear. You're right, it's really cold in the joint at night, huh? Naruto. Jiraiya then realized that Naruto, who was obviously not taken with him, appeared strangely at this moment. Around him. No way, when was he implanted with the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya was too surprised and accidentally touched a small pebble on the ground. The faint sound was heard by Kabuto Yakushi and Maki who were meeting, and the two suddenly looked ferocious. It seems that a little mouse has appeared. Maki volunteered, leave this little matter to me. Now that we are an alliance, we Sand Ninjas should also show our strength. He shouted directly to the hiding place of the three people, come out. Konoha's little mouse. After saying that, Naruto jumped out. Ha, you are a genin from Konoha? How dare you follow me here? Do you think that after defeating a few genin, you can be as big or small as the ninja? Before he finished speaking, Moonlight Gale jumped out. Oh? It turns out that there is also the examiner. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. But it is a pity that there is a qualitative gap between a special jounin and a real jounin. The next second, Jiraiya jumped out. The expression on Marky's face instantly turned into a shocked one, ah. In order to implement the Konoha collapse plan, Suna Ninja Village naturally carefully studied what lineup Konoha would have. Among them, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, was naturally also within the scope of the study. Maki recognized Jiraiya. It was because of the recognition that he was even more confused at the moment. What happened? He just came out to pick up the fight. Why did the Sunin just jump out and grab the bag? Isn't this right? Is someone trying to frame him? Maki immediately turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto, but at this time Yakushi Kabuto had already rubbed oil on his solace and fled away. Chapter 78. Maki looked around. Gaara's team was already on the way back to the Suna Ninja Village. Their mission was to pass the news about Konoha to the 4th Kazekage so that he could make the final decision, and his cheap ally Yakushi Kabuto had already the solace of his feet were oiled. In the huge Platycadon city, he was now the only one left to face the legendary Sunin alone. For some reason, Maki felt that tonight's style was extremely cold, and the eyes of the three people opposite him looked particularly cold and inhumane. As an experienced jonin, Maki quickly made his decision. Ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Maki laughed awkwardly. Isn't this Lord Jiraiya of Konoha village? What kind of wind brought you here? Jiraiya looked at him with a chilling smile. Of course it's the gust of wind in your Suna Ninja village. If I hadn't happened to follow you, I wouldn't have known your Suna Ninja village was so big. You are so courageous that you want to join forces with the Sound Ninja to murder Konoha. Oops, where are these words? Jiraiya-sama, please don't be deceived by appearances. Although it just seemed that the Suna Ninja village was colluding with the Sound Ninja village, in fact, I was just trying to trick them. Maki a sincere look on his face. Oh. Jiraiya was amused. He wanted to see what kind of drama this veteran actor from Suna Ninja village could sing. Maki continued to perform. As we all know, our Suna Ninja village and Konoha village are allies. In recent years, Konoha and the Country of Fire have supported us with a lot of supplies, which has eased the survival pressure of our Country of Wind and Suna Ninja village. These we will always remember the kindness deeply in our hearts. Well, continue. Jiraiya sat on the stone pier next to him and crossed his legs. So, when we found out that the Sound Ninja village seemed to have plans that were detrimental to Konoha, our hearts, were very angry immediately. Maki output with an angry look. So, we pretending to be interested in their plans, you are colluding with them on the surface, but you are actually spying on their intelligence. Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but look back at Moonlight Hayate and Naruto's expressions. Moonlight Blast, fun. Naruto, happy. Maki's clumsy performance made the three of them almost unable to hold back their laughter. They could only hold back and show the upper half of their teeth, with a sunny smile as bright as Ji-Sushin's. But they still held back, wanting to see Maki's next performance. Maki continued to explain with an awkward yet polite smile, as you just saw, after we exchanged information with the Sound Ninja, we actually planned to return to Konoha immediately and tell everyone about the despicable conspiracy of the Sound Ninja village. But you just wanted to kill people in Konoha, how do you explain this? When Maki heard this, he showed a distressed expression. Jiraiya-sama, this is also to protect the people of Konoha. Think about it, if people from the Sound Ninja village are allowed to take action, will the people from Konoha still have a chance to survive? No. The Sound Ninja village is famous for being ruthless. How can I watch him kill Konoha's allies? That's why I took the initiative to stand up and said that I would solve it myself. In this way, I can protect the lives of my Konoha companions from the clutches of the Sound Ninja village. Maki's expression was extremely sincere and affectionate. Jiraiya-sama, this is the sincerity of our Suna Ninja as allies. The friendship between Suna Ninja village and Konoha village will definitely last forever. Jiraiya turned his head and glanced at Naruto and Moonlight Hayate. At this time, the three of them were completely unable to hold their nerves. It's really eye-opening that the Jonin of Sand Ninja village has such talent for acting. Sure enough, as long as you have absolute strength, your enemy will start to become good at singing and dancing, and his resistance will start to look so cute in your eyes. After Jiraiya finished laughing, he cleared his throat. What you said makes sense. That's right. I know Lord Jiraiya of Konoha village will definitely understand Chu. But I won't believe a single punctuation mark. Jiraiya smiled and pushed Maki into the abyss with his words. At this moment, Maki only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was falling, and he seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. It's over, it's been discovered. Damn it, even such a sincere performance couldn't fool his eyes? He is truly worthy of being the legendary Sannin of Konoha. But even so, Maki wants to live. As a ninja, you must never give up until the last moment. Never give up until the last moment, turn the impossible into possible, this is what a ninja is. As long as you don't stop, the road will keep extending. As a jounin, Maki's smart brain began to work rapidly at this moment, and his eyes swept over Jiraiya, Moonlight Hayate, and Naruto. It is absolutely impossible for Jiraiya to beat him. The more powerful the jounin is, the more he understands that there is such a big gap between the shadow-level strongman and the jounin. Every move they make can instantly cause the enemy to fall. The jounin died, not to mention that Jiraiya was a strong Sannin among the cage level. As for the sick examiner next to him, Moonlight Hayate, although he looks like he is suffering from kidney deficiency and might need to take 3 blue pills in one meal, he is a special jounin and definitely has a certain amount of strength in him. Maki does not. Be sure to take him down instantly. Only the genin next to him, Uzumaki Naruto, had only graduated from the ninja school for half a year. Although he was incredibly talented and even qualified to fight Gaara, Maki never looked down upon him. Everyone said that he could fight Gaara, but that was only based on these people's lack of understanding of Gaara. Only Maki knew how terrifying Gaara was at full strength. Uzumaki Naruto? Ah! It's pretty good if he can withstand 10 moves in front of Gaara, who is getting serious. After all, he is just a genin. After many battles, he has already become a jounin. What does he mean? Very good, let's attack him. Maki had quickly formulated a battle plan, which was to come to Uzumaki Naruto at all costs, and then subdue him instantly with his jounin strength, and threaten Jiraiya and Moonlight Hayate as hostages to ensure safety of leaving here. Very good, a perfect plan. No matter how smart a person is, he can't make a more perfect plan. At this moment, Maki moved. He exerted all his strength as a jounin and rushed towards Naruto like an arrow. At this moment, he found that Jiraiya didn't seem to keep up with his movements. What 3 ninjas, it turns out that they are just like this. Or, it turns out that I am so strong that even the cage-level strongmen didn't react when I burst out with all my strength? Maki came to Naruto with unimaginable smoothness, and didn't notice Jiraiya's expression of watching the show behind him. At the moment when the two were close, Naruto sighed, alas. Why? When Maki was wondering, Naruto suddenly closed his eyes and recited a sentence. Senju. Chapter 79. Naruto originally planned to send Maki to feel the pain directly with a raise-non, but then he thought that if he killed Maki with one move, the Sand Ninja would definitely know that the plan was exposed, and then they would probably give up the Sand Ninja collapse plan directly. So, Naruto just used his fist with Senjutsu Chakra to gently punch Maki's abdomen, although the fist sunk directly into it. After the punch, Maki suddenly felt as if his soul flew out of his body, and everything in the world was leaving him quickly. Ugh! Maki trembled and retreated, unable to recover. How? How is it possible? You are just a genin, why is the speed and strength? Maki couldn't believe it, this was a fucking genin's fist. If Naruto wanted to kill him, he would have been punched through with this punch. Now, only the concave abdomen was already Naruto's best effort to control his strength. I am a genin, just because I haven't taken the exam yet. Naruto looked into the distance and said lightly. Maki covered his abdomen and wanted to escape, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. Even so, Maki continued to crawl forward, driven by a strong desire to survive. Naruto walked slowly in front of him, squatted down and looked at him. What an indomitable ninja, but unfortunately, your mind and body will no longer belong to you soon. What do you want to do? Maki was shocked. Could it be that this kid was going to use illusion to control him? A ninja who is proficient in illusion can indeed use illusion to directly control the opponent's will when the opponent lacks the ability to resist, and turn the opponent into a puppet that he can play with. However, ninjas who can do illusions to this extent should be very rare in the entire ninja world. Naruto is just a genin, how could he have such a weird skill? He doesn't have a Sharingan. I will never betray the Sand Ninja. Maki said as he was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but Naruto just watched him commit suicide, and after he bit his tongue, he silently put his hand on his head and healed him instantly. What? Maki felt his tongue healed as before, and was shocked. Being able to restore a broken limb in an instant, even Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, can't do this level of medical ninjutsu, right? Relax, I won't kill you, I just need you to forget what happened here. Naruto stretched out his palm in front of Maki, and the energy in his body instantly turned into a hypnotic light wave to hypnotize Maki. Maki stood up blankly and walked towards the direction of the sand village. At this moment, he has fallen into a dreamlike state. On the surface, everything is normal for him. Whether it is answering questions or doing things, it is no different from usual, but his ego consciousness has fallen into a dream, and his body is just acting according to the hints given by Naruto. When the Sand Ninja collapse plan begins, this hypnotic state will be lifted. I wonder what expression he will show at that time. Jiraiya watched Naruto complete all this and asked him, what is the purpose of doing this? In order to catch them red-handed when they are carrying out the plan. If we expose it now, the other party can completely deny it and say that it is the personal behavior of some extremists. When they officially implement the plan and even the Kaze cage is involved, the Sand Village will have no reason to deny it. You are right, but since we already know the plan in advance, there is a high probability that the 4th Kaze cage will be captured alive by us. How do you think we should deal with him then? As a veteran ninja, Jiraiya naturally had his own plans. He asked Naruto just to see what kind of heart this kid has besides his super combat power. The answer given by Naruto surprised him a little, capture alive? No, the 4th Kaze cage will definitely die in the battle. Oh! Jiraiya immediately became interested, because Naruto seemed to have a cruelty beyond his imagination. He thought Naruto would teach the 4th Kaze cage a lesson and let him go. What is the reason for your thinking so? I'm very curious. The reason is also very simple. People who have killed us and really put it into action cannot be kept. Letting such people continue to live in the world is to plant a time bomb for the people we care about. In terms of personal grudges, Naruto's attitude has always been generous. As long as the other party does not want to kill him out of malice, he will generally spare the other party's life. If he encounters a more respectable opponent, he will try his best to help the other party. However, once the problem involves relatives and friends, Naruto's methods will be much more cruel. The Sand Village did have a murderous intention towards Konoha. Naruto naturally could not retaliate against the entire Sand Village. He was not a murderer and knew that he could not vent his anger on ordinary people. However, the Sand Ninjas who came to participate in the Konoha collapse plan, as well as the 4th Kaze cage, should not think of leaving alive. The purpose of these people coming to Konoha was to kill people. Their butcher knives were aimed at Naruto and the relatives and friends of all friends. Naruto would never forgive such people. If you want to kill me, come if you have the ability. I just need an opponent. But if you want to kill my relatives and friends, then tomorrow's sun, one of you and I will definitely not see it. When he talked with Orochimaru that day, he was discussing this matter. The 4th Kaze cage must die in Konoha, but if the person who did it was the 3rd Hokage or Jiraiya, the impact would always be bad. If it was Orochimaru, a theoretical ally, who did it, no one could say anything. The 4th Kaze cage was blind and did not find the right ally, so he was plotted against. Who can he blame? After listening to Naruto's statement, Jiraiya said, whether it was a compliment or criticism, you are so cruel. As a ninja, Jiraiya thought it was good for Naruto to think this way. Those who are soft-hearted in the ninja industry will eventually kill themselves or their relatives and friends. What made Jiraiya even happier was that Naruto clearly limited the responsibility and hatred to the 4th Kaze cage and Sand Ninja who came to Konoha to perform the mission, and did not have any idea of venting his anger on ordinary people, which was consistent with Jiraiya's style of doing things. When Jiraiya participated in the Second Ninja World War in the Hidden Rain village, he met 3 children who became orphans because of the war. At that time, the 3 ninjas had expressed different views on this. Jiraiya and Tsunade felt more or less guilty because it was Konoha that caused so many orphans in the Hidden Rain village, but they handled it differently. Tsunade gave them some food, and then she didn't want to care about it anymore. As a ninja, she had already given her kindness to the maximum extent. If she saw it, she would be a good person once, and if she didn't see it, she would pretend that it didn't exist. This was Tsunade's attitude at the time. Jiraiya was different. He wanted to do more on this basis to atone for his sins. He wanted to teach these children ninjutsu so that they could survive, and let them inherit their ninjutsu in the future and help others more. Orochimaru sneered at Jiraiya's behavior. He made a sharp comment on Jiraiya's behavior at the time, saying that this war was provoked by our Konoha. As Konoha's senior ninjas, how many people have we killed in the Hidden Rain village, and how many orphans and widows have we created? Why are you pretending to be a good person here now? Our Konoha ninjas have killed his parents. It is not a bad thing for you to send him to reunite with his parents. It is already inhumane for a big country to bully a small country. The 3 of us even participated in the war initiated by Konoha. You still can't bring yourself to kill 3 children? If you knew it was wrong from the beginning, you shouldn't have been here in the first place. Jiraiya actually had no way to refute what Orochimaru said at the time, because what Orochimaru said was the truth. If he was really so kind, why did he come here? However, Jiraiya always felt that the world should not be like this, and people should not pick up knives and kill each other. This world has been constantly creating orphans and widows on a large scale for hundreds of years, and even killing whole families. Is there no way to change it? He wanted to try to do something to change the world, but he seemed to have failed. Jiraiya sadly discovered that he was not the one who could change the world, so he had been looking for such a person over the years, a person with strong enough ability and a kind heart, hoping to rely on this person's power to change the world where this person kills people. Chapter 80. In the Sand Village. Maki, who was under the influence of hypnosis, completely forgot what happened in Kikyo Castle. From his perspective, he successfully completed the information exchange with Kabuto there, and successfully returned to the village to complete the intelligence report. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from his team had already arrived, and at this moment, the 3 of them had finished their rest. Maki entered the Kaze Cage office hall and handed the plan to the 4th Kaze Cage Raza. Raza took a quick look and smiled. The old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is still as cautious as before. It turned out that Kabuto's intelligence book detailed Konoha's defense. At the juncture of the Chunin exam, the 3rd Hokage sent most of the Umbu to protect various areas of the village. He was probably afraid that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble. After all, there would be a large number of outsiders in the village during the Chunin exam. In addition, the invitation letter from the 3rd Hokage also detailed the travel permission of the Sand Village during this exam. In addition to the 4th Kaze Cage, only 5 guards and sedan bearers, and 5 medical staff, including Raza, a total of 11 people can enter and leave Konoha, and they must make detailed identity certificates. Therefore, the 4th Kaze Cage laughed and sighed that he was so cautious. This was how he conducted every Chunin exam over the years. He really managed Konoha like an iron barrel. Unfortunately, the 3rd Hokage would never have thought that their ally, the Sand Village, would actually betray him, and even he, the 4th Kaze Cage, would suddenly attack him at a critical moment. After completing the handover with the Kaze Cage, Maki quickly came to the resting place of the 3-person team to mobilize them before the war. As expected, Temari, as the older sister, took the lead in expressing her dissatisfaction that had been hidden in her heart. Teacher Maki, I don't understand why you have to do this. The alliance between us and Konoha took a lot of time, many people died, and we went through so much hardship to form. Why should we abandon it so easily? I knew you would ask this. Maki sat down in front of the 3 people helplessly, with a helpless expression on his face. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't want to go to war with Konoha, nor would I want to go there to kill people, and I wouldn't want to put you three into that kind of mission. You three are my most proud students. Even a jonin like me might not be able to protect myself when carrying out such an S-level mission, let alone you. What a pity, we ninjas are just tools of war. Maki first appealed to their emotions, and then explained to Xiaomari, although we are allies, this alliance treaty is now a threat to us. You are still genin, so you don't know some of the situations. There is no one else here, so I will talk to you, teacher. Maki looked around and said to the three of them after confirming that there was no one around, the daimyo of our wind country is a foolish fellow. He actually thinks that since we have the alliance with Konoha, we can ask Konoha village for help even if we encounter problems, so there is no need for the sand village to spend so much military expenses, so he keeps cutting the budget for our sand village. You should have noticed that Lord Kazekage has dark circles under his eyes now, and he goes out more and more often to use the gold dust technique to increase funds for the village. Gold is not necessarily available everywhere, and he may need several days to find enough gold or precious metals. There is one thing that Maki didn't say, that is, the gold found by the fourth Kazekage can't actually be sold for money. Most of the gold is left underground in the sand village and stored at all times. This is of course not for the Kazekage's own expenses, but he needs to ensure that he can call on a large amount of gold dust at any time to perform the gold dust technique to restrain Shikaku. The 5 major ninja villages all have their own tailed beasts, and the sand village is no exception. They have the one-tailed Shikaku. Although Shikaku seems to be the weakest among the tailed beasts in terms of the number of tails, in fact, the strength of the tailed beasts is not determined by the number of tails. Shikaku's combat effectiveness in the desert will increase significantly, and the sand village is very strong in using Shikaku to fight a defensive battle. But there are also disadvantages, that is, the level of sealing techniques in the sand village is very low. Konoha village has the support of the Uzumaki clan, and the sealing technique is extremely powerful. The nine-tailed is stuffed in the stomach of the Jinchuriki and basically has no room for trouble. It can only pay the rent honestly. Only when the Jinchuriki himself has problems, the nine-tailed may take the opportunity to do something. The sealing technique of the sand village is particularly rubbish. It can only be said that it can barely seal the one-tailed Shikaku. As the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, he can't even sleep, because once he falls asleep, the power of the seal weakens, and Shikaku may break out of his body. Historically, the sand village has faced Shikaku's rampage many times, especially during the tenure of the 4th Kazekage Raza, when Shikaku went berserk more than once. In the desert terrain, Shikaku's combat power soared, but Raza had a way to subdue it, that is the gold sand technique. Shikaku's combat method is to control sand, and Raza can control gold sand, mixing heavier gold sand into sand. The sand mixed with gold sand will be firmly locked, greatly weakening Shikaku's combat power. Therefore, Raza always stores a large amount of gold sand under the ground of the sand village to ensure that he can call out gold sand at any time to suppress Shikaku when Shikaku goes berserk. However, this also leads to the economic conditions of the sand village never improving, because there is a lot of gold that cannot be used. On this basis, the daimyo of the wind country cut the funding of the sand village, which made Raza unbearable. He has arranged a plan to replace the daimyo, and will start to implement it when the Konoha collapse plan is over regardless of whether he succeeds or not. Although the daimyo is nominally the highest leader of the country, in the final analysis, they are just ordinary people. The relationship between them and the shadow of the ninja village is a cooperative relationship. The daimyo is responsible for managing the country composed of ordinary people and providing blood transfusions to the ninja village, while the ninja village is responsible for military force and also helps the country and ordinary people solve many problems by entrusting tasks. Since the daimyo's brain is broken, let's replace him with someone who is not broken. It is of course against the rules to do it directly, but the last thing a ninja lacks is means. As a high-ranking official in the village, Maki witnessed how much effort the 4th Kazekage Raza had put into the village, and he also deeply understood that although the Konoha collapse plan was an act of betrayal of allies, only if this plan succeeded could the wind country and the sand village change their current situation. The current wind country is too dependent on the various supports of the fire country, to the extent that everyone began to think about what should we do if the support stops one day. From an outsider's perspective, Konoha is a competent ally because it has supplies to give you, and the wind country and the sand village themselves admit this. But the sand village does not want to rely on others' charity to survive, it wants to give it a try and exchange a bicycle for a motorcycle. To a certain extent, the Konoha collapse plan is a classic gamble, like the rise and fall of the imperial country depends on this one move. Chapter 81. The Sand Village has already started a gamble, and Konoha has already started digging a pit. Jiraiya revealed all the information he had gathered to the third Hokage. The third Hokage was furious at first, but after pacing back and forth in the room, he hesitated. Jiraiya, do we really want to kill the Kaze Kage in Konoha? After hearing about the plan to collapse Konoha, the third Hokage was indeed very angry at first. At that moment, he seemed to have become the third Hokage who was called the ninja hero in his middle age. But slowly, he began to sigh and hesitate. He was not out of mercy. The other party had done so much, how could he still care about the other party's life? It's just that if the fourth Kaze Kage was killed in Konoha, the impact might be very bad. But the third Hokage is one of the few people in this village who has experienced the 3 ninja world wars completely. During the first ninja world war, he was not yet a Hokage. At that time, he served as a guard beside the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He fought with the Hokage from the beginning of the war to the end of the war. The second Hokage died in the battle of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He took over as the third Hokage. During this period, he had seen too many lives and deaths, and many of his partners and relatives fell in that war. However, he was still very young at that time, and he was full of momentum and ruthlessness. The cruelty of the First Ninja World War made him accumulate hatred in his heart. So when the Second Ninja World War began more than 10 years later, the third Hokage did not hesitate to take action. Konoha village fought fiercely with Iwagakure village, Sand village, and the local Rain village in the Land of Rain. This time, there were also heavy casualties, and even the situation where the Konoha ninjas were almost annihilated on the battlefield, such as the battle in which Jiraiya and the other two won the title of the 3 ninjas. The half-god salamander Hanzo killed all the Konoha ninjas present with poison, leaving only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru still supporting. 10 years later, the Third Ninja World War began. The third Hokage no longer had the same ruthlessness as before. His strength did not decline, nor did his ambition. He had gradually realized that the continuous wars were a huge disaster for Konoha. There were more and more orphans without parents in the country, and they could not continue to fight like this. So, after the Third Ninja World War, everyone began to think that Sarutobi Hiruzen had become weak and began to avoid war. Later, he even handed over the position of Hokage and let the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze take the position. In fact, to this day, the third Hokage still has the same ruthlessness in his heart. The moment he heard about Konoha's collapse plan, what he thought of in his mind was to let the fourth Kaze Kage die, and the murderous aura burst out unconsciously. However, to this day, more than 10 years have passed since the Third Ninja World War, and all countries have recovered a lot of vitality, and they are also beginning to move. At this time, Konoha killed the shadow of the Sand Ninja. Even if it was a legitimate defensive counterattack, it was hard to guarantee that the Sand Ninja would not go crazy and start a new battle. Once the Sand Ninja and Konoha go to war, it is very likely to cause a chain reaction. The surrounding Rock Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village are likely to come and join in, because they have also coveted Konoha's land for a long time. How many people will die at that time, and what kind of destruction Konoha will experience, the third Hokage really dare not think. So, he hesitated, and he even had to seek answers from his disciples. Jiraiya looked at the white-haired teacher in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. The teacher who was once called a ninja hero would hesitate at this time. Teacher, the Kaze Kage must die. Others can be negotiated to let go, but the Kaze Kage can't. He is too ambitious. Jiraiya has been engaged in intelligence work outside for many years, so he naturally knows the ambition of the fourth Kaze Kage Raza. The Wind Country did cut the funding of the Sand Ninja Village, but the supply of daily necessities did not decrease at all, so the living standards of the Sand Ninja village would not decline because of this. But Raza still went to the desert to pan for gold and exchanged a lot of gold for money. The problem is, after spending so much money, the people's livelihood in Sand Village has not improved much, so where did he spend the money? When Jiraiya returned to the village this time, he wanted to remind the third Hokage that Raza was very ambitious and he should be more cautious. But now Jiraiya is no longer so worried, because he has seen the future of Konoha village. As long as Naruto is given enough time to grow, his strength will definitely be far beyond the level of Kage, and he will become an invincible ninja like the first generation Hokage. By then, no one in the world will dare to invade Konoha, and the ninja world can at least usher in 50 years of peace. 50 years, that's enough for several generations to enjoy the life with their parents. Thinking of this, Jiraiya decided to trick his old friend. Teacher, this so-called Konoha collapse plan was jointly formulated by the Sound Village and the Sand Village, which means that Orochimaru must have participated in it. Yeah, do we have to fight him to the death at that time? No, what I mean is, we can arrange it in advance, make things more secretive, and then, put the blame on Orochimaru. Jiraiya made a gesture of wiping his neck. Let the two of us work together to defeat the fourth Kage and Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's temper, he will definitely find a way to escape. Then we will kill the fourth Kage and pretend that it was Orochimaru's work. Jiraiya, is it really okay to trick him like this? He has formulated the Konoha collapse plan, why are you still caring about him? Besides, if he doesn't take the blame, then Konoha will have to take it. If I have to choose between the two, I will definitely choose Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes are firm. Well, let's do it. The third Hokage nodded helplessly. Jiraiya is confident that he can defeat Orochimaru and the fourth Kage, because his own strength is not inferior to, or even slightly stronger than, these two, and he has a killer, that is, the Sage Mode. He has practiced in Miyaboku Mountain for many years and has already mastered the Sage Mode. If he has the opportunity to prepare in advance, he will be much stronger than these two when he activates the Sage Mode, not to mention that there is the third Hokage to support him. At worst, he still has Naruto as a killer. The Sage Technique Spiral Air Control Bullet released by Naruto that night really shocked Jiraiya. The power of that thing can completely pose a fatal threat to the Kage-level strongman, not to mention that Naruto can actually control that thing to automatically search for the enemy. As long as Naruto hits one, the fourth Kage will definitely die. At this time, Naruto is also preparing for the Chunin exam in a month and the Sand Ninja collapse plan. He closed his eyes, entered the Sage Mode, and then formed seals with his hands, using the Shadow Clone technique to create dozens of Shadow Clone. Then, a spiral energy bomb condensed in the palm of each Shadow Clone's hand and was thrown out almost at the same time, swirling in the air like a swarm of flying insects. Naruto is practicing the ability to use multiple spiral air bombs at the same time. Under normal circumstances, when using Shadow Clones, there is no need to consider these issues, just keep creating them. However, in the Sage Mode, the Sage Chakra, which is a mixture of air and chakra, is used, and the amount of this chakra is relatively limited. Naruto needs to figure out how many times he can release Sage Arts and how many spiral air bombs he can fire at the same time with the energy storage of his Sage Mode. At present, he still feels very relaxed with more than a dozen clones, which means that his Sage Chakra reserves are quite rich, and it is very easy to throw more than 10 or 20 Sage Arts. Chapter 82. Naruto is immersed in practice. He constantly exercises the vitality of his body every day, making his body more and more agile, so that he can smoothly enter the state of Ultra Instinct in the future. Every day, he gets up after a full sleep, then makes some simple breakfast and sends it to Sasuke and Kakashi. The three of them have breakfast together. After breakfast, he and Sasuke spend about an hour reviewing the results of the training, and then practice on his own. Meals were delivered at noon and in the evening, but the lunch was richer, with vegetables and meat, and the quantity was large enough to fill you up. It had only been more than half a month, but Sasuke and Kakashi had already eaten so much that their faces had turned redder. These two were the type who could make do before, because there was only one person at home, and they had no interest or need to cook any good meals. They either went out to eat at a restaurant or just made something to deal with. Although the nutrition was barely enough, it was far from eating normal meals. For a month, Naruto ate well, slept well, and practiced well, spending this not too long pre-match preparation time with a very calm mentality. Perhaps because his mentality was relaxed enough, and Naruto's own physical potential was indeed very terrifying, he increased his combat power by 10 points in just 1 month, about 30% more than before. 30% combat power doesn't sound like much, but in fact it can already stably defeat himself a month ago. Since Naruto knew that he was a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was no longer surprised by his outrageous physical strength and potential. However, this also made him start to be particularly curious: who are his parents? Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, so one of his parents must be a member of the Uzumaki clan. But looking through the history books of Konoha, there are only 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, in the history of Konoha. Mito Uzumaki is impossible, because she died when Naruto was born. As for Kushina Uzumaki, she probably died the year Naruto was born. In addition, her husband, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, also happened to be a yellow-haired man. Naruto once suspected whether they were his parents. But after thinking about it, Naruto felt that it was illogical. If his parents were really the 4th Hokage and the 4th Hokage's wife, how could he be like that when he was a child? If his parents were really the 4th Hokage and his wife, then Naruto should have the surname Namikaze, and he should be treated like a hero's son. Not to mention that everyone admires him, at least the average friendliness of the villagers should be above friendly, right? Naruto couldn't figure out the logic, so he finally gave up the guess that the 4th Hokage couple were his parents. In fact, it was normal for Naruto to not figure it out, because he grew up in the Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball world itself is a near-future world with extremely developed productivity, while the Naruto world is a productivity level from ancient to modern times, and there have been years of war, so 5 people can't get together a bunch of parents. The 3 views he developed in the Dragon Ball world cannot understand the concepts of the Naruto world. In this world, discrimination against Jinchuriki is a natural political correctness. No one can come up with any particularly convincing points to prove that discrimination against Jinchuriki is right, but everyone is doing it. You don't need to know why, and you don't need to think about whether it is right or not, just follow the discrimination and it's done. In the entire history of the ninja world, there are very few Jinchuriki who can escape this fate. They have to make a lot of efforts to let the villagers gradually let down their guard and recognize them. This kind of thing is very unreasonable in Naruto's eyes, but it is a convention in this world. Naruto is like a person who has received a complete higher education and came to a remote area where he can't even get enough food. He can't understand the strange logic of the son of Hokage being discriminated against, not to mention that he doesn't know that he is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. However, Naruto didn't spend too much time on this. His first priority at the moment is to stack his combat power. When his combat power is high enough to poke the whole world with one finger, there will be plenty of time and energy to investigate slowly. Anyway, he has the Dragon Ball in his hand, and it is only a matter of time to resurrect his parents. At most, after everything is stable and his strength is enough to face everything, he will spend a wish to ask about his parents, and then resurrect his parents the next year. No matter how it develops, the resurrection of his parents is a foregone conclusion, it's just a matter of early or late. Therefore, Naruto didn't stick to his parents' affairs too much, and devoted himself to training, and made great progress in a month. During this period, in addition to seeing Sasuke and Kakashi every day, Naruto also took time to visit teacher Hunga several times to see Karen. She is worthy of being a person with Uzumaki bloodline. Not only does she have a very strong chakra capacity, but she also masters many secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Even if she does not become a disciple, she can grow to the level of a jonin just by relying on the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. After Naruto went there twice, he figured out that she liked to eat pork chop rice, so every time he went to see her, he would make a big bowl of pork chop rice and send it to her. I almost lost my mind, so I sat at the door and looked out every day, hoping that Naruto would appear in sight with pork chop rice. Later, when Naruto went there again, he was sternly asked by Anko-sensei to reduce the number of visits and let Xiangrin practice well. When Xiangrin learned that Naruto could not come often and that the finals of the Chunin examination would begin soon, she asked Anko for a day off and ran to Naruto's residence, saying that she wanted to make an appointment with him in the forest. Leave the secret to him. In fact, this technique cannot be used by Xiangrin at present. It is a very high-level secret technique among the Uzumaki clan. It is equivalent to an A-level ninjutsu. Generally speaking, you need to reach the ninja level to learn it. She didn't know if Naruto could learn it, but the finals of the Chunin exam were not far away, and she wanted to help Naruto as much as possible. Coincidentally, Sasuke also ended his training that day. Kakashi said that the remaining time should let him rest well, relax his body, and face the exam in the best condition. So he came to find Naruto. As soon as he climbed up the stairs and came to Naruto's door, he heard the strange voices of Naruto and Xianglin inside. Naruto, come on, I have no strength left, you have to do the rest by yourself. I feel like it's coming, but it's not quite there yet. You are so awesome, but don't force yourself. If you force yourself too much, it will hurt your body. After all, we are still young. But if I don't get it done, I'll always feel unwilling to do it. Sasuke outside the door suddenly showed a black question mark face when he heard the arrogant words inside. What are these two doing in the house? Chapter 83. Naruto, are you Sasuke couldn't help but push the door open and walked in, and the scene in front of him directly shocked his brain. Xianglin sat on the chair with a weak look on his face, while Naruto showed a constipated expression, with 4 chain-like things exposed on his back. Are you? Sasuke didn't know why. Naruto did not speak immediately, but continued to concentrate and completely released the 4 chains from his body, fluttering in the room. Then, he slowly retracted the chains and let out a sigh of relief. It's Sasuke, aren't you practicing today? The final assessment is about to begin. Kakashi-sensei asked me to take a break and recover my strength. Also, were you practicing something just now? To be honest, having several chains suddenly protruding from a person's body is somewhat visually shocking. Xianglin on the side explained, this is the secret technique of our Uzumaki clan, King Kong Blockade. I think this may help Naruto in the next exam. Vajra Sealing turns out to be the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke also learned a little bit about the Uzumaki clan from books. It is said that they are all very good at sealing techniques. The chain that Naruto just practiced looks really good. Like a seal. Wait, is Naruto actually from the Uzumaki clan? Although Naruto has always carried the surname Uzumaki, Sasuke has never thought that he is actually related to the Uzumaki clan. Isn't it said that all the Uzumaki clan have red hair? This textbook is not rigorously compiled. And this red-haired woman, what's going on with her? Why does she know Naruto and why does she appear in Naruto's room? Who are you? Sasuke showed his standard Sema face when facing people other than Naruto. Xiangrin stood up and said shyly, I am Naruto's friend. I met him during the second round of the Chunin exam. Thanks to Naruto, I can live a stable life in Konoha. The second round of the Chunin exam. Sasuke then realized that he must have known Naruto when he was running around using teleportation. When 3 people gathered in the room, the atmosphere gradually became a little awkward. If Sasuke was not there, Xianglin would have liked to talk more with Naruto. When Naruto practiced, she also helped clean the room, although there was not much dust and garbage. In short, she just wanted to do more for Naruto. But once Sasuke arrived, she was too embarrassed to be so enthusiastic anymore. As for Sasuke, he and Naruto had a good time. They were hanging on each other's backs all day long, smiling happily. At every meal, he would either come to share the meal, or they would go to Ichiraku ramen together, or they would drag Kaka along. Mr. Nishi or Mr. Irika went to eat barbecue. Sakura? What about Sakura? I have no memory. Since Sakura was eliminated in the preliminaries, everyone almost didn't pay attention to her in this month, and all focused on preparing for the next exam. This also leads to some teams almost forgetting their teammates. Sasuke originally thought that he would spend the remaining 2 days with Naruto, relax, go shopping in the shopping street, have something to eat and so on. But when Xianglin appeared here, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. In a story about two men, it always seems weird that a woman appears. At this moment, the same thought popped into the minds of Sasuke and Xianglin, why doesn't he/she leave? Xianglin's heart, I have worked hard to teach Naruto for a day, and even a person with a Uzumaki constitution like me is exhausted. I have worked so hard, why can't I be kept until dinner? Oh, actually you don't have to leave after dinner. Sasuke's inner thoughts, sure enough, after all, you are not from the Uchiha clan, and your eyesight is not good. Didn't you see that I just came? I feel embarrassed to ask Naruto to go out and play when you are here. The two people looked at each other with a very unfriendly Sema face, waiting for the other to get up and leave, but neither of them had the intention to leave. Naruto didn't quite understand why these two people who usually had good expressions suddenly had a stinky face. He only knew that it was time for dinner. It's rare that Sasuke and Karen are here. I'll cook more food today. As he said, Naruto fled into the kitchen. Just as Sasuke and Karen were throwing faces at each other, a third person came to the house. Sakura appeared at the door with a lunch box. Naruto? Are you home? I tried to make some soldiers' food pills. Do you want to try? Hey? Sasuke? And this is... Sakura recently felt that she had become very useless in the team. Teacher Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, is a world-famous strong man. Teammate Uzumaki Naruto, a 12-year-old single-handed jonin, a beast-level tough guy. Teammate Uchiha Sasuke, handsome and super tough recently. Only she has not learned a decent attack ninjutsu so far. Her fighting method is to use the basic ninjutsu and ninja tool throwing taught in school. She is a real genin. No, the atmosphere that she is the only one in the team is getting stronger and stronger. What is the meaning of her existence if it goes on like this? Except for having parents, she really has no advantage over others. So, Sakura decided to change to logistics. One of the important supply resources of the ninja is the soldier pill. After eating this thing, it can increase the chakra of the ninja to a certain extent in a short period of time, and it can also greatly replenish the nutrients and calories needed by the human body. It is a very important supply resource. Sakura spent a lot of time this month practicing how to make soldier pills. At first, what she made could not be called a thing at all. It took half a month for it to gradually take shape. Now, the soldier pills she made have begun to look a bit. So she planned to bring it over for Naruto to try. If it worked, she would make one for Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Sasuke and an unknown red-haired girl were sitting in Naruto's house. Sasuke frowned and glanced at her. You are. Oh, Sakura, sit there, Naruto is cooking. Ahaha. Then I'll sit for a while. Sakura sat there awkwardly. If only Sasuke was there, she could talk to Sasuke and develop some feelings. But who is the red-haired girl next to her? Is she Sasuke's friend? When I just walked in, I seemed to see them looking at each other. Could it be that she is also Sasuke's suitor? Thinking of this, Sakura's eyes towards Karen suddenly became unfriendly. Karen, who has a keen sense of perception, immediately felt this unfriendly attitude. She thought to herself, what is this woman doing here? It's almost dark and she's still delivering things to Naruto's house. Could it be? Thinking of this, Karen's heart suddenly trembled, and she also responded to Sakura. Sasuke didn't change much, because he always had a Sema face. The three people sitting at the same table had a strange eye fight. Just when this eye fight was about to get intense, Naruto's door was knocked again. Excuse me. Is Naruto here? Hinata's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 84. Why is there another one? Sasuke wanted to drive her away, but this was Naruto's house, so he could only hold back and help her open the door. It's Hinata, what's wrong, do you have something to do with Naruto? Well, the finals are about to start, I want to, come and talk to Naruto. Hinata pointed her finger shyly. The finals of the Chunin exam are coming soon, and Naruto's opponent is still Neji, who Hinata thinks is difficult to defeat, so she plans to talk to Naruto about the Hyuga family's martial arts style and what needs to be paid attention to. In addition, although it is probably useless, she still wants to say a few words of encouragement to Naruto. It was only after she arrived at Naruto's door that she realized that there seemed to be a lot of people in the house. Sakura, are you here to cheer Naruto up too? Hinata asked the only person she could talk to. Oh. Yeah, yes, I'm here to encourage Naruto. Sakura smiled awkwardly. Actually, she had a box of trial version of the Horomaru in her pocket, and was planning to find Naruto as a test subject, but she could do things this way, but she couldn't say that. As soon as Sakura said this, the hostility of Karen's eyes became stronger. Okay, you big-headed guy with pink hair, you really came to seduce Naruto, right? I saw that your eyes were always floating around that black-haired guy, and I thought you were interested in him, but I didn't expect that while you were interested in him, you were also thinking about Naruto, which was simply unforgivable. No, how could Naruto have such a person around him? Karen's mind suddenly emerged with countless fantasy scenes of choosing between two options. If something happens in the future, and Naruto and this guy named Sasuke need to choose between the two, this pink-haired flat-chested guy will definitely choose Sasuke, right? What if this Sasuke has an accident and needs an organ replacement? She won't let Naruto donate it, right? The more Karen thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. She had gradually begun to wonder where to bury this pink-haired girl. As for Hinata next to her, Karen never cared about her at all. Hinata is the type that you know she is very honest and easy to bully as long as you meet her once. Karen can't think of any bad intentions she has. With her, Karen can deceive 100 people a day. Now the most embarrassed person is Hinata sitting here. Everyone has their own thoughts. Karen is thinking about where to bury Sakura. Sakura is wondering when Naruto will come out to taste the soldiers' food pills. Sasuke is wondering why you guys don't get out of here, and only Hinata has been looking at the kitchen. I'll go help Naruto. Hinata trotted into the kitchen and helped Naruto cut vegetables. 1 minute later, Hinata cut her hand, and Naruto, who was flipping the spoon, had to make time to give her a healing spell. Half a minute later, Hinata cut her finger again. 5 minutes later, Hinata was politely asked to leave the kitchen by Naruto, and said that she had better not cook in this life, otherwise her hands might not be saved. The four people stared at